Chapter 1. The Awakening of the Magician Template. Madison Square Garden, located in the heart of Manhattan, New York, boasts a prime geographical position, making it the first site for many out-of-town visitors arriving by train. It is revered as the sacred ground of NBA basketball, often referred to as the Mecca of the sport. Countless basketball legends yearn to etch their tales within its hallowed walls. On December 16, 2006, Madison Square Garden was filled to capacity. At that moment, Lee sat bewildered at the far end of the bench. It took him some time to fully digest the reality of his trans-dimensional journey. The setting was the 2019 Basketball World Cup held in China. During a match against Poland, a grievous blunder by Zhou Qi sent Lee fervently cheering for the national team from the stands into a fit of rage. In a moment of exasperation, he shouted, "What a fool! I wouldn't lose even if I played. Refund." Suddenly, darkness enveloped his vision, and he heard a chime. Ding! The basketball god system is activated, responding to the host's intense desire. When light returned to Lee's eyes, he experienced a sharp pain in his head as a flood of memories surged forth. He had crossed over into a parallel universe in the year 2006, becoming a minor substitute for the Denver Nuggets. In this reality, Lee stood at a height of 204 centimeters, weighed 100 kilograms, and possessed an impressive wingspan of 218 centimeters. Although his athletic prowess was mediocre and his ball handling skills lacking, he excelled in static talent, demonstrated fervent defensive efforts, and boasted a commendable ability for spot shooting. This is also the reason he was selected by the Nuggets in the second round. As a substitute of substitute, Lee has always played the role of a waterboy for the team. He could only make appearances during garbage time, averaging a mere 1.8 points, 0.4 assists, 1.2 rebounds, and 0.6 steals per game. This season, the Nuggets hold a record of 13 wins and 9 losses, teetering on the brink of the playoffs in the fiercely competitive Western Conference. Goodness, even boasting can lead to a breakthrough, Lee lamented. Suddenly, an outburst of anger erupted on the court. It turned out that during a fast break, Nuggets player J.R. Smith was driving towards the basket when Knicks guard Marty Colonel Lins wrapped his arms around Smith's neck and brought him crashing to the floor. This ignited the fury of the Nuggets players. After J.R. Smith got back up, he immediately grappled with Collins, and soon, other players joined the fray, plunging the arena into chaos. After the referees and staff intervened forcefully, order was finally restored. Following the brawl, all 10 players on the court were ejected from the game. With the starters expelled, it was a perfect opportunity for the bench players to showcase their skills. However, Lee felt a surge of anxiety, having just arrived 5 minutes earlier. Although he had been a dominant force on the neighborhood basketball court before his arrival, this was the NBA. It was truly a case of fearing the worst. After berating the players for their reckless actions, George Karl shouted in Lee's direction, "Lee, get ready to step onto the court." "Goodness," Lee exclaimed, overwhelmed with panic, uncertain of how he would perform. George Karl offered a series of admonitions to his players, yet Lee absorbed none of it. His mind was preoccupied, resonating with a familiar sound. Ding! A wave of elation washed over Lee. He recognized that the benefits of being a time traveler had arrived. Host is about to make an appearance, initiating the automatic loading of the Magic Johnson template. "Wait, no, I'm not a point guard," Lee internally protested, yearning for a template akin to Jordan or Bird. However, the system disregarded his pleas and continued its process. Template loading complete. Ball handling, 5592. Passing, 6298. Acquired skills. 1. Master of crafting plays. 2. Maestro of ball control. Instantly, Lee felt a surge of confidence with dual attributes exceeding 90 in ball handling and passing. He was assured that he would minimize errors. With newfound self-assurance, he took to the court, though coach George Karl harbored little faith in him. Karl clapped Lee on the shoulder, advising Lee refrain from holding the ball too long and reduce turnovers. In Karl's assessment, Lee's ball handling was woefully inadequate, and his offensive choices left much to be desired. Were it not for Lee's commendable defensive effort and positive demeanor, he would not even see the court during garbage time. Lee nodded in acknowledgement. With merely 10 minutes remaining in the Gamian opportunity, he had seldom dared to hope for. The score stood at 79-72, with the Nuggets leading by 7 points. The Knicks, languishing at the bottom of the Eastern Conference, were a team the Nuggets were expected to defeat. Both teams had seen their starters ejected, leading to a negligible disparity among the substitute players. It was now the Nuggets' turn to attack. Anthony Carter advanced with the ball. Nate Robinson, the little potato, charged towards him. Anthony Carter tightly protected the basketball, yet Nate Robinson's relentless pressure was overwhelming. Over here, a call rescued Anthony Carter. However, the moment he released the ball, regret washed over him. Damn it, why is it Lee? How dare he ask for the ball in this position today? Indeed, Leanne's ball handling skills were notoriously poor. He had previously fumbled the ball, even without defensive pressure. Typically, Leanne's offensive role consisted of lurking at fixed points or setting screens for his teammates. He had never actively sought the ball. Upon receiving the pass, Leanne dribbled and felt an unprecedented ease as he surveyed the court. Countless passing lanes materialized in his mind. My goodness, is this the control and vision of a magician? Leanne's confidence surged. He felt as though he had fused with the basketball. In the face of Malik Rose's pressure, Leanne deftly executed a behind-the-back dribble, gracefully creating space. Then, with a flick of his right hand, the basketball swiftly soared towards the interior. Nene, stationed beneath the basket, was astonished to see the ball penetrate the Knicks' defense, landing perfectly in his hands. Nene pivoted and effortlessly dunked the ball. 81-72. What just happened? Barkley on the commentary panel was dumbfounded. How did that pass get through? Smith shook his head. I couldn't see it either. Only after the slow-motion replay did they realize just how magnificent that pass was. The pass cleaved through the Knicks' entire defensive alignment, bisecting the positions of 3 Knicks players. A scintilla of miscalculation would have diverted the ball from Nene's awaiting hands beneath the basket. However, the pass was executed with such exquisite precision that Nene was able to receive the ball and execute a dunk unimpeded by any Knicks defender. The play unfolded with breathtaking velocity and uncanny accuracy. Who is this player? Barkley inquired, his mind awash with curiosity, as he failed to recall such an individual. Smith, consulting the data sheet, announced, York Lee, a Chinese national. What? Chinese? Barkley exclaimed, utterly astonished. Chapter 2. The art of exquisite passing. The astonishment of Charles Barkley was palpable as the figure of Yao Ming floated before his eyes. It was due to Yao that Barkley developed an inexplicable connection with the donkey's rear. Huh. Indeed, Smith chuckled. What shall we wager this time? The donkey's rear? Get lost. Get lost. Get lost. Barkley waved his hand dismissively, declaring, Do not expect me to stumble in the same place twice. Equally astonished was George Karl, the head coach of the Nuggets, who possessed an unparalleled understanding of Leanne's capabilities. Could such ball-handling finesse and passing prowess truly emanate from this rugged man? Was the previous sequence merely a stroke of luck? As the game transitioned, the Knicks initiated a counterattack, yet the Nuggets' defense responded swiftly, eliminating any opportunity for a fast break and plunging both teams into a stalemate. Nate Robinson and Channing Frye executed a pick-and-roll at the top of the arc. This was a classic tactic, albeit a mere fade. Frye, with his three-point shooting ability, found the screen to be somewhat flimsy, aimed at compressing the Nuggets' defense to create an opportunity for Frye's shot. Robinson feigned an attack, only to return the pass to Frye. However, an ominous shadow loomed in the trajectory of their passing line. Leanne. At that moment, elation surged within him. The vision and awareness reminiscent of Magic Johnson transcended offensive realms, manifesting on the defensive end as well. Almost instantaneously upon the Knicks screen, Leanne discerned that Nate Robinson's drive was but a ruse, and with Frye not rolling down, the Knicks were poised to execute a three-point strategy. This is the innate talent of the magician. His ability to read the game is unparalleled in the annals of NBA history. In a flash, Leanne executed a steal amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd. A fast break ensued, with Leanne darting ahead like a bolt of lightning, pursued by Francis. Although Francis had fallen from being the leading star of the Rockets to a mere benchwarmer for the Knicks, his athletic prowess had not entirely diminished. Leanne instinctively glanced over his shoulder and spotted a teammate trailing behind. With a flick of his wrist, the basketball seemed to possess a mind of its own, soaring over Francis and finding its mark in Diavola's hands. A no-look pass. The elegance of the play was breathtaking, although it was ultimately Diavola who scored. All eyes were fixed on Leanne. Where did this prodigy come from? Astonishing. Is such a talent truly part of the Nuggets? He hadn't even played in the first 3 quarters, yet possesses this level of skill? Remarkable. Aside from Yao Ming, when did another Chinese player emerge? Fans discussing Li Yin soon realized he had left virtually no trace in the NBA. Indeed, even the most devoted Nuggets supporters would struggle to notice Li Yin at the edge of the bench, let alone others. What a play. On the sidelines, George Karl excitedly raised his fist in triumph. The score stood at 83-72. With 2 consecutive successful plays, the lead had widened to 11 points. What delighted George Karl most was Li Yin's performance, if it were not mere coincidence. It was evident that Li Yin possessed an exceptional court vision and an innate understanding of the game. Did I previously afford Li Yin insufficient opportunities? Yet, his performance during the intra-team scrimmage was indeed dismal. Had it not been for his diligent training and his courteous demeanor, he might have already faced dismissal. It appears that my decision was astute. This hard-working young man from China may very well become a pivotal piece for the Nuggets. On the court, Diavara exchanged a high-five with Li Yin, who had just passed him the ball. For fringe players on such a team, opportunities to showcase their talents are exceedingly rare. Li Yin, opting to pass instead of shooting, demonstrates a rare court vision that is not commonly found in teammates. As for the Knicks' offense, having learned from previous mistakes, Nate Robinson entrusted the ball to Francis. Francis, adept at penetrating defenses, seamlessly combines technique with physical prowess. He is capable of executing the dazzling street ball crossover in the NBA. With a swift change of direction, Francis maneuvered past Anthony Carter and into the paint. However, Nene's timely help defense thwarted his advance, while Li Yin, providing support, intercepted Francis's passing lane. Left with no choice, Francis attempted a contested shot, elevating his release angle, only for the basketball to clang against the rim and bounce away. Diavara secured the rebound, and Li Yin surged forward. Perhaps due to the earlier pass, Diavara instinctively sought Li Yin, delivering the ball to him. Anthony Carter, taken aback, exclaimed, "Hey, I'm the point guard here." Li Yin received the pass, and the Knicks' defense responded swiftly. Anthony Carter and Demar Johnson trailed closely on either side of him. Li Yin surveyed the unfolding situation on the court, 3 against 3 in the front court. The expansive vision allowed him to instantly discover a way to break the deadlock. Li Yin surged forward, skillfully changing direction to capture the attention of the Knicks players. He then glanced at Demar Johnson, prompting Malik Ross to rush towards him. However, to everyone's surprise, Li Yin passed the ball to the opposite side, where Anthony Carter awaited. Wow! The arena erupted in gasps of astonishment. At the moment the pass was released, Li Yin felt a small icon illuminate in his mind. He recalled this as the skill of the master playmaker. Anthony Carter unexpectedly received the pass, but the elbow area was not his preferred shooting zone. If he dribbled further inside, he would undoubtedly face a barrage of defenders, squandering this open opportunity. Nevertheless, upon receiving the ball, Anthony Carter felt remarkably at ease, soaring effortlessly to complete the shot. The basketball arced gracefully through the air, swish. It landed perfectly in the hoop. 85-72. The Knicks head coach, the smiling assassin Isaiah Thomas, quickly called for a timeout. "Hey Lee, when did your dribbling and passing become so exceptional?" Anthony Carter chuckled, giving Li Yin a friendly pat. "Haha, perhaps it's a good day for my mindset. And I'm performing well," Li Yin pondered before adding, "I've always practiced. Maybe I was too anxious before. With the main players absent today, I'm actually thriving." Anthony Carter nodded in agreement. Everyone recognized Li Yin's diligent training. In the TNT studio, Barkley's enthusiastic voice echoed throughout the hall. "Wow, it's unbelievable that such a player has been sitting on the bench all this time. His ball handling skills and passing vision are remarkable. Kenny, did you see that pass just now?" He directed the ball towards the opposite side of the observation area. It was astonishing, such a maneuver from a novice. Especially considering the rare opportunity to play, was he not afraid of making mistakes? Indeed, Kenny Smith nodded in agreement. As the championship point guard for the Rockets, the shock that Li Yin had elicited in those few plays was undoubtedly comparable to that of Barkley. This young man possesses all the qualities of an exceptional point guard: deft ball handling, expansive vision, superb technique, and a selfless style of play. Furthermore, he showcases a creativity that most point guards lack. After all, a no-look pass is not a common technique. Few can wield it with such finesse. Save for the legendary Magic Johnson, who cultivated the Lakers' Showtime dynasty with his flamboyant style. Wait a moment, Kenny Smith became intrigued as he perused Li Yin's profile. Standing at 204 centimeters, he bore a striking resemblance to Magic. But what about his position on the court? This remarkable young Chinese player is a small forward? Chapter 3. Resolving the suspense of the game. Kenny. Regarding his passing, does anyone come to mind? Barkley exclaimed with excitement. Are you referring to Magic? Smith chuckled. You sense it too, Barkley remarked. Those two fast breaks just now had that unmistakable Magic flair. Such audacious passing. And have you noticed his physique? It's remarkably similar. Barkley continued. Charles, do you know why this kid has been kept off the court for so long? Smith quipped. Why is that? He plays as a small forward for the Nuggets. Cameron's substitute? To be precise, it is the substitute of Cameron's substitute. No wonder. However, if he continues to perform like this, the fate of this young man is bound to change. Smith remarked with certainty he is a promising point guard. Lee. Take a seat here. George Karl beamed with a smile. Li Yin was summoned by the head coach. As George Karl held the tactical board to outline the strategy, Li Yin seldom had opportunities to play. Even when listening to George Karl's tactical discussions, he typically stood in the corner. Now, receiving such treatment made his teammates envious. Could it be that Li Yin is about to soar? Lee, you will control the ball. You did well just now. The others should move according to our usual training strategies. While we lead, we must also maintain our defense. Coach, what should I do? Anthony Carter cautiously inquired. I almost forgot. If Lee is controlling the ball, we can switch you out for another forward, George Karl pondered aloud. Thank you for the reminder, Anthony. Linus will replace you shortly. What? Anthony Carter wished to slap himself. It was entirely his fault for speaking out, as he was now directly substituted. As the timeout concluded, the game resumed. Nene, Li Yin whispered to Nene as he entered the court. I will pass the ball to you shortly. No one in the Knicks interior can match your prowess. Nene turned to look at Li Yin and found this polite Chinese lad to be rather agreeable. His words were so pleasant that it was hard to refuse. Nene smiled and nodded. Lee, just make a gesture if you want to set a screen. All right. Li Yin responded with an okay gesture. It was the Knicks' turn. Nate Robinson held the ball while Li Yin applied pressure. The little potato was quite surprised, as it appeared that this Chinese lad was playing the point guard position. Nate Robinson executed a series of dribble moves, believing he could shake off Li Yin due to his high center of gravity. However, Li Yin remained intensely focused. Despite his footwork struggling to match Robinson's pace, his long arms consistently disrupted Robinson's rhythm. Robinson was tightly guarded, leaving him no choice but to pass the ball. After receiving it, Francis accelerated, storming into the paint and, amidst airborne contact, successfully executed a floater, finally breaking the Knicks' scoring drought. Now it was the Nuggets' turn to attack. Li Yin advanced with the ball, and Nate Robinson attempted to steal it but was knocked aside by Li Yin. It was no joke. While Li Yin's competitiveness was not particularly remarkable at the small forward position, he was undoubtedly elite as a point guard. Watching Li Yin overpower his opponent brought a smile to George Karl on the sidelines. If Li Yin could maintain such a level of performance, it would undoubtedly be a tremendous asset for the Nuggets. Nene proactively moved to the top of the arc to set a screen for Li Yin. Li Yin maneuvered past the defender and drove straight to the basket. Fry was unable to keep up with Li Yin, leaving Malik Rose to provide support. However, the Knicks' momentary defensive lapse allowed Li Yin to exploit the opening. With unwavering focus, he pushed the ball with his right hand, and it bounced off the floor, slipping through the gap between two defenders. Nene, cutting to the basket, received Li Yin's pass once more. Li Yin's passing was exceptionally smooth. Nene barely needed to decelerate, effortlessly rising to complete the drive to the basket. Wow! Madison Square Garden erupted in astonishment. What a play! Li Yin exchanged a celebratory high-five with Nene, who chuckled. Lee, it's your excellent pass. Wow! This young man has already amassed 4 assists in a row. Barkley marveled. Indeed impressive. Each of his plays creates absolute opportunities. Smith nodded in agreement, stating, in terms of passing vision and technique, Lee's abilities are of the highest caliber. He resembles a magician. Have you noticed how he often uses his movements to mislead defenders? Smith elucidated, this is pure talent, something that rigid, textbook point guards cannot achieve. Kenny, can you? Barkley laughed. Haha, certainly not. The game continued with Li Yin orchestrating the flow, allowing the Nuggets to maintain control of the match. The basketball seemed to possess a magical quality in his hands, as he consistently found his teammates in tight spaces. Moreover, the Nuggets players discovered that receiving Li Yin's passes was an exceptionally comfortable experience, a sensation they had never encountered before. Knicks head coach Isaiah Thomas felt on the verge of madness. This young man had disrupted all his strategies. An assistant coach beside him reminded him that this Chinese player had already secured 10 assists. My goodness. And it was still less than one quarter into the game. What should be done? Thomas mentally screamed. Boss, the assistant coach remarked, this kid hasn't even made a move yet. Could it be that he lacks scoring ability and simply cannot shoot? This revelation awakened Thomas to a stark realization. Indeed, how else could this player remain seated on the bench? Guard his teammates and let him fend for himself. Thomas commanded, calling for a timeout to strategize. Upon returning from the break, the Knicks' offense faltered once more. With the ball in hand, Li Yin was astounded to find himself utterly unguarded at the arc. The Knicks defenders had let him go by nearly 2 meters. How dismissive of his capabilities. Hey, my model is Magic Johnson, not Draymond Green, Li Yin thought to himself, brimming with confidence. Even setting aside the comparison to Magic, his integrated memories of rigorous practice and spot shooting bolstered his resolve. As a role player, Li Yin typically lacked the initiative to score, yet he possessed a modicum of proficiency in open three-point shots. He aimed at the basket, relying on muscle memory, and took a composed shot. The basketball arced gracefully through the air and swished through the net. On the sidelines, Thomas leaped up in exasperation. What the hell? Who said he can't shoot? The assistant coach dared not exhale, inwardly murmuring, I was merely speculating. Who would have paid attention to this kid before this game? With 10 assists to his name, Li Yin had undoubtedly become the darling of the Nuggets on the court. Following his successful shot, Nene and others congratulated him. George Karl, observing Li Yin mingling seamlessly with his teammates, wore a knowing smile. What a delightful surprise. After the Knicks executed 3 consecutive empty plays against Li Yin, they faced severe repercussions, 2 three-pointers and a brilliant assist for a powerful drive to the basket. Li Yin decisively extinguished any lingering suspense in the match. Chapter 4. The Rather Irreverent System. The final score was 109-92, with the Nuggets triumphantly securing their 14th victory of the season. Upon returning to the locker room, Li Yin was met with congratulations from his teammates who had fought alongside him in the game. In less than a quarter, he had amassed an impressive tally of 6 points and 11 assists. However, the team's mainstays refrained from engaging in lengthy conversations with him, for they perceived that while Li Yin had performed admirably, he had merely faced the Knicks' substitutes. His achievements somewhat diminished in value. The team's leader, Carmelo Anthony, however, smiled and said to Li Yin, Congratulations, Li. Thank you, Carmelo. Li Yin replied. He could discern the fatigue etched on Anthony's face, suggesting that even the fearless Melo recognized the trouble they had stirred up that night. Following the conclusion of the game, Li Yin received commendation from head coach George Karl. Beyond that, he garnered little special attention. The focus of everyone was drawn to a brawl that had erupted, with few acknowledging the noteworthy performance of a supporting player. This altercation sent shockwaves through the NBA. Since the infamous brawl at the Palace of Auburn Hills, the league had been dedicated to enhancing the NBA's image. The occurrence of such a grave act of violence at this critical juncture was akin to defiantly courting disaster. Most concerning was that the brawl transpired in proximity to the league's headquarters, with Madison Square Garden, often hailed as the Mecca of basketball, serving as the backdrop. The recently improved image of the NBA has once again suffered a severe setback. The league's president, Stern, expressed his outrage and vowed to impose strict penalties on those involved. The Denver Nuggets hurriedly returned to Denver, eager to avoid lingering in New York for even a moment longer. Upon arriving in Denver, Li Yin navigated to his rented apartment. Guided by memory, though modest in size, the apartment was impeccably tidy, a testament to the occupant's commendable living habits. As Li Yin lay on his bed, the experience of traversing dimensions felt surreal, akin to a dream. In truth, he had not wished for such a journey. He was no extraordinary figure. Yet his life had been comfortable. Recently, he had just begun to court a beautiful female colleague, and they had planned to discuss their feelings after watching the Chinese national team's match together. Li Yin had splurged on a 5-star hotel for this occasion, only to inexplicably find himself in this situation. If he had to traverse dimensions, he would have preferred to do so a day later. What a farce. After venting his frustrations, Li Yin finally calmed down. Complaints aside, since he was here, he was determined to excel. He could not allow himself to be the worst of all travelers. The previous match had been too hurried for him to familiarize himself with the system. Now that he had the time, he resolved to delve deeper into it. Closing his eyes, a vision materialized in his mind, revealing the basketball god system. Basic attributes. Name, Li Yin. Team, Denver Nuggets. Annual salary, $600,000 USD, partially guaranteed. Height, 204 centimeters. Weight, 100 kilograms. Wingspan, 218 centimeters. Vertical jump, standing 65 centimeters. Vertical jump, running 82 centimeters. Speed, 78. Strength, 80. Ball handling, 92. Passing, 98. Face-up drive, 85. Layup, 84. Dunk, 65. Post-up, 85. Hook shot, 88. Mid-range shot, 78. Spot-up, three-point shot, 76. Off-the-dribble three-point shot, 55. Rebounding, 72. Block, 62. Steal, 82. Help defense, 86. On-ball defense, 80. Stamina, 80. Charisma, 98. Tactical acumen, 100. Upon reviewing his attribute panel, Li Yin couldn't help but murmur, "This isn't particularly impressive. Is this the extent of the Magic Man's abilities?" Unexpectedly, the long-absent system voice echoed once more. "Could it possibly be that your own weaknesses have diminished the data?" "What the hell?" Li Yin retorted, incensed by the audacity of the system. "Nonsense. Then why are my ball handling, passing, tactical acumen, and whatever this charisma value is, so exceptionally high?" The system voice chimed in again. "Is it conceivable that the Magic Man's prowess has elevated your data?" Li Yin was left both amused and exasperated. "System, your convoluted reasoning is undoubtedly reminiscent of a keyboard warrior." The system stated, "I am merely being candid. The host may continue to peruse further. I have exerted my utmost effort to maximize the attributes of the magician upon you." Li Yin refrained from engaging in further banter with the system and instead focused on familiarizing himself with it. Overall assessment: exceptional awareness, top-tier ball control, commendable close-range offensive capability, stable shooting accuracy, weak dribbling ability, outstanding in physical confrontations, and average speed. Comprehensive evaluation, 86, nearing all-star caliber. Li Yin was astounded. He had transitioned from a mere water cooler attendant to an all-star player. It seemed the magician's abilities were indeed formidable. He then proceeded to examine the skill section. Skills: Master of Creation, beginner Magic Johnson, heralded as the greatest point guard in history, possesses unparalleled creativity and expansive vision, allowing him to effortlessly read defenses and locate his teammates. Activating this skill consumes stamina, but enhances the receiver's shooting accuracy by 20. Ball Control Master, beginner Magic Johnson's ball handling prowess is exceptional, ranking among the most explosive in the annals of NBA history. Johnson's capability to control the ball both on and off the court is second only to the basketball emperor, Wilt Chamberlain. When activated, this skill allows the host to absorb pleasure from the opposite sex, restoring stamina, and provides a certain chance of acquiring a star player skill, usable once per game. The effectiveness of the skill is contingent upon the host's excitement level and the societal recognition from the opposite sex. Damn, Li Yin was bewildered. System: your ball control master skill is utterly absurd. The system: it has detected the host's profound desires from a previous life and has tailored skills specifically for you. Please do not disregard my goodwill. Li Yin: oh, of course, I possess formidable desires, especially since I plan to engage in deep conversations with beautiful women after the match. The cost of booking a room is not insignificant. The system: you must have confidence. After the transformation by this system, you now possess unparalleled assets, sufficient for you to navigate the entirety of America. You will reach heights you once aspired to but could not attain. Damn it, Li Yin exclaimed. I was quite formidable in the past. The system: as long as you are happy. Li Yin. He glanced down in astonishment, steadied his mind, and continued to explore the system. Basic attributes can be enhanced through training, though the improvement is exceedingly slow. However, as a man chosen by the system, Li Yin naturally has a shortcut. Completing tasks and achieving milestones can yield attribute points. Encountering special scenarios can trigger hidden storylines, granting star player skills and status cards. Acquiring star player skills is the swiftest method to enhance attributes. Li Yin ascended from a mere water cooler attendant to an all-star caliber player by adopting the template of a magician. Yet, the template can only be used once. Subsequent skill acquisitions will not comprehensively enhance his abilities. System: How do tasks and these hidden storylines get triggered? Li Yin inquired. Tasks will be issued before matches. As long as you persist in training and competing, you will become a god of basketball. May I ask, are these tasks serious? Li Yin felt somewhat skeptical about the reliability of this system. This system is the most reliable and reputable, boasting a host approval rating of 100. Your ball handling master is rather dubious, Li Yin remarked. Are you dissatisfied with the host? I can retract this skill. Hey, don't do that. Li Yin, feeling confident in his substantial resources, quickly responded, I'm satisfied. I'm satisfied. How could you possibly take back a skill you've given? System, assist me diligently. And when I become the god of basketball, I shall certainly bestow upon you a 5-star rating. Chapter 5. The Arrival of Answers. On the day following the brawl at Madison Square Garden, the NBA swiftly imposed sanctions on the two teams involved. The rapidity of the disciplinary actions reflects the league's resolve. NBA Commissioner David Stern stated, "It is our duty to take necessary measures to prevent such incidents." 7 players subsequently received suspensions from the league, totaling 47 games, resulting in a financial penalty of $1.2 million in lost wages, while each team faced a fine of $500,000. Anthony, for his notable involvement in the brawl, faced the harshest punishment, receiving a 15-game suspension and a fine of $640,097. His good friend, J.R. Smith, was suspended for 10 games and fined $126,142. This disciplinary action was a significant blow to both the Denver Nuggets and Anthony personally. At the time of the altercation, Anthony was the league's leading scorer. This incident severely tarnished his image in the eyes of the fans. His suspension is the longest among all players and ranks as the 6th longest in NBA history. Former NBA player Steve Kerr remarked that Anthony has utterly tarnished his image, while ESPN commentator Rick Bucher noted that Anthony has illuminated his professional career. For the Denver Nuggets, Anthony and J.R. Smith are their primary scorers, capable of collectively contributing over 40 points per game. The loss of both Anthony and J.R. Smith, key players, will have a devastating impact on the Nuggets' strength, currently teetering on the brink of the playoffs. The sudden absence of these two pivotal figures will significantly affect the Nuggets' prospects for the season. However, this may not be entirely detrimental for Li Yin. What Li Yin requires most at this juncture is playing time, and the accomplishments achieved against the struggling New York Knicks bench have not afforded him much advantage. Today, during practice with the Nuggets, Li Yin was still clad in the jersey of the second unit. The silver lining is that head coach George Karl has exhibited great enthusiasm towards him, engaging Li Yin in lengthy discussions about team tactics. He even inquired about Li Yin's insights regarding the characteristics of his teammates. It is evident that George Karl harbors aspirations to nurture Li Yin. Integrating the tactical philosophies of a maestro, Li Yin articulates his thoughts with remarkable clarity. George Karl is quite pleased with this diligent young Chinese player. However, he cannot elevate Li Yin to the starting lineup based solely on one game, as this could provoke discontent among some veteran players. Given that Li Yin is merely a second-round draft pick, his previous opponent possessed limited strength, lacking substantial persuasive power. The critical sample size is too small. Who knows if Li Yin is merely a fleeting phenomenon? The starting point guard for the Nuggets was originally Andre Miller, who averaged 13.7 points, 4.3 rebounds, 8.2 assists and 1.3 steals per game. A guard with exceptional passing and assisting abilities, demonstrating remarkable consistency and commendable defense. It would be a formidable challenge for Li Yin to displace Miller as the starting point guard. Nevertheless, the Nuggets management harbors dissatisfaction with the current state of the team. Following Anthony's ascent to his peak, they have set their sights on loftier aspirations of capturing the championship. To this end, they have reached an agreement with the Philadelphia 76ers to trade Andre Miller and Joe Smith in exchange for the illustrious Allen Iverson. With Miller's departure, the Nuggets still have 2 other players at the point guard position. Steve Blake is a passive floor general, displaying tenacity but lacking in strength and speed, posing no threat of penetration. Meanwhile, Anthony Carter stands at a mere 1.85 meters, rendering him undersized. It is evident that these 2 mediocre guards cannot serve as catalysts on the path to the championship. Coach George Karl is determined to provide Li Yin with this opportunity. However, Li Yin must validate his worth through performance. He told Li Yin, "Li, in the next game, I will give you a chance. You must prove that you are the most suitable point guard for Allen Iverson." Thus far this season, Iverson has been averaging 31.2 2 points per game, ranking second in the scoring chart, just behind Anthony. Clearly, Iverson remains at his peak, at least on par with other elite guards in the league. However, the 76ers have only managed a dismal 5 victories. Iverson could no longer endure the tumultuous atmosphere of the 76ers, nor could the team tolerate the rebellious spirit of Iverson. Thus, they parted ways, marking the end of his decade-long tenure with the Philadelphia 76ers. Eager to prove his worth with a new team, Iverson joined the Nuggets and immediately participated in practice. He was determined to vindicate himself against those who underestimated him. Iverson and Anthony quickly developed a strong rapport. The arrival of Iverson brought a long-lost smile back to the disheartened Anthony, who was eager to take the court alongside Iverson and conquer their opponents. The media in Denver erupted with excitement, as Iverson's presence endowed the Nuggets with 2 of the league's premier scorers, ranked among the top 2. Who could withstand the onslaught of their combined prowess? Although they had yet to play a single game together, the media had already dubbed their partnership the dynamic duo. Iverson's arrival also thrilled Li Yan, not because he was a fervent admirer of Iverson, but because the dormant system had finally stirred to life after 2 days of silence. Ding! The system detected the host witnessing a historic moment in the NBA, Iverson signing with the Nuggets. Despite the promising alliance between Iverson and Anthony, they ultimately could not propel the Nuggets further in their quest for glory. After 1 season of collaboration, Iverson was traded to the Pistons and soon departed from the NBA altogether. Mission issued: alter the course of history and assist Iverson in securing a championship with the Nuggets. Rewards upon completion: 1. Skill acquired. Double crossover, a signature move that allows Iverson to glide past defenders effortlessly. 2. Speed attribute: 10. This reward appears exceedingly delightful. Li Yan accepted the task without a moment's hesitation. Clearly, this was a long-term endeavor, and the difficulty of its completion was formidable, which explained the generous rewards. System: are there any short-term tasks available? Li Yan silently implored. The system remained unresponsive. Hey, don't play dead on me. Otherwise, I'll leave you a bad review. After a prolonged silence, the system finally replied. Host, please remain patient. Tasks will be automatically issued. Here are the tasks. 1. Compete against the Heat at home. Win the game, and provide more than 10 assists. Reward: 1 attribute point. 2. During the match, successfully block Dwayne Wade more than twice for a chance to acquire skills related to Wade. What the heck? This task is excellent. A spark ignited in Li Yan's mind. Ignoring the first task for the moment, the second one promised a significant enhancement to his abilities through Wade's skills. Thus, before the game against the Heat, Li Yan's thoughts were consumed with the desire to serve the Flash. Wade, 2 emphatic rejections. Chapter 6. Wade. Who is Li Yan? Last season, Wade ascended to divine heights in the finals, leading the Heat to a 4-2 victory over the Mavericks to claim the championship, earning the FMVP title. Initially overshadowed by the luminaries LeBron James and Carmelo Anthony, Wade was relatively inconspicuous. However, as both James and Anthony struggled in the playoffs, Wade executed a remarkable comeback that astonished the world. Shaquille O'Neal even humbly claimed that he came to support Wade, and the name Flash soared in prominence. Wade's unparalleled performance during the finals led fans to affectionately refer to him as the 5-centimeter shorter version of Michael Jordan. Originally, the match between the Heat and the Nuggets was anticipated as a clash between the 2003 Platinum generation, featuring Wade and Anthony. However, due to Anthony's indiscreet conduct at Madison Square Garden, he has faced severe penalties from the league and will be absent for 15 games. Fortunately, the arrival of Allen Iverson has restored intrigue to the contest. One is a newly minted superstar shooting guard, while the other is a venerable and esteemed player of the highest caliber. Fans eagerly anticipate a scoring duel between these 2 remarkable athletes. As for the outcome of the game, with the absence of the Nuggets' top 2 scorers, Anthony and J.R. Smith, few hold out hope for the Nuggets' success. At the Denver Pepsi Center, during the pre-game press conference, the Flash, Wade, was engaged in an interview. He expressed regret regarding Anthony's suspension, and when discussing Iverson, Wade spoke with great reverence. AI is a predecessor, one of the greatest shooting guards in history, still performing at an elite level. I learn so much every time I face him, and I am equally eager for this matchup. The atmosphere in the room remained relatively relaxed until a reporter mentioned Li Yan's impressive performance in the previous game and inquired about Wade's impressions of him. Who is Li Yan? Wade appeared puzzled, wondering if such a player existed in the NBA. Given the name, he assumed it must refer to a Chinese individual. "I'm sorry," Wade responded after being prompted. "I have no particular interest in him." Next question. In truth, Wade was merely speaking candidly. Yet unscrupulous media twisted his words into mockery. Unlike Yao Ming, Li Yin has not exhibited dominance in the CBA. His presence in the NBA can be largely attributed to his Chinese heritage. Upon witnessing the substantial commercial profits reaped by the Rockets from Yao Ming, the Denver Nuggets selected Li Yin at the tail end of the second round in 2006, offering him a one-year partially guaranteed contract. Initially, domestic fans harbored high expectations for Li Yin, as Yao Ming had already established himself as an all-star center, demonstrating that Chinese players could excel in basketball. Although Li Yin had only signed a non-guaranteed contract, the fans remained hopeful. However, during his debut, he recorded a dismal performance of 0 points, 0 rebounds, 0 assists, 2 fouls, and 3 turnovers, leaving fans utterly astonished. In his second game, he managed 2 points and 1 rebound, prompting domestic media to proclaim his improvement. Li Yin excelled, combining with Anthony to score 42 points. The God Yin smiled, earning the coach's trust. The strongest player has arrived. George Karl was captivated by Li Yin. Under the watchful eyes of fans, Li Yin maintained an average of merely 1.2 points per game, with his playing time dwindling, relegating him to the role of a water cooler attendant for the Nuggets. In his limited minutes on the court, his poor ball handling and careless passing often resulted in elementary mistakes, leading Chinese fans to mockingly refer to him as an actor, playfully questioning, "Are you acting?" Consequently, public interest in Li Yin waned until his last game, where he astonished everyone with 11 assists in a single quarter. Domestic media exclaimed, "Li Yin has unlocked his potential," truly earning the trust of the head coach. At that time, with internet live streaming still in its infancy, numerous Chinese fans gathered around their televisions to witness Li Yin's first game following this remarkable performance, listening to the commentators Yu Jia and Coach Zhang laud his achievements, along with highlights from the previous match. The anticipation among domestic fans for Li Yin continues to swell, as it appears he is finally shedding his previous role. The emergence of China's second NBA star is imminent, poised to shine alongside Yao Ming, a harmonious blend of inside and outside prowess. However, as the game commenced, Li Yin found himself seated on the bench. In truth, while Stephen Blake may be regarded as an unremarkable point guard, he is far from the type of player that Li Yin could easily surpass through a single stellar performance. Coach George Karl seeks to develop Li Yin but understands the importance of patience. He desires for Li Yin to earn his playing time through his own merit. Thus, during the first quarter, Li Yin remained idle on the sidelines. In the studio, commentators Zhang and Yu could only awkwardly suggest that there was nothing to worry about, insisting that the coach must have a strategy, perhaps positioning Li Yin as a secret weapon. Yet, what good is a secret weapon that remains sidelined, merely waving a towel? It is disheartening to see Li Yin still confined to the bench, merely passing towels. Who claimed that Li Yin had become a starting player? Such unscrupulous media can only propagate such fabrications, and yet many take them to heart. It is disheartening, indeed, as they once celebrated even the smallest achievements. Domestic fans are left utterly disappointed. On the court, the Nuggets are struggling at home. Without Carmelo Anthony and J.R. Smith, the players seem somewhat lost. They can only rely on Allen Iverson, who possesses the individual skill to score. However, as the Heat begin to aggressively double-team Iverson, the Nuggets find themselves in a scoring drought. Defensively, they are being dismantled by the Lightning Wade. Allen Iverson was never renowned for his defensive prowess. He required assistants to cover for him. However, neither Steve Blake nor Anthony Carter could fulfill this role. Their sluggish movements not only failed to aid Iverson, but also left them struggling to manage their own responsibilities. In the presence of Dwayne Wade, their clumsy actions rendered them almost foolish. Astonishingly, Iverson emerged as the most diligent defender in the Nuggets' backcourt. Blake and Carter appeared utterly incompetent, hindering my AI's performance. Fortunately, Li Yin was not on the court. Otherwise, he would surely have been overwhelmed by Wade. Indeed, Wade is the finals MVP, known as Flash, a truly formidable player. With a score of 34-49, the Nuggets were significantly trailing at home. The camera panned to Nuggets head coach George Karl, who was seen earnestly instructing Li Yin. The head coach was devising strategies specifically for Li Yin. Coach Zhang's words rang true. Li Yin was indeed a secret weapon. Look, Li Yin has entered the game. Chapter 7. The first connection with the answer on the court, under Wade's relentless pressure, Anthony Carter lost possession of the ball. The Flash executed a steal, seamlessly maneuvering with a dazzling change of direction that sent Carter sprawling to the floor. Witnessing Carter's disarray, the Nuggets fans were seething with frustration. Wade penetrated the Nuggets' defense as if it were non-existent, soaring into the air. With a thunderous slam dunk, he electrified the entire arena. Lee Yin watched from the sidelines. Utterly astonished, he had always recognized Wade's extraordinary talent. In his previous life, Lee Yin had witnessed numerous electrifying breakthroughs by Wade in videos. Yet witnessing such a destructive spectacle in person was infinitely more astonishing. Despite having the template of the magician in his mind, he felt a twinge of trepidation. At this moment, Wade stood as a titan at the pinnacle of the NBA, exuding the formidable aura of a Finals MVP. In the 2006 Finals, Wade averaged an astounding 34.7 points, 7.8 rebounds, 3.8 assists, and 2.7 steals, dominating both offense and defense. That season, Wade's rating in 2K soared to an impressive 98, tying him with Kobe Bryant for the highest in the league. In contrast, Lee Yin's rating lingered at a modest 60. Though enhanced by the magician's template, his score reached only 86, making it a daunting challenge to compete against Wade. On the court, Iverson looked on helplessly at the audacious display by Wade. A true warrior, Iverson was discontent to witness a younger player flaunting his prowess before him. While Iverson could maneuver around Wade to score, containing him proved to be a formidable task. The arena erupted with piercing boos, a manifestation of discontent towards Wade's aggressive demeanor, yet even more so directed at their own players' lack of effort. During a possession for the Nuggets, Anthony Carter, recently outmaneuvered by Wade, was too intimidated to handle the ball, opting to pass it to Iverson. Iverson shook his head, unafraid to shoulder the responsibility. However, he found it disheartening to have such timid teammates. In Iverson's eyes, surrendering to powerful opponents was a betrayal of trust. As Wade switched to guard Iverson, the latter's heart remained unperturbed. The Flash is currently basking in glory. Yet how does he compare to the peak of Jordan? Allen Iverson begins to dribble between his legs, while Dwayne Wade remains intensely focused, fully aware of the potency of Iverson's crossover. Nevertheless, Wade finds himself off balance, caught off guard by Iverson's exaggerated movements. This is the essence of Iverson. He can employ a single technique against you 1,000 times, and you simply cannot defend against it. After eluding Wade, Iverson gathers the ball and releases it, sending it on an arc through the air. Swish! It finds nothing but net. Wow! Lee Yin marvels, silently appraising Iverson's performance. Perhaps he has strayed slightly from his peak. But at this moment, Iverson remains one of the most formidable shooting guards in the league. In a previous life, Iverson's rapid decline cannot be merely attributed to age. Lee, it's time to enter the game. George Karl issues the substitution directive. Lee Yin steps onto the court, replacing the disheartened Anthony Carter, who has been thoroughly outplayed by Wade. Lee Yin's entry slightly lifts the spirits of the Nuggets fans. His previous game had left them pleasantly surprised. Currently, the team's perimeter defense is in disarray, battered by the Flash, and the fans eagerly anticipate someone to rise to the occasion. Compared to Stephen Blake and Anthony Carter, Lee Yin at least appears far more promising. Yes, he possesses a certain charisma. As Lee Yin approaches Iverson, he declares, "Boss, I'll bring the ball up." Iverson regards the young man before him and nods. His initial impression of Lee Yin is favorable. Wade was somewhat taken aback to see Lee Yin in possession of the ball. Both seasoned point guards of the Nuggets had faltered under his defense. Yet this substitute was audaciously directing Iverson's movements. Wade pressed forward, attempting to use his physicality to force Lee Yin into making a mistake. Although Wade's height was average, his impressive wingspan and robust physique set him apart. His ability to contest was exceptional, complemented by top-tier defensive awareness and judgment. Had Lee Yin not acquired his systematic approach, he would have never dared to dribble in front of Wade. However, fortunes change. The Lee Yin of today had embraced the skill set of a magician, and his ball-handling prowess had ascended to elite levels. Lee Yin confidently braced against Wade, propelling himself forward. His performance elicited surprise from George Karl. This young man indeed possessed remarkable talent. Perhaps he had been granted insufficient opportunities in the past. Wade, having failed in his initial attempt, quickly regained his composure. Observing Lee Yin at the top of the arc, signaling to his teammates, Wade felt a sense of affront. This young man had the audacity to direct his teammates even while facing him? Wade sprang into action, rapidly closing in on Li Yan's ball-handling hand. But this was merely a feint. Should he fail, Wade intended to obstruct Li Yan's passing lane to secure a steal. This tactic had proven successful time and again. Yet this time it fell short. Li Yan disregarded Wade's presence and executed a pick-and-roll with Nene. Nene's screen was solid, effectively blocking Wade. Li Yan advanced. His speed was not blistering, but his rhythm was impeccable. He penetrated the paint, yet looming in the shadows was the formidable presence of Shaquille O'Neal. At this moment, Wade was also pursuing Li Yan from behind, creating a scenario reminiscent of a wolf in front and a tiger behind. The spectators of the Nuggets watched anxiously, not wishing for this brave young man to be subdued by the Heat stars. Surrounded, Li Yan found himself in a predicament. However, a dynamic figure surged towards the free-throw line, Allen Iverson. The basketball appeared in Iverson's hands as if by magic. With no defenders in sight, Iverson effortlessly launched a shot that swished through the net. Wow, unbelievable. This astonishing moment ignited the entire ball arena, as the commentary team erupted in praise for Iverson's name. Yet many were left pondering how the basketball had found its way to Iverson. How was this accomplished? Celebrating with a high five, Iverson acknowledged Li Yan, elevating his regard for this young talent. Not only the audience, but even the television commentators were left in stunned silence. We need to check the replay. The slow-motion footage revealed that after Li Yan penetrated the paint, he was caught between the formidable duo of Shaquille O'Neal and Wade. It seemed a certain demise, however. Li Yan appeared to possess an uncanny awareness. He executed a bounce pass behind him, while Wade was poised to thwart all of Li Yan's potential passing lanes. Little did he anticipate that the pass would come from below, and in a moment of shock, the Flash was caught off guard as the exquisite pass slipped through his legs. Thus, the basketball found its way into Iverson's hands. Wow, wow, wow. Everyone was left speechless, utterly captivated by the spectacle. This Chinese player is remarkably strong, exhibiting solid and steady ball control, unyielding in the face of confrontation, masterful in managing the rhythm of the game, and possessing exceptional passing vision. Can you believe he was previously just a waterboy for the Nuggets? Chapter 8. Li Yan's Grand and Perfect Creations. Li Yan's performance electrified the Nuggets fans at the Pepsi Center and sent Chinese fans watching from afar into a frenzy. Incredible. Li Yan toyed with the Flash. With such dribbling skills, who could still claim Li Yan is merely an actor? The Chinese national basketball team is saved. With Li Yan's caliber, who would fear full-court pressure? Unrivaled. I offer my apologies to Yan Shun. It turns out I misjudged you, as you've been steadily improving in secret. The Chinese magician, Yan Shun, is truly remarkable. In the Heat's possession, Wade faced difficulty earlier, but now the Flash is determined to show this rookie what he is made of. Wade lowered his center of gravity, executing 2 deceptive moves. Surprisingly, Li Yan maintained his position, and although his reactions were slightly slower than Wade's, his height and wingspan compensated for it. Since adopting the magician's template, Li Yan has developed a newfound understanding of defensive positioning and judgment, granting him a sense of anticipating his opponent's moves. Wade was astonished. He never expected this young player to keep pace with his rhythm. Though he wasn't exerting his full strength, most would struggle to withstand the Flash's moves. Iverson observed Li Yan's performance with keen interest and now holds high hopes for this young talent. A tall guard proficient in defense and organization, this is a perfect match for himself. Wade suddenly propelled himself off the ground, accelerating with remarkable speed. Although Li Yan had already positioned himself, Wade skillfully maneuvered into the paint. Confronted by Nene, Wade displayed no fear, engaging in aerial confrontation. However, a shadow surged forth, Li Yan. While Wade was fixated on Nene, Li Yan executed a surprise attack from behind. With a resounding slap, Li Yan caught Wade off guard, delivering an emphatic block to the unsuspecting player. The Pepsi Center erupted with awe, following the overwhelming performance of Steve Blake and Anthony Carter against Wade. Li Yan's display stood in stark contrast. This young man from China had indeed won the hearts of the Nuggets fans. Well done, Li Yan. That defensive play was splendid. He blocked Wade, Yu Jia exclaimed excitedly. It seems that Li Yan has endured considerable hardships during this time, as he has shown remarkable improvement on both ends of the court. Coach Zhang lamented, Chinese basketball needs such hardworking and tenacious young talents. As the game transitioned from defense to offense, Li Yan advanced with the ball, unfazed by Wade's rhythm. He slowed his pace upon noticing the Heat's defensive positioning. He passed the ball to Iverson and began to reposition himself while drawing Wade along. Iverson executed a sharp change of direction, effortlessly maneuvering past the aging Gary Payton. Wade was compelled to assist defensively, allowing Li Yin to glide smoothly along the baseline into the paint. Iverson pushed the ball forward, and it landed in Li Yin's hands. With Shaquille O'Neal's attention solely on Nene, he failed to pivot in time, allowing Li Yin to deftly deposit the basketball into the hoop. Wow! The arena erupted in jubilant cheers. Under the guidance of the live DJ, the fans at the Pepsi Center began to chant in unison, rallying behind Li Yin. On the sidelines, George Karl applauded, having foreseen Li Yin as a potential surprise for the Nuggets, though he had not anticipated such rapid emergence. Particularly, witnessing the celebratory high-five between Li Yin and Iverson filled Karl with genuine delight. As the Heat initiated their play, Dwayne Wade had shed his previous disdain for Li Yin, now fully engaged with unwavering focus. Li Yin allowed Wade a slight advantage, having realized that completely stifling him would prove exceedingly difficult. A choice had to be made. Rather than contesting Wade's drive, Li Yin opted to permit him a shot. Wade smirked condescendingly and launched a jump shot. Li Yin was taken by surprise at Wade's immediate release. The ball arced gracefully before striking the rim and, after a brief bounce, found its way through the net. Wade shot a disdainful glance at Li Yin, proclaiming, "Kid, I can score." Noticing Li Yin's lack of reaction, Wade assumed the young player was merely overwhelmed with emotion and prepared to deliver a few taunts. However, he was taken aback as Li Yin pivoted, extending his arm gracefully to launch the basketball. The ball soared over Wade's head, tracing a high arc as it traveled toward the Heat's backcourt. What? The basketball traversed the entire court, ultimately landing in the hands of Allen Iverson. The Heat players stood frozen, caught off guard, with Iverson entirely unmarked. Swish! Iverson effortlessly scored 2 points. Wow! Allen Iverson! The arena's DJ once again boomed with excitement, calling out Iverson's name. The camera focuses on Iverson, who is gesturing towards the other end of the court with his finger. Clearly, Iverson intends to acknowledge that the credit for this play belongs to the brilliant passer. Li Yin. This quarterback-like long pass traversed nearly the entire court, leaving Iverson in awe of Li Yin's abilities. With an expansive vision and a profound understanding of the game, along with exceptional passing skills, the ball would not have reached its destination without any one of these elements. The Pepsi Center erupted, the cheers from the fans resonating like a tidal wave. A thin sheen of sweat appeared on Wade's forehead. How could this young man act so audaciously in front of him? In the next play, Wade utilized a pick and roll to penetrate the Nuggets' interior defense. After drawing the attention of the Nuggets defenders, Wade passed the ball to the big shark, Shaquille O'Neal. O'Neal rose to the basket, and with a thunderous dunk, the rim reverberated with a deafening sound. Having just recovered from an injury, O'Neal still maintained a significant advantage against the Nuggets' front line. The game continued, and the synergy between Li Yin and Iverson was remarkable. Since arriving at the Nuggets, Iverson had been keen to develop chemistry with his teammates, and his attempts to collaborate with Li Yin yielded unexpectedly excellent results. Li Yin possessed extraordinary vision, always able to find teammates in better positions. Coupled with his skill as a master facilitator, this made receiving passes from Li Yin a delight for his teammates. The ability to enhance shooting accuracy by 20 was nothing short of a game-changing skill. Iverson felt increasingly confident in his shots. For some reason, he sensed that the basketball became significantly more comfortable after passing through the hands of this young talent. Many share the same sentiments as Iverson. In fact, all players of the Nuggets resonate with this feeling. This has led to a remarkable phenomenon where the first instinct of a Nuggets player upon gaining possession is to seek out Li Yin. It is undeniable. Li Yin's assists are as abundant and delightful as a feast, and everyone relishes them. Chapter 9. The Energy Crisis. We need Li Yin. Under Li Yin's orchestration, the Nuggets have executed a fluid offense reminiscent of Mercury, flowing effortlessly. This season, the Nuggets' average score indeed ranks among the league's elite. Yet this achievement is predicated upon a high turnover rate and an abundance of shot attempts. Scoring efficiency like this is a rarity, especially considering that their top 2 scorers, Carmelo Anthony and J.R. are suspended and unable to take the court. The audience was left in awe. Could such an offense truly be produced by our players? It felt as though everyone was a potential all-star. Indeed, even a rugged player like Kenyon Martin could smoothly convert a mid-range shot, leaving the Flash, Dwayne Wade, with no choice but to place his hands on his hips in disbelief. As the third quarter drew to a close, Nene, receiving a brilliant pass from Lee Yin, turned and executed a hook shot, allowing the Nuggets to surge ahead of the Heat by 2 points at 80-78. The Pepsi Center erupted with excitement. The DJ even led the crowd in a chant, "Magic Man, our Magic Man." The atmosphere at the Nuggets' home court completely overshadowed that of the defending champions, the Heat, leaving their head coach, the astute Pat Riley, feeling somewhat disconcerted. The Heat's performance was not lacking per se. Wade and O'Neal continued to score. Yet the Nuggets' display was simply extraordinary. Their shooting accuracy was astonishing. Could it be that this remarkable young man from China possessed such extraordinary talent? As Pat Riley watched Lee Yan's figure, he found himself entranced, seeing a reflection of Magic Johnson in him. Pat Riley, the architect of the Lakers' Showtime dynasty in the 1980s, had witnessed a plethora of prodigious talents within the team. Tailoring a fast-paced offensive strategy to suit these players' unique attributes, he achieved monumental success. The Lakers ascended to the pinnacle of the championship 4 times, in 1982, 1985, 1987, and 1988, while Magic Johnson embodied the very spirit of this flamboyant team. Few understood Magic Johnson better than Pat Riley, as their mutual accomplishments were legendary. Now, a player so reminiscent of Magic stood before Riley, leaving him utterly astonished. The Denver players were exuberant, feeling in peak condition. Yet, only Lee Yin, who had been performing exceptionally, wore a troubled expression. He was utterly exhausted, sweat cascading down his forehead. This shouldn't be the case. Lee Yin could hardly believe his stamina was so depleted. It had only been a little over a single quarter, and even the pampered veterans of the CBA wouldn't struggle this much. He had consistently trained hard. During the intermission, Lee Yin opened the system panel. After some investigation, he discovered the reason for his significant fatigue. It turned out that the skill master of Do was an active skill, consuming stamina with each activation. To his dismay, the infuriatingly considerate system had set it to automatic release for him. Thus, with each pass, Lee Yin was relentlessly exhausting his stamina, leaving him feeling utterly drained after just a quarter. What on earth is wrong with this system? It can't even clearly introduce the skills, yet it activates automatic release for me? Lee Yin cursed inwardly. After a brief silence, the system responded in his mind. You never inquired, did you? Besides, there's a textual introduction right beside you. I noticed you weren't utilizing the skills, which seemed a bit wasteful, so I enabled automatic release for you. Allow me to elucidate the current 2 skills, Master of Do and Master of Ball Control, both of which are active skills. After disabling the automatic release, you may activate them at your discretion. Don't you think the font of this introduction is rather small? Lee Yin retorted. I overlooked that detail, came the system's reply. After a moment of grumbling, Lee Yin sensed a shift in the system's demeanor and decided against further tormenting it. Once he disabled the automatic release, he began to recalibrate his condition. Head coach George Karl noticed Lee Yin's fatigue and inquired, Lee, are you all right? Lee Yin looked up and smiled. Coach, I may have overexerted myself earlier. A brief rest will suffice. George Karl nodded. Recognizing that a perennial benchwarmer had suddenly been thrust into action, excitement was inevitable, especially for a rookie like Lee Yin. As the 4th quarter commenced, George Karl sent in Steve Blake, while Lee Yin remained on the bench to recuperate. Pat Riley was astonished to see the remarkable player from the 3rd quarter resting on the sidelines. What exactly was the Denver Nuggets concealing? Most people's sentiments align with Pat Riley's. Numerous commentators and fans are perplexed by George Karl's decisions. It is essential to recognize that the Denver Nuggets' ability to erase a significant deficit within a quarter was largely due to Lee Yin's performance. It is evident to discerning observers that after Lee Yin entered the game, the Nuggets not only exhibited extraordinary offensive efficiency, but also showed marked improvement on the defensive end. Compared to Steve Blake and Anthony Carter, Lee Yin possesses superior one-on-one defensive capabilities and excels in providing assistance to his teammates. Currently relegating Lee Yin to the bench raises the question of whether one can truly expect Steve Blake, with his lackluster performance, to contain the formidable Dwayne Wade. As the game resumed, the Nuggets were predictably overwhelmed. From the outset, Wade evaded the Nuggets' defense with his elusive footwork, forcefully completing an and-one play. Subsequently, Shaquille O'Neal wreaked havoc in the paint against the Nuggets. Meanwhile, the Nuggets struggled to contain the 2 Miami superstars on the defensive end and lost their offensive rhythm from the previous quarter. The team was left to rely solely on Allen Iverson's individual prowess, as the Heat surged ahead with a 12-4 run, reclaiming the lead. Wade, exultant, stifled the home crowd's enthusiasm. At this juncture, the camera zoomed in on Li Yin on the bench. His gaze was resolute, intently focused on the unfolding dynamics of the game. In stark contrast, Steve Blake, who was being outmatched by Wade, drew the ire of the Pepsi Center fans, who could no longer contain their frustration. Why not play Li Yin? He is the point guard we have longed for. This sentiment echoed in the hearts of countless Nuggets supporters, culminating in a rallying cry. We need Li. The resounding cry of "We need Li Yin" ignited the entire Pepsi Center, with an increasing number of fans joining in. Soon, the arena reverberated with the chants of Li Yin's name. Even Li Yin himself was taken aback, pondering whether he truly possessed such charisma to be so celebrated even while seated on the sidelines. George Karl, somewhat astonished, had initially intended to grant Li Yin a brief respite. Yet the fervor of the fans was undeniable. "Li, it's time for you to enter the game," George Karl said, giving Li Yin a reassuring pat on the shoulder. Chapter 10. The pressure from the Flash and the master of ball control. Li Yin is taken to the court. In the broadcast studio, Yu Jia exclaimed with excitement. "Director Zhang, look at the fans. They're all cheering. Li Yin seems to be quite popular." Indeed, Li Yin had undergone a remarkable transformation. His ball handling and passing were exceptional. Director Zhang nodded solemnly, remarking, "Li Yin must have endured considerable hardships. Fate will not betray those who strive. I hope our young players can take Li Yin as their role model." Li Yin replaced Steve Blake on the court. With 8 minutes remaining in the game, the Nuggets trailed by 6 points, 84-90. There was still time, yet Li Yin could no longer afford to use his skills frivolously. Otherwise, his stamina would not last until the end of the match. As Li Yin advanced with the ball, he signaled to his teammates to maintain a steady pace. For reasons unknown, Allen Iverson felt a sense of reassurance upon seeing Li Yin enter the game. Unbeknownst to him, this young man had already earned Iverson's respect. Dwayne Wade moved to guard Iverson, leaving Li Yin to face the formidable white chocolate, Jason Williams. Jason Williams is a slender white guard standing under 190 centimeters, whose physical confrontations pale in comparison to those of Li Yin. Although Li Yin's current ball handling skills may not be elite, they are more than sufficient to contend with an opponent of this caliber. With a swift dribble, Li Yin engaged directly, driving forcefully into the heart of the Heat's defense. After overpowering Jason Williams, he executed a graceful hook shot. The basketball traced a flawless arc through the air before swishing effortlessly through the net. 86-90. A gasp rippled through the stands. Remarkably, Li managed to utilize a hook shot, a technique seldom employed by typical perimeter players. In the TNT studio, Barkley's jaw dropped in astonishment. This individual truly embodies the spirit of a second Magic Johnson, his hook shot reminiscent of the legendary player's finesse. During the Heat's possession, Wade attempted to connect with O'Neal, only to be thwarted by a steal from Iverson. After securing the ball, the answer surged ahead, leaving Jason Williams behind with a deft change of direction, finding himself unchallenged before the basket. With ease, Iverson laid the ball in for 2 points. 88-90. The impact of Li Yin's presence was immediate. Iverson's steal carried an element of risk. A misstep could easily lead to defensive breakdown. However, with Li Yin providing support, Iverson felt emboldened to take such chances. The cheers from the Pepsi Center crescendoed, reigniting the fervor in the arena. The Heat called for a timeout. Pat Riley urged Wade to harness his abilities, advising the Flash to maintain the rhythm of the game. According to Riley's assessment, Li Yin possesses elite ball handling and passing skills, complemented by an exceptional tactical acumen. Li Yin possesses a tall stature and lengthy arms, showcasing remarkable static talent. However, his dynamic capabilities, including explosive speed and agility, do not match those of Dwayne Wade. Pat Riley is unequivocal in his assessment that Li Yin's shooting ability while handling the ball is lacking, which explains why, after overpowering Jason Williams, he opted for a hook shot rather than a mid-range jumper. Most importantly, Riley believes that Li Yin's endurance is subpar, allowing Wade to easily overwhelm him through direct confrontation. Overall, Li Yin's technical characteristics and playing style bear a resemblance to that of Magic Johnson, yet his overall capabilities are a diminished version of the legend. After listening to Riley's analysis, Wade wholeheartedly agrees, having experienced similar sentiments during his encounters with Li Yin. Returning to the game, Wade swiftly maneuvered past Li Yan's defense with lightning speed, driving into the paint. Though Li Yan's eyes tracked Wade's movements, his body could not keep pace. Wade, lowering his center of gravity, resembled a supersonic fighter jet, while Li Yan exerted every ounce of effort but found himself left behind. This exemplifies the pinnacle of Wade's prowess. Even when Kenyon Martin attempted to intervene, he was unable to prevent Wade from depositing the ball into the basket. Were it not for the Nuggets' home court advantage, this play likely would have drawn a foul as well. Well, Dwayne Wade is extraordinarily fierce. Li Yan made the right judgment, yet he could not match Wade's speed. J.R. remarked, however, few in the league can successfully defend against Wade. Director Zhang concurred, adding, indeed, last season, Wade single-handedly dismantled the entire Mavericks defense. His finals MVP title is well-deserved. In terms of overall strength, Wade's offensive and defensive capabilities are unparalleled, with only Kobe Bryant in the entire league able to rival him among guards. However, Wade's prowess is formidable. J.R. expressed a differing opinion, since Shaquille O'Neal's departure. Kobe has yet to advance past the first round of the playoffs. While it is indisputable that Kobe's talent is exceptional, the limitations of his teammates are evident. As a devoted fan of Kobe, Coach Zhang firmly supports him. After several missed open shots by his teammates, Li Yan reluctantly resorted to his skills as a master playmaker. The Nuggets managed to stay close in the score, yet Li Yan's physical stamina began to wane. Nevertheless, for the sake of victory, he could only grit his teeth and persevere. This young man was nearing his limit. Wade also noticed Li Yan's decline in form. Li Yan was playing through sheer willpower, but his energy reserves were nearly depleted. In the face of the Flash's onslaught, Li Yan found himself powerless, feeling as though his legs were weighed down by lead. Wade effortlessly evaded Li Yan's defense, even managing to execute a jump shot right in front of him. In frustration, Li Yan cursed inwardly, reflecting that had he been able to control the release of his skills in the third quarter, his stamina would not have faltered. Winning the match was secondary to his concern for his own performance. Losing a single attribute point was manageable, but Wade's skills were invaluable. As a top-tier shooting guard proficient in both offense and defense, any of Wade's exceptional abilities would significantly enhance Li Yan's performance. However, given his current physical condition, it was utterly impossible for Li Yan to block Wade, even with a stealthy approach. As Li Yan leaned against his knee while standing beyond the arc, he witnessed Iverson charging towards the Heat's interior like a man possessed. Duong. Iverson was knocked to the ground by Capono. Beep. The referee's whistle pierced the air. Iverson, with a determination that seemed to breathe life into the Nuggets, stepped up to the free throw line. Observing Iverson's relentless spirit awakened something deep within Li Yan. Indeed, in his past life, he had despised the lethargy of the national football team, who merely existed without ambition. How could one ever concede in competitive sports? It was time to fight. In the next play, Li Yan summoned all his strength to contest a 50-50 ball. He leaped to save the ball, securing possession for the Nuggets, but fell heavily to the sidelines. Are you all right? A melodious female voice echoed in Li Yan's ears. Almost immediately, he felt a delicate hand grasping his own. Clearly someone was attempting to assist him. At that moment, the system's notification sounded in Li Yan's mind. Detected source of stamina replenishment. Would you like to activate the skill master of control? Without a moment's hesitation, Li Yan responded emphatically, activate. Chapter 11. Acquiring the skill. The Flash's scorn upon hearing the system's prompt. Li Yan wasted no time and silently invoked, activate. Instantly, he felt a surge of energy flow from his palm into his body. The fatigue that had previously enveloped him dissipated, restoring his vigor in an instant. Just as he attempted to rise, he heard a soft gasp. Ah? The woman who had intended to help him suddenly collapsed towards him. Thud. Li Yan, having barely regained his footing, was knocked back to the ground, fortuitously catching the woman as she fell into his embrace. Li Yan gazed at the fair-haired, azure-eyed woman before him, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. He hesitantly inquired, could you possibly stand up? I need to return to the game. Struggling to rise from Li Yan's embrace, Mei found herself devoid of any strength. Her legs felt weak, and she softly lamented, I'm so sorry. I have no energy left. Goodness, is this skill truly so overpowering? Li Yan mused, feeling as though this ability was akin to a celestial technique, capable of siphoning the vitality from others to oneself. With no time to waste, he swiftly lifted the woman clinging to him and seated her on a nearby bench. promptly rejoining the fray. The Nuggets capitalized on the possession Lee Yin had salvaged, with Iverson orchestrating a fast break, culminating in Kenyon Martin scoring 2 points. The score stood at 94-96, with the Nuggets trailing the Heat by 2 points, displaying indomitable spirit on their home court. The arena's large screen replayed the previous sequence. Lee Yin had thrown himself into the fray to save the ball, reclaiming possession. Yet he had been unceremoniously thrown to the sidelines. In that moment, a young girl attempted to help the fallen Lee Yin, but inadvertently tumbled onto him once more. Instead of expressing anger, Lee Yin exhibited remarkable grace, assisting the girl back to her seat before hastily returning to the court. At that time, Mei was just embarking on her career, far from the renowned diva she would later become, and thus few recognized her. The fans at the Pepsi Center merely perceived her as a minor hindrance, particularly when she had obstructed Lee Yin at a crucial moment. Mimi sat in the front row, reminiscing about the sensations she had just experienced. Her entire body felt electrified, an indescribable and enigmatic feeling. Her friend, Ruth, smirked beside her and teased, "What's wrong? Still savoring that moment? Is Lee's chest impressive? What are you talking about?" Mimi retorted, "I genuinely wanted to pull him up. And then you just fell into his embrace and refused to get up?" Ruth quipped, "Well, I could say I suddenly lost my strength. Would you believe that?" Mimi whispered, "Do I believe you?" "Not for a second." Ruth chuckled, casting a sidelong glance at Mimi. "But honestly, you must admit, Lee is indeed quite handsome. And your approach was rather decisive. I truly did not intend for it to happen," Mimi weakly explained. Back on the court, amidst the fervent exchanges of the game, Lee Yin noticed Wade charging towards him with the ball. Although Lee Yin had regained some of his stamina, his face still bore an expression of utter exhaustion. Wade, observing Lee Yin's frailty, taunted, "Can you hold on, little fellow? I'm going to sink a shot right over you." With that, Wade accelerated towards Lee Yin's right side, his speed impressive. He noted Lee Yin's delayed reaction. It seemed this young man was running on empty. Wade, filled with confidence, leapt into action, but to his surprise, the seemingly sluggish Lee Yin suddenly erupted with energy. With a powerful push from the ground, Lee Yin soared before Wade. Though his vertical leap was not superior, his height and long reach, coupled with Wade's slight underestimation, gave him an unexpected edge. Lee Yin's tactics proved successful. In this aerial confrontation, Wade was caught off guard by Lee Yin's deft maneuver. With a resounding slap, Lee Yin executed a magnificent block against Wade. Linus Clases seized the opportunity to retrieve the basketball, swiftly passing it to Iverson. Amidst the roaring cheers of the crowd, the Nuggets launched yet another exquisite fast break, with Iverson effortlessly scoring a layup to equalize the game at 96-96. In the very instant Lee Yin thwarted Wade's shot, the system notification echoed in his mind. "Ding. Congratulations, host, you have completed the task. Block Dwayne Wade twice during the game. Reward skill. The Flash's contempt. Beginner, your dunk can only receive a score of 9, causing any opponent who dares to challenge you at the rim to return empty-handed. Wade possesses exceptional leaping ability and an acute awareness for shot blocking, making him one of the most formidable shot-blocking guards in history, without question. Skill effect. Block success rate increased. Against dunks, the block success rate is 100. In other situations, the success rate is enhanced by 20. Damn, a mere 9 points. The system has quite the sense of humor. Lee Yin felt a twinge of disappointment. Lacking the ability to penetrate defenses, he had hoped to acquire Wade's offensive skills. Instead, he received a defensive skill centered on blocking, which felt somewhat redundant. After all, as an outside player, opportunities for under-the-basket defense were scarce, rendering this skill less valuable. Rejuvenated, Lee Yin's resurgence alleviated some pressure on both ends for Iverson. The game once again descended into a state of intense stalemate. As the match approached its final moments, both teams found themselves once again locked in a tie during the Heat's offensive possession. Wade, utilizing a pick-and-roll, forcefully penetrated the defense, leaving Lee Yin blocked behind. Kenyon Martin rushed to assist, but due to Wade's immense gravitational pull, Nene also converged to provide support. In midair, Wade skillfully controlled his body, maneuvering the basketball through a narrow gap. Beneath the rim, Shaquille O'Neal received the ball, rising up for a slam dunk. Dunking was O'Neal's preferred scoring method, an almost certain success. However, a shadow leapt high behind him. It was Lee Yin. Activating the skill lightning flash, Lee Yin soared like a divine being, precisely predicting O'Neal's trajectory. Filled with confidence, he knew that this skill guaranteed a 100% success rate in blocking dunks. With a resounding smack, the system proved true. Li Yin expertly swatted the ball, causing O'Neal to lose grip, and the basketball ricocheted off the front of the rim. Had Shaq actually missed the dunk? The fans were left in shock. Li Yin quickly leaped again, securing the rebound. "Fast break," he shouted, launching the ball forward. Allen Iverson, like a whirlwind, breached the Heat's defense, receiving the pass, driving to the basket, and finishing with a layup, all in one fluid motion. Swish. Buzz. As the basketball swished through the net, the final buzzer echoed throughout the arena. 104-102. A last-second victory. The Pepsi Center erupted into a jubilant sea of celebration. Chapter 12. Wade. What further advice can I offer Li Yin? Iverson's game-winning layup sealed the fate of the Heat. The Pepsi Center reverberated with exhilarating cheers as every fan revered Iverson in awe. It was his debut game with the Nuggets. Allen Iverson delivered a stunning performance, scoring 46 points along with 5 assists, 4 rebounds, and 3 steals, leading the depleted Nuggets to a home victory over the Heat. This is the answer. Iverson executed a game-winning shot, proving once again that he remains the unstoppable AI. However, amidst the thunderous MVP chants echoing throughout the arena, Iverson approached Li Yin, raising his hand in acknowledgement. He signaled to the fans that this victory was in no small part due to Li Yin's contributions. The audience, fully aware of Li Yin's impressive performance, witnessed the final transition play on the large screen overhead. It was Li Yin's exceptional block that caused Shaquille O'Neal to miss a dunk, paving the way for Iverson's decisive shot. Wow, Li actually blocked Shaq. Li Yin's judgment on the positioning for the block was remarkable, as he recorded 3 blocks during the game. Fantastic. With Li's defensive prowess combined with AI's offensive brilliance, our backcourt is formidable. Fans in the stands began to chant Li Yin's name, showering the young guard with enthusiastic applause. Surrounded by teammates, Li Yin waved to the crowd, affirming his status as a hero for the Nuggets tonight. George Karl observed this harmonious scene with a satisfied smile, recognizing that Li Yin and Iverson were the perfect answer for the Nuggets' backcourt. The opportunity for the Nuggets had arrived. As Li Yin exited the court, he briefly spoke with the media, and upon passing through the players' tunnel, numerous fans sought his autograph. Li Yin could clearly sense that his performance had garnered significant popularity. Back in the locker room, he tidied up and checked his system while taking a shower. As the system interface unfolded in his mind, Li Yin examined his attributes. Name: Li Yin. Annual salary: $600,000, fully guaranteed. Speed: 78. Strength: 80. Ball control: 92. Passing: 98. Drive to the basket: 85. Layup: 84. Dunk: 65. Post-up: 85. Hook shot: 88. Mid-range shot: 78. Spot-up 3: 76. Off-the-dribble 3: 55. Rebounding: 72. Blocking: 75. Stealing: 82. Help defense: 86. On-ball defense: 80. Stamina: 80. Charisma: 98. Tactical acumen: 100. Skills: 1. Master of crafting: 2. Ball control maestro: 3. The Flash's disdain. Li Yin was astonished to discover that his annual salary had transformed into a fully guaranteed amount. Could it be that the system possessed prophetic capabilities? While most of his attributes remained unchanged, his blocking had notably increased by 13 points, rising from 62 to 75. This alteration was undoubtedly a result of Wade's skill. The Flash's disdain. It appeared that to swiftly enhance one's abilities, acquiring skills was the most effective method. Gazing at the surplus attribute point, a reward from completing a task, Li Yin, embodying the typical Chinese mindset, resolved to refrain from allocating it just yet. He preferred to wait until he accumulated more points to distribute in one go, relishing the sense of satisfaction that would bring. System: when will the next task be released? Li Yin pondered with anticipation, for the exhilarating rush of leveling up was a temptation that few men could resist. Host: there is no need to rush. Tasks will be assigned periodically. During this time, you may also enhance your abilities through training. Basketball is a competitive sport, and diligent practice is indispensable. The system's voice resonated, pouring a hearty dose of motivation into Li Yin. Wow, system, I never expected you to be so positive when you're serious. Li Yin jested. The system remained silent, while the calls from within brought Li Yan's attention back to reality. He had become so engrossed in studying the system that he had lingered in the shower a bit too long. The staff outside urged him to attend the press conference. It had been quite some time since he enjoyed such treatment. At the season's onset, domestic reporters had followed Li Yan closely, but due to his dismal performance, they eventually shifted their focus to report on Yao Ming in Houston. After all, with Li Yan's lackluster display, nothing he produced garnered interest from fans. However, it was foreseeable that with Li Yan's stellar performance, an increasing number of Chinese journalists would flock to Denver. Li, tonight you achieved a comprehensive performance with 12 points, 19 assists, 7 rebounds, 3 blocks, and 2 steals, proving to be a pivotal player in the Nuggets' victory. How do you feel about your performance this evening? Inquired a reporter from the local media outlet, the Denver Sports Journal. Li Yan pondered briefly before confidently responding. The coach and my teammates provided me with tremendous support. I merely executed my responsibilities. I felt good today and hope to maintain this momentum moving forward. Today, you faced off against the champion guard Dwayne Wade, blocking his shots twice and executing numerous successful defensive plays. The TNT reporter promptly inquired about your secrets. Haha, I gave it my all. Dwayne Wade may not be very familiar with me, which provided me with a significant opportunity. To be honest, I still have a long way to go to reach Dwayne's level. He is the finals MVP, and my current focus is on earning the trust of my coach and teammates, Li Yan explained, sincerely expressing his respect for Wade without a hint of arrogance. Are you concerned that as opponents study your game more closely, it might hinder your performance? The reporter pressed on. Li Yan chuckled. Not at all. I have formidable teammates by my side. AI scored 46 points tonight. I've grown up watching his game. He is the MVP and one of the best players in this league. Then there's Carmelo Anthony, who has been incredibly supportive. He is an absolute superstar. I will continue to train hard and grow stronger. Li Yan's confidence resonated with the reporters around him, who appreciated such a player. At that moment, one reporter playfully asked, Li, we noticed you had some interaction with on the sidelines today. Do you know each other? Li Yan, who hadn't paid much attention to it at the time, realized that the woman in question was Taylor Swift. We do not know each other, Li Yan explained. Merely came over to lift my spirits. Perhaps I am just too heavy. This year, M's debut solo album achieved remarkable success, earning a certification of 5 times platinum sales from the Recording Industry Association. Are you interested in getting to know her? You are an entertainment journalist, aren't you? Li Yan said with a hint of helplessness. Playing basketball is my true vocation. Laughter erupted among the audience. Meanwhile, in the heated interview zone, a reporter posed a question to Wade. Dwayne, do you know Li Yan now? Wade nodded. He is an excellent point guard. The reporter continued. What advice would you offer him for his future development? Wade, somewhat at a loss, replied. He has already dished out 19 assists and blocked 2 of my shots. What more advice can I give him? Chapter 13. A vision for the future. Having just completed the interview and exited the hall, Li Yan encountered the Denver Nuggets general manager, Sean Connery, in the corridor. Upon seeing Li, Sean approached swiftly, stating, Li, you played a magnificent game. The team has decided to convert your contract to fully guaranteed. Congratulations on advancing with the Nuggets. Without any preamble, Sean got straight to the point. Li Yan nodded, refraining from displaying excessive excitement. Firstly, due to the system notification, Li had already gained prior knowledge. Secondly, he was no longer the player who once struggled to dribble without tripping over his own feet. With the system in place, Li felt a renewed sense of confidence. As a true chosen one, his success was merely a matter of time. Thank you, General Manager. Li Yan responded with an air of nonchalance. Observing Li Yan's calm demeanor, Sean offered a slight smile and added, continue to perform well. The management and coaching staff are exceedingly pleased with your contributions. They are currently preparing your new contract, as you will be a vital part of the Nuggets' long-term plans. With that, Sean patted Li Yan's shoulder in a gesture of encouragement. At present, Li Yan's primary objective is to complete this season with vigor, while the prospect of a contract renewal hinges on whether the team can clinch the championship. He has long been motivated by the substantial rewards from the system for aiding Iverson in securing a title for the Nuggets. Such an enhancement is an opportunity that Li Yan cannot afford to overlook. In the realm of the NBA, a player's abilities reign supreme. At the age of 20, Li Yan recognizes that there will be ample opportunities to earn in the future. What he must focus on now is, with the support of the system and through diligent effort, to elevate his skills and emerge as a premier star. Currently, Li Yin boasts exceptional ball-handling prowess and commendable defensive skills. However, his offensive repertoire is somewhat limited. His catch-and-shoot capabilities are merely adequate, while his ball handling tends to be ineffective. His strengths lie in driving towards the basket and executing hook shots from the post. Unfortunately, his speed is a mere 78 and his strength only 80, not particularly poor, yet merely average in the grand scheme. Consequently, he lacks the explosive penetrating ability of players like Wade and James. Fortunately, the Nuggets do not require Li Yin to be a primary scorer. They are equipped with two elite scorers, Carmelo Anthony and Allen Iverson, who currently rank first and second in the league's scoring charts. Thus, it can be said that the Nuggets are indeed the most suitable team for Li Yin at this juncture. Upon reflection, it seems that this system is quite reliable. Li Yin mused to himself. Finally, you've spoken like a human. The sudden voice of the system echoed in his mind. Damn! Startled by the abruptness of the system's speech, Li Yin exclaimed, "Could you refrain from speaking so suddenly? It's rather alarming." The system fell silent. "From now on, only respond when I call for you, and alert me in special circumstances during the matches," he instructed. He recalled the moment during the game when the system had prompted him to activate the Master of Control ability. Without that reminder, he might not have reacted in time. Li Yin took out his Nokia phone, and the latest news articles about the Nuggets game appeared prominently on major sports websites. Headlines read, Allen Iverson's Nuggets debut, 46 points leading the shorthanded team to a last-minute victory over the Heat. Nuggets edge past Heat at home. Allen Iverson scores 46. Li Yin with 19 assists. New backcourt duo shows remarkable chemistry. The answer shines. Allen Iverson once again proves to be the key player. 19 assists. Li Yin, suddenly enlightened, transforms into the Chinese magician. The biggest surprise for the Nuggets. Li Yin, Allen Iverson expresses strong confidence. Wade, Li Yin is too strong. I can offer him no advice. Shock. Li Yin outshines the Flash. The Chinese magician leaves Dwayne Wade in awe. George Karl, Li is the most suitable point guard for the Nuggets. He is our greatest surprise. After perusing the news for a while, Li Yin tossed his phone aside. This era is so dull. Without a smartphone, let alone the charming young ladies and short videos with their alluring poses, Li Yin opened his computer and adeptly accessed a hidden folder. Fortunately, the sweltering heat of Tokyo provided a comforting backdrop. The teachers remained familiar, their classic postures unchanged. It appeared that this parallel world bore little distinction from the original. With this thought, an idea sparked within Li Yin. He could leverage his omniscient perspective to generate wealth effortlessly. Direct investments would suffice. Apple, Amazon, Tesla, Alibaba, Tencent, Tushio, Xiaomi, Bitcoin, Matai. As long as there was an opportunity for profit, Li Yin had no intention of overlooking any potential gain. The future seemed exceedingly bright, and the immediate priority was to accumulate starting capital. Given Li Yin's current performance in the NBA, this should not pose a significant challenge. Meanwhile, across the ocean, countless fans were fervently discussing Li Yin's extraordinary feats. In classrooms, offices, and bustling streets, conversations about his remarkable performance filled the air. The Chinese men's basketball team, strong in the paint yet weak from beyond the arc, had finally seen the emergence of such a formidable perimeter player in the NBA following the arrivals of legends like Yao Ming and Bader. This development held considerable significance for the advancement of Chinese basketball. The fear of relentless full-court pressure from opponents was dissipating. Chapter 14. What? Can this be addictive? The following day, Li Yin drove his second-hand Chevrolet to the training facility. Denver is the largest city and capital of Colorado, yet its population is merely 600,000, resulting in relatively few vehicles on the roads. Li Yin arrived at the training facility with remarkable ease. Unlike before, he has gained considerable popularity. Even the security personnel at the arena requested his autograph today. With a confident stride, Li Yin entered the arena, arriving a bit early, as there were no players or staff present, leaving the venue somewhat desolate. He had grown accustomed to this, as his rented accommodation lacked a training court, and he had always been the first to arrive at the team's training ground. After completing several warm-up sets, Li Yin commenced his shooting practice. His spot shooting went relatively smoothly, but he encountered some awkwardness when it came to dribbling and shooting three-pointers. The sound of the basketball clanging off the rim echoed throughout the empty hall. It is important to note that this was under non-competitive conditions, in a game situation. The challenges would only intensify. After several attempts, the results were unsatisfactory. Checking the system panel, he noted that his three-point shooting ability remained a rather disappointing 55. Young Chinese players often possess solid foundational skills, yet those with exceptional physical gifts tend to rely solely on their athleticism, neglecting the fundamentals. Consequently, when they reach the professional level, those with average physical attributes are largely filtered out, leaving behind a group of players staring at one another in bewilderment. Mastery of shooting is not achieved overnight. It demands extensive practice. This is a formidable challenge even for professional athletes, for instance. A player like Simmons struggled with psychological issues and failed to refine his skills. There is also the formidable Russell Westbrook, and no one doubts his professional attitude. However, when it comes to executing dunks and timing, one must indeed deliver. Altering shooting habits is a daunting endeavor. If the system does not come to rescue Li Yin, he will have no choice but to toil away during the off-season. For now, Li Yin must leverage his strengths to assist the team. As he continued with other ball-handling drills, he discovered that an ability score of 80 serves as a critical threshold. He can execute tasks that exceed this score with remarkable fluidity, while those below it remain somewhat unstable. As for those below 70, well, Li Yin merely attempted a dunk and nearly found himself thwarted by the rim. Very well, he decided to stick to layups henceforth. Li Yin does not share Curry's penchant for dunking. It invites too many errors, and thus he shall refrain. Once he accumulates enough points, he can pursue whatever he desires. At the designated gathering time, the Denver players and coaching staff arrived one after another, including the suspended Anthony and J.R. Smith, who also punctually appeared at the training facility. Although they could not participate in games, it was imperative to keep up with training to seamlessly reintegrate into the team once their suspensions concluded. Following a warm-up, head coach George Karl divided the players into groups for tactical drills. Karl placed great importance on Li Yin, personally elucidating tactics to him. He even assigned assistant coach Hughes to provide Li Yin with individualized instruction, meticulously breaking down the team's strategies for his demonstration. It was evident that the Nuggets were intent on cultivating Li Yin's potential. To the astonishment of the Nuggets coaching staff, Li Yin attentively took notes during the lecture, diligently jotting down key points in a small notebook. He even skillfully sketched positional diagrams. To Li Yin, this was perfectly normal. After all, who doesn't take notes in class? The system had not bestowed upon him the gift of perfect recall, so he had no choice but to document the information and digest it gradually. It would indeed be rather awkward to forget and then have to ask the coach for clarification. George Karl, having coached numerous players, had never encountered anyone taking notes on site. Previously, players would nod vigorously during explanations, boastfully proclaiming their understanding, only to completely forget the tactics once it was time to execute them, requiring repeated instruction. Li Yin's approach significantly enhanced his likability. It is no wonder that the diligence and intelligence of the Chinese are often praised. Just look at him. In contrast, observe those boastful and jovial players with their bravado, and George Karl could only shake his head. The following day, the Nuggets remained at home, facing the Minnesota Timberwolves. The Timberwolves were not a formidable opponent. Since their appearance in the Western Conference Finals during the 2003-2004 season, they had failed to reach the playoffs for 2 consecutive seasons. Judging by this year's performance, it seemed likely they would extend that streak to a 3rd year. Kevin Garnett continued to fight valiantly as the franchise player, yet the Timberwolves lacked many talented players to support him. The trade on draft day with the Portland Trail Blazers had proven disastrous, as the Timberwolves exchanged draft picks, sending Brandon Roy away in exchange for Randy Foye. Foye struggled in his rookie season, while Roy flourished remarkably. Kevin Garnett continues to express his dissatisfaction with the team. Despite delivering commendable individual performances, he has not reaped any rewards. The Timberwolves' performance remains a struggle, characterized by mediocrity, as every impressive winning streak is inevitably countered by an equally lengthy losing streak. Garnett's patience is wearing thin. At 31 years old, he finds his time as a professional athlete dwindling and cannot afford to squander it any longer. Li Yin spotted domestic reporters at the Pepsi Center and greeted them with a smile, inquiring about their presence. "What brings you here today?" The reporters responded with awkward laughter. "Haha, it seems we will be seeing each other often from now on. We look forward to your guidance." "Of course," Li Yin replied, and after addressing a few straightforward questions, he proceeded to the arena for pre-game preparations. Through a match and several days of training, Allen Iverson had come to acknowledge Li Yan's prowess, patiently engaging him in numerous rounds of tactical drills. The Pepsi Center was once again filled to capacity. While warming up on the court, Li Yan heard a familiar voice call out, "Li." Turning towards the sound, he recognized the woman who had lent him support during a critical moment in the previous game. Mei had come to Denver for a music festival and, urged by her friend, decided to attend a Nuggets game. After their close encounter in the last match, she found it impossible to forget the exhilarating sensation. Although the music festival had concluded, Mei chose to stay, having paid a premium for a front-row seat. As she approached Li Yan, her heart raced with an unmistakable flutter of excitement. Recalling the sensation from their last encounter, she shyly remarked, "Li, may we shake hands?" Upon seeing Mei extend her hand, Li Yan was momentarily taken aback. Could this truly be addictive? In Chapter 15, NBA's iconic moments, the howl of the Wolf King. Li Yan hesitated for a moment before finally grasping Mei's hand. How should one put it? It was far more tender than Iverson's. Li Yan mused internally. Across from him, Mei appeared somewhat disappointed. Although holding Li Yan's large hand made her heart race even faster, it lacked the exhilarating rush she had experienced during the previous game's intermission. Was it necessary to shake hands during the match to attain that sensation? Li Yan understood Mei's expectations. Glancing into her sparkling eyes, he wished to grant her wish. However, his energy was at full capacity, and activating his skills would be rather wasteful. Despite the Timberwolves being of average strength, it was prudent to be prepared. The Chinese often prefer to have a backup plan, and Li Yan was no different. If she truly desired to shake hands, there would be opportunities during the game. Noticing that Mei had no intention of letting go, Li Yan gently reminded her. Mei suddenly realized her unintentional faux pas. Hearing Li Yan's words, her eyes lit up with delight. "Oh, all right, I will wait for you." Upon returning to the court, Kenyon Martin approached Li Yan with a mischievous grin. "Li, are you quite familiar with that beautiful lady?" Li Yan replied with a smile. "I suppose we know each other. Seeing you two holding hands for so long certainly doesn't seem like an ordinary relationship." Kenny Martin jestingly remarked, "It's all good. It's a mutual willingness, quite normal." "No, I love basketball," Li Yan responded, resuming his warm-up. Suddenly, a voice resonated in Li Yan's mind. "Ding. A task has been issued. Successfully block Kevin Garnett twice during the match to earn his exclusive skill." Li Yan inquired, "System, could you disclose what skill of Garnett it is?" The system replied, "No. You're remarkably decisive." Without a hint of hesitation, Li Yan noted. The system responded, "Thank you for the compliment." Li Yan thought to himself, regardless, acquiring a skill is a guaranteed profit. What kind of skill could the Wolf King Garnett possess? If I could obtain a powerful jump shot, it would significantly enhance my capabilities. He pondered. Yet again, it's a blocking task. Perhaps the system should consider a more fitting name, like the Blocking God system. Once his warm-up concluded, Li Yan returned to the locker room, awaiting the introduction ceremony. This marked his inaugural NBA starting appearance. As the DJ announced Li Yan's name, the Pepsi Center erupted in enthusiastic applause, indicating his popularity at present. Li Yan jogged onto the court, observing the Timberwolves players. Garnett, with a radiant intensity, had his eyes tightly shut, muttering to himself. He exuded a formidable aura. It must be acknowledged that sometimes, the cultivation of one's image holds significant importance. Kevin Garnett, a tall and lean forward whose offensive prowess primarily culminated in jump shots, became an emblematic figure of toughness, especially known for his powerful chest-thumping celebration following successful mid-range shots. When it comes to defense, Garnett is undeniably formidable. However, his offensive prowess is largely a matter of perception. In truth, Garnett's scoring primarily relies on mid to long-range fadeaway jump shots and back-to-the-basket turnarounds, rendering his impact in the paint almost negligible. As the game is about to commence, the starting lineups are as follows: Denver Nuggets, Li Yan, Allen Iverson, Linus Kleiza, Kenyon Martin, Marcus Camby. Minnesota Timberwolves, Mike James, Randy Foye, Ricky Davis, Kevin Garnett, Mark Blunt. The referee's whistle blows, and Camby and Garnett leap for the tip-off. Camby, a second overall pick from the illustrious 1996 draft class, certainly possesses inherent talent. The NBA has long held that the first and second picks are often closely linked. While the first pick, Iverson, proved to be exceptional, Camby has not quite fulfilled the lofty expectations placed upon him. With his slender physique, impressive height, long arms, In remarkable vertical leap, Camby excels at blocking shots, protecting the rim, and securing rebounds, making him one of the league's preeminent defenders in the paint. Despite his commendable ball-handling skills and adept high-post passing, his outside shooting is rather clumsy, his finishing ability is lacking, and he frequently grapples with injuries. It is evident that Camby and Garnett share numerous similarities, akin to a diminished version of Garnett without the rim protection. As the referee signals the start, the jump ball determines the victor. Garnett triumphs over Camby. Mike James advances the ball, and as he reaches the front court, Lian applies relentless pressure. With a lack of speed, Mike James struggles to shake off Lian's defense despite his efforts. Garnett positions himself at the high post, extending his hand for the ball, prompting Mike James to promptly pass it to him. The ball was passed a bit high, yet for a man reputed to touch the upper rim of the backboard, it posed no significant challenge. Garnett leapt gracefully, his long arms extending to embrace the basketball. With his back to Kenyon Martin, Garnett established his position, swaying side to side, showcasing an array of shoulder fakes. Suddenly, he sprang into the air, executing a turnaround jumper. Garnett's jump shot, coupled with his lengthy reach, had an absurdly elevated release point, further accentuated by a subtle lean back. Even a leaper like Kenyon Martin found himself utterly helpless against Garnett. The basketball arched through the air like a rainbow and swished through the net. Garnett opened the scoring for the Timberwolves. Garnett's jump shot remained as precise as ever. In the broadcasting studio, Yu Jia and Coach Zhang teamed up for commentary. Following Lian's impressive performances in the last two games, the Nuggets matches received a surge in attention. The audience's preferences were well understood by the network. It was the Nuggets' turn. Lian brought the ball up from the backcourt, and his recent displays had instilled confidence in his teammates. Mike James, standing before Lian, was at a distinct disadvantage in terms of size. If Lian's ball-handling skills were sufficiently refined, he could exploit mismatches with ease. However, his shooting was still lacking in reliability. Mike James, clearly having studied Lian, maintained a certain distance, keenly guarding against his drives. Lian chose not to force the issue. Instead, he called for Kenyon Martin to set a screen. After executing the pick and roll, Lian passed the ball to Martin, who was cutting towards the basket. The game had only just begun, and Lian had yet to unleash his playmaking prowess, resulting in Kenyon Martin being met with Garnett's imposing block. Garnett's lateral movement was astonishingly swift, allowing him to execute a timely block. The basketball soared out of bounds. The big ticket, Garnett, landed and pounded his chest in a fervent roar. With a fierce shout, he challenged the audience, asking if they possessed the same indomitable spirit. In that moment, an unexpected voice resonated within Lian's mind. Ding! The system announced, "Host has witnessed a legendary moment in the NBA. The roar of the big ticket has triggered a hidden task after successfully blocking Garnett. If you imitate his chest-pounding roar, you may obtain additional attribute points." Lian, Chapter 16. System, you must be a fan of Garnett. Observing the roaring big ticket before him, Lian momentarily found himself in a daze. One must admit, the intensity was indeed formidable. Anyone unprepared psychologically might be taken aback. Truly, the Iron Wolf King possessed an aura that was unassailable. Allen Iverson, noticing Lian's momentary trance, approached and playfully patted him on the back, saying, "Lee, don't let Kevin intimidate you. Although he seems fierce, he is not as daunting as he appears." Lian, of course, was not frightened. Rather, he felt the onset of the task was rather abrupt. It seemed that witnessing such iconic moments could indeed trigger tasks, and the more tasks, the better. He was certainly not one to shy away from opportunities. He felt a twinge of regret, recalling that during the Madison Square Garden incident, the system had not yet awakened. Otherwise, he might have secured a task then. As a savvy opportunist, Lian lamented the missed chance to reap rewards. Lian regained his composure, aware that Iverson was attempting to bolster his confidence. He responded, "Boss, it's nothing. I'm not easily frightened." Iverson nodded in agreement. "Play well. We are the stronger side." The Nuggets executed a sideline throw-in. The basketball swiftly reached Lian's hands through a series of passes. He penetrated the Timberwolves' defense and subsequently passed the ball to Iverson, adding a touch of finesse to his assist. Iverson, known for his mid-range shooting, maintained an impressive shooting percentage exceeding 40, and with Lian's additional boost of 20, his shot was exceptionally smooth and fluid. Swish! The ball rippled through the net, bringing the score to 2-2. While Iverson was more accustomed to initiating the offense, he found an undeniable comfort in receiving passes from Lee Yin. In the previous match, over half of Lee Yin's 19 assists had been directed to Iverson, fostering a rapport that made Iverson receptive to shooting directly after receiving the ball. In a post-game interview, Iverson remarked on Lee Yin's innate talent, stating that his passing felt remarkably effortless. The Timberwolves initiated their offense. Mike James recognized the challenge posed by Lee Yin and promptly passed the ball as they advanced. Garnett held the ball at the high post, surveying the situation before successfully finding Ricky Davis, who utilized a screen to cut toward the basket. Ricky Davis, well known among fans for his memorable quote, "I originally thought LeBron James was here to assist me," had become a notable figure on the court. During the 2002 to 2003 season, Ricky Davis delivered the finest performance of his career, averaging 26 points, 9 rebounds, and 5 assists per game, which naturally established him as the leader of the Cleveland Cavaliers. However, the predicament arose when the Cavaliers selected LeBron James as the first overall pick that summer. Consequently, in the 2003 to 2004 season, merely 2 months into James's rookie year, Davis was traded to Boston. This transaction significantly undermined Davis's confidence, leading to 2 consecutive seasons of underwhelming performance and a drastic decline in his form. Nevertheless, this year with the Minnesota Timberwolves, Ricky Davis rediscovered his rhythm, becoming the second leading scorer on the team, following Kevin Garnett. As Ricky Davis surged towards the basket, an imposing figure emerged in his path. Marcus Camby's long arms obstructed Davis's route, presenting an insurmountable barrier. It felt as though a wall had abruptly descended upon him. This area was a no-fly zone. With a resounding thud, Camby delivered a formidable block. Though Camby executed his swat with precision, his lack of a celebratory roar left the moment feeling somewhat incomplete. Meanwhile, Ariza seized the basketball and promptly sought out Lee Yin. Upon receiving the pass, Lee Yin initiated a fast break. Kenyon Martin, quicker than Lee Yin, surged ahead. Having just been on the receiving end of a fierce reprimand from Garnett, Martin was eager to reclaim his pride. After all, he too was a former number 1 pick. Lee Yin maintained a composed pace, effortlessly evading Mike James. Observing Kenyon Martin's fervent effort, Lee Yin cast aside any concerns about fatigue. Empowered by the exquisite passes of the master playmaker, Kenyon Martin's aerial maneuvers became remarkably fluid. He felt that Lee Yin's passes surpassed even those of the legendary Jason Kidd. With a magnificent leap, the basketball landed precisely in his hands. Boom! A thunderous 2-handed dunk reverberated throughout the arena, igniting a frenzy at the Pepsi Center. Kenyon Martin's spirits soared as he made a point to high-five Lee Yin in celebration. The Nuggets swiftly established dominance on their home court. Despite the suspensions of Carmelo Anthony and J.R. Smith, the presence of Allen Iverson was undeniably potent. The offensive prowess of the answer was beyond question. Capable of exhausting the shot clock through his individual play, especially with a systematic, extraordinary support player by his side. In contrast, the Timberwolves struggled to maintain their offensive momentum. Kevin Garnett was not particularly known for his scoring, his ability to penetrate defenses being somewhat limited. Ricky Davis relied on his driving as his primary means of scoring. Yet the Nuggets' interior defense, bolstered by the formidable Camby, proved to be a substantial barrier. The Nuggets firmly subdued the Timberwolves. However, Lee Yin's mission was fraught with difficulty. Attempting to block Garnett was a formidable challenge. Firstly, Lee Yin did not directly match up with Garnett, and secondly, Garnett rarely attacked the rim. With Garnett's ironclad mid-range jumpers, the release point was simply too high. Lee Yin's attempts to sneak in for a block from the side were thwarted on 2 occasions. This was exasperating. This system is absurd. First, it was Wade, and now Garnett. Will I be tasked with blocking Yao Ming next? A season of such blocking assignments would surely incite public outrage. Lee Yin harbored complaints in his heart, yet he was still contemplating a way to provoke Garnett. Finally, after Garnett powered through Kenyon Martin to make a formidable mid-range jumper, he pounded his chest and roared once more. Lee Yin charged toward Garnett and issued a challenge. KG, what's the point of yelling after hitting a jumper? If you have the guts, try dunking on me. This left Garnett momentarily taken aback. Who was this audacious youth speaking to him in such a manner? Garnett prepared to confront Lee Yin, but Kenyon Martin rushed forward. Although Kenyon Martin was unaware of Lee Yin's impulsive behavior, he was determined to protect the young man from being intimidated by Garnett. Unlike Garnett, Martin, though shorter, exuded a robust and intimidating aura. Clearly not someone to be trifled with. Garnett contemplated his next move. At that moment, players from both sides surged forward, with Iverson stepping in to block Garnett and Kenyon Martin. Observing the escalating tension, Garnett furrowed his brow slightly, signaling with his hands while his mouth continued to unleash fiery words, yet his feet instinctively retreated. Ding! The system's voice echoed once more. The host witnessed a renowned moment in the NBA. The Iron Wolf King retreats while fighting. System reward triggered. The host is granted 2 attribute points. What the heck? Li Yin was stunned. This reward seemed too easy to obtain. System, are you a diehard fan or hater of Garnett? Chapter 17. The task is challenging. All thanks to acting. Li Yin was astonished. There were attribute points given for free. Witnessing such a famous NBA moment truly felt like a divine skill. This is undoubtedly the favorite pastime of the onlookers, reveling in the excitement of the NBA while effortlessly reaping rewards. I shall refrain from further commentary. Your system is truly commendable, and I shall henceforth refrain from any criticisms. Garnett, striking a pose, has retreated behind his teammates, and the conflict has swiftly subsided. Lo and behold, Li Yin has had a confrontation with Garnett, and Kenyon Martin has rushed in to support him, with Iverson joining the fray as well. Goodness, the scene is becoming a bit unruly. Fortunately, both sides have exhibited restraint, and the referee has intervened in a timely manner. It is evident that Li Yin enjoys considerable popularity within the team, as both Martin and Iverson have come to his aid. Meanwhile, in the domestic studio, Yu Jia and Coach Zhang are also witnessing the unfolding drama from the sidelines. The Nuggets continue to maintain their advantage at home. As both teams' rotation lineups engage in a brief clash, Li Yin sits on the sidelines, contemplating how to accomplish his task. His jumping ability is rather average. However, in the guard position, he leverages his height and wingspan to effectively block shots. Yet, when faced with Garnett, whose height, wingspan, and jumping ability surpass his own, he finds it challenging. Even with maximum effort, it proves difficult for Li Yin to block Garnett's jump shot. His only chance lies in triggering the skill of the flash, which merely increases his block rate by 20. After all, raising a block rate from 0 to 20 appears rather futile. It is imperative to activate the condition for a 100 block success rate, which entails prompting Garnett to dunk. Li Yin's earlier provocation of Garnett was precisely aimed at inciting him to dunk, thereby triggering the skill. By the midpoint of the second quarter, Li Yin is substituted onto the court. However, how could his trash talk have any effect on Garnett? Garnett is no fool. Charging towards the basket for a dunk against the formidable defense of Kenyon Martin and Marcus Camby would be akin to inviting rejection. Why would one opt for a contested dunk when a reliable mid-range shot is far more prudent? As the first half drew to a close, the Nuggets held a commanding 13-point lead over the Timberwolves, with a score of 58-45. Li Yin recorded commendable statistics of 6 points, 7 assists, 3 rebounds, and 2 steals, showcasing a solid performance overall. George Karl expressed his satisfaction with Li Yin's contributions, noting his unselfish playstyle, characterized by a primary focus on assisting rather than scoring. His ball handling and passing were remarkably steady, resulting in minimal turnovers. In a lineup featuring both Anthony and Iverson, such a playmaking point guard is exceptionally fitting. Furthermore, Li Yin displayed considerable effort on the defensive end, significantly alleviating the burden on Iverson with his extensive help defense. It is not that Li Yin lacks the desire to score. Rather, he finds himself constrained by circumstances. His shooting accuracy is only reliable when he is wide open. While his post moves and hook shots are occasionally effective, relying on his teammates to watch him attempt isolation plays would likely prompt discussions with George Karl and Iverson. Alas, Li Yin is a seasoned player, currently in a phase of strategic development, fully aware of the unspoken rules of the game. Once he aids Iverson in achieving championship glory, he will acquire Iverson's exceptional skills, coupled with an increase of 10 points in speed. Just wait and see if I can outmaneuver you. At that point, you may refer to me as Answer Plus. As the second half commenced, George Karl instructed Li Yin to lead the second unit. A suggestion from Li Yin himself aimed at allowing him to orchestrate more plays, given his limited experience in previous matches. Competing against an adversary like the Timberwolves, the intensity was rather moderate, presenting a splendid opportunity. George Karl found himself swayed by Li Yin. To be candid, the seasoned coach was even somewhat moved. Why had he not discovered such a diligent player sooner? Fortunately, it was not too late, and George Karl resolved to nurture Li Yan with utmost dedication. Li Yan's true intention was to ascertain whether he could confront Garnett with the second unit. Compared to Camby, Nene's rim protection was considerably inferior, and his positional awareness was lacking. Garnett was an astute player, adept at adjusting his style of play according to the circumstances. While his jump shot was the most prevalent scoring method, he was not averse to dunking. His explosive athleticism allowed him to attack the rim with the finesse of a guard, given the opportunity. The big ticket would surely deliver a thunderous dunk to showcase his tenacity. As the second half commenced, the Timberwolves, trailing in score, kept both Garnett and Ricky Davis on the court, intent on closing the gap. Li Yan's strategy was off to a promising start, with Camby and Martin absent. The Nuggets' interior defense had diminished significantly, allowing Garnett to score repeatedly. Fortunately, Li Yan, leading the Nuggets' second unit, was also consistently finding the net. To stabilize the score, he tirelessly executed his craft as a master facilitator. During the Nuggets' possession, Li Yan and Nene executed a pick and roll. Li Yan's precise pass found Nene, who rolled towards the basket. The master facilitator sprang into action. Nene, bearing down on Garnett, completed the drive to the hoop. The basketball precariously circled the rim before finally settling into the net. During the celebration with Nene, Li Yan continued to mock Garnett. Perhaps Li Yan's heartfelt sincerity moved the big ticket. As he forcefully charged into the paint in the next play, Nene had lost his position. Garnett leaped off the ground, yet the moment Li Yan had been anticipating. He chose to forego the interception. Boom. Garnett successfully executed a thunderous dunk, raising his arms in triumphant fury. Li Yan feigned an attempt to block, immediately earning Garnett's disdain. In truth, Li Yan could have easily executed a block had he activated his skill, but he had already contemplated the next move. If he had blocked Garnett's shot directly, it was likely that Garnett would not have pursued the basket again. Conversely, having tasted success, Garnett would undoubtedly attempt the same tactic once more. Alas, Li Yan found himself outwitted by his own sagacity. Garnett did not disappoint Li Yan's theatrics. In the subsequent play, as Garnett charged into the paint again, Li Yan instantly leaped to activate his skill, the flash's contempt. In that fleeting moment, Li Yan felt an overwhelming surge of power, his jump reaching an impressive height. Snap! The system proved to be trustworthy. With a well-timed assist from the side, Li Yan delivered a resounding block against Garnett. The basketball flew out of bounds. Success! Li Yan was elated. At that moment, the system's prompt chimed in. The host has successfully completed a block. Now, roaring in triumph at Kevin Garnett presents an opportunity to earn attribute points. Li Yan instantly regained his focus, grateful for the system's reminder. As he nearly overlooked this crucial detail, in pursuit of a reward, Li Yan bellowed at Garnett, "Damn," and struck his chest with his right fist, the motion somewhat disjointed, yet it passed the system's verification. Ding! The host has completed the task and is rewarded with 1 attribute point. Chapter 18, The Infinite Card Bug. Garnett becomes the experience baby. Li Yan executed a parody of the Wolf King's roar toward Garnett. Garnett was taken aback, exclaiming, "Hey, this is too much." When had the iron-blooded Wolf King ever faced such indignity? He immediately rushed over, ready to retort. Garnett had never shied away from a verbal spar. Observing Garnett's fierce demeanor, Li Yan offered a smile, saying, "KG, if you dare, come dunk on me. KG, if you dare, come dunk on me. KG, if you dare, come dunk on me." Indeed, the significance of this statement warranted 3 repetitions. Garnett looked at Li Yan's smiling face and felt utterly bewildered. Is this child out of his mind? After years of playing basketball, Garnett had encountered all sorts of characters. But someone smiling while challenging him to a dunk was a first. Just wait. Garnett threw down a fierce remark. "All right," Li Yan shouted at Garnett's retreating figure. "I'll be waiting for you." Meanwhile, in the studio, "Incredible!" Li Yan delivered a spectacular block on Garnett, exclaimed Ujia, excitement evident in her voice. "Wow." Li Yan pounded his chest and roared, clearly exhilarated. Garnett approached, sensing the Wolf King's anger. This celebratory display was indeed somewhat alarming. However, it turned out to be a false alarm. Judging by Li Yan's expression, their interaction was quite pleasant, indicating that we had misunderstood the situation. Perhaps Li Yan was a fan of Garnett, and this was a tribute to his idol. If Garnett were to learn of this, he would surely feel gratified. Ujia, observing the scene, conjured an entire narrative in his mind. Garnett had always been a thinker. He pondered with his astute intellect. In terms of height, wingspan, and vertical leap, he held the advantage. Even in confrontation, this lad merely resembled a small forward in stature. He had merely fallen victim to a surprise attack from Li Yin. Before him, this young Chinese player was no different from a mere sprout. Dismissing him was akin to child's play. Garnett, a man of action, wasted no time and increased his assaults on the basket. Then, with a thunderous crash, Garnett soared to dunk over Li Yin, roaring in triumph. But then, with a resounding slap, Li Yin blocked Garnett's shot, responding with his own battle cry. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task, successfully blocking Garnett twice during the match. Reward: Garnett's exclusive skill, the Roar of the Wolf King. Ding! The host completed the task, earning 1 attribute point. Again, Garnett thundered as he dunked over Li Yin, his chest pounding in exultation. With another resounding slap, Li Yin blocked Garnett once more, echoing his roar. Ding! The host completed the task, earning 1 attribute point. The cycle continued with Garnett's relentless dunks and Li Yin's unyielding blocks, each echoing their triumphs. Sweat beads formed on Garnett's brow. What on earth is happening? This kid is quite extraordinary. Li Yin, with a smirk, replied, Didn't he expect this, did you? I know the difference between a full meal and a mere snack. We are talking about sustainable development here. Come on, KG, if you have what it takes. Dunk on me twice in a row. After being dunked on by Garnett, Li Yin, unwilling to concede, remarked, Garnett, I can't believe this. Every time you dunk, do I have to be blocked by this kid? 3 minutes later, Li Yin urged, KG, please dunk. Garnett replied, Damn, it's always just a hair's breadth away. Li Yin had mastered the art of encouragement, instilling hope in Garnett, which felt tantalizingly close. However, after attempting yet another dunk, Garnett realized he was fatigued. 5 minutes later, Garnett exclaimed, I can't dunk anymore. Li Yin encouraged, KG, I believe you can push through. It's always just a tad short. Competitive sports are about surpassing oneself. Keep going, you're incredible. Garnett retorted, Get lost. The Pepsi Center erupted with excitement. KG, you're not doing so well. It's a fair fight with Li. Li, that was fantastic. Your fierce shout at KG was so cool. Haha, is Li's blocking ability that strong? What a coincidence. It feels as if Li is doing this on purpose. No way, KG certainly isn't doing this intentionally. Li Yin can't possibly manipulate KG at will. Why bother with all that? Anyway, Li Yin is one of us. Garnett, utterly shaken by Li Yin's antics, left the Timberwolves devoid of any chance of victory. After the Nuggets' main players launched an offensive, the score gap widened significantly. For minutes into the fourth quarter, the deficit had ballooned to 26 points. The Timberwolves pulled all their starters, conceding defeat. Watching Garnett exit the court, Li Yin felt a lingering sense of unfulfillment. Though physically exhausted, he felt a deep sense of satisfaction. George Karl subsequently called off the game, substituting his team's main players as well. Li Yin sat on the bench, gazing at the 8 newly acquired attribute points on the system panel, feeling quite pleased. The match against the Heat had rewarded him with 1 attribute point. Witnessing the iconic scene of the iron-blooded Wolf King fighting valiantly had granted him 2 attribute points, while the remaining 5 points were earned through his encounters with Garnett. Upon discovering that the hidden task Roar of the Wolf King could be triggered multiple times, Li Yin was determined to take full advantage of this opportunity. The reward drop rate was remarkably reliable. He had completed 6 tasks, with 5 yielding rewards. This was a delightful harvest. During the game, as he focused intently on his tasks, Li Yin took a moment to examine the skill Roar of the Wolf King. Roar of the Wolf King, beginner a cry for justice resounds, charging forth with fervor into the world. Limited to once per match. Garnett epitomized the essence of iron-willed basketball, and the classic Roar of the Wolf King could significantly uplift his teammates' morale. Skill effect. After executing a critical defensive move, a mighty roar can enhance the team's shooting accuracy by 10 for 5 turns and slightly restore the team's stamina. What? So Garnett's chest-thumping roar has such an effect? Li Yin felt speechless. How could this be a support skill? After all, he aspired to become a basketball deity. What sort of pitiful skill is this? Could he not receive a skill that boosts offensive capabilities, like the iron-blooded jump shot? He pondered that encountering the 4 great shooting guards should reward him with a skill that enhances offensive power. Yet, considering the system's penchant for mischief, one could never be certain. What if he ended up with a skill akin to Old K's four-dimensional three-point shot? That would be worse than having nothing at all. Chapter 19. Choices in the direction of growth. As the final buzzer resonated, the Denver Nuggets triumphed over the Minnesota Timberwolves with a score of 105-91, securing their third consecutive victory. Lee Yin delivered an impressive performance, amassing 10 points, 14 assists, 5 rebounds, 2 steals, and 6 blocks. He has now become the darling of the Nuggets, and even before he could rise from his seat, reporters had already flocked to him for an interview. Having graciously attended to the journalists, Lee Yin was about to depart when he felt a piercing gaze filled with longing. It was Mei, anxiously awaiting his presence from the sidelines. It dawned on Lee Yin that he had promised her something before the game. A Chinese man must honor his word. As he approached the edge of the court, a throng of fans gathered, eager for his autograph. They believed that Lee Yin was destined to become a star, making their request for a signature an invaluable opportunity. Lee Yin patiently signed for his admirers, warmly shaking hands and exchanging high fives. His strikingly handsome features attracted a considerable number of female fans, causing Mei, lost in her own thoughts, to fade into the background. To others, she merely appeared as an overly enthusiastic supporter. Upon returning to the locker room, Lee Yin was informed by the team's staff that the Denver Sports Gazette wished to conduct an exclusive interview with him. His remarkable performance had garnered significant attention, and the largest local newspaper believed that a feature on him would resonate with fans. After much effort to decline the post-game press conference, Lee Yin found himself reluctantly agreeing to a 30-minute interview, which delayed his return to his apartment until the late hours. Open the system panel. Lee Yin currently possesses 8 attribute points available for allocation. Rather than distributing them evenly, he prefers to concentrate them into a single area. He understands the wisdom of the saying, "It is better to sacrifice one finger than to injure all 10. After consulting the system, Lee Yin has become considerably more cautious regarding his point allocation. The system recently informed him that attribute point rewards are not guaranteed in every match. Otherwise, one could accumulate 100 or more points in a single season, which would be excessive. Only when facing star players of the caliber of Wade and Garnett will system tasks be triggered. Moreover, the rewards from these tasks, aside from star skills and attribute points, are more likely to be state cards. State cards are consumables that yield remarkable effects upon use, yet they do not enhance one's attributes in the long run. From a broader perspective, the most desirable rewards are star skills, followed by attribute points, with state cards being the least favorable. Lee Yin contemplated his options, feeling torn between 2 choices. The first option is spot-up three-point shooting, where his current capability stands at 76, merely adequate. If he were to allocate all 8 points, his ability would rise to 84, thus qualifying him as an elite perimeter shooter. The second option is driving to the basket, where his current ability is 85, quite respectable. However, due to his speed of 78 and strength of 80, which are not exceptional, his drives lack the explosiveness of players like Wade and James. Yet, should he elevate his driving ability to 93, it would result in a qualitative transformation in his capability to penetrate defenses. In this scenario, combined with Lee Yin's ball handling and assist skills, the outcome would be formidable. If given the opportunity, Lee Yin would undoubtedly aspire to become a superlative star excelling in both scoring and defense. However, when faced with a choice, he ultimately opted for a driving breakthrough towards the basket. On one hand, enhancing this skill would elevate his breakthrough ability to an impressive 90, marking a significant leap in performance. Moreover, upon completing the task to acquire Allen Iverson's breakthrough skill set and an additional 10 points in speed attributes, he would effortlessly attain a speed rating of 90 and nearly perfect breakthrough capabilities. Coupled with his ball handling and passing skills, even if his shooting were somewhat lacking, he would still embody the caliber of a superstar. Conversely, if he chose to enhance his shooting skills, his mid-range and spot-up three-point shooting would only reach a modest 70, while his off-the-dribble three-point shooting would be a dismal 55. With such inadequate foundations, even if he were to receive rewards at the end of the first season, he would merely accumulate several 80-rated attributes. While this would provide a well-rounded skill set, it would fail to distinguish him as an exceptional player, making it exceedingly difficult for him to achieve superstar status. With the system at his disposal, he was destined to become a multifaceted basketball deity. Yet his choices would dictate the pace of his development. After allocating his points, Lee Yin's breakthrough ability soared to 93. becoming the third skill to reach a rating of 90, following his ball handling and passing skills. The next day, he accompanied the Denver Nuggets to Milwaukee, embarking on their Eastern road trip. Although he had mentally prepared himself, he still felt a tinge of disappointment when the system failed to assign any tasks. It seemed that the system's assertions were indeed accurate. Against opponents of the caliber of the Bucks, no rewards would be forthcoming. This season, the Bucks were led by Michael Redd. The journey of Michael Reed, evolving from a second-round draft pick to an all-star, is truly inspirational. He possesses remarkable scoring ability and excels in both driving and shooting. However, it is evident that he still falls short of the standards set by the system. The Bucks' second-in-command is the renowned Mo Williams, who is known for his exceptional passing skills. This season, the Bucks have struggled significantly, currently languishing near the bottom of the Eastern Conference, with only a single victory separating them from the last-place Celtics. In comparison, the Nuggets undoubtedly present a more formidable team. The course of the game reflected this, as the visiting Nuggets took control from the outset. Under the orchestrating prowess of Lee Yen, the Nuggets executed a fluid offensive display. Unsurprisingly, they secured yet another victory by a margin of 20 points. Throughout the game, 6 players from the Nuggets scored in double digits, with Allen Iverson delivering an impressive 42-point performance. Since joining the Nuggets, Iverson has displayed an explosive form, igniting high hopes among fans for the current season. With such competitive prowess, the Nuggets are poised to become serious championship contenders upon the return of Carmelo Anthony and J.R. Smith. Chapter 20, Mission Announcement, Mamba Strikes. The Nuggets' journey through the Eastern Conference continues. They have persevered through numerous challenges, with Lee Yen consistently showcasing his impressive double-double performances, thereby affirming that his success is not merely a fleeting occurrence. Domestic fans exclaim in exhilaration, "We now have a top-tier guard." The magnitude of Lee Yen's progress has left fans astounded. In the CBA, he played as a swingman, primarily relying on his physical attributes to dominate local players. His ball-handling skills were not particularly distinguished. What the fans remain unaware of is that Lee Yen has undergone a fantastical transformation akin to traversing through time and space with the addition of a system. They all believe that it was the exceptional training standards of the NBA, combined with Lee Yen's relentless determination, that enabled him to achieve a remarkable transformation. Furthermore, the media's embellishments infused his journey with a sense of miraculous wonder. Have you ever witnessed Denver at 3 in the morning? According to reports from Shinjin Sports Daily, Lee Yen rises at 3 a.m. each day to engage in morning exercises, striving for self-improvement. Before the sun graces the sky, he has already completed 2 hours of ball-handling drills, which is the secret to his enhanced dribbling skills. Astonishingly, Lee Yen was taken aback by the storytelling prowess of domestic media. Kobe's infamous 4 a.m. routine seemed paltry in comparison as they advanced the hour to 3 a.m. Are you certain that such rigorous training won't lead to exhaustion? Lee Yen's unique approach to physical conditioning. As reported by True Man Sports Daily, he performs 100 push-ups, 100 sit-ups, 100 squats, and runs 10 kilometers daily. After 6 months of steadfast dedication, Lee Yen has successfully transformed himself. I may have lost my hair, yet I have grown stronger. Lee Yen finds this even more ludicrous than Denver at 3 a.m. Surely the editor did not derive inspiration from an animated series? Lee Yen has undeniably become a quintessential example of hard work and perseverance. Endorsements have poured in from various industries: automobiles, soft drinks, shampoos, mobile phones, cameras, range hoods, throat lozenges, ham sausages, instant noodles, and even male health products. Overnight, Lee Yen has transformed into a sought-after figure, with his commercial value soaring. Simultaneously, he established his own agency, Starry Sky, aspiring to evolve into the world's premier sports management company. Although currently the sole member under his banner is Lee Yen. With his godlike perspective, anyone who is not excessively foolish should be able to thrive. Lee Yen has become affluent and has assembled a team comprising an agent, a nutritionist, and a trainer. The Nuggets' performance continues to soar, with everything seemingly progressing favorably. However, Lee Yen finds himself somewhat discontent. This is primarily because the system has not issued any tasks for quite some time. Were it not for the system's responses upon his summons, he might have believed it had vanished entirely. After numerous matches, Lee Yen discovered that triggering tasks remains quite challenging. Regarding the caliber of players, the Nuggets have faced the Celtics, who boast the illustrious Paul Pierce, known as the truth. Although Pierce may not rival the likes of Garnett and Wade, he is nonetheless a player of similar stature. Yet, the system remarked, the Celtics are so weak. How could there possibly be a task? Admittedly, the Celtics currently languish at the bottom of the Eastern Conference standings. Furthermore, the Nuggets have also competed against Eastern Conference powerhouses like the Raptors and the Bulls, both of which feature stars such as Chris Bosh and Ben Wallace. The system, however, indicated the quality still falls short. Li Yin was left speechless. According to the system's standards, the team's performance cannot be subpar, and the quality of stars must exceed that of Bosh. There are only a handful of teams in the entire league that meet such criteria. Fortunately, he had been cautious with his attribute points previously. Otherwise, had he allocated them recklessly, he would have had no solace for his tears. Nonetheless, through consecutive matches, Li Yin has made progress. His skill, Wolf King's Roar, has advanced from a basic to an intermediate level, enhancing his teammates' shooting accuracy from a 10 boost to a 15 increase. At this moment, Li Yin discovered an experience bar above the skills. Once the bar is filled, he could level up. Both competitions and training could enhance his experience points. However, different skills progressed at varying rates. The Master of Ball Control, due to its inherent embarrassment, had only been utilized by Li Yin a mere 2 times. In contrast, the experience bar for the skill he frequently employed, the Master of Assists, had scarcely increased. Upon inspecting the system panel, he was taken aback. The experience bar stretched to 10,000, and he was still 9,576 points away from leveling up. A simple calculation revealed that it would take nearly 34 years to accumulate such points. The Lightning Man's disdain was palpable. His experience bar measured 1,000, with only 868 points left to reach the next level, which was considerably better than the Master of Assists. Li Yin estimated that with diligent use, he could achieve an intermediate level by the end of the season. As for the Roar of the Wolf King, the initial experience bar was merely 100, and it only increased to 200 at the intermediate level. Could this be related to the strength of the skills and the effectiveness of training? Indeed, the enhancement of passing skills was undoubtedly the most challenging endeavor. On the other hand, the Roar of the Wolf King, well, a simple shout was quite easy to practice. As a resolute man, Li Yin despised sugary fruits and candies, favoring the energetic lightning 5 whips and the exuberant chicken you too beautiful. With his robust masculinity, Li Yin found that the more he shouted, the more experience he gained, and the more adept he became. Feedback from within the Nuggets team indicated that every time Li Yin unleashed his roar, it ignited a fervor, significantly boosting morale. Li Yin's passionate playing style has garnered considerable admiration from fans, who affectionately refer to him as a steadfast warrior. Following their triumph over the Hawks, the Nuggets have achieved an impressive record of 9 wins and 1 loss since Allen Iverson's arrival, with their only defeat being a narrow 6-point loss to the Eastern Conference leading Detroit Pistons. In this particular match, Iverson was severely restricted by Billups and Hamilton, while Li Yin relentlessly utilized his playmaking skills until exhaustion set in, ultimately failing to turn the tide. The Pistons exemplified a defense-first team basketball approach, with Hamilton, Billups, Rasheed Wallace, and especially Prince proving to be formidable adversaries for Li Yin. Prince, with his abundant stamina, exceptional mobility, and outstanding blocking and stealing abilities, coupled with remarkable defensive awareness, presented a significant challenge. Most crucially, Prince's height and long reach, despite his slender build, allowed him to hold his ground effectively. This deprived Li Yin of his greatest advantage. Previously, in matchups, he had capitalized on his height and wingspan to gain a considerable edge. Indeed, basketball is a sport reliant on innate talent. Absent a robust system, Li Yin, with his average athleticism and fundamental skills, would undoubtedly find himself languishing on the bench. To ascend to the ranks of elite stars, one must possess a trifecta of skills: dribbling, shooting, and passing. This is the path Li Yin is striving towards. After 10 matches, the Nuggets welcomed back J.R. Smith, with Carmelo Anthony's return still 5 games away. The Nuggets' next opponent is the Los Angeles Lakers. After a prolonged silence, the system finally issued a new task. Ding. Task announcement. 1. Achieve victory in the away game against the Lakers while scoring over 20 points to earn a skill point. 2. Limit Kobe's score to below 25 points for a chance to acquire skills related to him. Chapter 21. Is the objective to outshine Kobe? The system has stirred, and naturally, Li Yin is filled with excitement. If possible, he would love to embrace Kobe. His mind is flooded with classic slogans. Kobe, Kobe, welcome to my side. Thank you for coming here. Kobe, Kobe, welcome to my side. Waiting for the wind and rain to greet you. He has arrived, bringing tasks with him. He has arrived, bringing skills with him. What is wrong with you? Iverson inquired, noticing Li Yin stretching while wearing a silly grin. Is there something making you happy? Li Yin did not conceal his feelings. Boss, I'm just a bit thrilled at the thought of seeing Kobe soon. What? Iverson's heart tightened. Are you a fan of Kobe? Having partnered with Li Yin in numerous matches, Iverson felt quite satisfied. A point guard with exceptional passing control, who excels in distributing the ball while continuously providing defensive support, is indeed a rarity. Iverson certainly does not wish for Li Yin to switch allegiances after a single season. As two of the most distinguished shooting guards from the golden 96 generation, Iverson and Kobe have often been compared. It would be impossible for Iverson to claim that he remains indifferent to this. He knows Kobe would undoubtedly appreciate a point guard like Li Yin, and a sense of crisis began to brew within him. Li Yin chuckled, expressing his eagerness to face Kobe Bryant, declaring his desire to outshine him. Haha, big brother. Do you think I am dreaming? He remarked, noticing Allen Iverson's astonishment. Iverson, however, did not perceive Li Yin's ambition as overconfidence. Rather, he was momentarily reminded of his own youthful aspirations when he once dared to challenge the legendary Michael Jordan. Keep it up, Iverson encouraged, patting Li Yin on the shoulder. The Los Angeles Lakers are a prestigious team in the NBA, and the Staples Center stands as one of the sacred venues of basketball. In Los Angeles, basketball enjoys immense popularity. Li Yin has risen from obscurity, delivering remarkable performances with an impressive streak of double-digit assists over 11 consecutive games. As Iverson's backcourt partner, Li Yin has garnered significant media attention. Many local journalists are intrigued by this player, whose style of play bears a striking resemblance to that of Lakers legend Magic Johnson. During pre-game interviews, Li Yin found himself the center of media adulation, microphones crowding around him. Li, Allen Iverson believes you will become a star guard. Do you have confidence in yourself? They inquired. Absolutely. Thanks to AI. He has been like a brother, guiding me, he responded. Are you looking forward to the showdown with Kobe? We've noticed that you have been guarding the opposing team's key player in Denver. After a moment's reflection, Li Yin replied. Of course, I am eagerly anticipating the chance to face Kobe. I grew up watching him play, and I am truly excited. What are your ambitions? Are you aiming for Rookie of the Year? Let nature take its course. There is still much for me to learn. On January 6th, the Staples Center buzzed with excitement. Li Yin surveyed his surroundings. Indeed, Los Angeles was a grand metropolis, nestled against Hollywood, and the Staples Center was perpetually aglow with starlight. The front-row tickets were never a source of concern, as they were invariably occupied by Hollywood stars and various socialites. While a passion for basketball constituted part of their allure, a significant portion was drawn by the prospect of exposure. It is well known that the Lakers are the most beloved team in the NBA, boasting an array of nationally televised games that rank among the highest in the league. Li Yin noticed several fans adorned in his jersey, most of whom bore Chinese features. Moved by the enthusiastic cheers from his supporters, he naturally waved back at them. As Li Yin continued his warm-up, the crowd erupted in cheers. He looked up to see Kobe Bryant and Allen Iverson engaged in friendly banter. This season, Kobe was in phenomenal form, averaging an astonishing 31.6 points, 5.7 rebounds, 5 for assists and 1 for steals per game. Following Shaquille O'Neal's departure, Kobe had shouldered the responsibility of propelling the Lakers forward, with few allies by his side. Currently, the Lakers' second leading scorer was Lamar Odom, yet his average points per game barely reached half of Kobe's, standing at only 15. 2. The starting point guard, known as the Reaper, was Smush Parker. However, his prowess did not quite match the ferocity of his moniker. Nevertheless, as a minimum salary player, Parker was indeed a valuable asset. The starting center for the Lakers is Kwame Brown, a former first overall pick who has faced significant struggles, having been shaped by the likes of Michael Jordan and Kobe Bryant, resulting in a profound lack of confidence during games. At this juncture, the young Shaquille O'Neal, Andrew Bynum, serves as Brown's backup, possessing even more rudimentary skills. However, Bynum's youth is his advantage, as he is still not yet 20 years old since entering the draft straight out of high school. Li Yin pondered over the task at hand. Scoring 20 points would not be an easy feat for him at this moment. Naturally, restricting Kobe's scoring to 25 points posed an even greater challenge. Yet the allure of Kobe's skill set far outweighed the value of a mere attribute point. Consequently, Li Yin resolved to devote more energy to curtailing Kobe's scoring. Prioritizing this over the team's victory, the game commenced swiftly. Marcus Camby won the jump against Kwame Brown. Kobe was tasked with guarding Allen Iverson, while Li Yin faced off against Smush Parker. Li Yin advanced the ball, enjoying a distinct advantage in his matchup with Parker. He opted against calling for a screen, instead initiating an aggressive drive, overpowering Parker as he penetrated the paint. With no Lakers players providing help defense, Li Yin scored the first basket for the Nuggets with a graceful hook shot, bringing the score to 2-0. A gasp of amazement resonated throughout Staples Center. Li Yin's inaugural shot captivated the fans, who had previously only heard of a player on the Nuggets whose style resembled that of Magic Johnson. Now witnessing it live, the Lakers fans were astonished. Whether in height, physique, or in the execution of dribbling and hook shots, the similarities were striking. Meanwhile, on the Lakers' offensive end, Kobe positioned himself in the low post on the right side, where Smush Parker delivered the ball to him. Li Yin defended against Kobe. After Kobe repeatedly backed into him while dribbling, Li Yin sensed that Kobe was preparing for a fadeaway jump shot. As Kobe spun and leaped, Li Yin also sprang forward to contest the shot. At that moment, Kobe was at the pinnacle of his prowess, soaring to great heights. Li Yin understood that once Kobe found his rhythm, it would be exceedingly difficult to hinder him. Thus, he resolutely activated his skill, the disdain of the flash. Knowing that even if he couldn't block the shot, any interference would be a victory in itself. Li Yin's long arms provided a modicum of disruption to Kobe's shot, but the basketball's trajectory remained true, just slightly off. Duong. The ball struck the front of the rim and ricocheted upwards. Chapter 22. Young people should not fear mistakes. Kobe's first attempt clanged off the iron, creating chaos beneath the basket for the Nuggets. Kwame Brown managed to secure the rebound, but not completely. Camby reached in, sending the ball flying. J.R. Smith scooped up the loose ball and immediately passed it to Li Yin. Fast break. The transition from defense to offense had always been the Nuggets' strength. Iverson surged ahead, and without hesitation, Li Yin passed him the ball. Kobe's pursuit was relentless, maintaining an impeccably calculated distance from Iverson. Aware of Kobe's unwavering defense, Iverson chose not to force a shot, but instead passed the ball backward, leading Kobe away from the baseline. Li Yin received the pass and leaped with all his might, though not soaring high. Fortunately, his reach was sufficient, and he managed to slam the ball into the hoop. Li Yin discovered that the disdain emanating from the flash could elevate his defensive prowess, enabling him to leap higher. However, in the absence of skill enhancements on the offensive end, his jumping ability appeared rather unremarkable. Li Yin commenced the game by scoring 4 consecutive points, eliciting ecstatic cheers from Chinese fans in front of their televisions. Wow, Li Yin is incredible. He shows no fear even against Kobe. Li Yin's aptitude for controlling the rhythm of the game was evident, and it was clear that his teammates placed immense trust in him. Indeed, as soon as J.R. acquired the ball, he immediately sought out Li Yin. Li Yin is phenomenal. Today he will outshine Kobe. Whoa, let us not get ahead of ourselves. Let us celebrate our victory first. Yet, the excitement was palpable as, at that moment, Li Yin had already secured 4 points while Kobe had yet to score. That makes sense. The Lakers' offense remained predominantly driven by Kobe, while Li Yin maintained intense focus. Kobe executed a series of crossovers, all thwarted by Li Yin's defense. Kwame Brown stepped in to provide Kobe with a screen, allowing him to penetrate and draw the attention of the Nuggets' defense. With remarkable finesse, Kobe threaded the ball through a narrow gap to the descending Kwame Brown. However, a mishap occurred as Kwame lost grip of the ball, which slipped from his hands and landed in the bewildered grasp of Kenyon Martin. Caught off guard, Kenyon was momentarily perplexed, pondering the sudden appearance of the ball in his hands. Fast break, Li Yin shouted, prompting Martin to spring into action. The basketball was swiftly passed to Li Yin, who, without hesitation, propelled it forward with both hands. The ball soared from his grasp like a bullet from a chamber. Allen Iverson, already in full stride, sensed the rush of air behind him. With his years of experience, he could discern that the ball was traveling at an astonishing speed. Iverson played with such fervor that his legs seemed to blur with speed. With a swift motion, he caught the basketball and executed a flawless layup, scoring 2 points, 6-0. The Nuggets took control, forcing the Lakers to call a timeout. Oh my goodness, it was simply unbelievable. The pass was executed with such finesse, akin to a bolt of lightning. I barely registered how the ball was released. Goodness, do the Chinese players employ martial arts in their gameplay? The speed of the ball was astonishing. Only AI could keep up. Li Yin awaited Iverson on the sidelines for a high five. Li, that pass was too ambitious, Iverson gasped. Well, boss, I thought you were the one receiving it. In my eyes, there's no ball you can't chase down, Li Yin chuckled heartily. Amused, Iverson playfully slapped Li Yin on the backside, saying, that pass nearly sent your old boss packing. Next time, don't throw it like that. You're 20. I'm already 32. I believe in you. Li Yin teased Iverson deliberately. Laughter erupted as Iverson plopped down on the bench, grinning. Try it next time. If I don't catch your pass, who will be blamed for the turnover? Li Yin replied with a thoughtful expression. You certainly understand the rules. Old man. George Karl chuckled, jokingly adding, Li, if you play with Allen and the ball goes out of bounds, just raise your hand. Li Yin responded, Coach. What kind of trick is this? J.R. Smith translated. It means if AI passes to you and you miss it, it's your mistake. If you pass to AI and he misses it, it's still your mistake. Young individuals, do not fear making mistakes. The pause has concluded, and the game resumes. Kobe requests the ball in the low post, overpowering Li Yin with his back to the basket. Despite Li Yin's utmost efforts, the disdain of the Flash failed to disrupt Kobe's smooth fadeaway jumper. The basketball sailed over Li Yin's outstretched arms, swishing effortlessly through the net. A picturesque display, so fluid and graceful, leaving Li Yin to lament in silence. The score stands at 6-2, as the Lakers finally open their account through Kobe's brilliance. Now, it is the Nuggets' turn. Li Yin advances the ball into the front court, with Luke Walton assigned to defend him. Li Yin's physique nearly overwhelms all point guards, prompting many teams to deploy forwards to counter him. He passes the ball to Iverson and initiates an off-ball movement with Walton in pursuit. It is not yet the era of small ball. NBA teams still place significant emphasis on their interior presence. The Lakers' paint area is congested, and Li Yin opts not to join the fray, but instead retreats to the perimeter. He signals a play to J.R., yet J.R. remains oblivious. Meanwhile, Iverson is engaged in a fierce showdown with Kobe. Iverson creates space, but Kobe's tenacious defense provides a measure of disruption. Thud. The basketball clangs off the rim. Once again, Kwame Brown fails to secure the rebound. Li Yin, anticipating the play, dives to the ground ahead of Kobe, tapping the ball towards Iverson. With precision, Iverson makes a mid-range jumper. Kobe gazes helplessly at Kwame Brown, questioning how this individual was ever a first overall pick, unable to secure the ball. It is the Lakers' possession again. Kobe isolates in the low post, delivering a painful blow to Li Yin's chest. Li Yin finds himself succumbing to Kobe's relentless physicality. J.R. Smith rushed in to provide defensive support, while Kobe, with keen awareness, distributed the ball to the wide-open Luke Walton. Despite Walton's three-point shooting percentage of 36 this season, his attempts were few and far between. He could be described as capable of shooting from beyond the arc, yet lacking consistency. After taking aim for what felt like an eternity, his shot veered off course significantly. Kwame Brown nearly fumbled the ball again, but fortunately, it was Kenyon Martin who managed to deflect it out of bounds. Kobe, visibly frustrated, shook his head in disapproval, while Walton and Brown found themselves unable to meet Kobe's piercing gaze. The intensity of Kobe's presence was palpable, prompting Li Yin to instinctively shift closer to Allen Iverson. Sensing the ominous aura radiating from Kobe, Li Yin understood that the Mamba mentality was about to manifest. Chapter 23, Witnessing Iconic Moments in the NBA, the Mamba mentality. The Lakers prepared to inbound the ball. Kobe executed a seamless handoff with Lamar Odom. Li Yin was momentarily deceived. His movement slowed just enough for Kobe to exploit the opening. With a powerful push off the ground, Kobe surged forward, instantly breaking free from Li Yin's grasp. As he charged toward the paint, Kenyon Martin was poised to protect the rim. There was no trickery involved. It was a straightforward confrontation. Kobe soared into the air, traversing a significant distance. Martin extended his long arms, but Kobe cleverly evaded him with a deft pull-up maneuver. With a resounding thud, Kobe unleashed a spectacular fold-over dunk, igniting the Staples Center into a frenzy. The fluidity of his movements was reminiscent of a beautiful painting, as Zhang, known for his insightful commentary, exclaimed in admiration. Upon landing, Kobe's expression remained stoic. The Lakers were trailing by a considerable margin, leaving no room for celebration. The game continued. Lee firmly held his ground at the arc against Walton, taking 3 deliberate steps to penetrate the paint. The Lakers fans in the stands were taken aback. Although Lee's speed was not particularly swift, his strides were expansive, and his movements were exceedingly deceptive. The help defense from Odom proved futile as Lee seamlessly delivered a brilliant pass. Unmarked, Kenyon Martin leapt towards the rim with ferocity, the basket reverberating with a resounding thud, a testament to the prowess of the formidable power forward. In the subsequent possession for the Lakers, Kobe once again opted to back down Lee, executing a proficient turnaround jumper that swished through the net. In the next play, Lee set a solid screen, allowing Iverson to dash past him to receive the ball. To enhance Iverson's shooting opportunity, Lee infused the play with his signature finesse. After being momentarily obstructed by Lee, Iverson effortlessly sank the mid-range jumper. "AI, where did you find this kid?" Kobe inquired, impressed by his skill. "Don't be envious, Kobe." Iverson chuckled. "He's here to help me secure a championship." As the Lakers initiated their offensive play, Lee signaled to his teammates to transition back on defense. Iverson shrugged at Kobe, saying, "See, he reminded me to get back." Kobe scrutinized Lee closely, intrigued by the young player. During the Lakers' offensive sequence, Kobe continued to demand the ball in the low post. Lee steadfastly defended against him. This time, after a shoulder fake, Kobe opted to pivot and drive towards the basket. However, Lee misjudged the play, allowing Kobe to surge past him from the right side. With a sudden stop, Kobe released a mid-range shot that swished through the hoop once more. Lee felt a pang of concern. If this continued, Kobe's skills would soon reach an unprecedented level. Kobe continued to score, igniting the enthusiasm of the Staples Center crowd. "You defended well, but unfortunately, you encountered me," Kobe remarked, directing his words at Lee. "Huh." Lee thought he misheard. Was Kobe actually trash-talking him? Unfazed, Lee, who had once been an infamous keyboard warrior engaging in verbal duels across various online forums, was adept at banter of all kinds. "Kobe, your trash talk is ineffective against me," Lee retorted with a wave of his hand. "I started more games in my first season than you did in your first 2. Stunned silence enveloped not only Kobe, but also the players from the Nuggets and Lakers. Did he really just mock Kobe, and with such precision? It was well known that even a powerhouse like Kobe had spent most of his first 2 seasons on the bench, starting only 7 out of 150 regular season games. "Very well," Kobe chuckled, albeit somewhat strained. "Kid, I'm starting to like you. I'm not fond of men." Lee shot back. Kobe responded with a bewildered expression. "Ha ha." Watching Kobe nearly choke on his frustration, Iverson couldn't contain his amusement. "Kobe, don't be upset. Lighten up a bit." As the Nuggets took their turn, Lee advanced with the ball, and Kobe aggressively closed in on him, clearly irked. With Kobe tightly guarding him, Lee showed no hesitation and swiftly passed the ball to Iverson. Iverson executed a double crossover, effortlessly maneuvering past Smush Parker, and scored with a mid-range shot. Lee gazed earnestly at Kobe and said, "Kobe, please stop glaring at me. I'm a minimum salary player. Failing to pass the ball to AI could cost me my job. Retreat." As Allen Iverson passed by, Dilly playfully gave Lee a nudge on the backside. "Damn it." Lee winced and remarked, "Boss, I've pulled a muscle in my rear. If this keeps up, I'll be sidelined for the next game." The Lakers launched their offense, with Odom continuing to feed the ball to Kobe. Kobe, opting not to set a screen, skillfully maneuvered to create space before taking a shot over Lee. Lee was a fraction too slow, despite employing the disdainful tactics of the Flash. He failed to block Kobe's attempt. The basketball grazed the rim before settling into the net. "You really think you can guard me?" Kobe taunted as he retreated on defense. This time, Lee chose not to respond, not out of defeat, but simply to conserve his energy. The exertion required to face Kobe on both offense and defense was substantial, especially as Lee's continuous use of skills further drained his stamina. As the first quarter concluded, the Nuggets led the Lakers by 6 points, 27-21. Kobe had scored 12 points in that quarter, and Lee's mission was teetering on the brink of failure. In the second quarter, after 4 minutes of play with both teams rotating their lineups, the Lakers were the first to reintroduce their starters. Subsequently, the Nuggets made their adjustments as well. Once again, Lee found himself against Kobe. This time, Kobe utilized Kwame Brown's screen to break through. executing a sudden stop for a mid-range shot. Lee Yin sprang from the ground, employing the flash's disdain to prolong his airborne moment. With no alternative, Kobe had to adjust the arc of his shot. Duong. The basketball struck the front of the rim and bounced back out. Lee Yin clenched his fist in celebration, finally managing to halt Kobe's scoring streak. To be honest, Kobe's style of play was nearly impossible to contain when he found his rhythm. All Lee Yin could do was inwardly wish for the spirit of Ben Simmons to possess Kobe. Perhaps Lee Yin's fervent hope moved the basketball deity, for upon entering the second quarter, it seemed as if Kobe had lost his touch. His movements remained as graceful as ever, yet each attempt fell just short. The relentless sound of clanking iron echoed, igniting a flicker of hope in Lee Yin that he might accomplish his mission. Damn, Kobe cursed, his voice cold as he remarked. Kid, don't get too pleased. This has nothing to do with your defense. It's my own fault. Lee Yin responded with a silent expression. Suddenly, a notification from the system chimed in. Host witnesses a legendary moment in the NBA, the Mamba mentality. If I keep shooting, I will inevitably score. System reward activated. Host gains 2 attribute points. With tears of joy streaming down his face, Lee Yin exclaimed, "This is incredible. I love you, Kobe." Chapter 24. Sister Ba's gift. The Lakers were not a formidable team. They relied heavily on Kobe for their offense and lacked focus in defense. As Kobe struggled with his shooting, the Nuggets seized the opportunity to widen the score gap. The Lakers called a timeout to regroup. Upon returning to the game, Kobe adjusted his approach, beginning to attack the Nuggets basket with renewed vigor. Collaborating with Bynum through a pick and roll, he skillfully altered his pace and penetrated the paint. After drawing Camby's attention, Kobe executed a jump shot, completing a three-point play. After scoring, Kobe raised his fist in triumph, exclaiming, "Finally, you've done it." He cast a piercing glare at Lee Yin, who, if looks could kill, would surely have collapsed. Lee Yin quickly fell silent, realizing the awkwardness of having inadvertently voiced his thoughts. Yet, it struck him that Kobe likely did not comprehend Chinese. "Kid, I'm not sure what you just said." Kobe approached the free throw line, adding, "But don't get it twisted, you cannot defend against me." Indeed, Lee Yin internally cursed, bemused by Kobe's reaction despite not understanding him. "Kobe, don't call for a screen. If you dare, dunk on me." Lee Yin taunted. Swish. Kobe sank the free throw, chuckling, "As you wish, kid, but don't you dare shed tears. Don't boast. Even Dwayne Wade and KG have attempted to dunk over me and ended up humiliated." Lee Yin, unfazed, shot back. "AI, where does your little buddy get all this chatter?" Kobe remarked while defending Allen Iverson. "Oh, who cares?" Iverson replied with a grin. "I feel quite good, actually." Before Kobe and Iverson could showcase their skills, Lee Yin had already backed down Walton, executing a smooth hook shot. After delivering 3 consecutive assists, treating himself to a solo play seemed quite reasonable, he mused. "That kid isn't even focused on you," Kobe teased Iverson. "What can I say? Perhaps I'm just not as dominant as you." Iverson shrugged nonchalantly. "Next season, let him come to the Lakers and seek me out," Kobe said with a smile. "I sense he would compliment me well." Iverson shot a glance at Kobe and exclaimed, "No way." Upon reaching the Nuggets half-court, Parker passed the ball to Kobe. Lee Yin immediately switched his defense with Iverson, continuing to guard Kobe, albeit allowing him a slight distance. If Kobe were to drive, Lee Yin knew he wouldn't be able to keep up in terms of speed, so it was prudent to maintain a buffer. Suddenly, Kobe smiled, and an ominous feeling crept into Lee Yin's mind. As anticipated, Kobe executed a pull-up shot right before Lee Yin's eyes. The basketball traced a beautiful arc before swishing through the net. "Damn, this sly fox deceived me, utterly devoid of sportsmanship." Lee Yin taunted Kobe. "What happened to the promise of dunking over me? Afraid?" Kobe smirked, his lips twitching. "Kid, I relish one-on-one battles and enjoy overwhelming my opponents, but make no mistake, my mind is sound." Lee Yin was left speechless. What happened to the knightly spirit? Counting that last shot, Kobe had already amassed 18 points. Lee Yin's mission was perilously close to financial ruin. At halftime, the Nuggets held an 8-point lead over the Lakers, 56-48. The silver lining was that Lee Yin had scored 11 points, bringing him closer to the coveted 20-point mark. The bad news was that Kobe had already racked up 20 points, his skills seemingly soaring. "Coach, I strongly recommend double-teaming Kobe. If 2 aren't sufficient, then 3. The other Lakers players are simply inadequate. If we can contain Kobe, We won more than half the battle. In the locker room, Li Yan earnestly presented his proposal to head coach George Karl. He genuinely desired Kobe's skills, but realized he couldn't manage to halt Kobe alone. Thus, he had to rally support. George Karl pondered for a moment before ultimately acquiescing to the notion of a collective effort to thwart Kobe. Indeed, without Kobe, this Lakers team was rendered ineffectual. Upon witnessing the head coach's nod of approval, Li Yan felt a surge of renewed vigor. Allen Iverson, somewhat perplexed, inquired, "Lee, are you truly so eager to target Kobe? Why the enthusiasm?" "Absolutely, my approach." "Approach?" Iverson was taken aback. "What I mean is that my training regimen is meticulously designed to neutralize elite scorers like Kobe." Li Yan quickly maneuvered past the confusion with ease. "Well, I have high hopes for you." The second half commenced swiftly. Kobe found himself besieged by the Nuggets, who were determined to stifle his scoring at all costs, even if it meant relinquishing opportunities for the other Lakers players. Kobe attempted 2 long-range shots, both of which ended in failure. As he drove toward the basket, he was met with Li Yan's formidable block. The disdain of the Flash was an undeniable hallmark of his blocking prowess. With the skill activated, his success rate for denying dunks was an unwavering 100%. Kobe, oblivious to Li Yan's enhancement, could only sense that this young man possessed an uncanny ability to leap to such heights. Under the Nuggets' intense scrutiny, Kobe found himself struggling to make headway. The Nuggets were unmistakably intent on denying him scoring opportunities, even resorting at times to a frenzied deployment of 3 defenders to impede his progress. Fortunately, the other Lakers seized this advantageous moment, capitalizing on the defensive focus on Kobe to secure points of their own. While Kobe's scoring stagnated, his assists began to rise rapidly. Yet, true to his nature, Kobe, regardless of the fierce defense he faced, still managed to find a way to score. As the fourth quarter commenced, Kobe's score had reached 25 points, rendering the likelihood of him failing to score a single point in the remaining time nearly non-existent. Li Yan's mind was on the verge of exploding. What was he to do? Kobe's stamina was astonishing, showing no signs of decline, whereas his own performance suffered due to the continuous use of skills. Moreover, even with full stamina, it was impossible to prevent Kobe from scoring. Regardless, he decided to replenish his energy first. As Li Yan surveyed the surroundings, he spotted an exceptionally attractive woman on the sidelines. Seizing an opportunity during a contested 2-point shot, he successfully made contact with the enchanting beauty. Suddenly, a sound echoed from the system. Master of Ball Control activated. Host excitement level reached 60, and Bajia's social recognition attained the threshold. Reward status card, Spider Web. Chapter 25. What an astonishing aftermath. In his eagerness to activate the skill, Li Yan nearly made a mistake. Fortunately, possession remained with the Nuggets. George Karl called for a timeout to reorganize the strategy. A status card? Li Yan seized the moment to examine it. Status card, Spiderweb, grants an extraordinary enhancement to defensive capabilities, rendering all flying insects incapable of evading. The ability to single-handedly defend an opponent without allowing them to finish. Defensive capability fully maximized, stamina fully restored. Effect duration, 8 minutes. What a stroke of luck. As if a pillow was provided for a restful slumber. Timing couldn't be better. Without hesitation, Li Yan decisively utilized the card. A surge of mysterious power coursed through him, leaving him invigorated. Upon checking his attributes, he noted a defensive rating of 100 and stamina at 100. There were no concerns. To his astonishment, his speed reached 88 and strength soared to 90. Speed and strength are indeed crucial in defense, and Li Yan felt reassured by the reliability of the system. With unwavering determination, they aimed to secure victory, rendering any deliberate double-teaming of Kobe unnecessary, George Karl proclaimed. "Coach, I can handle Kobe on my own," Li Yan asserted with remarkable confidence, enhanced by his spider-like agility. "Oh," George Karl observed the earnestness in Li Yan's expression. He had initially intended to assign J.R. Smith to assist defensively, but Lee's self-initiative took him by surprise. "Kobe exerts tremendous pressure on me, yet I have discovered the nuances of defense. I wish to challenge myself during the regular season," Li Yan stated with utmost seriousness. "Excellent," George Karl responded, patting Li Yan's shoulder, delighted by the ambition of such a young talent. Li Yan's teammates were taken aback, fully aware of Kobe's capabilities. "Kenny, do you think Lee can manage this?" Camby expressed his concerns. "No worries, we'll ensure to provide him with support if Kobe drives in." Returning to the game, Li Yin advanced with the ball, executing a few simple maneuvers, feeling an explosive power coursing through his body. Upon reaching the arc, Li Yin refrained from calling for a screen. Instead, he abruptly accelerated. Whoosh! Luke Walton attempted to defend him but found himself utterly outpaced. Li Yin left Walton behind. Swiftly attacking the basket, he moved with the speed of lightning, scoring just before the Lakers players could recover. Wow! Li Yin has already amassed 16 points. Setting a new season high, exclaimed Yu-Jia from the studio, brimming with excitement. It's truly remarkable. Not only his ball handling and passing, but also his offensive progression is evident. His rhythm during breakthroughs is impeccable. He protects the ball steadily, and his shooting touch is incredibly soft. Zhang nodded in approval, acknowledging that Li Yin possessed the crucial ability to initiate his own offense. It was the Lakers' turn, and naturally, they entrusted the ball to Kobe. Li Yin positioned himself directly in front of Kobe, lowering his stance and assuming a defensive posture. Kobe appeared somewhat taken aback. Li Yin had expertly established an optimal distance, striking a balance between defending against drives and jump shots. This young man exudes such confidence. It is worth noting that even the most renowned defenders in the NBA often make compromises in their defensive strategies when facing Kobe. Yet this young man seems to desire it all. Could this be confidence or merely the audacity of the uninformed? Kobe, with the ball, feigned a move, executing a dramatic change of direction to unsettle Li Yin's balance. Li Yin remained steadfast, akin to a seasoned veteran. Remarkably, Kobe was unable to exploit any weaknesses in Li Yin's defense. Was this mere coincidence, or a testament to true skill? Only time would tell. With a sudden burst of speed, Kobe charged towards Li Yin's right side. Li Yin deftly retreated and shifted laterally, maintaining perfect composure. He kept pace with Kobe. When Kobe's initial attempt failed, he swiftly pivoted, seamlessly transitioning into a turnaround maneuver. To everyone's astonishment, it appeared as though Li Yin had anticipated Kobe's next move. His defensive response was astonishingly swift. Almost instantaneously as Kobe halted, Li Yin executed a rapid step forward. Simultaneously, as Kobe leaped, Li Yin unleashed a breathtaking display of agility, soaring into the air. Throughout this defensive exchange, Li Yin successfully countered all three of Kobe's signature moves. Kobe, suspended in midair, was momentarily stunned. If one were to attribute this to mere chance, it would seem too fortuitous. He suddenly found himself confronted by an impenetrable barrier. Raising the arc of his shot, he barely managed to surpass Li Yin's formidable defense. The rebound. Duong. The basketball ricocheted off the rim, soaring far beyond the reach of the players engaged in a fierce battle beneath the basket. J.R. Smith seized the ball and passed it to Li Yin. As Kobe advanced to apply pressure, Li Yin deftly executed a change of direction, effortlessly creating space. Subsequently, he gently pushed the ball forward, activating the master of assists. The basketball glided smoothly into the hands of the fast-breaking Allen Iverson. Swish! Iverson effortlessly scored with a layup. The pass was exquisite, earning Li Yin a thumbs up from Iverson. With the activation of the web effect, Li Yin's speed, strength, and stamina received a substantial boost, enabling him to employ his skills without regard for fatigue on both offense and defense. Kobe found himself severely restricted by Li Yin, struggling to find his rhythm and repeatedly missing shots, attributing his performance to issues with his shooting touch. Ridiculous. How could this kid possibly contain him? As Kobe fell silent, the Nuggets quickly widened their lead. The Lakers' 2 timeouts yielded little improvement. With just 2 minutes and 23 seconds remaining, the Nuggets had established an 18-point lead. In a regular season game, there was no need for a relentless battle. The Lakers were the first to withdraw all their starters. Observing this, George Karl also called off the troops. Suddenly, Li Yin felt a wave of weakness wash over him, causing him to stumble slightly as fatigue spread throughout his body. "Li, are you all right?" Kenyon Martin quickly reached out to support him. "I'm fine, just exerted too much effort earlier and now feeling a bit weak," Li Yin replied. Li Yin glanced at the time, realizing that the duration of the status card's spider web effect had expired. It was indeed perilous. Had the Lakers managed to endure for just one more possession, he would have faltered. To be frank, the buff was quite formidable, yet the after effects were equally significant. Chapter 26. Kobe. Li Yin is a player I admire. Li Yin returned to the bench and checked the system panel, noting that all values had reverted to their status prior to the use of the status card. The status card serves as a supplementary means of acquiring star player skills. Given sufficient time, Li Yin could continuously enhance his attributes through training and completing tasks. The system presented opportunities on a silver platter. Yet how swiftly and effectively he could seize and digest them was a matter for Li Yin to ponder. Through this period of training and competition, Li Yin observed that even without utilizing attribute points, his skill levels were gradually improving, albeit at a slower pace compared to the rapid gains afforded by skills and attribute points. This mechanism was entirely reasonable, representing a form of experiential accumulation. However, as the values increased, it became increasingly challenging to enhance his capabilities through mere effort, necessitating more rigorous training and competitions for accumulation. For instance, hitting 500 three-pointers in a match could elevate his three-point shooting skill from 70 to 75. Yet, upon reaching an 80, those same 500 three-pointers might only yield a mere 1-point increase. Li Yin now harbored some regret over the attribute points he had previously expended, realizing that the most cost-effective strategy would have been to wait until his abilities reached 90, at which point a direct investment of attribute points would have been far more advantageous. Fortunately, the increase in the frame rating from 85 to 93 is not too regrettable. Had it been an increase of 70 attribute points, I would now be filled with remorse. It appears that I must conserve my attribute points for future use, as spending them at levels 70 and 80 is indeed a waste. The buzzing sound signaling the end of the match jolted Li Yin back to reality. The final score stood at 104 to 91, with the Denver Nuggets triumphing over the Lakers on their home court. The Nuggets' record now boasts 24 wins and 10 losses, having surged from the fringes of the Western Conference playoffs to secure the 4th position. They trail only the Dallas Mavericks, the Phoenix Suns, and the San Antonio Spurs, who occupy the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd spots, respectively. After resting for 3 minutes on the sidelines, Li Yin still felt a tinge of fatigue. However, the Master of Control skill can only be utilized once a day, or else he would have been eager to shake hands with Jiexiko once more. It was evident that activating the Master of Control skill on Ba Jie yielded far superior results compared to Mei Mei. Not only was the recovery effect significantly better, but he also received a status card. Upon returning to the locker room, Li Yin searched for Ba Jie on his phone. At that moment, Ba Jie had just commenced filming for the comic adaptations Fantastic Four and Sin City, and had recently won the MTV Movie Award for Best Sexy Performance. Her popularity soared throughout the United States and globally, while Mei Mei, who had only debuted last year, was still far from becoming the music diva she was destined to be. She currently possessed only a modest degree of fame. In terms of social recognition, Ba Jie undoubtedly eclipsed Mei Mei by a considerable margin. Upon closer examination, it is evident that the effectiveness of the ball-handling maestro is indeed correlated with the social recognition of his counterpart. The more popular the player, the greater the impact. After the game, Li Yin and Allen Iverson attended the post-match press conference. In this contest, Li Yin scored 22 points and provided 11 assists, while Iverson tallied 32 points and 4 assists. Together, they form a formidable new backcourt duo in the league, with Iverson showcasing formidable scoring prowess and Li Yin focusing on organization and defense. Their complementary skills are crucial to the Denver Nuggets' rise. This marks the first occasion in Li Yin's NBA career that he has scored over 20 points, a significant milestone, especially given prior media assertions regarding this Chinese player's alleged scoring deficiencies. His ability to control the game is enhanced by the defensive attention drawn by Allen Iverson, which creates space for him. This phenomenon explains why Li Yin's emergence as a star coincided with Iverson's arrival at the Nuggets. However, this notion lacks merit. If Iverson truly possessed such transformative effects, why would Li Yin be the one to benefit? This merely reflects a bias within American society towards foreigners. Had Li Yin been an American, he would have been heralded as the heir to the magician's legacy long ago. Iverson has never hesitated to extol Li Yin's virtues, feeling that their partnership is a match made in heaven. He even mused that had Li Yin joined him earlier, he might have reached even greater heights. Yet now, it is Kobe who has thrust Li Yin into the spotlight. In a post-game interview, the Black Mamba remarked, "The point guard of the Nuggets is quite impressive. He possesses exceptional ball-handling skills and remarkable court vision, alongside commendable defensive abilities. I hold him in high regard." Kobe's subsequent comments caused Allen Iverson to furrow his brow as he learned that the player was under contract with the Nuggets for only 1 more year, after which he would become an unrestricted free agent. On behalf of the Lakers, I extend a warm welcome to him. He will surely fall in love with Los Angeles. That guy? Is he attempting to poach my talent? Iverson pondered, recognizing the allure of Los Angeles, the second largest city in the United States, which undoubtedly surpasses Denver in terms of appeal. He had heard that there was a significant Chinese community there, heightening his sense of urgency. After completing his interview, Li Yin returned to the hotel. The Nuggets' next game would also be in Los Angeles, facing the Clippers at the Staples Center just one day later. Li Yin activated the system, which rewarded him with 3 attribute points for his performance against the Lakers. Most notably, the system granted him the exclusive skill of Kobe, Mamba mentality. Mamba mentality, beginner: as long as I keep shooting, I will inevitably score. Kobe Bryant's indomitable spirit asserts that the only thing more daunting than missing a shot is hesitating to take one. Skill effect: after missing 6 consecutive shots during a game, the player will gain a skill effect boost, ensuring that all shots taken in the following 3 minutes will be successful. Yet another peculiar skill. Although the 3-minute guaranteed scoring buff is undeniably advantageous, the requirement to miss 6 consecutive shots seems rather stringent. What if there is a timeout or a foul during those crucial 3 minutes? It is unlikely that the opposing coach will be as inept as Rivers. I am not Kobe. Missing 6 consecutive shots, well, perhaps having a thicker skin isn't such a bad idea. Li Yin contemplated to himself that, on the whole, the gains outweighed the investments. Suddenly, the doorbell rang, and Kenyon Martin's voice resonated from outside. Lee, tidy up. We're going out to have some fun. Alan is treating us. Chapter 27. A lesson from Sister Li Yin opened the door to find Kenyon Martin standing there in an ostentatious outfit. Lee, is this how you're dressing? Kenyon Martin teased. You won't attract any girls like this. Once we're there, it's all about one's charm. Dressed in sportswear, Li Yin was oblivious to the nature of such team-building activities. Kenyon Martin patted Li Yin on the shoulder. No worries, with your good looks. Perhaps a lovely lady might fancy you. Cough. Li Yin strategically swallowed. Kenyon, I'm not that kind of person. Ha. Kenyon Martin said no more. He could tell that this younger brother was somewhat reserved. However, it was not a significant issue. After all, who is born with such skills? They are cultivated through practice. Li Yin followed Martin downstairs, where a row of luxury cars awaited. Alan, exuding a big brother demeanor, waved at Li Yin. Lee, come here. Seeing Alan immediately put Li Yin at ease, and he walked over with a smile. Boss, what's the occasion? Get in the car, Alan replied with a grin. Of course, I'm taking you to broaden your horizons. Do you think I would sell you off? Alan and the Nuggets crew arrived at the nightclub. Although he was the shortest, AI walked at the forefront, exuding the most commanding presence. Behind him followed a group of tall and imposing teammates, evoking the impression of a leader accompanied by his subordinates on a night out. It was evident that Iverson was a regular here, as all the staff treated him with utmost reverence. The arrival of the Denver Nuggets immediately captured the attention of everyone in the arena, erupting in a chorus of cheers. Even in Los Angeles, Iverson boasted a significant fan base. He settled everyone down without much ado, announcing that the expenses for the evening would be covered by him. Indeed, a man wielding his financial prowess exudes an undeniable charm. At that moment, Iverson's leadership qualities were unmistakable. The various stars of the Nuggets began to showcase their unique styles. Kenyon Martin adjusted his attire, exclaiming, "Am I not the epitome of trendiness? Just watch how I perform." Meanwhile, Nene adjusted his golden jersey, declaring, "I am undoubtedly the most dapper one here." Li Yin found himself slightly embarrassed. To be frank, these gentlemen were dressed in increasingly bizarre outfits. Was it a characteristic of African-American aesthetics to favor flashy and gaudy attire? In contrast, Iverson, clad in hip-hop fashion, appeared relatively normal. "Lee, may we share a drink?" approached a stunning blonde. Before Li Yin could respond, she pulled him up. He hesitated briefly. After all, a Chinese man must not show hesitation. He resolved to confront his vulnerabilities. However, Li Yin's debut in the nightclub scene was rather mediocre. Lacking experience, he struggled to grasp the rhythm, and after being overwhelmed by the advances of 2 voluptuous women, he found himself feeling somewhat lightheaded from the drinks. Li Yin stood alone in the gentle breeze, casting his gaze upon the bustling streets and the throngs of people. Los Angeles, a city like no other, renowned as the heart of Hollywood, often presented opportunities for serendipitous encounters with celebrities. Leaning against the railing, he admired the beauty around him. when suddenly he spotted a familiar figure, Sister Ba, who had previously handed him a status card during the competition. To his astonishment, she was striding directly towards him, in stark contrast to her appearance under the spotlight. Sister Ba wore casual denim jeans paired with a loose-fitting top, her hair casually tied back in a ponytail. Yet, even such a simple ensemble could not conceal her alluring silhouette, as the snug jeans accentuated her curvaceous form. Approaching Li Yan, she exclaimed, "Li, I watched your match today, and it was truly spectacular. I am now your fan." Her gaze was fixed intently on him, her enticing eyes seemingly capable of ensnaring his very soul. Maintaining his composure, Li Yan feigned tranquility. "Ahem, Sister Ba, I am also your fan." I am your admirer," he added, fumbling with his words. "My English is not very good." Before he could elaborate further, Sister Ba moved closer, teasingly suggesting, "Oh, if your English is lacking, perhaps I could teach you?" In that moment, Li Yan understood why so many were captivated by Wei Wu Yifeng. Sister Ba was undeniably far more flirtatious than Taylor Swift. He sensed that the situation was spiraling beyond his control. With a playful laugh, Sister Ba inquired, "Are you feeling shy? You're blushing." Li Yan composed himself and feigned calmness as he replied, "How could that be? I was merely pondering how you would teach me English." At that moment, Sister Ba took a step closer to Li Yan, their hands brushing against each other. "Let us find another place to discuss this in detail. Apart from acting, my prowess lies in the English language," she said. Li Yan nodded, harboring no ulterior motives. He simply wished to evaluate the fluency of the renowned star's English. Chapter 28. I am determined to conquer this quest. Li Yan reminisced about the events of the previous night. At the instant his skill activated, he received a notification from the system. Host excitement level at 100. Target social recognition has reached the threshold. Reward status card. Time reversal. Amidst the fierce battle, Li Yan had no time to examine the status card. Now, he promptly accessed the system. Status card. Time reversal. Time swiftly slips away. Will you long for the bravery of your past? Time can flow backward, resurrecting your former glory, adjusting your physical capabilities to those of 6 years ago, for a duration of 40 minutes. Well, this is indeed remarkable, but I am only 20 years old. Using it would revert me to 14. Surely, this is not a quest for self-torment. Perhaps I shall set it aside for when I reach 30, then it might prove useful. Sister Ba stood up and retrieved 2 cards from the bedside table, saying, "Here are my contact details and a supplementary credit card." Li Yan was momentarily taken aback. Although in his previous life he had longed for a wealthy benefactor to guide him, now, as a man equipped with a system, how could he be so submissive? "What does he take me for?" Accepting the business card, Li Yan promptly tossed back the credit card. After donning his attire, as he exited the room, he turned back and remarked, "Your English is quite commendable. We shall settle the payment next time." As he hastily departed, Sister Ba shook her head, finding him to be an endearing young man. While reminiscing about the delightful evening they shared, Li Yan unexpectedly returned. "Excuse me, I am not very familiar with Los Angeles. Could you escort me back to my hotel?" "Li, where have you been?" Kenyon Martin inquired, puzzled. This fellow has always been the most dedicated in training. "Alan, what activities did you take him to experience?" Iverson, naturally unaware of the unfolding events, noted that Li Yan's bill was the least among them, suggesting he had not engaged in any extravagant antics. Upon arriving at the venue in Sister Ba's car, a stir of astonishment swept through the Nuggets team. After all, this was Sister Ba. She was currently the hottest Hollywood star in America, the new generation's sweetheart. Why, then, did Li Yan have such an advantage? Was it merely due to his outdated sportswear from the previous night? Or perhaps his youthful visage? Kenyon Martin couldn't help but feel that his own masculine charm should be far more alluring to the ladies. After bidding farewell to Sister Ba, Li Yan entered the arena. "Li, how did you manage to win over Sister Ba?" Kenyon Martin expressed his discontent, asserting that he was undoubtedly the more masculine one. "Well, I mentioned that I merely hitched a ride. Do you believe that?" he questioned. "Li, do I appear foolish to you?" George Karl had intended to remind Li Yan to practice restraint, yet after a full training session, Li Yan surprisingly emerged as the one in the best condition. After all, whether a cat is black or white, it is a good cat if it catches mice. George Karl held no interest in controlling his players' personal lives. What he sought was their performance during games. Li Yan had squandered the opportunity to showcase his ball-handling prowess, leaving him at a disadvantage in the match. However, The Clippers were hardly a formidable team, and without any incentive to strive for victory, Lee Yin resolved to focus on supporting Iverson. Moreover, he had not returned empty-handed. At the very least, he had acquired a status card. Sister Ba indeed possessed genuine talent. If she could consistently produce status cards, then Lee Yin suddenly stumbled upon a new revelation, feeling fortunate to have exchanged contact information with Sister Ba. A dungeon guaranteed to yield exceptional equipment was not something to be overlooked. Chapter 29. Hostility from the Yellow Mamba once again at the Staples Center. The Court Center had transformed to display the Clippers emblem. The same venue hosted the Nuggets as the visiting team, yet the atmosphere was entirely different. In truth, the Lakers and Clippers were separated by merely 2 wins, with the Lakers positioned 7th in the Western Conference, while the Clippers stood 9th. The two teams had comparable records, yet their popularity was worlds apart. The Los Angeles Lakers are a prestigious team in the NBA, beloved by the city, while the Clippers merely serve as their boisterous neighbors. In stark contrast to the Lakers' illustrious history, the Clippers have scarcely made it to the playoffs, and their owner, Sterling, is known for his miserly demeanor. Although the Lakers find themselves in a downturn, fans remain steadfast in their belief that Kobe will lead them back to greatness. Conversely, the Clippers offer little in the way of hope, as has always been the case, despite the Clippers' ticket prices being significantly more affordable than those of the Lakers. The vast Staples Center still exhibits a fair number of empty seats. This game is not broadcast nationwide, and the sidelines lack Hollywood celebrities. After all, most stars prefer the limelight, and few possess a genuine passion for basketball. Sister Ba has never attended a Clippers game before, yet on this occasion, she occupies a front-row seat. It is quite evident that her presence is in support of Lee Yin. In her eyes, Lee Yin possesses an enchanting allure that lingers in her thoughts. "Well, look at that, Lee," Kenyon Martin remarked, whistling and teasing. "The goddess has come to watch the game for you." "Oh, come on, Kenyon, be a bit more confident. Perhaps she is here to see you," Lee Yin replied earnestly. Now that you mention it, that could very well be true," Kenyon Martin said, rubbing his bald head and adjusting the non-existent hair. "Just look at my physique. This is what a true man looks like. Goddesses must adore men of my caliber. Keep it up." In the present era of the Los Angeles Clippers, the team remains under the stewardship of Captain Elton Brand. Their backcourt features the seasoned veteran Mobley and the extraterrestrial talent Castle. Both Mobley and Castle are far from obscure. They are esteemed players within the annals of NBA history. However, Mobley has reached the age of 32, while Castle is now a venerable 37. Youth often triumphs in the realm of sports, especially considering Lee Yin's considerable physical advantage. On the defensive front, Lee Yin encounters minimal challenges, allowing him to devote his entire focus to offensive endeavors. In this match, devoid of burdensome responsibilities, Lee Yin diligently crafts opportunities for his teammates. The basketball court, akin to a realm of martial prowess, witnesses Lee Yin ensuring his comrades are well fed with scoring chances, leading to no dissent regarding his command of the ball as a newcomer. Although the absence of a formidable forward like Carmelo Anthony is felt, the Nuggets' overall strength still surpasses that of the Clippers. Lee Yin and Iverson exert a dominant control over the Clippers' backcourt, while the interior trio of Marcus Camby, Kenyon Martin, and Nene Hilario brims with vitality. This contest bears little suspense, with Lee Yin unleashing his full array of skills. The Wolf King's roar first bestows a collective buff, subsequently enhancing the artistry of his passing as the master of assists. The disdain of the Flash serves as a boon for Lee Yin on the defensive end. As long as his stamina permits, Lee Yin skillfully engages, simultaneously accruing skill experience and amassing impressive statistics. What joy there is in such pursuits. Under the orchestration of Lee Yin, the Nuggets completely dominated the court, establishing a commanding lead after just one quarter. The Nuggets head coach, George Karl, couldn't contain his joy as Lee Yin showcased an exceptional performance. A guard whose defensive tenacity and passing prowess truly seemed a divine gift to the Nuggets. Lee Yin made Karl feel tantalizingly close to a championship. The Nuggets triumphed over the Clippers with a decisive score of 108-87. Lee Yin delivered an all-around performance with 12 points, 18 assists, 5 rebounds, 2 steals, and 3 blocks, while Iverson continued to shine with another 40-point game. Since Iverson joined the Nuggets, Lee Yin has averaged 12 points and 2 assists per game. Among the league's point guards during this period, no one surpassed Lee Yin in assists. Nash averaged 11, 6 assists, while the second-ranked Darren Williams managed only 9. 4, however, Lee Yan's dismal statistics from the first 22 games of the season significantly hindered his overall performance, resulting in an average of 5 for points and 2 assists, which appeared rather unremarkable. With Iverson's arrival, not only has the game become easier for him, but his scoring efficiency has also improved. If Anthony does not return, it is highly probable that Iverson will surpass Kobe to claim the scoring title. Lee Yan's performance has invigorated both Chinese fans and Nuggets supporters, garnering recognition from the league as well. Lee Yan has been honored as the Western Conference Rookie of the Month by the NBA. Simultaneously, the latest rookie rankings from the renowned American sports publication, Sports Illustrated, have been unveiled, showcasing Lee Yan at the pinnacle, surpassing the Trail Blazers' rising star, Brandon Roy. For the first time, in the recent nationally televised game between the Nuggets and the Lakers, Lee Yan's exceptional performance on both ends of the court captivated the media, serving as a pivotal factor for his ascension in the rankings. Despite being on the road, the Nuggets organized a heartfelt awards ceremony for Lee Yan internally. Subsequently, the team hastened to Portland, where their next adversary would be the Trail Blazers. The Trail Blazers are not considered a formidable team, and Lee Yan did not regard this game with much concern. However, the system issued a challenge to limit Brandon Roy's scoring to under 10 points while achieving at least 20 points and 10 assists, with a reward of an attribute point. Lee Yan found it peculiar, as Roy was indeed strong, yet he believed that the rookie version of Roy should not meet the criteria set by the challenge. At that moment, Kenyon Martin approached Lee Yan with his phone in hand. "Lee, this is intriguing. Brandon Roy of the Trail Blazers has declared war on you, asserting that he is the true top rookie." Chapter 30, A Thunderous Start. Lee Yan took the phone from Kenyon Martin, where a striking headline read, "Brandon Roy, I will prove that I am the best rookie." These were Roy's words during an interview with Sports Illustrated. Lee Yan nodded and replied with a smile. "No problem, let us dominate them. Brother, remember to pass me the ball in the next game." Kenny Martin laughed heartily. "Lee, don't worry. The guys just said that in the next game, you can play freely, and in the end, Allen will have your back." Iverson remained silent, merely offering Lee Yan an encouraging gesture. Lee Yan glanced around, noticing his teammates urging him to fight back. With such heartfelt support, "I feel inspired to channel the Mamba mentality," he thought. Lee Yan easily spotted Roy's interview, prominently featured in Sports Illustrated. At times, he truly admired the work of media professionals. Roy had held the top spot on the rookie rankings for 8 consecutive weeks without a single interview. Yet now, having just been pushed to second place by Lee Yan, an interview was promptly arranged. Naturally, Roy had little praise to offer, stating that he had faced Lee Yan and scored 22 points, while Lee Yan only managed 2. Young individuals often possess a fiery spirit. Had the roles been reversed, they would undoubtedly feel the same. It's akin to an exam, when the top student barely slips to second place, and the teacher inquires about their feelings on the change. One could only respond, "Are you all right?" However, while such sentiments are understandable, Lee Yan had no intention of becoming Roy's stepping stone. Conversely, he recognized the necessity of this confrontation. Nothing is more convincing than a direct victory over a rival. Roy was selected 6th overall in the first round, and as a mature rookie, this rank adequately attested to his capabilities. Standing at 198 centimeters, Roy possessed the quintessential height for a shooting guard. Having played 4 years in the NCAA, his maturity far exceeded that of his contemporaries. Roy exhibits remarkable ball handling skills, adeptly mastering the rhythm of his directional changes and breakthroughs. His primary scoring methods encompass driving layups and mid-range jump shots. His technical proficiency is comprehensive, complemented by a keen intellect and high basketball IQ, enabling him to take crucial shots in pivotal moments. Throughout this season, he has repeatedly delivered in clutch situations. However, Roy's limitations lie in his relatively mediocre physical attributes. His speed, strength, and wingspan are rather ordinary. Lee Yan harbors a particular apprehension towards athletically gifted players who possess explosive capabilities. While Lee Yan boasts top-tier static talent, his athleticism remains unremarkable, making encounters with adversaries like Wade and James considerably challenging. Yet, against a player like Roy, who relies on rhythm and intellect, Lee Yan remains unperturbed. It is noteworthy that Magic Johnson's basketball IQ is unparalleled in history. Since adopting the Magic template, Lee Yan's vision, judgment, and overall game awareness have ascended to a remarkably elevated level. He thrives against opponents who engage in tactical play and cerebral competition. If Roy were to realize that he stood before a figure embodying much of Magic Johnson's essence, he might very well lose the courage to confront him. As the Denver Nuggets arrived in Portland, Lee Yin was astounded by the basketball culture permeating the city. Though a small town, Portland's streets are adorned with promotional posters for the Trail Blazers. Basketball serves as the sole sporting event in Portland, with Brandon Roy prominently featured. It is common to see fans donned in Roy's number 7 jersey throughout the streets. At last, Lee Yin comprehended the resolute determination with which Roy engaged him in battle. He is the new face of the Trail Blazers, naturally exuding a considerable air of pride. The Rose Garden Arena was filled to capacity that evening. Despite the team's lackluster performance, the enthusiasm of the fans remained undiminished. Many supporters brandished banners proclaiming that Brandon Roy is the best, showcasing their unwavering support for him. As Lee Yin warmed up on the court, the Blazers fans surprisingly erupted in boos. Such a scene is quite rare for a rookie. Concerned that Lee Yin might be affected, Iverson prepared to offer some words of comfort. "Lee, don't pay attention to them." To his surprise, Lee Yin responded with a cheerful smile. "I initially felt a bit reluctant, but now it's clear. I will make them fear seeing me in the future." Iverson hadn't anticipated Lee Yin's assertiveness. This young brother of his was certainly no pushover compared to his own early days. The fans certainly did not boo an unknown. It seemed he had already gained some notoriety. Lee Yin quipped to himself. Iverson patted Lee Yin on the shoulder. "It's wonderful that you can think this way. Keep it up. I'm right behind you." Soon, the game commenced. Marcus Camby won the tip-off against Zach Randolph. After obtaining the ball, Lee Yin began to advance steadily. Roy shifted from the shooting guard position to defend Lee Yin at point guard. Normally, Lee Yin would seek a screen or pass to Iverson to create some space. However, this was a direct confrontation with Brandon Roy, and Lee Yin felt a strong sense of confidence. He signaled for separation, causing a stir throughout the arena. "Wow, who does this kid think he is? He's actually getting Allen Iverson to shift positions. Has he become arrogant after winning Rookie of the Month? That's AI. AI has utterly failed him. I wager this oblivious young man will soon be replaced. Who do you think you are?" The fans in attendance began to jeer. But an unexpected turn of events soon unfolded. Iverson graciously positioned himself beyond the right three-point line, yielding the entire stage to Lee Yin. The Trail Blazers supporters were left speechless, unable to fathom why the proud AI would defer to Lee Yin. Lee Yin, with the ball in hand, posed a triple threat as he tested Roy with his footwork. Roy's defense was remarkably cautious, maintaining his position without faltering. Lee Yin skillfully executed a change of direction, leaning his body against Roy. In the ensuing contest, Roy found himself at a disadvantage, being gradually pushed back by Lee Yin's strength. The Trail Blazers did not provide any help defense, evidently having reached a tacit agreement among themselves. As Lee Yin approached the free throw line, he leaned into Roy and released a right-handed hook shot. Roy attempted to leap for a block, but it was already too late. Lee Yin's physical width, coupled with his impressive height and wingspan, created a significant gap between his release point and the defender. Roy could only watch as the basketball sailed over his head. Swish. A perfect shot. Wang Defa. Did this young man truly just use a hook shot? The hook shot has become a staple in Lee Yin's offensive arsenal. Not out of preference, but simply because, under the influence of the Magic Johnson template, his hook shot efficiency is commendable. However, the quintessential skill of a sudden jump shot, essential for top-tier guards, remains elusive to Lee Yin. Nevertheless, the Trail Blazers fans were not particularly familiar with Lee Yin. It is indeed rare for NBA perimeter players to employ the hook shot. At this moment, across the vast ocean in China, the studio is alive with excitement as Yu Jia passionately narrates the events. Wow! Lee Yin opens the scoring with a deft hook shot, displaying remarkable stability. This maneuver has become a staple of his offensive arsenal. In the role of point guard, Lee Yin frequently gains a competitive edge in matchups, making the hook shot an exceptionally advantageous offensive choice. The Portland Trail Blazers take their turn. Upon reaching the front court, Brandon Roy opts for a one-on-one against Lee Yin. The atmosphere in the arena becomes electric, with home fans fervently cheering for Roy, urging him on. "Take him down, Brandon. Score over him. Show this kid what you're made of." Amid the roaring support, Roy feels a surge of adrenaline as he skillfully executes a change of direction in an attempt to shake off Lee Yin and seize the offensive initiative. However, it becomes evident that he has miscalculated. Lee Yin's defensive instincts are astute, and for a player like Roy, who relies on cerebral rhythm, this is far from advantageous. Despite the continuous changes in tempo, Roy struggles to elude Li Yan's long reach. Suddenly, Li Yan initiates an aggressive approach, advancing toward Roy, who intends to pivot and protect the ball with his body. Yet, Li Yan's lengthy arms intercept him first, slap. As Roy turns, the ball slips from his grasp, leaving him momentarily stunned. What just happened? This feels entirely different from their last encounter. Chapter 31. An overwhelming advantage. Roy never anticipated being stripped of the ball in the very first play by Li Yan. This twist of fate was beyond his imagination. Li Yan had no time to pay attention to Roy, as he was already charging towards the front court with the ball. What a shock. The fans of the Trail Blazers in the stands could hardly believe their eyes, as the usually composed Roy was so easily outmaneuvered by this young Chinese player. The astonishment of the Portland fans was matched only by the exuberance of the Chinese supporters. Across the vast ocean, countless fans rejoiced in front of their televisions. Li Yan's performance was nothing short of spectacular. He completely dominated the so-called Rookie of the Year. The game began with a one-on-one confrontation, a display of raw power and satisfaction. Roy turned to pursue, but Li Yan had already crossed half the court. He then charged straight to the basket, and all of Li Yan's fans eagerly anticipated a magnificent dunk. Well, while a dunk seemed feasible, delivering an extraordinary one posed quite the challenge for Li Yan. With a tremendous leap, he utilized his remarkable wingspan to thrust the ball into the hoop. After scoring, Li Yan refrained from any hanging on the rim or chest-thumping celebrations. Instead, he graciously caught the rebounding basketball, just as a slightly delayed Roy arrived on the scene. Thus, a moment akin to a world-renowned painting was captured. Li Yan politely placed the ball into Roy's hands before turning to return to defense. This was outrageous. At times, an opponent's overly courteous gesture can be even more hurtful than arrogant celebrations. Perhaps Li Yan did not intend it this way, but the entire Rose Garden interpreted his action as a blatant mockery. Damn. Brandon Roy looked at the basketball in his hands, seething with rage. Unable to comprehend how this young man dared to humiliate him so, the arena erupted with piercing boos. Iverson exchanged a high five with Li Yan during the defensive transition. Li, my friend, you are even more audacious than I was in my prime. This is merely the beginning, and the Trail Blazers fans are already seething with rage. Li Yan, perplexed, responded, I haven't provoked them, have I? I didn't even celebrate after my dunk. By placing the basketball into Brandon's hands, you have humiliated him more than any celebration ever could. Really? The ball merely bounced off the ground into my hands, and coincidentally, Brandon Roy was right in front of me. I was contemplating tossing the ball away for him to retrieve. How could it possibly be my fault? In truth, Li Yan remained indifferent. The Trail Blazers were merely opponents, and their emotions held no sway over him. Wow, Li Yan's approach is truly ruthless, Yu Jia exclaimed. That's simply dominating, confronting them head-on. Our players need such displays. In competitive sports, victory reigns supreme. Humility does not earn respect. In the studio, both Yu Jia and Coach Zhang greatly admired Li Yan's actions. They believed his performance significantly boosted team morale, asserting that competitive sports operate on the principle of an eye for an eye. If one wishes to embody a modest gentleman, perhaps they should consider another sport. As the Trail Blazers took their turn, Roy glared at Li Yan, saying, Kid, don't get too cocky. It's just one play. Don't let it get to your head. Eager to reclaim his pride, Roy was determined to score an answer ball, dismissing his teammates' assistance. He began to dribble, attempting to shift Li Yan's center of gravity, but, much like the previous exchange, it bore little fruit. With impatience, Roy unleashed his full intensity, aiming to execute a drive from the side. However, Li Yan's defense was impenetrable, his positioning was impeccable, and he demonstrated profound anticipation of Roy's offensive choices. On the sidelines, George Karl was exceedingly pleased, increasingly convinced that Li Yan was destined for greatness. Defense secures championships, and the finest stars are invariably adept on both ends of the court. George Karl perceived the potential for superstardom in Li Yan, though it was evident that his offensive skills required further refinement to reach the next level. Brandon Roy found himself completely shackled by Li Yan. Despite his various directional changes, spins, and feints, he was unable to evade Li Yan's relentless defense. The terror was unmistakable on his face, as he could not fathom the drastic transformation in Li Yan since their initial encounter. Back then, he could easily manipulate Li Yan's center of gravity, but now, This young man seemed utterly despondent under his relentless pressure, with no path for retreat. Roy fought valiantly against Li Yan's tenacious defense. Yet, in his moment of despair, he realized that Li Yan's defense enveloped him entirely, forcing Roy to pass the ball. Nearby, Aldridge received the basketball. His offensive repertoire was remarkably diverse, yet Roy had squandered too much time. Aldridge was compelled to execute a forced turnaround jump shot, which, under the interference of Kenyon Martin, veered off course. Duong Camby triumphed in the tussle with Randolph. As the play transitioned, Li Yan had already accelerated upon receiving Camby's pass. Although his absolute speed was not particularly swift, fast breaks were his forte. Thanks to his exceptional passing vision and extraordinary ball handling skills, Li Yan could accurately deliver the ball to the most suitable recipient during the advance. Kenyon Martin and J.R. Smith soared on the wings of their teamwork, executing a 3-on-2 situation in the front court. The more the Trail Blazers resisted, the more exhilarated Li Yan became. With a deceptive head fake, Li Yan dazzled his defender once again, delivering a no-look pass. The defender, misled by Li Yan's gaze towards Kenyon Martin, found himself astonished as Li Yan flicked his wrist, sending the basketball precisely into J.R. Smith's hands. Unmarked, J.R. Smith ascended effortlessly and unleashed a thunderous one-handed windmill slam. Erupting in jubilant shouts, the crowd's emotions were a blend of admiration and disappointment. The play was undeniably exquisite, the dunk resplendent, and the no-look pass remarkably agile. Yet, they had come to witness Brandon Roy triumph over Li Yan, only to find the tables turned by Li Yan's prowess. Wow, Li Yan, you are extraordinary. That pass was sheer brilliance, commented Coach Zhang. That head fake was so convincing that even from the studio I was deceived. Indeed, hard work bears fruit. Though Li Yan's ball handling skills in the CBA were rather ordinary, his current prowess is a testament to his relentless practice. Thus, young individuals should not shy away from hardship. Li Yan assures you that the starry sky at 3 a.m. will reward your efforts. Ahem, Yu Jia interjected, reminding Coach Zhang during our exclusive interview. Li Yan mentioned that 3 a.m. was an exaggeration. He does not practice that early. The match continued, and following the timeout, Roy had regained a measure of composure. The Trail Blazers' offense showed slight improvement, yet the Nuggets maintained a firm grip on the game's rhythm. Roy, utilizing a screen, finally scored the first basket of the match. But this did little to alter the course of the game. Li Yan held an overwhelming advantage in the competition for the Rookie of the Year title. Chapter 32, A Thought of Divinity and Demons. Is Li Yan the unpredictable one? The Nuggets boasted superior overall strength, and Li Yan effectively neutralized the Blazers' new leader, Brandon Roy. Li Yan's fans were pleasantly surprised. They had not anticipated that he could dominate Roy in their matchup. Considering Roy was widely recognized as the strongest rookie of this season, it now appears that Li Yan's position as the top rookie is well-deserved. As the first half concluded, the Nuggets led by 16 points with a score of 58-42, a margin that clearly illustrated the disparity between the two teams. In the head-to-head matchup between Li Yan and Brandon Roy, Li Yan's statistics overwhelmingly outshone his opponent. With 6 attempts, he made 5 shots, accumulating 10 points, 5 rebounds, 8 assists, 2 steals, and 1 block. In stark contrast, Roy managed only 6 points, 2 rebounds, and 2 assists alongside 4 turnovers. It was evident that Li Yan was the superior player. In the TNT studio, Smith provided his assessment. Li has already become an outstanding point guard. His control of the game and defensive skills are exceptional. His style of play is reminiscent of Magic Johnson, and he bears some similarities to Jason Kidd in today's league. Barkley concurred, stating, Brandon Roy is a tier below Li Yan. He has been suppressed on both ends of the court. Li Yan's talent is of all-star caliber. Li Yan is a point guard whose passing ability eclipses his offensive prowess, displaying a level of composure that belies his tender age of 20. It is evident that shooting is not his forte, and wisely, he opts to capitalize on his strengths. Indeed, his remarkable performances have attracted the attention of numerous teams. As a late second-round pick this year, the more he excels, the more regret these teams experience for having overlooked such a promising talent, allowing the Denver Nuggets to secure him at a bargain. Fortunately for Li Yan, the Nuggets are not in an enviable position. They merely offered him a 1-year non-guaranteed contract, which, even if upgraded to fully guaranteed, would only ensure his service for a single season. Come the off-season, he will enter the free market. undoubtedly igniting a bidding war among various teams. In truth, Lee has already received several invitations from notable stars, including Dwayne Wade, Shaquille O'Neal, Kobe Bryant, Chris Bosh, Kevin Garnett, and Paul Pierce. During halftime, the atmosphere in the Nuggets locker room is decidedly relaxed. George Karl beams as he congratulates Lee, believing that he has triumphed in his direct confrontation with Roy, and that he has ample opportunity to contend for the Rookie of the Year award. Lee graciously accepts the encouragement from his coach and teammates, though he remains indifferent to such accolades. On one hand, the Rookie of the Year award lacks systematic rewards, and on the other, it is a formidable challenge to catch up in terms of statistics. With victory nearly assured, George Karl appears particularly relaxed while strategizing, actively seeking the players' input. To George Karl's astonishment, Lee expressed his desire to take a few more shots. Naturally, this was not a significant concern. The coach and teammates merely interpreted Lee's intentions as a wish to showcase his skills in the competition for Rookie of the Year. George Karl generously declared that as long as the rhythm was maintained, Lee would have unlimited freedom to shoot. Can I really? Lee pondered internally, contemplating how to exploit the Mamba mentality for a transcendent 3-minute performance. Indeed, Allen Iverson nodded in agreement, and the others voiced no objections. The Nuggets players were no strangers to receiving assists from Lee, and now that their young teammate merely wished to shine, it was only reasonable to indulge him. The second half commenced swiftly. Brandon Roy evidently received some guidance during halftime, playing with greater strategy than before. Roy actively collaborated with Aldridge and Randolph, no longer fixated on one-on-one duels with Lee. This shift was within Lee's acceptance. As long as Roy did not score or assist, it would not impede Lee's objectives. Lee did not immediately implement his plan to miss shots. He was far from foolish. He continued to create opportunities for his teammates, all four on the court benefiting from his efforts. Everyone was well fed with assists, and thus had no qualms about Lee occasionally launching errant three-pointers, despite their considerable inaccuracy. However, this did not affect the overall situation, as the Nuggets maintained a lead of over 10 points. George Karl observed Lee attempting three-point shots from the perimeter, not expressing much criticism. He believed this diligent young man must have engaged in extensive practice behind the scenes. Unbeknownst to him, Lee was merely experimenting with his skills. Karl felt that Lee was somewhat hasty, as the current Denver team primarily required his playmaking and defensive contributions. Following yet another missed three-point attempt, a notification from the system chimed. Ding. 6 consecutive misses triggered the Mamba mentality. Lee glanced at the timer, noting that 3 minutes and 4 seconds remained in the third quarter, just perfect. Everything was under control, and a smile graced Lee's face. The camera focused on him. Yet no one would believe that the player who had missed 6 consecutive shots was in good spirits. They interpreted his demeanor as a forced smile. The Trail Blazers fans in the stands began to mock. How many did you make in the first half to feel invincible? Have you looked in the mirror lately? They called him an arrogant player, truly believing himself a superstar. It was merely good fortune in the first half. Meanwhile, in a domestic studio, Coach Zhang and Yu Jia concurred that Lee should exercise caution, as shooting three-pointers off the dribble was not his typical forte. Unfortunately, Lee was still quite young. His usual offensive selections were commendable, but he seemed overly eager to impress in this game. On the court, J.R. Smith, known for his questionable shot selection, approached to impart his wisdom. Lee, you need to rein yourself in. Don't get ahead of yourself. Making the right offensive choices is truly paramount. Even J.R. has come to discuss offensive choices with Lee. It seems that this skill's active trigger is rather inappropriate. Perhaps it would be more suitable as a passive safeguard. Lee nodded and remarked to J.R. Smith, I understand, but I feel that my moment is approaching. As the Trail Blazers executed their offense, Aldridge turned and took a jump shot that clanged off the rim, allowing Kenyon Martin to secure the rebound. Transitioning from defense to offense, Lee advanced with the ball. The Blazers quickly returned to defense, keeping pace with the fast break of Allen Iverson and J.R. Smith. However, Lee, standing over a meter away from the three-point line, launched a shot from beyond the arc. Oh no, was the reaction of the Nuggets fans. While the Trail Blazers supporters wore expressions of derision, questioning such an audacious attempt. Yet, this seemingly forced shot was as if guided by an automatic aim. The basketball soared through the air like a missile, swishing through the net with a perfect sound. Well, 0 for 6, it's about time one went in. The Blazers fans consoled themselves internally, unaware that their nightmare was just beginning. In the next possession, Li Yin again positioned himself at the top of the arc and swiftly released another three-pointer. The ball rippled through the net. Wang Defa, this can't be real. How did that go in? They marveled. This young man shoots with such audacity. After consecutively hitting 2 shots, Li Yin had become thoroughly convinced of the system's efficacy. If it weren't for the fear of being too ostentatious, he might have even attempted a shot from the backcourt. In the ensuing plays, Li Yin continued his extraordinary feats beyond the three-point line. The timing of his shot seemed irrelevant. He unleashed three-pointers with reckless abandon, leaving the Trailblazers players utterly confounded. In a riveting moment during the game, the Trailblazers could no longer overlook Li Yin's perimeter shooting, prompting them to resort to double-teaming. Li Yin echoed the iconic moment of Larry Bird, declaring, "I will make a three-pointer from this spot." Brandon Roy scoffed, questioning his worthiness, yet fortune favored the bold. Li Yin released the shot from that very position, despite Roy's commendable defense. Remarkably, the basketball soared past Roy's fingertips, seizing the opportunity to showcase his flair. Li Yin turned to the camera for a close-up. As the basketball swished through the net, broadcast live across America, he celebrated with a dramatic mock gunslinging gesture. Wow. Unbelievable. Li Yin's performance astounded countless fans. If one shot could be chalked up to coincidence and 2 to sheer luck, how then could one explain the consecutive 6 three-pointers? Meanwhile, J.R. Smith was exhilarated, seeing a reflection of himself in Li Yin's audacity. "Whoever tells me to mind my shot timing, I'll take issue with them." Li is right. If you don't shoot, how can you score? Chapter 33. The favor of David Stern. Diligence begets reward. Diligence begets reward. Diligence begets reward. Inside the studio, Jia was so overwhelmed with excitement that he could scarcely articulate his thoughts. "This is fantastic. I knew Li Yin was not one to shoot aimlessly or act impulsively. He truly possesses skill. I am deeply moved. This is the passionate spirit that we expect from our young players." Coach Zhang nodded in agreement, stating, "Indeed, in Li Yin, I am reminded of another superstar, Kobe Bryant. This is the Mamba mentality." Li Yin is also a disciple of Kobe, he asserted with conviction. However, Coach Zhang, during Li Yin's last interview, he mentioned that his idol is Allen Iverson. Jia interjected, "It was our program." "Ahem. What do you understand?" Li Yin had no choice. He was on the same team as Iverson, Coach Zhang retorted. "Just consider whether Li Yin's performance resembled Kobe's." Jia thought to herself, "Are you referring to the 6 missed shots?" As the third quarter came to a close, Li Yin's astonishing display in the final 3 minutes propelled the game into garbage time. He made 6 out of 12 three-point attempts, amassing an impressive 18 points in that quarter alone. As the fourth quarter commenced, both teams substituted in their reserves. Ultimately, the Denver Nuggets maintained their lead, triumphing over the Portland Trail Blazers with a score of 109-93. Li Yin delivered an extraordinary performance, concluding the game with comprehensive statistics of 28 points, 8 rebounds, 14 assists, 2 steals, and 2 blocks across 3 quarters. Notably, his extraordinary feat of 6 consecutive three-pointers at the end of the third quarter left everyone astounded. In contrast, Brandon Roy managed only 10 points, 4 rebounds, and 6 assists. In this clash of rookie talents, Li Yin emerged with a resounding victory, while Brandon Roy, who had aimed to defeat Li Yin one-on-one to prove himself as the best rookie, faced significant setbacks. In the direct confrontation, Li Yin's performance was evidently of a superior caliber, leaving Roy with the sole advantage of his previously accumulated average statistics. However, following this match, Li Yin's odds for winning the Rookie of the Year award have surged to the top, with various platforms expressing confidence in his ascendancy. They anticipate that Li Yin will attain a remarkable figure of 108 by the season's end, while Roy's stats merely stand at 164. In terms of data, the two are quite evenly matched. Yet, the gameplay exhibited by Li Yin is something that Roy lacks. As the sample size of matches increases, the speculation regarding Li Yin's fleeting brilliance is rapidly dispelled. An increasing number of fans have come to appreciate Li Yin's performance on the court, a clear testament to which is his remarkably high all-star vote count. In the Western backcourt position, Li Yin has outperformed notable star guards such as Tony Parker, Chris Paul, and Darren Williams. Despite the dilution of votes from Chinese fans, this vote count indicates that Li Yin has garnered substantial support in the United States as well. Nonetheless, the competition in the Western backcourt is fierce, with legends like Kobe Bryant, Steve Nash, Tracy McGrady, and Allen Iverson enjoying considerable popularity on both sides of the Pacific. Li Yan still has some way to go to surpass them. At the post-match press conference, Brandon Roy appeared dejected, feeling the weight of Li Yan's dominance. When asked by reporters for his thoughts on Li Yan's performance, Roy could no longer contain his emotions. He replied with frustration, "What can I say? He won this match and performed far better than I did. What more can I say?" Roy lost control of his emotions, and after unleashing a torrent of expletives, he turned and walked away. He did not wish to be a mere supporting character in the journalist's narratives, yet he overestimated his significance, regardless of whether Roy accepted interviews. He remained an inconsequential stepping stone in Li Yan's ascent to greatness. Following the match, Li Yan participated in an interview, where he garnered accolades from the media for his remarkable performance. When asked why he attempted so many three-pointers that day, Li Yan smiled faintly and enigmatically replied, "I have consistently practiced my three-point shots. Initially, I felt a bit tense, but I eventually showcased my true abilities. The three-pointer is a staple of my scoring repertoire. I have always considered myself a shooter." At that moment, George Karl cleared his throat, interrupting Li Yan. "Li, enough. That was supposed to be our secret weapon. Others might not let you have those three-pointers anymore." With a playful gesture, Li Yan covered his mouth, exclaiming, "Oh no, I accidentally let it slip." Their light-hearted banter elicited laughter from the gathered media, creating an atmosphere of joy. After completing the interview, Li Yan, along with the entire Nuggets team, returned to Denver late that night. Following a grueling road trip, they would enjoy 2 days of respite before embarking on a series of 3 consecutive home games. This news was a welcome relief for the Nuggets players, who had been fatigued recently. Most importantly, with 2 games remaining, Carmelo Anthony would soon return, promising to elevate the already hot-performing Nuggets to new heights. Late at night, Li Yan arrived back at his apartment, turned on the television, and found Charles Barkley and Kenny Smith discussing his performance on TNT. Li Yan could not help but marvel at the allure of the Lakers and Kobe. The attention he garnered from numerous games in the United States paled in comparison to the nationwide broadcast of his matchup against the Lakers. Following this game, Li Yan's All-Star votes began to surge dramatically. Subsequently, he outperformed Brandon Roy decisively, solidifying his status as the best rookie. Li Yan's renown transcended beyond China and the local Denver scene, entering the consciousness of basketball fans worldwide. Upon accessing the system, he realized that after completing this task, he had amassed 4 attribute points. However, he refrained from hastily allocating them. Such points ought to be utilized judiciously, with the most cost-effective approach being to wait until reaching a rating of 90 before enhancing his skills. Given his current modest abilities, Li Yan preferred to augment his relevant statistics through training and competition, thereby shortening his growth cycle. The following day, in the conference room of the NBA headquarters in New York, President David Stern had not felt such excitement in a long time. Li Yan, a towering guard hailing from China, had become the focal point of the discussions. In truth, David Stern had taken note of Li Yan long ago. The NBA sought to penetrate the Chinese market further, and after Yao Ming, they were in need of another star player from China. Stern possessed a keen market instinct. In the 1980s, he had ventured across the vast ocean to promote NBA tapes, thereby gaining a foothold in the expansive Chinese market. Immediately, he recognized Li Yan's potential for stardom and had been waiting for the opportune moment. Now, basketball enthusiasts around the globe were aware of Li Yan's exceptional talent. It is time to stoke the flames. Notify the Public Relations Department to intensify coverage of Li Yan. Furthermore, regardless of the methods employed, I demand to witness this remarkable Chinese magician at the All-Star event. Chapter 34. Li, who informed you that I do not require training? The next adversary for the Denver Nuggets is the Memphis Grizzlies. Currently, the Grizzlies are led by the Spanish star Pau Gasol. They had a commendable performance last season, concluding with a record of 49 wins and 33 losses, securing the 5th position in the Western Conference. However, the current NBA ranking system is rather peculiar. The Denver Nuggets, with a record of 44 wins and 38 losses, are positioned 3rd in the West due to their status as division leaders, while the Dallas Mavericks, boasting an impressive record of 60 wins and 22 losses, find themselves relegated to 4th place. It is worth noting that only the San Antonio Spurs, with a phenomenal record of 63 wins and 19 losses, overshadowed the Mavericks in the West. The unfortunate outcome was that the Memphis Grizzlies faced the Dallas Mavericks in the first round, and without any suspense, they were decisively eliminated. This season, the Mavericks have emerged as one of the league's strongest teams, eliminating the Spurs and the Suns in the West with an unstoppable momentum, advancing to the finals and even establishing a 2-0 lead. Had it not been for the miraculous intervention of Dwayne Wade, the Mavericks would have claimed the championship title. The Grizzlies, swept away by such a formidable Mavericks team, cannot be blamed too harshly. Yet, as the wheels of history turn inexorably forward, some things, once lost, cannot be reclaimed, and the Grizzlies' spirit has been shattered. This season, their key player, Pau Gasol, has been sidelined for over 20 games, resulting in a dismal record for the Grizzlies. Despite the challenges posed by injuries and a lack of strength, the allure of the draft remains a significant factor. Both Greg Oden and Kevin Durant are extraordinary talents, rare gems that justify a team's decision to embrace a losing strategy. Consequently, the Memphis Grizzlies found themselves on an uncontrollable path of defeat, while the Eastern Conference's Celtics suffered a staggering 17 consecutive losses, yet still failed to surpass the Grizzlies in the standings. Against such a struggling team, the Denver Nuggets found it unchallenging to secure victory on their home turf. Nevertheless, Lee Yen, after a brief period of recuperation, made his way to the training facility. Training is an essential avenue for enhancing one's skills, and this principle holds true for Lee Yen as well. With the aid of a system, he could monitor his progress in real time. For instance, after engaging in relentless shooting and dribbling drills, Lee Yen could clearly observe the growth of his abilities within the system. Consequently, his dedication to practice surpassed that of all his teammates, for no man would deny the exhilarating sensation of becoming stronger. Lee Yen commenced with 30 minutes of warm-up exercises before transitioning into ball-handling drills. As a point guard, he needed to maintain his feel for the ball. Having adopted the template of the legendary Magic Johnson, his passing and control skills had already reached an elite level within the NBA. Yet, the more he practiced, the more he relished the experience. Perhaps this is akin to why top students excel academically while simultaneously cherishing the learning process. After dedicating some time to ball handling, Lee Yen proceeded to shooting practice. Absent any skill enhancements, his shooting ability remained merely average, hovering around the lower tier of the NBA. The ability to shoot while holding the ball, with a value of less than 60, is indeed quite disheartening. Fortunately, through concentrated training under Lee Yen's guidance, his stationary three-point shooting has improved from 76 to 79. This achievement filled Lee Yen with a sense of accomplishment, as it was a tangible result of his diligent efforts. Suddenly, the door to the training facility swung open. To Lee Yen's astonishment, it was none other than Allen Iverson. The ball slipped from Lee Yen's hands. Wasn't it said that Iverson was not fond of training? "What's up?" Iverson asked with a smile, noticing Lee Yen frozen in surprise. Boss, you arrived quite early." Lee Yen regained his composure and waved at Iverson. Iverson held a high regard for this young player. Lee Yen had consistently been one of the most dedicated athletes in the Nuggets training sessions and had never boasted about his achievements. "Lee, why are you so focused on practicing three-pointers?" Iverson remarked, noticing Lee Yen's unusual dedication to this skill. Although he didn't attempt many during games, he spent every spare moment practicing beyond the arc, which his teammates had long since grown accustomed to. "I need to create space for you and Carmelo. While three-point shooting isn't my forte, I can't allow opponents to leave me unguarded," Lee Yen reasoned. "Besides, 3 points are worth more than 2, and my height gives me an advantage on the perimeter." Iverson nodded in agreement. Indeed, Lee Yen's stature provided a significant edge from the outside. Many teams now assigned their small forwards to match up against Lee Yen, thereby granting Iverson greater offensive space. This is also the reason why Iverson appreciates Lee Yen. A partner who can draw firepower for him in offense and provide support in defense is truly a rare find. "Boss, what brings you here for training?" Lee Yen inquired, intrigued, for in his recollection, Iverson had always been portrayed as a rebellious figure who shunned practice in various reports. Lee, who told you that I don't need to train?" Iverson chuckled. "Well, isn't that what the media says?" Lee Yen replied, scratching his head sheepishly. "You actually believe the media?" Iverson explained. "To be honest, my original statement was that I didn't want to discuss training when I was unhappy, and it was twisted into me not loving it. I can assure you, no professional player can rely solely on talent to achieve everything. Diligent training is essential." Lee Yen pondered this. Hearing such words from Iverson was indeed striking. "Do you really think I could attain the regular season MVP, become the scoring champion, and lead my team to the finals merely through talent?" Iverson continued, "Please, I stand at only 5 feet 10, 75 inches. I am not Wilt Chamberlain. If I hadn't trained, do you think I could have sustained a career in the NBA for so many years?" Iverson spoke earnestly to Li Yin, deeply moving him. "Boss, I understand. The media often distorts the truth. If you could suppress Kobe Bryant without training, that would be utterly ridiculous. After all, Kobe is the man who wakes up at 4 in the morning to practice." Iverson remarked to the exuberant young lad, "Lee, even Kobe didn't train at 4 in the morning every day. Otherwise, he would have met an early demise." Li Yin replied, "Oh, indeed, the media tends to exaggerate. They previously reported that I woke up at 3 in the morning to train, when in fact, I merely mentioned that one time I couldn't sleep at that hour. So I took out the playbook to glance at it, and promptly fell asleep." "Yes, it is splendid that you comprehend," Iverson chuckled. "That's just how the media operates. Whoever they wish to elevate, they will embellish in various ways. They claim LeBron James is the chosen one, but what has he won to deserve that title?" "You are absolutely right, boss. What does LeBron even have to do with being the chosen one?" Li Yin declared, brimming with determination. "I am." Iverson responded, "Oh, your enthusiasm is truly remarkable." Chapter 35. The Arrival of Strong Rivals, the Mighty Spurs. The Nuggets triumphed effortlessly over the Grizzlies with a score of 112-80. Confronted by the struggling Grizzlies, they faced little resistance. Li Yin delivered an impressive performance with 16 points, 14 assists, 6 rebounds, 2 steals, and 1 block, leading the charge. Iverson secured a comfortable 38 points. Additionally, Kenyon Martin, J.R. Smith, Marcus Camby, and Nene Hilario each scored in double figures. Li Yin's consecutive stellar performances propelled him to the front pages of major sports media, and the moniker Chinese magician resonated throughout America. Iverson, long one of the NBA's most captivating figures, now alongside Li Yin, has drawn unprecedented attention to the Nuggets. The NBA regular season schedule is exceedingly demanding. After just one day, the Denver Nuggets will host the formidable San Antonio Spurs. The Spurs are a premier team in the NBA since acquiring the legendary Tim Duncan. They have never missed the playoffs. The Spurs exhibit remarkable consistency. As long as Greg Popovich and Duncan remain, they are perennial championship contenders. Setting aside the impact of Popovich's strategic rest for the Big Three on the Spurs' performance, the Nuggets and Spurs are indeed well-matched adversaries. Currently, the Spurs hold the third position in the Western Conference, while the Nuggets occupy fourth place. In the face of such a daunting opponent, the system has no reason to remain dormant. Ding. A task is announced, caused Tim Duncan to be ejected from the game, with a reward of 2 attribute points. Li Yin. "Oh, dog system, can you not present such a ludicrous task? How on earth can I get the big fundamental ejected? Am I supposed to make Duncan laugh, only for the bald referee to penalize him?" The system offered no response to Li Yin, proceeding instead to issue another task. Achieve 2 blocks against Tony Parker for a chance to obtain a skill exclusive to him. Oh, this invigorated Li Yin. Tony Parker has always been known for his aggressive drives to the basket. With the backing of the Flash and his renowned blocking technique, Li Yin certainly stands a significant chance of executing a successful block while providing support. As for Parker's skill, it is highly likely to be an offensive ability, given Parker's reputation for rapid breakthroughs. This is precisely what Li Yin needs, with a current breakthrough capability of 90. Any further enhancement would be akin to adding wings to a tiger. The external perception of the Nuggets remains skeptical. Despite their current momentum, they still appear to fall short in terms of raw strength when facing the Spurs. The Nuggets previously succumbed to the Detroit Pistons, while the Spurs exhibit a superior cohesiveness compared to the Pistons. The legendary Tim Duncan, renowned for his solid fundamentals, poses a formidable challenge that the Nuggets' agile big men may struggle to overcome. Although Allen Iverson possesses remarkable individual talent, the Spurs' defensive rotations are characterized by their precision and excellence. The only variable in this equation is Li Yin, a young player who consistently surprises fans with his dynamic ball handling, exquisite passing, and tenacious defense, often punctuated by his vocal intensity. He has even begun to develop a three-point shooting ability off the dribble. Although the media may not recognize that this skill is subtly influenced by the Mamba mentality, in truth, Li Yin does not yet possess the capability for consistent off-the-dribble three-point shooting. In the TNT studio, the Nuggets are experiencing a surge in popularity, having lost only to the Detroit Pistons since the addition of Allen Iverson. After a series of victories against formidable opponents, they have ascended from 7th to 4th in the Western Conference. Aside from Iverson, the standout surprise has been point guard Lee Yin, a towering 6 feet 8 inches playmaker who evokes memories of the great Magic Johnson, with ball handling skills and footwork reminiscent of the legendary player. Smith elaborated, acknowledging that the Spurs are undoubtedly a formidable team, stronger than any opponent the Nuggets have faced, marking a true test for Denver. Indeed, Barkley concurred with Smith's perspective. I too hold a fondness for the Nuggets, yet the Spurs undoubtedly possess greater strength. Their system is remarkably refined, presenting a substantial challenge for Allen and Lee. Most critically, the Nuggets' interior defense. Kenyon Martin was overwhelmed by Tim Duncan during his time with the Nets, and the current circumstances seem equally dire. As for Marcus Camby, I doubt his lengthy reach poses any threat to Tim. The Pepsi Center was abuzz with fervent Denver fans, quickly filling the arena to capacity. Under the leadership of Iverson and Lee Yin, the Nuggets' performance soared, directly resulting in a significant increase in attendance. After a long day of toil, people sought entertainment and relaxation through the game, not frustration. Naturally, improved performance draws more supporters. The Pepsi Center now boasts full houses for every match, tickets proving elusive. As the arena dimmed, the introduction ceremony commenced. Amidst a lengthy list of accolades, Allen Iverson was the first to take the court. The Nuggets had intended for Iverson to be the grand finale, but he declined that honor. His arrival was not to vie for supremacy with Anthony. Rather, he was solely in pursuit of a championship. Enthusiastic cheers erupted, with the crowd chanting AI. The next to emerge was Lee Yin, who also received a warm welcome, as this Chinese magician had become the new darling of Nuggets fans. However, compared to Iverson's introduction, Lee Yin's was markedly simpler. After all, he had yet to achieve any accolades. Following the conclusion of the introduction ceremony, both team starters remained on the court. Denver Nuggets, Lee Yin, Allen Iverson, J.R. Smith, Kenyon Martin, Marcus Camby. San Antonio Spurs, Tony Parker, Bruce Bowen, Michael Finley, Tim Duncan, Fabricio Oberto. The match commenced. With the fervent support of the home crowd, Marcus Camby secured the jump ball. Lee Yin, upon obtaining the ball, advanced steadily, facing Tony Parker. After bringing the ball to the front court, Lee Yin passed it to Iverson. Bruce Bowen was tasked with guarding the Nuggets' perimeter sharpshooter, tightly shadowing Iverson. Renowned as a defensive specialist for the Spurs, Bowen's defensive prowess is indisputable. However, he is notorious for his questionable tactics, often employing unsportsmanlike maneuvers. Famously known for his dirty plays, among his most infamous acts was the incident involving Vince Carter, where repeated tripping resulted in Carter's injury. Ultimately, in 2005, the usually amiable Carter could no longer tolerate Bowen's antics and chased him around the court, a sight that elicited amusement. Iverson skillfully maneuvered with a series of crossovers, evading Bowen, and after drawing the Spurs' help defense, he passed the ball to J.R. Smith. The Spurs executed their defensive switch flawlessly, denying J.R. Smith an opportunity to shoot, prompting him to return the ball to Iverson. At this point, Lee Yin had established an advantageous position. Iverson delivered the ball to him in the post. Utilizing his physicality, Lee Yin backed down Tony Parker and scored with a hook shot. Observing this, Coach Popovich immediately directed his team to adjust, recognizing that Parker's physique was inadequate to defend against Lee Yin, opting to substitute Michael Finley to match up against him. The Spurs initiated their offensive sequence. Tony Parker and Tim Duncan executed a pick and roll at the top of the arc, with Parker passing the ball to Duncan. Duncan, having drawn the attention of the Nuggets double team, adeptly distributed the basketball to the perimeter sharpshooter, Michael Finley, who seamlessly converted a three-pointer. The game progressed with Lee Yin and Iverson driving the team, perpetually penetrating to create scoring opportunities. Meanwhile, the Spurs exhibited remarkable cohesion, with Duncan serving as the fulcrum of both their offense and defense. His influence on the game was profound. Through his screens and playmaking, he facilitated numerous easy shot opportunities for his teammates. Moreover, Duncan harnessed his individual prowess to aggressively attack the Nuggets' interior defense. The Spurs maintained control of the game, yet the Nuggets displayed remarkable resilience, closely trailing in the score. From the outset, the match devolved into a back-and-forth contest. However, this tense stalemate was swiftly disrupted by the Spurs' extraordinary sixth man, the formidable Manu Ginobili. Upon entering the game, the Argentine unleashed a series of penetrations that tore through the Nuggets' defense. Jin Billy's presence brought a transformative energy to the Spurs, catching the Nuggets off guard and leaving them in a precarious position. A surge of 9-2 allowed the Spurs to extend their lead to 11 points, prompting George Karl to call a timeout. Chapter 36. The performance of the Chinese magician. The Spurs showcased their superior skill as Jin Billy's entry shattered the equilibrium. The Nuggets were utterly unprepared for the havoc he wreaked upon their defense. Smith analyzed that Duncan's presence granted the Spurs a distinct advantage in the paint, rendering it impossible for the Nuggets to match the Spurs' structured play. Indeed, the Spurs dominated in half-court scenarios, with Duncan posing an insurmountable challenge for the Nuggets. In response, George Karl resolved to opt for a fast-paced strategy, aiming to leverage his team's strengths while mitigating their weaknesses. The athleticism of the Nuggets' interior players is remarkable, and with Lee Yan's floor management and Iverson's penetrating ability, they certainly possess the means to contend against the Spurs. As the timeout concludes, Lee Yan advances with the ball, noticeably accelerating the Nuggets' positioning. Upon reaching the arc's summit, he executed a pick-and-roll with Marcus Camby. After decisively driving into the paint, Lee Yan drew Duncan's attention. With a deft bounce pass, reminiscent of a master chef crafting a dish, the ball gracefully landed in Kenyon Martin's hands. Absent Duncan, Martin adeptly exploited his weaker adversaries. With a thunderous leap, he unleashed a spectacular dunk over his opponent. Now it was the Spurs' turn. Tony Parker, in possession, advanced into the front court and passed the ball to Jin Billy. The Argentine maestro was in excellent form, ready to seize the moment. Lee Yan's defensive skills surpassed those of Iverson and J.R. Smith, and after a brief adjustment, he naturally took on the responsibility of guarding Jin Billy. Jin Billy's drives were incisive, as he consistently executed astonishing aerial maneuvers to deliver the ball into the opponent's hoop. Lee Yan opted to maintain a slight distance, granting himself additional reaction time as Jin Billy initiated his move. While Jin Billy had the option for a shot, his preference for driving was evidently paramount. Lee Yan's choice proved wise. As Jin Billy launched into his drive, Lee Yan matched his pace. Although Lee Yan's defense was competent, Jin Billy managed to twist his body and slip past him on the right side. Lee Yan quickly closed the gap to provide resistance, momentarily hindering Jin Billy's progress. At this moment, Jin Billy was utterly astonished. He had not anticipated that Lee Yan's defense would be so adept. Jin Billy maneuvered to create space as Marcus Camby charged towards him. He leaped, twisting his body midair to evade Camby's lengthy arms. The basketball soared towards the hoop, poised to become yet another magnificent Jin Billy-style score. Unfortunately, a shadow darted in from behind. It was Lee Yan, armed with the disdain of the Flash. Lee Yan exhibited an impeccable grasp of spatial awareness. With a resounding slap, he swatted the ball down from the air. A chorus of astonishment erupted from the Pepsi Center, as the fans were captivated by Lee Yan's remarkable chase-down block. Kenyon Martin seized the ball before Duncan could react. Fast break. Following his block, Lee Yan was not oblivious to his next move. As a point guard, facilitating the team's transition between offense and defense was Lee Yan's primary responsibility. Kenyon Martin passed the ball to Lee Yan, initiating the Nuggets' counterattack. Allen Iverson surged ahead, with Bruce Bowen's attempts to impede him proving futile. He could only trail behind. Left in the dust, the only player able to keep pace with Iverson was the French dynamo, Tony Parker. As they approached the front court, it became a 2-on-2 situation. Bruce Bowen attempted to pivot and pass to Lee Yan, but Lee Yan deftly evaded him with a behind-the-back maneuver. Tony Parker found himself in a quandary, facing two defenders. Lee Yan had the option to finish the play himself, but chose instead to pass to Iverson. After all, it was no small feat for the veteran to sprint down the court, and maintaining his enthusiasm was essential. Iverson received the pass and effortlessly executed a layup. What a splendid play. Iverson turned and high-fived Lee Yan in celebration. Wow, splendid. The rhythm of the Nuggets has emerged, as Lee Yan executed a chase-down block on Manu Ginobili. Subsequently, in a transition offense, he assisted Allen Iverson in effortlessly completing a layup. The Nuggets have evidently intensified the pace of their offensive and defensive transitions, which is their forte. Both Lee Yan and Allen Iverson are adept at fast break plays. On the sidelines, George Karl exuberantly waved his fists, increasingly appreciating Lee Yan. This young man is a born commander, possessing a certain magic that unites his teammates around him. Even a veteran like Allen Iverson is willing to relinquish ball control to Lee Yan. The attention on Lee Yan is not solely from George Karl. Greg Popovich is equally astounded. Prior to facing the Nuggets, he had encountered news about Li Yin across various platforms. At that time, he regarded him merely as a rookie, pondering how formidable he could truly be. However, through direct competition, he has come to recognize that this young talent is far from ordinary. The Spurs' defense operates like a meticulously crafted machine, and they are unperturbed by a formulaic offense. What Popovich fears most are offensive spearheads like Kobe, who can irrationally dismantle the components of the Spurs' machinery. While Li Yin is not of the same ilk as Kobe, he can nonetheless enable Iverson to perform with greater efficiency and logic. Presently, the Nuggets still trail behind the Spurs. However, one must not forget that their primary scorer, Carmelo Anthony, has yet to take the court. Once Anthony joins the fray, under Li Yin's orchestration, should he and Iverson shine as a dual star, the consequences could be unimaginable. Popovich furrowed his brow, mentally categorizing the Nuggets, Mavericks, and Suns as the primary adversaries to the Spurs' championship aspirations. In the Eastern Conference, apart from the somewhat troublesome Pistons, he did not perceive any team capable of posing a significant threat to his squad. On the court, under Li Yin's defensive pressure, Ginobili's fiery performance was notably subdued. Li Yin utilized his physicality to exert pressure on Ginobili, who, noticing the crowded interior, swiftly passed the ball to the perimeter where Tony Parker awaited. Just as Parker positioned himself to receive the pass, he was unexpectedly intercepted by Iverson. With a swift motion, the basketball was snatched away before Parker even had the chance to grasp it. The ball careened towards the sideline, but Iverson dashed forward to retrieve it. Wow, AI is still giving it his all. Who claims he lacks defensive intensity? The crowd marveled at the prowess of their backcourt duo, as Li Yin's presence allowed Iverson to flourish even more. At the Pepsi Center, the fans in the stands were animatedly discussing the team's recent performances, expressing their satisfaction. The basketball eventually found its way back into Li Yin's hands. With the Spurs already positioned, Li Yin chose to slow the pace momentarily. As he advanced to the front court, he continued to orchestrate pick-and-roll plays. Li Yin had no inclination for a one-on-one duel. If an easy basket was available, why not seize the opportunity? Following a screen from Kenyon Martin, Li Yin surveyed the court's dynamics. At that moment, he executed a deceptive feint with a well-timed pass that successfully pierced through the Spurs' defense. All the players of the Spurs were captivated by Li Yin's gaze, directing their full attention towards Iverson. Meanwhile, Li Yin executed a no-look pass, delivering the ball to the unguarded J.R. Smith beyond the three-point line. This pass enhanced the artistry of the master playmaker. The moment J.R. Smith received the ball, he felt an exquisite smoothness, requiring no adjustment as he effortlessly launched a three-pointer. The basketball traced a beautiful arc through the air, swishing through the net without touching the rim. J.R. Smith raised his arms in triumph, reveling in the sheer joy of that pass. The Pepsi Center erupted into a frenzy as the fans roared in a thunderous chant of magician, magician, magician. Li Yin's performance sent the arena into a state of ecstatic madness. Chapter 37, The Lightning 5 Whip. The Nuggets brought the Spurs into their rhythm, swiftly erasing the point differential. Timeout. Popovich could no longer remain seated and immediately called for a timeout. The Pepsi Center was abuzz with excitement as fans cheered Li Yin's name towards the camera. They had fallen in love with this young talent's playing style. The Chinese magician was living up to his reputation. Unlike the mesmerizing yet chaotic play of white chocolate, Li Yin's passes, while visually stunning, rarely resulted in errors. Wow, incredible, it's pure artistry, exclaimed Smith. Many young fans had not witnessed the Showtime Lakers of the 1980s, but they could now behold the current brilliance of the Nuggets. Smith holds a high regard for Li Yin, and Barkley concurs without hesitation. Li is a genuine point guard, and being his teammate is indeed a comfortable experience. Indeed, there is no exaggeration this time. This fellow is truly a magician, Popovich roared from the sidelines, demanding his team to apply pressure on Li Yin, as he despises the sensation of being overwhelmed. Many believe that Popovich tends to ease off during the regular season, but that is when he can control his opponents. However, the current Nuggets evoke a sense of being beyond his control, prompting him to seek solutions. He is not keen on postponing issues until the playoffs. Do not afford him easy shooting opportunities. Apply physical pressure and confront him. This lad is no Superman. On the Nuggets side, George Karl highly appreciates the player's performance, particularly that of Li Yin. Karl is a coach who emphasizes teamwork, and Anthony's overly self-centered offensive style has been a persistent source of frustration for him. Now, under Lee Yan's orchestration, the Nuggets have finally embraced a sense of team basketball, much to Karl's delight. However, with Anthony's return, the challenge of adjustment looms before Karl. As the timeout concludes, the game resumes. The Spurs actively seek change, with Tony Parker beginning to slow the pace. Duncan remains the undisputed anchor for the Spurs, who now intentionally seek him out. The frequency of Parker and Ginobili's individual drives has noticeably diminished, with most of the Spurs' offense now revolving around Duncan. In the course of play, Duncan successfully scores while drawing a foul from Marcus Camby. Approaching the free throw line, Duncan confidently sinks his shots. The Nuggets' offense commenced with Lee Yan facing intense pressure from Bowen as he entered the front court. Bowen's style of play was rather unsporting during the contest. He often used his knee, intentionally or not, to nudge against Lee Yan's legs, causing him considerable discomfort. After passing the ball to Iverson, Lee Yan executed a screen with Kenyon Martin, who had been pulled to the side. Upon shedding Bowen, Lee Yan swiftly received Iverson's pass and, employing a Euro step, penetrated the lane just before Duncan could provide help defense, releasing the ball in a moment of brilliance. Was it a jump shot? No, it was an alley-oop. Marcus Camby soared into the air, unimpeded by Duncan, allowing this second overall pick from the illustrious 1996 draft class to finally showcase his talents. Boom. The pass was perfectly lofted, enabling Camby to catch it comfortably, and with both arms, he thunderously slammed it home. The Pepsi Center erupted once more. Wow, what a spectacle! With Lee's exquisite passing, the athleticism of Kenyon and Marcus found its rightful expression. A stunning display, a beautiful aerial connection. This is the city of alley-oops. Commentators were left in awe of the Nuggets' flamboyant style of play, and thus the moniker City of Alley-oops was born. As the Spurs took their turn, Duncan and Parker executed a pick and roll at the top of the arc. Parker drove towards the basket, utilizing a spinning move to deceive the Nuggets' interior defense. Just as Parker prepared to leap for the finish, Lee Yan emerged from the side, his long arms casting a shadow over the court, swatting Parker's layup out of bounds. Following the block, Lee Yan raised his arms in triumph, unleashing the collective roar of the pack, invigorating the Nuggets' morale. The broadcast camera transmitted this iron-willed scene to audiences across the globe. The fervor is palpable. Each time I witness Lee Yan's passionate roar, my blood surges with excitement. Is this not akin to Garnett's fierce spirit? I find myself unable to contain my emotions, and moments ago, I dashed to the restroom in a burst of exhilaration. It's overwhelming. I just had an intense confrontation with my dog. What a thrilling experience. My admiration for Lee Yan knows no bounds. The fans are ablaze with enthusiasm, while the Spurs players are not faring well. Having just been reprimanded by Popovich, they now face the wrath of Lee Yan. In their hearts, they grapple with a myriad of frustrations. The Spurs' offense and defense are not particularly flawed, yet the Nuggets are executing splendidly. In the next play, while Lee Yan engages in a handoff with Iverson, Bowen violently knocks Iverson aside. How dare you? Just as Lee Yan is about to confront him, he notices Bowen feigning innocence before the bald referee. The Pepsi Center erupts in boos, as fans express their disdain for Bowen's unscrupulous actions. Everyone is aware that Bowen plays the role of the villain within the Spurs. The bald referee calls a foul on Bowen, and though Iverson is seething with anger, he refrains from escalating the situation. The physicality from the Spurs is intense, and naturally, the Nuggets are not to be underestimated. In a flash, the number of fouls escalates, fracturing the flow of the game. Players from both teams frequently find themselves at the free throw line. Bowen delivers an elbow to Lee Yan during defense, and in the subsequent play, Lee Yan retaliates fiercely against Bowen's ribs from his blind spot. Lee Yan is no ordinary citizen. He never holds a grudge overnight, and any grievances are addressed on the spot. The commentators were astounded by the intensity of the match, with Barkley admitting that both teams were genuinely battling it out, surpassing the competitiveness seen in some playoff series. The atmosphere in the arena was electric, as fans fervently rallied behind the Nuggets. Bowen appeared to relish the tumultuous environment, undeterred by the cacophony of boos, as he provocatively stirred the pot. The scores fluctuated as both sides vied for supremacy. After delivering yet another emphatic block on Tony Parker, Lee Yan successfully fulfilled his objective. Ding! The host has blocked Tony Parker twice. The task is complete, and the reward is Tony Parker's exclusive skill, spinning top. Spinning top, Beginner, I am a whirling top. This signature move of Tony Parker involves taking a large stride past the first defender, swiftly pivoting to evade the oncoming help defense, leaving the defender behind and securing the score. Skill effect. After executing the spinning move, the shooting accuracy increases by 10. Li Yin immediately absorbed the skill, gaining a newfound understanding of the art of spinning past defenders. He enriched his arsenal once more. Although the enhancement to his abilities was modest, acquiring another offensive tactic was undoubtedly advantageous. As the game progressed into the mid-fourth quarter, the score stood at 81-81, and the tension remained palpable. Li Yin deftly maneuvered to outwit Bowen, but just as he adjusted his rhythm to penetrate the paint, Bowen lunged toward him with ferocity. Li Yin was knocked to the ground, and Bowen did not relent, charging directly at him. What the heck? Li Yin was caught off guard, lacking the ability to evade. In that critical moment, the system chimed, ding. Host detected to be in danger of injury, self-defense required. Reward skill, lightning 5-strike whip. Chapter 38. The Li Yin stands for Bruce Lee. It must be said that this system is indeed reliable, especially in life-threatening situations. Li Yin had no time to react as the system autonomously executed the learning process. Lightning 5-strike whip, a miraculous martial art from the mysterious East, capable of overcoming any technique, swift and unbreakable. Skill effect, swift as the wind, enhancing reaction capability by 50, delivering rapid consecutive strikes. In an instant, enlightenment struck Li Yin, and he felt as though he had been possessed by Bruce Lee. With newfound core strength, he evaded Bao Wen's devastating kick. Little did he know, Bao Wen was still relentless, intent on continuing his assault. How dare you? As Li Yin awakened his bloodline, he skillfully unleashed a series of strikes while dodging Bao Wen's attack. Connect, transform, release. Li Yin gained absolute superiority, leaving Bao Wen sprawled on the ground, clutching his abdomen and unable to move. The situation shifted in the blink of an eye. Just moments ago, the spectators in the stands were anxious for Li Yin, contemplating rushing down to confront Bao Wen. The next moment, Li Yin swiftly dispatched Bao Wen with astonishing speed. Unbelievable. Oh my gosh. How powerful. Do all Chinese people practice martial arts? The mysterious power of the East. The spectators were left in awe, as Li Yin's movements were nothing short of astonishing. Could this be the essence of Kung Fu? Is it the or? Goodness, how I long to learn. On the court, even the closest players, Tim Duncan and Marcus Camby, were left astounded. They had intended to intervene, but were completely captivated by Li Yin's fluid combination of moves. Beep, beep, beep. The scene was chaotic, and the referee immediately halted the game. Wow, this is incredible. In the TNT studio, Barkley and Smith began to commentate on the spectacle. Bruce Bowen's defensive maneuver was excessively aggressive. He was clearly targeting Lee. When Li Yin changed direction, he was struck and lost his balance, falling to the ground. At that moment, Bowen did not retract his foot and stepped toward Lee, an undeniably perilous act. It could have resulted in a severe injury for Lee. The league must take action against Bowen. His behavior lacks any sense of sportsmanship. Fortunately, Lee is Chinese and has undergone rigorous training. I could hardly discern what transpired. But thankfully there was a replay. Li Yin is truly impressive. His reflexes are astonishing. I have only witnessed such techniques in films starring Bruce Lee and Jackie Chan. Bruce Bowen was swiftly taken down. Oh, it was remarkable. Bowen encountered a formidable opponent. His movements appeared sluggish in comparison to Lee's agility. I admire Lee immensely. He is truly versatile. Even in WWE or Hollywood, he would undoubtedly be a superstar. Barkley was utterly captivated as he analyzed the slow-motion replay, lost in the moment. At that instant, everything that had transpired was revealed to the audience through the replay. With astonishing reflexes, Li Yin evaded the brutal assault from Bruce Bowen, retaliating with a combination of punches, elbows, and shoulders. His seamless sequence of moves successfully incapacitated Bowen. Fans around the globe were left in awe. It was simply extraordinary. The scene resembled that of an action film, and Bowen had brought this upon himself. Why provoke Lee? The connection between Li Yin and Bruce Lee was evident even from their names. Remarkable. Li Yin's prowess on the court was astonishing, and it was unexpected to discover his fighting skills were even more formidable. But wait, was Bowen still conscious? Who cared about him? Merely a villain. The fans were thrilled, eagerly consuming the drama, while the referees swiftly restored order. Bowen was ejected. Li Yin was ejected. Furthermore, Tim Duncan and Kenyon Martin, who had rushed to the scene, were also expelled. The big fundamental, Duncan, appeared bewildered. What just happened? I did nothing. Can't a man enjoy a spectacle? The referees determined that the presence of Duncan and Martin escalated the situation. This ruling was a classic case of everyone getting a share of the punishment, such as the authority of the referees. Amidst the cheers of the crowd, Li Yin exited the arena like a hero. Meanwhile, Bruce Bowen was escorted off the court by the Spurs medical staff. Li Yin's strikes had been so precise that Bowen had yet to recover. Li Yin returned to the locker room, and the system notification chimed once more. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the task. Tim Duncan has been ejected, and you have been rewarded with 2 attribute points. Li Yin felt a surge of joy. This could be deemed a fortunate coincidence, having fulfilled all the tasks. However, he might face suspension, yet considering that his opponent was Bruce Bowen, he was not the one to instigate the altercation. The penalty should not be too severe, he thought. Reflecting on the earlier scene, Li Yin still felt a twinge of fear. Bowen truly deserved his fate. Had it not been for the system, he might have succumbed beneath Bowen's relentless assault. In a moment of gratitude, Li Yin mentally awarded the system a third-class merit. The system responded with a huff. Li Yin and Kenyon Martin sat together in the locker room, watching the conclusion of the match. Under Allen Iverson's leadership, the Nuggets triumphed over the Spurs. Li, you are truly a martial sage, Kenyon Martin exclaimed. Frequently receiving assists from Li Yin during games, Martin held a deep admiration for the young player. Both on and off the court, Martin took great care of Li Yin, concerned that he might be bullied in unfamiliar territory. Now, it seemed he had been overly cautious. Who would dare to challenge someone with Li Yin's prowess? Li, you must teach me a few moves. Those sequences you executed earlier were absolutely spectacular. Kenyon Martin recalled Li Yin's dazzling display with great enthusiasm, noting how Cameron's feeble skills paled in comparison. After the match, the Nuggets promptly began preparations for the post-game press conference. Although Li Yin's actions were a result of passive retaliation and were not particularly malicious, they still amounted to a brawl. The crux of the matter lies in the previous Madison Square Garden incident, where the Denver Nuggets faced severe penalties from the NBA, and their star player, Carmelo Anthony, remains suspended to this day. However, now that Anthony has returned, it remains uncertain what repercussions Li Yin might face. The immediate priority is to leverage the power of the media to deflect blame, firmly placing the responsibility on the Spurs. Only by doing so can they mitigate or even eliminate the league's disciplinary actions against Li Yin. Chapter 39. The new iron-willed man Li Yin is still in discussions with George Karl regarding his participation in the press conference. Meanwhile, his agent's team has reached out. The prevailing public sentiment online appears relatively stable. Aside from a few malicious media outlets, most opinions about Li Yin are at least neutral. Li Yin currently holds several endorsement contracts, and many of his partners are still observing the situation, making his team particularly vigilant about maintaining his public image. His popularity is notably high, especially following the NBA's recent promotion, which has brought him recognition among fans as the Chinese Magic Man due to his dazzling playing style. Whether this incident will affect Li Yin's reputation remains to be seen, depending on how events unfold. In the locker room, Li Yin's teammates are offering him comfort. In their eyes, Li Yin bears little fault, given Bowen's notorious reputation and the fact that his actions were aimed at inflicting serious injury. If there is any criticism of Li Yin, it might be that he was too aggressive, taking Bowen down decisively. Li, your moves were too fierce. I'm nowhere near your level compared to Carmelo, J.R. Smith remarked. J.R., if you were as formidable as Li, you'd undoubtedly still be suspended. Nene remarked with a smirk. Li, what is the name of that impressive combination of moves? It's astounding. What school do you represent? Can all Chinese master martial arts? J.R. Smith became quite inquisitive. It's called the Lightning 5 Whips, Li Yin replied with a shrug. If I recall correctly, it belongs to the Xingyi Taiji school. But enough of that. Noticing Li Yin's carefree demeanor, Iverson decided to take charge. Li, you will accompany me to the press conference shortly. I'll speak first. If you're unsure of what to say, just don't say anything. No need to be nervous. All right, boss. Li Yin felt a sense of gratitude. Iverson was stepping up for him. The media was taken aback to see both Iverson and Li Yin attending the press conference. As they entered, a flurry of cameras flashed. Iverson brought the microphone close, signaling for questions from the reporters. Li, tonight you decisively defeated Bruce Bowen. Can you share your feelings about that moment? The atmosphere grew tense. Most of the journalists were from local Denver media, supporting the Nuggets, yet the first question came from someone clearly eager to stir trouble. Iverson, visibly displeased, responded sharply, "Please understand the context. It wasn't T. Lee who attacked Bruce Bowen. Rather, it was Bowen who committed a malicious foul against Lee, targeting him directly and violating sportsmanship. Frankly, how many players have been injured at the hands of Bruce Bowen over the years? I believe it would be prudent to inquire about the sentiments of Vince Carter and Ray Allen. Setting aside these matters, might it be that Lee's shot was excessively forceful?" This female journalist, clearly seasoned in her craft, delivered a pointed inquiry that struck hard. Li Yin could not help but respond. "To be honest, I wasn't even exerting myself fully." At that moment, Iverson cast a sidelong glance at Li Yin, signaling him to speak less. However, Li Yin felt invigorated, his demeanor more assertive. "I did not intend any harm. It was merely instinctive. Had I genuinely harbored malicious intent, Bruce Bowen would likely be recuperating in a hospital right now." "Lee, as it stands, Bruce Bowen is indeed in a hospital," the journalist interjected. Observing that Li Yin had veered off topic, Iverson swiftly moved the microphone away from him. "Let me reiterate, Bruce Bowen is a habitual offender, a person with a notorious reputation. Frankly, I cannot fathom why such an individual is permitted to remain on the court, inflicting harm upon other players. Lee has never injured anyone during a game. The events that transpired today are entirely the consequence of Bruce Bowen's own actions. Should Li Yin simply lie on the ground, awaiting harm from Bruce Bowen, risking his career, only for you to later condemn Bowen?" Subsequently, Bowen claimed that he did not act with malice and expressed regret for Li Yin's injury. Iverson's words left the journalists speechless, and applause erupted in the arena. Meanwhile, on the Spurs side, only Coach Popovich agreed to an interview when questioned about the on-court altercation. Popovich remarked, "Bruce is a kind individual. His actions were not intentional, but rather defensive. However, Li Yin's actions were overtly aggressive and appeared exceedingly crude. Such behavior should not manifest on the basketball court, and I hope the league renders a just decision." The cunning Popovich subtly diverted the focus. The NBA's commissioner, David Stern, was not troubled. Although Li Yin's approach was somewhat forceful, he did not instigate the conflict. Li Yin is a key figure being groomed by Stern, who envisions him as pivotal in expanding the Chinese market. In contrast, Bowen possesses little commercial value. His fate likely only concerns Spurs fans. Oh, perhaps if he were to pass, more fans might rejoice, especially considering the numerous stars he has injured over the years. The conflict between the Nuggets and the Spurs intensified over time, with NBA stars vocally supporting Li Yin. Many star scorers in the league have suffered from Bowen's tactics. And now that Li Yin has sent Bowen to the hospital, their immediate reaction is one of exhilaration. Notably, Vince Carter was so incensed during the game that he pursued Bowen relentlessly but failed to catch him. Had he possessed Li Yin's skills, the task of eliminating Bowen would have fallen to him. Across the ocean in China, the NBA forums are brimming with posts rallying in support of Li Yin. Fans believe Li Yin embodies the pride of Chinese players. Why should we remain low-key? Resolute action is the only way to find satisfaction. David Stern is exceedingly pleased, affirming that he did not choose unwisely. Li Yin's popularity is soaring on both sides of the Pacific. Li Yin has undeniably emerged as a paragon of masculinity, earning the admiration of numerous fans. The once formidable Kevin Garnett has been eclipsed by Li Yin's prowess, as the notion of retreat amidst battle pales in comparison to his relentless spirit. Chapter 40. Suspended, Advertising, and a Chance Encounter with Mei Mei. Li Yin possesses all the attributes necessary to ascend to superstardom, endowed with an extraordinary charisma. This is the assessment delivered by David Stern regarding Li Yin. The front pages of major American sports media outlets are uniformly dominated by headlines celebrating Li Yin, Chinese Kung Fu unleashed at Pepsi Center. Li Yin delivers a lightning-fast 5-hit combo, igniting the crowd. Bowen encounters a tough opponent. Li Yin expertly handles the villain, a true man of steel. Li Yin takes down the rogue Bowen in a second. Nuggets defend their turf. Li Yin's iron will upholds home dignity. The world has suffered Bowen long enough. Li Yin gains the support of several superstars. The winning streak continues. Li Yin is the true god of the Nuggets. Whether in combat or on the court, you are no match for Li Yin. Despite the playful jests, there is a notable absence of negative critiques directed at Li Yin. The comments beneath the articles are remarkably cordial, with the few Spurs fans attempting to disparage him quickly overwhelmed by his supporters. Enthusiastic fans have transformed Li Yan's lightning-fast combo into a GIF, which has rapidly gained traction across various forums. Initially, many suspected it was digitally manipulated, but upon viewing the video, they were astonished, exclaiming that the original footage was even smoother. Soon after, the league's disciplinary decision was announced. Li Yan faces a 3-game suspension and a fine of 15,000, while Bowen is suspended for 5 games and fined 25,000. The league's investigative report stated that Bruce Bowen maliciously attacked Li Yan with actions that violated sports ethics, while Li Yan's response was deemed an act of emergency defense. However, it was noted that Li Yan's reaction was somewhat excessive, inflicting significant harm upon Bowen, which is also not commendable. In relative terms, this outcome is acceptable. Bowen's punishment was more severe than Li Yan's, indicating the league's stance. Upon the announcement of the disciplinary decision, Iverson promptly stated that he would cover Li Yan's fine. The following day, when Li Yan arrived at the training facility, numerous Nuggets fans gathered outside, brandishing signs to express their support for him. Coaches and teammates offered their condolences, acknowledging that while Iverson had taken care of the fine, a suspension was inevitable. Li Yan, however, remained indifferent. After all, his salary would not be docked, and a brief respite of 3 games was not unwelcome. Yet, given the prevailing atmosphere, Li Yan felt compelled to cooperate. "Brothers, it's truly unfortunate. I will cheer for you all in my heart. I genuinely wish to fight alongside you. Rest assured," J.R. Smith reassured him, "it's just 3 games. Before you know it, Carmelo will have served 10. A cough from Anthony nearly resulted in J.R. choking him with his own words, as his timing was impeccable. Iverson placed a hand on Li Yan's shoulder, saying, "Li, you've worked hard during this time. Do not carry too much pressure. It's all right to relax a bit." Li Yan nodded, truly at a loss for words regarding Iverson's support. Sensing Li Yan's low spirits, George Karl granted him a 4-day leave. Just as Anthony had returned, Li Yan found himself suspended once more. The anticipation to witness the complete prowess of the Nuggets must be postponed once again. The altercation with Bowen has not tarnished Li Yan's reputation. Rather, Bowen's notorious misdeeds have ironically enhanced Li Yan's image as a steadfast and principled individual. In recent days, Li Yan's management team has secured numerous endorsements, all from reputable companies. With substantial initial capital amassed, Li Yan's investment firm has also embarked on its ventures, yielding remarkable profits under Li Yan's astute oversight. Naturally, with endorsements come advertising obligations. While still photography poses little challenge, filming commercials can be quite cumbersome. However, the lucrative compensation makes it worthwhile. Today, Li Yan is shooting a soda commercial, which lacks technical complexity, requiring merely a display of his basketball skills. His dribbling is dazzling, showcasing his flair, and his expressions are spot on. Though he has never raised a pig, he has certainly witnessed them sprinting. The shoot flows seamlessly in one continuous take. The only significant challenge lies in the final dunk. Though Li Yan possesses average leaping ability, his height and wingspan are extraordinary, allowing him to execute a straightforward dunk with ease. However, the director's request for a windmill dunk proves to be somewhat excessive. Li Yan finally comprehends Duncan's sentiment. While the windmill dunk itself is not particularly difficult, executing it flawlessly presents a true challenge. After several attempts, he ultimately succeeds by employing a segmented shooting approach. Upon reviewing the final product, the director expresses immense satisfaction with Li Yan's artistic prowess. He exclaims with enthusiasm, "Li, you performed splendidly. I initially anticipated a lengthy shoot, yet you accomplished it so swiftly. Were it not for your towering height, you would undoubtedly be a superstar in Hollywood." Li Yan possesses a strikingly handsome appearance, distinguishing himself among NBA players. Unlike Durant, Li Yan exudes a natural charisma, embodying the essence of a born lead. However, his extraordinary height poses a significant challenge in finding suitable co-stars to share the screen with him. While it may be out of reach for him to attain the title of Best Actor, he certainly has ample opportunity to secure accolades for Best Actress alongside him. After exchanging pleasantries with the director, Li Yan prepared to retreat to the lounge for a brief respite. As he turned a corner, he encountered a familiar face. "Li, what brings you here?" Mei Mei's voice rang out with surprise. "Oh, just filming a commercial," Li Yan explained. "OMG, had I known it was you shooting an ad, I would have come earlier," Mei Mei replied, a hint of disappointment in her tone. "The song for the advertisement is sung by me. I came today to let the director hear the demo." "Li, wait for me. I will be out shortly, Mei Mei said, lingering reluctantly before finally releasing Li Yin and hastening away. Curious, Li Yin searched on his phone and discovered that Mei Mei had recently achieved the pinnacle of success with her song Tim McGraw, securing the top spot on the country music television video chart, along with winning the Breakthrough Video of the Year award. It is evident that Mei Mei is currently enjoying a meteoric rise in popularity. Perhaps her social recognition has now reached a threshold recognized by the system, allowing her to activate the skill of the Master of Ball Control to obtain a status card. This was indeed quite alluring for Li Yin, as no man could resist the thrill of drawing cards. Chapter 41. Team Crisis returned swiftly. The current internet had yet to enter an explosive era, and mobile phones could merely browse simple web pages. After playing on his phone for a while, Li Yin began to rest his eyes. He accessed the system. Name, Li Yin. Vertical jump, static 65 centimeters. Vertical jump, running 82 centimeters. Speed, 78. Strength, 80. Ball control, 92. Passing, 98. Driving to the basket, 93. Layup, 84. Dunk, 66. Post play, 85. Hook shot, 88. Mid-range shot, 78. Spot up three-pointer, 79. Ball handling three-pointer two-pointer, 56. Rebounding, 72. Blocking, 75. Stealing, 85. Help defense, 86. On-ball defense, 80. Stamina, 85. Charisma, 98. Tactical acumen, 100. Skills, 1. Master of ball control, 2. Master of crafting plays, 3. The Flash's derision, 4. The Wolf King's roar, 5. Mamba mentality, 6. Spinning top, 7. Lightning 5 strike. Additionally, Li Yin possessed 6 extra attribute points. His overall evaluation reached 87, elevating his player rating from nearly all-star to all-star level. The rate of improvement in Li Yin's abilities was remarkably astounding, showing significant enhancement in all aspects compared to the initial values. Naturally, the most substantial improvements in driving and blocking were attributed to the allocation of attribute points and the enhancement from the skill The Flash's derision. Shooting also saw a slight increase due to training and competition. What astonished Li Yin the most was that the seemingly unrelated skill, the Lightning 5 whips, proved to be remarkably effective. His stealing ability and stamina had both soared to 85. It seemed that Master Ma had not deceived him. The Lightning 5 whips indeed possessed the power to invigorate the body. Just as Li Yin was contemplating ways to further enhance his abilities, a sudden, delicate cry broke his thoughts. Mei Mei had unexpectedly thrown herself onto him. In her haste to return to Li Yin, Mei Mei had failed to notice the mat beneath her feet, taking an overly large step that caused her to lose her balance. Fortunately, Li Yin stood right before her, providing a cushion against her fall. With her soft, fragrant form nestled in his embrace, Li Yin snapped back to reality and instinctively wrapped his hand around Mei Mei's waist. Gazing into the eyes of the person she had longed for, the distance between them felt minuscule. Mei Mei could even sense Li Yin's breath. Her heart raced uncontrollably. Could this be love? She had previously pondered how to greet Li Yin, yet fate had orchestrated their intimate contact, an unexpected yet fortuitous turn of events. As she felt the strength of Li Yin's hand encircling her waist, her cheeks flushed deeper. Li Yin showed no signs of resisting their closeness, and Mei Mei's heart soared, convinced that he must feel the same way. This was a mutual pursuit of love. It was simply enchanting. The prince and his princess had finally found each other. Mei Mei relaxed entirely, sinking softly against Li Yin. Reluctant to rise, she found her moment of tranquility interrupted by the abrupt opening of the lounge door. Li Wei. Just as Li Yin's agent was about to speak, he was met with an alluring scene. Mei Mei was leaning against Li Yin, the two of them closely intertwined. As a seasoned agent, Bob understood that the upcoming itinerary no longer required his oversight. "Excuse me, please continue," he said, closing the door and humming a tune as he left for the day. The ambiguous atmosphere was abruptly interrupted, and the two could no longer pretend that time stood still. Mei Mei climbed off Li Yin and glanced at his trousers, utterly impressed. Taking a moment to compose herself, she softly remarked, "Li, I would have fallen earlier if it weren't for you. Thank you so much." "It was nothing, just a small gesture," Li Yin replied with a smile. Standing at 180 centimeters, Mei Mei felt perfectly at ease in front of Li Yin. In an unspoken agreement, both reached for their phones. Having neglected to exchange contact information at the court, they were determined not to let this opportunity slip away. They ventured to an upscale restaurant, both feeling a bit famished after a busy afternoon. Mei initiated a conversation about basketball, clearly having done her homework. As they dined and chatted, time passed swiftly. "It's getting late. Shall I escort you back to your hotel?" Li Yin proposed with a smile. Mei blushed, evidently misinterpreting his intent. As Li Yin escorted her to the hotel entrance, he prepared to turn away. "Aren't you coming up?" Mei shyly inquired. "Huh." Li Yin scratched his head. "My hotel isn't here." Observing the bashful Mei, Li Yin, albeit a moment delayed, finally grasped the situation. "May I approach?" Mei pondered for a moment before sprinting towards him, wrapping her arms around his neck. She rose slightly on her toes and planted a kiss on his lips, a delicate French kiss. "I've changed my mind. Perhaps next time," she exclaimed, turning to dash into the hotel, calling back, "Li, do your best." Li Yin watched Mei wave goodbye, a twinge of regret surfacing within him. He had not anticipated the openness of foreign girls. Meanwhile, during Li Yan's rendezvous with Mei, the situation for the Denver Nuggets was far from favorable. Although Carmelo Anthony had made his return, the team found themselves grappling with a 3-game losing streak. It was evident that Li Yin's absence had significantly impacted the Nuggets. Their previously fluid offense had devolved into a series of disjointed isolation plays. Most critically, both Anthony and Iverson yearned for synergy, yet they found themselves devoid of a connection. Alternating between isolation plays, they hesitated, each hoping to afford the other more opportunities, inadvertently hampering their offensive efficiency. The Nuggets suffered a disheartening 28-point defeat at home against the Pistons, followed by a 12-point loss on the road to the Warriors, and ultimately succumbed to the Spurs in San Antonio after 3 quarters. Currently, the Warriors occupied the 8th position in the Western Conference, possessing less talent than the Nuggets. While the Pistons and Spurs were formidable, the Nuggets were not meant to be so thoroughly outclassed. When Li Yin was present, they had contested fiercely against both of these strong teams. The fans of the Nuggets and the local media in Denver deeply miss Li Yin. Li Yin perused numerous comments from Denver Nuggets fans on major sports portals, many of which were directed at him, succinctly encapsulated in 4 words: "The team is in peril. Return swiftly." Chapter 42. Li Yin's return. Facing the Mavericks, Li Yin's first match upon his return was a home game against the Dallas Mavericks, who were currently leading the league with the best record. Following their heart-wrenching loss to the Miami Heat in the previous season's finals, the Mavericks did not succumb to despair. Instead, they unleashed an astonishing fighting spirit in the new season. Currently, their record was a remarkable 6 wins ahead of the second-place Suns. Under the guidance of their head coach, the young strategist Johnson, the Mavericks boasted a well-rounded offense and defense. The indomitable Dirk Nowitzki, alongside Josh Howard and Jason Terry, was at the pinnacle of their careers, forming a formidable trio. Rising star Devin Harris was making rapid progress, while veteran Jerry Stackhouse remained a potent asset from the bench. Although the second-string center, Dampier, had been schooled by Yao Ming and Stoudemire, his defensive prowess remained among the elite in the league. The Mavericks were undeniably a powerhouse, brimming with talent and strength. The Nuggets, having just endured a 3-game losing streak, were devoid of their previous invincible momentum and desperately needed a victory to regain their confidence. Encountering the league-leading Dallas Mavericks at this juncture undoubtedly constituted a formidable challenge. In the absence of Li Yin during those 3 matches, the Nuggets' offensive efficiency had plummeted, and their defense was riddled with vulnerabilities. Their average score had dwindled to 92 points, while their opponents were racking up an alarming 112 points against them. This has illuminated the intrinsic value of Li Yin. He is not merely a supporting character, but rather the engine propelling the Nuggets forward. During the pregame training, Li Yin discerned a palpable lack of vitality within the team's atmosphere compared to before. However, this is quite natural. If the team were to continue losing yet remain in high spirits, that would indeed indicate a significant issue. Li Yin engaged in tactical drills alongside his teammates, and it became evident that a proficient point guard is of utmost importance. Under Li Yin's orchestration, the Nuggets players appeared significantly more at ease. While players like Iverson and Anthony managed well enough, for the likes of Kenyon Martin, Marcus Camby, and Nene Hilario, the absence of Li Yin would create a stark contrast in performance. George Karl promptly rallied the team. "Gentlemen, our adversaries tonight are formidable. The Mavericks are at the top of the league, having reached the finals last year, but we are now fully prepared. This victory is essential to us. The Mavericks may be league leaders in excellent form. Nevertheless, with Lee Yan's return, the media still holds that the Nuggets possess the capability to contend. After all, without Anthony, the Nuggets, under the leadership of Lee Yan and Iverson, managed to engage in fierce battles against formidable teams like the Spurs. Anthony's scoring prowess is indisputable, but the current challenge lies in the Nuggets' ability to manage the distribution of ball control. The trio of consecutive defeats suggests that the Golden Duo has yet to achieve a synergy greater than the sum of its parts. Now, Lee Yan has become the beacon of hope for the entire community, and Nuggets fans eagerly anticipate that the Chinese magician will unleash the true potential of the Golden Duo. In the TNT studio, Barkley and Smith are analyzing the upcoming match. The situation for the Nuggets is rather dire. With Anthony's return, they have not secured a single victory during the 3 games in which Lee Yan was suspended. They suffered a 20-point defeat against both the Spurs and the Pistons, and also lost to the 8th-ranked Warriors in the West, which is quite disheartening. The crux of the matches hinges on whether the Nuggets can resolve the coexistence of Carmelo Anthony and Allen Iverson. Fans undoubtedly yearn to witness the true prowess of the renowned duo. On that night at the Pepsi Center, the arena was filled to capacity, with the Nuggets market experiencing a peak. The ticket-selling allure of Iverson, Lee Yan, and Anthony is undeniably potent. Suddenly, the system's notification tone resonated. Ding. Task released. Lead the Nuggets to victory in this game, ensuring that both Anthony and Iverson score over 25 points each. Reward, 1 attribute point. What? The Mavericks and Nowitzki are worth only 1 attribute point? System, you are becoming increasingly stingy. Shouldn't it be 2 attribute points? Lee Yan expressed his discontent. It is important to note that the Mavericks are a formidable team, rivaling the Spurs. When facing the Spurs, he secured 2 skills and 2 attribute points. This feels grossly unfair. System. Lee Yan. Oh. After the pre-game ceremony, the main players remained on the court. Nuggets lineup: Lee Yan, Allen Iverson, Carmelo Anthony, Kenyon Martin, Marcus Camby. Mavericks lineup: Devin Harris, Jason Terry, Josh Howard, Dirk Nowitzki, Eric Dampier. Beep. The whistle sounded, and the game commenced. Marcus Camby passed the basketball to Lee Yan. Lee Yan received the ball and confidently advanced forward. As German Harris rushed forward in an attempt to disrupt the play, Lee Yan refrained from holding onto the ball and instead passed it to Anthony. Lee Yan wanted to assess Anthony's condition. Facing Josh Howard, Anthony found himself in a favorable matchup, possessing both height and physicality advantages. The other players on the Nuggets instinctively cleared one side of the court, creating a one-on-one opportunity for Anthony. With a quintessential triple threat stance, Anthony executed his signature spin move, deftly evading Josh Howard to sink a mid-range jumper. Anthony's offensive repertoire is diverse, rendering him a veritable kaleidoscope of scoring, and in terms of technique, he surpasses his contemporaneous prodigy, LeBron James, by a considerable margin. In the next possession, the Mavericks similarly directed the ball to Dirk Nowitzki in the low post. Nowitzki is renowned as the league's premier shooting big man. With his iconic jump shot whimsically dubbed the Golden Rooster stands alone by fans. His jump shot, characterized by a lean-back motion, combined with his height and wingspan, renders it nearly impossible to block. Nowitzki's scoring prowess is indisputable. Swish. The basketball sailed through the net as he effortlessly scored over Kenyon Martin's defense. In the Nuggets' subsequent turn, Lee Yan remained unhurried in his approach, continuing to observe the dynamics on the court. Positioned at the top of the arc, he executed a handoff pass to Iverson, strategically shielding Jason Terry with his body. Iverson seized the moment, penetrating the paint, while Nowitzki, attempting to provide help defense, struggled to keep pace with Iverson's lateral speed. With finesse, Iverson executed a delicate layup, finding success. Thus far, Lee Yan's performance has been steady and methodical, with the Nuggets playing in a disciplined manner. The positive aspect lies in the resolute offensive efforts of Iverson and Anthony. Under the guidance of George Karl, Lee Yan orchestrated the playmaking, allowing the dynamic duo to receive his passes without hesitation. However, the drawback remains that the Nuggets have yet to transcend their reliance on the individual prowess of Anthony and Iverson. Lee Yan's performance has not been as dazzling as before. The Mavericks, on the other hand, exhibited formidable perimeter shooting, and despite Lee Yan's skills, the Nuggets struggled to gain an advantage. At the conclusion of the first quarter, the Nuggets trailed the Mavericks by 3 points, with a score of 27-30. Chapter 43, The Transformation of the Nuggets. The magic of Li Yin. The situation of the match appears bleak, yet George Karl remains remarkably composed. This outcome is within his expectations. The Mavericks boast one of the league's premier half-court offensive capabilities. Their players have honed their synergy over the years, and although the Nuggets possess talent, they inevitably fall short in execution. As the second quarter commenced, Li Yin took to the court alongside the bench players. In the very first possession, he successfully intercepted a pass from the Mavericks during a defensive play. The Mavericks' transition defense was swift, but upon reaching the front court, Li Yin employed his signature pass fake, feigning a delivery to Nene Hilario beneath the basket, only to dish the ball to J.R. Smith stationed at the three-point line. With an effortless flick of his wrist, J.R. Smith launched the ball, which arced gracefully through the air before swishing through the net with a satisfying sound. The score was now tied at 30-30. Following the basket, an elated J.R. Smith celebrated with his signature three-point gesture, igniting exuberance throughout the Pepsi Center. In this era, fast-break three-pointers are a rarity, as the prevailing belief persists that scoring is easier the closer one is to the basket. It is hardly surprising that J.R. Smith dares to attempt such shots, given his historically poor shot selection. However, it is indeed unexpected for Li Yin, as a point guard, to make such a pass. After all, despite the presence of defenders near Nene, the probability of Nene successfully scoring appears to be significantly higher than that of Smith. This season, J.R. Smith boasts an impressive three-point shooting percentage of 39. Considering the numerous ill-timed forced attempts, his three-point shooting ability is commendable. Additionally, with Li Yin's supplementary skill of Dish Master, which enhances shooting accuracy by 20, such an open three-pointer would be nearly a certainty for Smith. The cornerstone of the Mavericks' second unit is Jerry Stackhouse, a distinguished alumnus of the prestigious basketball program at North Carolina and a protege of Michael Jordan. Stackhouse was once heralded as one of the successors to the legendary Air. His fundamental skills are undoubtedly solid, and his offensive prowess, coupled with his ability to draw fouls, is notably seasoned. His greatest advantage lies in his capacity to utilize his bulk and height in the low post, effectively maneuvering defenders close to the basket, where he can execute a simple yet effective back-to-the-basket turnaround jumper, overpowering many of the league's weaker shooting guards. Moreover, Stackhouse's three-point shooting percentage is not to be underestimated, bolstered by his formidable driving ability that can dismantle opposing perimeter defenses. However, Stackhouse found himself facing a formidable challenge today. Li Yin, with his extraordinary height and weight among guards, is almost a colossus. Even if placed in the small forward position, he would still be formidable. Under Li Yin's defense, Stackhouse struggles significantly to penetrate the paint. With an electrifying J.R. Smith roaming the perimeter, the Mavericks' offense found itself stifled. Devin George's forced attempts clanged off the rim, while Nene secured position down low, allowing Li Yin to grab the rebound. The Nuggets exhibited a swift transition between offense and defense, as Li Yin, seizing the rebound, propelled the ball forward, bypassing the intermediate passing phase. With the pace of the game quickening, more offensive opportunities emerged. Li Yin swiftly advanced to the front court. Just as the Mavericks' interior defense was settling into position, Nene established himself at the arc, setting a screen for Li Yin before rolling directly to the basket. Utilizing the pick, Li Yin penetrated, and this dual assault pierced through the Mavericks' defense. Nene received Li Yin's pass and effortlessly executed a slam dunk. The Mavericks found themselves in a scoring drought, while the Nuggets flowed with grace. In the next possession, Li Yin, with his back to Greg Buckner, drew the Mavericks' defensive attention and deftly tossed the ball into the paint. Nene soared to meet the ball, delivering a thunderous two-handed dunk that left the crowd in awe. The Pepsi Center erupted. Such an offensive display was exhilarating. Nene and Li Yin celebrated with a high five, while Kenyon Martin and Marcus Camby on the sidelines looked on with envy, wishing for such passes themselves. Meanwhile, Allen Iverson and Carmelo Anthony on the bench appeared contemplative. Following J.R. Smith's pinpoint three-pointer from Li Yin's assist, the Mavericks were forced to call a timeout. With a surge of 13-2, the Nuggets had established an 8-point lead at home. Wow! The Nuggets' second unit had dramatically shifted the momentum, with J.R. Smith creating space from beyond the arc and Nene asserting his presence in the paint. Barkley marveled. The most astonishing aspect is Li Yin's exceptional ability to control the game. He is inherently adept at pushing the fast break and consistently locates his teammates in open positions. Li Yin's playing style is remarkably selfless, making it a delightful experience to be his teammate. Why didn't the Nuggets employ this strategy in the first quarter? Barkley pondered with some confusion. You must enable Carmelo Anthony to collaborate. Smith's assertion resonated with a majority of fans. Anthony's significance to the Nuggets is akin to that of LeBron James to the Cavaliers. Over the past 3 seasons, Anthony has grown accustomed to a playstyle centered around him. Now, to effect change, it would be most effective for the Melo to actively engage. Otherwise, any friction could spell considerable harm for the Nuggets. As Barkley and Smith analyzed the situation, the game persisted. Both teams reintroduced their starters. After drawing defensive attention, Nowitzki assisted Jason Terry, who sank a three-pointer, stabilizing the Mavericks' position. As the teams switched sides, spectators were astonished to see Carmelo Anthony actually creating space for Lee Yin on one flank. Lee Yin then delivered a whimsical behind-the-back pass to Anthony. At that moment, Anthony's defender had been completely drawn away by Lee Yin. A wide-open shot. Anthony hesitated for a brief moment before releasing a smooth shot. The basketball traced a perfect arc and swooshed through the net. By the time Lee Yin and Anthony exchanged a high five, Anthony was still savoring the exquisite execution of that play. How did that pass arrive? A transformation began for the Nuggets. Carmelo refrained from demanding the ball as he instead manipulated the Mavericks' defensive formation. Oh my goodness! Lee Yin found himself encircled by the Mavericks, yet astonishingly managed to pass the ball from behind. An opportunity arose for Carmelo Anthony, who was wide open. There was no doubt about it. His execution was impeccable. Inside the TNT studio, Smith leapt to his feet in excitement. That shot was incredibly challenging, bold, and immensely imaginative. From the perspective of a point guard, Lee Yin's passing and control were beyond reproach. His court vision was exceptional. Kendrick, would you have made that pass? Barkley inquired with a grin. No, with my height. I could never find a teammate in that position, Kendrick replied. Lee Yin's stature afforded him a significant advantage in terms of court visibility. Smith marveled. Even if I knew Carmelo was in that spot, I wouldn't have attempted such a risky play. Lee Yin is not a conventional, textbook point guard. His passes are infused with creativity. Wow. Magic. That pass was nothing short of magical, simply unbelievable. Chapter 44. The Shock of the Melon. I didn't even break a sweat. The Mavericks found themselves embroiled in a fierce struggle at the Pepsi Center. The Nuggets exhibited a stark contrast in their style of play compared to the first quarter. They accelerated their offensive and defensive transitions, swiftly launching counterattacks following successful defensive plays. The Nuggets boasted formidable athleticism in the paint, particularly through Kenyon Martin, a quintessential power forward of a feral nature. And of course, the ever-proficient Allen Iverson, a master of fast breaks, was not to be overlooked. Anthony was also quite fleet of foot. Reflecting on the Mavericks, both Eric Dampier in the paint and the legendary Dirk Nowitzki exhibit a certain sluggishness in their footwork, rendering them somewhat unable to keep pace with the tempo of the Nuggets. Furthermore, on the defensive end, the Nuggets' overall physique does not suffer in comparison. They adeptly contain the Mavericks' drives to the basket, with Nowitzki facing a significant disadvantage in both speed and stature against Kenyon Martin. Gradually, the Nuggets began to assert their dominance on the court. From Lee Yin's perspective, this development was hardly surprising. This season, the Mavericks had already been ousted by the Warriors in a stunning upset, with the Warriors capitalizing on rapid transitions between offense and defense to dismantle the Mavericks. At this juncture, Nowitzki's signature one-leg fadeaway had yet to reach its peak mastery, and his offensive efficiency was considerably impacted by high-intensity confrontations. Lee Yin left the court for a breather with 4 minutes remaining in the second quarter. Despite his stamina rating now at an impressive 85, it was still insufficient to sustain his performance under such a demanding exertion throughout the entire game. In this match, to enhance the offensive flow for his teammates, Lee Yin frequently assumed the role of a playmaker. The Nuggets exhibited remarkable offensive efficiency. However, this came at a substantial cost to Lee Yin's endurance. Following his departure, the fluidity of the Nuggets' ball movement noticeably declined, allowing the Mavericks a moment to regroup. As the top team in the league, the resilient Mavericks were far from defeated. Before the halftime whistle, they managed to narrow the deficit to within 10 points. Lee Yin contributed 6 points and dished out 9 assists, while both Iverson and Anthony reached the 10-point mark, indicating that the system's objectives were progressing smoothly. Anthony's inner self harbors some reluctance towards relinquishing ball control to Lee Yin. The historical stature of Iverson looms large, and while Anthony can somewhat convince himself, his feelings towards Lee Yin are more complex. The young man's performance has been commendable, yet surrendering the ball to him leaves a lingering sense of dissatisfaction within Melo. As an offensive virtuoso, Anthony yearns to shoulder the offensive responsibilities of the Nuggets. Ultimately, he grew up watching the NBA of the 1990s, where the primary star executing isolation plays was deemed essential. Consequently, this has led to minor frictions between Anthony and head coach George Karl. Karl wishes for Anthony to share the ball more and invest greater effort defensively. Yet Anthony remains somewhat indifferent to this notion. Throughout the first half, Anthony's perspective underwent a significant transformation. Leanne's passes afforded Anthony numerous opportunities for effortless scoring, and being astute, he readily accepted these chances. It became evident that Lianne served as a lubricant between Carmelo Anthony and Allen Iverson, with the Chinese magician adeptly resolving the Nuggets' ball distribution dilemmas. Smith articulated that as long as the Nuggets maintain this style of play, they will remain competitive. Otherwise, relying solely on isolation plays will hinder their progress. Barkley concurred with Smith, asserting that basketball is a team sport, with even Michael Jordan requiring the support of Scottie Pippen. Soon enough, the second half of the game commenced. The Nuggets' defense upheld commendable intensity, with Kenyon Martin and Marcus Camby fortifying the paint, preventing the Mavericks from capitalizing. Leanne's off-ball support also imposed considerable constraints on the Mavericks' offensive efforts. Even Anthony, who typically exerts little effort on defense, was notably focused. This was inevitable, as the Melo found offense to come quite effortlessly. Should he slack off on defense, he would scarcely feel the exertion. The Mavericks' offense became stifled, ensnared in the suffocating grip of the Nuggets. Since trading Nash, the Mavericks had long lacked a central organizer. Now, in their predicament, they opted to entrust the ball to Nowitzki for a series of isolation plays. Nowitzki maneuvered past Kenyon Martin, yet as he prepared to shoot, Marcus Camby's long arm reached in from the side. Nowitzki's attempt was significantly disrupted. He adjusted his shooting angle, managing to evade Camby's reach, yet his accuracy faltered. Thud! The ball ricocheted off the rim and soared away. Anthony seized the rebound and promptly sought out Lianne. It is human nature that when Lianne consistently delivered assists to Anthony, the latter came to acknowledge Lianne's playmaking prowess. Wow! It was astonishing to witness such defensive enthusiasm from Carmelo. Barkley was utterly taken aback. In his memory, Anthony's defensive attitude had been less than commendable, often letting opponents slip by due to a lack of focus. However, now, Anthony had transformed. Lianne's arrival had altered the ecology of the Nuggets. On the sidelines, George Karl wore a smile. Lianne's growth was immediate, and even a challenging figure like Anthony had been influenced. In the transition between offense and defense, Lianne controlled the pace with the ball. Kenny Martin provided a screen for Lianne, allowing them to execute a seamless collaboration. Lianne maneuvered into the paint, feigning a pass to the descending Kenny Martin, yet with a subtle flick of his wrist, he delivered the ball to the baseline where Allen Iverson awaited. Iverson effortlessly completed the layup. Nearby, Anthony observed with clarity. When he possessed the ball, his focus was predominantly on the defender and the hoop. Lianne's passing astounded him. No wonder Iverson had frequently remarked on Lianne's astute ball handling. Anthony now fully comprehended this insight. The Mavericks found themselves thoroughly overwhelmed, prompting the young General Johnson to call for a timeout. In a bid to close the gap, the Mavericks substituted their center for Stackhouse. Coincidentally, the Nuggets brought in J.R. Smith. In the rapid-fire exchanges, the Mavericks suffered a disheartening defeat. Lianne's talent shone brilliantly. His passes were as precise as a surgeon's scalpel, dissecting the Mavericks' defense with finesse. Their defense was left in tatters as Lianne consistently served up assists to his teammates, with Iverson and Anthony being his primary focus. Anthony, known for his exceptional shooting skills, had never anticipated playing in such a manner as he did today. In his previous games, offensive ball handling was the norm. However, today, Lianne always found him in the crevices of the defense, allowing Anthony to simply finish the plays. With 3 minutes remaining and trailing by 20 points, the Mavericks withdrew all their starters, conceding defeat. Back on the bench, Anthony felt his basketball philosophy shaken, having received 8 assists from Lianne throughout the game. Anthony scored a remarkable 28 points throughout the game, so effortlessly that even Carmelo felt as though he had not broken a sweat. Chapter 45. Kings of Cleveland. The Nuggets triumphed over the formidable Mavericks on their home turf, thereby ending their 3-game losing streak. Lianne made a robust return from a 3-game suspension, showcasing an all-encompassing performance of 10 points, 18 assists, 6 rebounds, 2 steals, and 1 block. Under Li Yan's orchestration, the Nuggets experienced a rejuvenation. With the dynamic duo of Iverson and Anthony finally collaborating harmoniously rather than fighting their battles in isolation. Anthony amassed 28 points, while Iverson effortlessly contributed 27. The Nuggets had 6 players scoring in double figures, decisively defeating the league-leading Mavericks. Li Yan's popularity continues to soar, and in Denver, he has garnered a following that rivals even that of Anthony and Iverson. Since the NBA included Li Yan's name in the All-Star voting, his vote count has been on a rapid upward trajectory. However, the competition for backcourt positions in the Western Conference is exceedingly fierce, with the vote tallies of Kobe Bryant, Tracy McGrady, and Allen Iverson being alarmingly high. There is no need to elaborate on Kobe, T-Mac, and Iverson. The quartet of prominent shooting guards inherently enjoys substantial fan support, particularly as McGrady and Iverson are teammates of Yao Ming and Li Yan. For Chinese fans, they are considered compatriots as well. Two-time regular season MVP Steve Nash finds himself positioned behind Li Yan, relegated to 5th in the backcourt hierarchy. The NBA has also taken note of the fierce competition in the Western backcourt and shrewdly shifted the highly popular Kobe Bryant to the small forward position. Consequently, the probability of Li Yan securing a spot as an all-star starter has significantly increased. Moreover, Li Yan's popularity has surged, buoyed by the official endorsement of the NBA. Reports of Li Yan can be seen across sports channels nationwide, with numerous highlights of his passing prowess featured in match montages. Such promotional efforts have eclipsed those typically afforded to the star players of other teams. Unlike other athletes who yearn for all-star recognition to validate their worth, Li Yan remains undeterred by such aspirations. His foremost desire is to continually enhance his skills. Observing the steady rise of his statistics on the system panel fills him with a profound sense of accomplishment. After triumphing over the Mavericks, the Nuggets swiftly made their way to Cleveland. The Cavaliers currently hold the 2nd position in the Eastern Conference and are performing commendably. LeBron James, the King, has further evolved this season, averaging an impressive 27, 3 points, 6, 7 rebounds, 6, 0 assists, 1, 6 steals, and 0, 7 blocks per game. The Cavaliers are undoubtedly a formidable team, and the system has not disappointed Li Yan. Before the game, the system issued a challenge: defeat the Cavaliers and achieve over 15 assists to earn James's skill set. For Li Yan, 15 assists are not an insurmountable task. It is akin to reaching for a high shelf. However, he refrains from celebrating prematurely, uncertain of what peculiar skill he might receive. It is said that James is currently in a phase where sheer strength outmatches finesse. If he were to inadvertently acquire James's shooting and footwork skills, it would be uncertain whether that would be a boon or a bang. Anthony and James have long been the 2 most scrutinized players of the illustrious 2003 draft class, until last season when the Flash, Dwayne Wade, made a stunning overtaking to clinch the championship. The encounters between Sweet Melon and the Little Emperor are always eagerly anticipated. However, this time, Li Yan and Iverson have garnered considerable attention. Cleveland may be a small city, yet its basketball atmosphere is remarkably vibrant. The Denver Nuggets bus traverses the streets of Cleveland, where LeBron James's promotional posters adorn every corner, and numerous fans don his jerseys as they make their way to the Rocket Mortgage Fieldhouse. The fervent support of Cleveland fans for James astonished Li Yan, as he basked in the entirety of Cleveland's adoration. It is no wonder that when James announced his decision to take his talents to Miami, Cleveland fans resorted to the extreme act of burning his jerseys. Such is the depth of love that often breeds intense reproach. This marquee matchup is set to be broadcast live across the United States, with a simultaneous broadcast in China across the ocean. Since Li Yan's remarkable performances, the Central Broadcasting Authority has adjusted its schedule, aside from a few select games. The Nuggets matches are now regularly aired in China. During the pre-game warm-up, Anthony and James exchanged friendly greetings, followed by James approaching Iverson for a brief chat. Given Iverson's esteemed place in history, LeBron's respectful demeanor is only fitting. When it comes to Li Yan, James acknowledged him with a smile, to which Li Yan reciprocated warmly. Although in a previous life Li Yan may not have favored some of James's career choices, there is no denying that his conduct and character are impeccable. Unlike many of his peers, who often act impulsively, James exhibits a commendable emotional intelligence, consistently refraining from actions that could tarnish his image. The entrance ceremony at the Quick Loan Arena was nothing short of fervent, as LeBron James was met with thunderous applause, receiving an outpouring of affection from Cavaliers fans. Amidst this electric atmosphere, the game commenced. The Cavaliers' starting lineup consisted of Daniel Gibson, Larry Hughes, LeBron James, Drew Gooden, and Zydrunas Ilgauskas. Ilgauskas, a skilled center hailing from the Eastern European nation of Lithuania, stands an impressive 2.21 meters tall, yet possesses a delicate touch on the ball. He is capable of both forceful drives to the basket and deftly deceptive moves that leave defenders trailing in his wake. His low-post play and high-arching jump shots are potent weapons in the Cavaliers' offensive arsenal, and when the primary scorer, King James, encounters resistance, Ilgauskas can leverage his height and technical prowess to create scoring opportunities for the team. Drew Gooden exhibits commendable resilience, serving as a valuable ally to Ilgauskas in supporting James. However, Larry Hughes, who transitioned from the Wizards to the Cavaliers, appears somewhat out of sync. Hughes predominantly relies on his ability to penetrate defenses, embodying the archetype of a player who favors driving over shooting. During his tenure with the Wizards, he thrived, largely due to the complementary nature of his partnership with Gilbert Arenas. While Arenas excelled in shooting, Hughes was adept at breaking through defenses. In the 2004-2005 season, the Wizards advanced to the Eastern Conference semifinals, and Hughes reached the pinnacle of his career, averaging 22 points per game and claiming the title of steals leader with an impressive 2.89 steals per game, earning a spot on the all-defensive team. It was precisely due to Hughes' outstanding performance in Washington that the Cleveland Cavaliers secured his services in 2005 with a 5-year contract worth $70 million, intending for him to support LeBron James. However, during his tenure with the Cavaliers, Hughes found himself struggling, primarily because his style of play bore some resemblance to that of James. At this juncture, the young King James exhibited considerable inconsistency in his shooting, necessitating the presence of players who could create space for him. Yet, how could LeBron easily relinquish opportunities to score through drives? Nevertheless, Hughes managed to average 15 points per game, making him the Cavaliers' second leading scorer. Gibson, a contemporaneous rookie alongside Lee Yen, participated solely in the Cavaliers' pre-draft workout and declined to attend any other pre-draft opportunities. This decision contributed to his fall from a projected first-round pick to the second round. Gibson is a remarkable shooter, boasting an impressive three-point shooting percentage of 41.9, the highest among all rookies. The Nuggets starting lineup includes Lee Yen, Allen Iverson, Carmelo Anthony, Kenyon Martin, and Marcus Camby. The Nuggets roster remains relatively unchanged. While the overall strength of the Nuggets surpasses that of the Cavaliers, the prowess of the young King LeBron James should not be underestimated, and the Cavaliers possess formidable strength in the paint, suggesting a competitive match ahead. Naturally, our primary concern remains Lee Yan's performance. In the studio of Central Television, Yu Jia and director Zhang continue to provide commentary for this matchup. As Marcus Camby and Big Z leap for the jump ball, the game commences. Chapter 46. Targeted defense. Big Z secured the jump ball and subsequently passed it to Gibson. Lee Yan did not exert excessive pressure on Gibson, fully aware that Gibson was merely a ball-handling guard. Upon reaching the front court, he promptly passed the ball to James. As anticipated by Lee Yan, Gibson quickly delivered the ball to James, stationed at the left three-point line. James, with the ball, executed a powerful drive. The young Emperor's incursions heavily relied on his physical prowess and ability to contend. He stands as the epitome of speed, strength, and agility within the NBA. His innate talent of a historical caliber. Most players falter against James's assaults. However, Carmelo Anthony is evidently an exception. Melo possesses remarkable abilities as well, and had his defensive performance not been frequently undermined by lapses in focus, he would undoubtedly rank among the elite in the league. Of course, when facing James, Anthony requires no additional motivation. This is undoubtedly the match where he is most attentive. Anthony withstood James's onslaught, and as the young Emperor scanned the court, he passed the ball to the imposing Zydrunas Ilgauskas. Big Z, possessing significant height advantages, coupled with his refined skills, executed a series of back-to-the-basket moves, seamlessly transitioning into a spin that allowed him to overpower Mutombo, scoring with a delicate hook shot. Swish. The ball found nothing but net. 2-0. Big Z opened the scoring for the Cavaliers, igniting a fervent cheer from the Quicken Loans Arena. A member of the illustrious 1996 draft class, he was selected by the Cavaliers at the 20th pick in the first round and has remained with the team ever since. His two All-Star selections in 2003 and 2005 stand as a testament to his greatness, making him a hero in Cleveland. In comparison to Big Z, the second overall pick of the illustrious 1996 NBA draft, Kenyon Martin has yet to fully realize his prodigious talent. His shot-blocking prowess is commendable. He claimed the title of blocks leader in both 1998 and 2006, and he was selected for the All-Defensive team for 2 consecutive years. However, merely becoming an exemplary defensive center has evidently fallen short of the lofty expectations fans held for Martin. Lee Yen, observing Big Z's fluid hook shot, is filled with profound reflections. In this era, a towering figure lacking footwork and technical finesse struggles to establish a foothold. Even the physically dominant Shaquille O'Neal exhibits impressive footwork and a delicate touch around the basket. The thought of the NBA a decade later, where many centers merely capitalize on easy baskets with rudimentary offensive skills, is indeed ironic, especially considering players like Little Jordan could earn All-NBA first-team honors. In this context, Lee Yen envisions the little giant, Yao Ming. At this juncture, Yao is at the zenith of his professional career. If he were to join forces with Lee Yen on the national team, complemented by sharpshooters like Li Nan, Zhu Fengyu, and Wang Shipeng, alongside De Ji and Yi Jianlian, could this formidable Chinese squad conjure a miracle in the 2008 Beijing Olympics? During a Nuggets offensive possession, Lee Yen dribbles past half-court, rendering Larry Hughes' aggressive defense ineffective against his superior ball-handling skills. Hughes, losing his balance, finds himself left behind as Lee Yen strides confidently into the paint. Faced with Big Z beneath the rim, Lee Yen deftly delivers a bounce pass to Kenyon Martin. Martin springs off the ground, soaring like a bamboo shoot, and emphatically slams the ball into the basket. Boom. The score is tied at 2-2. Following his basket, Martin flashes a thumbs up to Lee Yen, exclaiming, "Beautiful pass, Lee." Just moments ago, Campy was decisively outmaneuvered by Big Z, and this round's goal was a much-needed relief. Lee Yen's pass provided Campy with an exquisite sense of comfort, a sensation that other defenders were unable to deliver. Wow, what a splendid pass. Larry Hughes paid the price for his gamble of a steal, as Lee Yen deftly evaded him, drawing Big Z's defense before effortlessly assisting Marcus Campy in executing the offense. Yu Jia commented, "Lee Yen's performance today is exceptionally commendable." The Cavaliers' offense still revolves around LeBron James to initiate their plays. James is the quintessential ball-dominant player. Nearly all of the Cavaliers' attacks are orchestrated by him. Their guards merely facilitate the ball's transition past half-court to the young king. The Nuggets contracted their formation to counter LeBron James' penetrative drives, as his shooting ability is rather average, and they did not perceive him as a significant threat from beyond the arc. James furrowed his brow, feeling vexed by this defensive approach that constricted his driving space. He remained vigilant at the arc, executing a feigned drive, yet it was merely a ruse. The true intention of James was to locate an outside shooter. Lee Yen astutely discerned James' intentions. It is his impression that the young king's shooting has been notably inconsistent. With precision, Lee Yen positioned himself perfectly along the passing lane, intercepting the basketball. Without a moment's hesitation, he commenced a rapid advance. With James' pass thwarted, he immediately pursued Lee Yen. Despite Lee Yen's earnest efforts to accelerate, it was evident that James' power was in an entirely different league. Lee Yen's explosive speed still fell short in comparison to James. Yet fortunately, Iverson was consistently positioned on the wing to provide support. With a furtive glance over his shoulder, Lee Yen executed a sudden acceleration feint, leading James out of bounds. In that very moment, Lee Yen flicked his wrist, sending the basketball into Iverson's awaiting hands. Seizing the opportunity, Iverson leaped off the ground, deftly guiding the ball into the basket for an effortless 2 points. James felt a tinge of helplessness. Had Lee Yen opted to take the shot himself, he was confident he could have intercepted it. To his astonishment, Lee Yen possessed an almost uncanny ability to locate the trailing Iverson, as if he had the vision of an eagle. In the Cavaliers' subsequent possession, James did not shy away from the Nuggets' formidable defense. Instead, he charged through a screen, penetrating deep into the paint. With a resounding impact, he unleashed a ferocious dunk, leaving the Nuggets' defense in disarray, showcasing the sheer power of his athleticism. On the next play, Lee Yen passed the ball to Carmelo Anthony in the low post. Anthony, backing down James, executed a series of feints before seamlessly transitioning into a jump shot that found its mark. Li Yin felt as though he had become a master facilitator, particularly attentive to the needs of the two esteemed players, Iverson and Anthony. During the Cavaliers' offensive sequence, the Nuggets' paint was congested, and even James struggled to carve out a path. Faced with this impasse, he opted to pass to the perimeter, finding Gibson. Upon receiving the pass, Gibson launched a three-pointer. Duong. The basketball ricocheted off the front of the rim and soared upward. The rebound was secured by Camby, causing LeBron to furrow his brow. The opportunity had been a significant open shot, and it was regrettable that Gibson failed to capitalize on it. Should the perimeter shooting falter, the Nuggets would undoubtedly become more audacious in tightening their defense, a development that did not bode well for LeBron. Chapter 47. Astonished, my friend. By that spectral footwork, the Nuggets' defense was exceptionally tight. Although the Cavaliers' center, Zydrunas Ilgauskas, possessed certain advantages, the Cavaliers, lacking the offensive prowess of LeBron James, were evidently unable to compete with the Nuggets. Li Yin's assistance on the perimeter was crucial. His presence significantly alleviated the defensive pressure on Iverson. Li Yin exerted himself tirelessly on both ends of the court, which formed the foundation of the trust bestowed upon him by his teammates and coach. As the play transitioned, Li Yin propelled the ball forward. Despite the interference from Larry Hughes, he delivered an accurate long pass. Kenyon Martin leapt off the ground, completing a splendid alley-oop. Beep. The Cavaliers were compelled to call a timeout. The Nuggets' defense was remarkably effective, stifling LeBron's drives, while the Cavaliers' outside shooting failed to punish the Nuggets. Ujia analyzed. The Nuggets hold a considerable advantage. The Cavaliers must adapt. Upon returning from the timeout, the Cavaliers maintained a steady rhythm. However, their towering interior players lacked the agility necessary for a fast-paced transition game. This time, LeBron sought a screen, executing a pick-and-roll at the arc. Gooden assisted LeBron by drawing the Nuggets defenders. LeBron sliced through a gap with minimal obstruction. The chosen one soared high, delivering a powerful axe dunk that ignited the entire arena. Underneath the basket, Kenyon Martin was devoid of any strategy. Should he forcefully defend, it would be all too easy for LeBron James to execute a flawless play. Li Yin shook his head, acknowledging that LeBron's athletic prowess was formidable. With even the slightest hint of space, he could accelerate with remarkable speed. The sight of an advancing LeBron was daunting, leaving the Nuggets' interior defense in a precarious state. As the Nuggets initiated their possession, Li Yin dribbled past the half-court line. Having learned from prior experiences, Larry Hughes was now hesitant to make an impulsive steal. Renowned for his defensive tenacity, Hughes quickly identified a more prudent approach to guarding. He afforded Li Yin a modicum of space. In Hughes' estimation, both Li Yin and himself, alongside LeBron, were primarily penetrating guards with subpar shooting capabilities. Li Yin felt a twinge of discomfort. Despite the fierce spirit embodied by the Mamba mentality, the cost was excessively high. He passed the ball to Carmelo Anthony, who instinctively prepared for a one-on-one confrontation. Unlike Allen Iverson, convincing Anthony to pass the ball in a one-on-one scenario was a formidable challenge. As Anthony faced LeBron's tight defense, the legendary duo from the class of '03 clashed once more. Utilizing an array of footwork, Anthony created a sliver of space. Yet, LeBron's athletic ability was exceptional. He swiftly regained his balance and leaped to contest the shot. In an effort to evade LeBron's outstretched arm, Anthony elevated the arc of his shot. The basketball successfully sailed over LeBron's fingertips, but ultimately fell short. With a resounding thud, the ball struck the backboard and ricocheted away. Gooden secured the rebound. The Nuggets' transition defense was swift, thwarting any fast break opportunity for the Cavaliers. LeBron slowed the tempo, patiently awaiting the positioning of his teammates in the paint. Anthony had just been single-covered by James, and now he was determined to reclaim his pride, delivering ample resistance in his pursuit. James found himself unable to shake off the challenge, prompting Gooden to immediately step in for a screen. Should Anthony find himself ensnared by Gooden, James would have the opportunity to tear through Denver's defense. Li Yin, having discerned James's intentions, rushed in to provide support. As James made his advance, he encountered resistance from Kenyon Martin, but with a sudden explosion of energy, he surged forward. At that moment, Li Yin positioned himself directly in James's path, firmly establishing his stance. Li Yin's judgment proved astute. James had already initiated his move, with Kenyon Martin hot on his heels, leaving the young king with no avenue of escape. Li Yin was well prepared, yet the anticipated collision never materialized. After taking 3 strides, James refrained from shooting or passing, continuing to maneuver around Li Yin with surprising agility. Stunned, Li Yin stood agape. James soared into the air, executing a thunderous dunk that concluded the play with authority. Upon landing, the young king erupted in celebration, his roar echoing throughout the arena. The crowd went wild, the Cavaliers fans captivated by James's seamless execution, fervently chanting MVP, MVP, MVP. In light of James's dazzling display, the referees remained unresponsive. Suddenly, an alert from the system rang out. Host witnesses a legendary moment in the NBA, the Dragon's 8 steps. As long as I am not embarrassed, embarrassment cannot catch up to me. System reward triggered, granting the host 2 attribute points. Li Yin was overjoyed. After all, it was merely a matter of taking a few more steps. As long as he was awarded attribute points, he had no objections to treating the basketball as if it were a football. LeBron, splendid work, he exclaimed, genuinely delighted. However, James paid no heed to Li Yin's remarks. Such sarcastic comments were not new to him. Yet, the mentality of a chosen one was impervious to such mockery, and this level of derision could not shake James's resolve. In the Nuggets' possession, Li Yin executed a pick-and-roll with Marcus Camby at the arc, penetrating the paint only to encounter James's defensive assistance. For Li Yin, forcefully attacking James proved somewhat challenging, prompting him to pass the ball to Allen Iverson on the perimeter. Iverson, with a swift change of direction, easily evaded Gibson, and with a mid-range shot, swish, the ball found the net effortlessly. The Nuggets boasted numerous offensive options. Both Iverson and Anthony possessed formidable one-on-one skills, complemented by Li Yin's deft playmaking, making it exceedingly difficult for the Cavaliers to contain them. If the Cavaliers wished to narrow the gap, they had to score continuously, with James being the beacon of hope for the entire team. In the next play, James once again utilized a screen to penetrate the lane. Armed with the knowledge from his previous experience, Li Yin no longer sought to draw a foul from James. Such subtle footwork could hardly trouble the chosen one. One could never predict how many steps he would take after receiving the ball. As Li Yin switched to defend, he surged in from the side, unleashing the contempt of the Flash. James, soaring high, was evidently unprepared for an adversary to appear from the flank. Empowered by the Flash's disdain, Li Yin struck with unwavering force. With a resounding smack, the basketball was sent flying. The Flash's contempt was indeed an unparalleled defensive prowess against players who favored explosive dunks. Chapter 48. Master Li's pastries are irresistibly fragrant. J.R. goes wild. Li Yin soared from the side, executing a remarkable block against LeBron James' emphatic dunk. Coach Zhang exclaimed with enthusiasm. That was stunning. This is none other than LeBron James, yet our Li Yin manages to thwart him. Indeed, Li Yin possesses a remarkable talent for shot blocking. Statistics reveal that since he became a starter, his average blocks per game have exceeded 1, which is truly astonishing. Among perimeter players, only the likes of Dwayne Wade, known as Flash, and Li Yin have reached such heights. Jia marveled. Li Yin's precision engaging the distance for his blocks and timing his jumps is extraordinary. However, a curious enigma surrounds Li Yin's leaping ability. For instance, his jump height during this particular block was notably impressive, while in several other instances, his vertical leap appeared rather unremarkable. Perhaps Li Yin embodies a sense of humility. He seems reluctant to showcase his prowess through flamboyant dunks, believing that exerting oneself defensively epitomizes the true spirit of an athlete. During the live broadcast, Coach Zhang and Jia extolled Li Yin's virtues, likening him to a blossoming flower, a sentiment echoed by domestic fans who, blissfully unaware of Li Yin's secrets, wholeheartedly supported their views. Having expended considerable energy to block James, Li Yin felt the need to unleash a primal roar. The Wolf King's fierce yell resonated, and Li Yin's movements became infused with infectious energy, invigorating the Nuggets players, who found their fatigue considerably diminished. As the Cavaliers prepared to inbound the ball, their immediate instinct was to seek out LeBron James. However, this time, their ball movement was somewhat careless, allowing the lurking Li Yin to seize the opportunity. In a swift transition, the Nuggets launched a fast break like a whirlwind. The Cavaliers evidently struggled to adapt to the Nuggets' tempo, with only LeBron contemplating a retreat. Faced with a 1-against-3, escape seemed inevitable, and the sagacious LeBron decisively halted his advance. Li Yin tossed the ball forward, and Kenyon Martin leaped into the air with remarkable elevation. At the apex of his jump, the basketball was perfectly positioned, allowing Kenyon Martin to receive it effortlessly and execute a thunderous dunk. The rim trembled with a resounding crash. The domestic fans watching on television erupted with excitement, captivated by the Nuggets' electrifying style of play. They are currently the league's most adept team at aerial connections. Li Yin and Kenyon Martin form a golden partnership in the air. Kenyon Martin, revitalized in his career, unabashedly praised Li Yin in front of the media. He is a historically significant passer. I've enjoyed many wonderful moments alongside Jason Kidd. And Li's passing ability is on par with Jason's. At just 20 years old, he will continue to improve. It's astounding. He is destined to become the greatest point guard in history. Master Li's artistry in creating opportunities has become increasingly refined. If not for his previous lackluster statistics holding him back, he would undoubtedly be the league's assist leader by now. Truly, Master Li is a marvel. It's simply delightful. Unlike foreign fans who refer to Li Yin as the Chinese magician, Chinese supporters have bestowed upon him a more down-to-earth moniker, Master Li. The name suggests a master chef, particularly one skilled in making pancakes, vividly illustrating Li Yin's remarkable playmaking abilities. A splendid performance indeed. Li Yin celebrates with Kenyon Martin, displaying a willingness to collaborate. In truth, passing to the Nuggets' interior players often yields easier assists, whereas feeding the ball to Anthony is a different story. The man's scoring prowess is ingrained in his very being. And after a series of moves, Li Yin's assist is effortlessly delivered. Get back! Iverson suddenly shouts. It turns out that while Li Yin and Kenyon Martin were reveling in their synergy, James initiated a surprise offensive maneuver. Upon receiving the ball, the young king did not wait for his teammates. He charged forth on his own. Possessing the resilience of a tank and the speed of a sports car, coupled with remarkable agility, he is a formidable force. Iverson attempted to impede his advance, but to no avail. Even the muscular Anthony was overwhelmed by James. Swiftly penetrating the paint, James scored over Marcus Camby without hesitation. Whoosh! His relentless drive astonished all. Chinese fans watching from their screens were left in awe. James appeared almost extraterrestrial, effortlessly overpowering 3 Nuggets players to score. This breathtaking offensive display spanned a mere 5 seconds. Amidst the cheers for the game's MVP, James was ignited with fervor. He strode confidently, embodying the essence of a king, exuding an aura of dominance and command. Li Yin harbored a profound admiration for James's physical prowess. If only he could be bestowed with such dynamic talent, it would be a remarkable transformation. While James flourished on the court, the Cavaliers perpetually found themselves at a disadvantage, particularly during the latter stages of the first quarter and the onset of the second. At this juncture, Li Yin, accompanied by J.R. Smith and Nunhill Rio from the second unit, witnessed the Nuggets' rapid offensive and defensive transitions utterly overwhelm the Cavaliers. With J.R. Smith entering a frenzy of scoring. Under Li Yin's influence, today's J.R. Smith seemed possessed by the spirit of Jordan, unleashing a barrage of audacious three-point attempts that miraculously found their mark. Li Yin discerned that J.R. indeed possessed the unpredictable nature of a neurotic blade, as his shooting was astonishingly precise. After utilizing his skills as a master playmaker twice, Li Yin began to pass to J.R. without any enhancements. Yet J.R. Smith still managed to send the basketball through the hoop. The Cavaliers struggled to cope, and even the Nuggets teammates found it challenging to keep pace. Nunn was internally distraught. J.R., I know you can score, but what does it mean when you shoot before I've even crossed half-court? Gasping for breath, Nunn lamented his lack of involvement in the play. J.R. Smith had never experienced such exhilaration. He felt as though Li Yin was a divine angel sent to his side. Amidst the deluge of three-pointers, the Cavaliers teetered on the brink of collapse as the score widened dramatically. Following a timeout, they hastily reinstated their starting lineup, while the formidable J.R. Smith remained on the court for the Nuggets. The lineup consisted of Li Yin, Allen Iverson, J.R. Smith, Carmelo Anthony, and Kenyon Martin. An inadvertent action by George Karl inadvertently opened the door to tactical innovation for the Nuggets. Chapter 49. The lightning-fast 7-second offense. Li Yin was consistently retained on the court by George Karl, rendering him indispensable and reluctant to withdraw him. Such treatment, previously reserved for Allen Iverson, was remarkable. Iverson's average playing time often exceeded 42 minutes. It is unfathomable to imagine such a scenario with contemporaries like Kawhi Leonard and Paul George, who, despite their prowess, scarcely played. Owner Steve Ballmer, burdened with exorbitant luxury taxes, found the Clippers embroiled in perennial championship pursuits each offseason. Anthony assumed the power forward position, while Lee Yin took on the formidable task of defending against LeBron James. Lee Yin finally experienced the sheer force of James' impact, feeling the sting from the collision against his chest. Fortunately, James did not continuously attack. He was intent on creating opportunities for Zydrunas Ilgauskas. Z, possessing a significant advantage in both size and physicality, faced off against Kenyon Martin, who stood at merely 206 centimeters. James exhibited exceptional judgment throughout the game. During the Cavaliers' possession, Z maneuvered past Kenyon Martin, executing a right-handed hook shot with precision. Kenyon found little recourse against Z's dominance. And one could foresee that if Draymond Green had existed in this era, it would be unrealistic for him to effectively guard traditional centers. In the Nuggets' possession, Lee Yin received the inbounds pass and began to accelerate. The athleticism of the Nuggets was remarkable, allowing them to traverse the half-court with remarkable speed. Conversely, Z and Gooden of the Cavaliers struggled to keep pace with the Nuggets' tempo. As the Nuggets initiated their offensive play, only James and two guards positioned themselves. With the front court facing a 5-on-3 situation, James appeared somewhat bewildered, pondering how to defend against such an overwhelming attack. He advanced into the paint, focusing on Kenyon Martin, while Hughes and Gibson opted to guard the relatively manageable Iverson and J.R. Smith. Meanwhile, both Lee Yin and Anthony found themselves completely unmarked. Lee Yin passed the ball to Anthony, who was stationed at the right side of the three-point line. Without any unnecessary movements, Anthony adjusted his rhythm and launched a three-pointer. The basketball arced through the air like a rainbow and swished through the net with precision. After Anthony's shot, the Cavaliers' two towering big men finally trudged into position, panting heavily. Wow! The Nuggets had accelerated their pace, leaving the Cavaliers' interior defense struggling to keep up, and Carmelo Anthony found himself with no defender in sight. In the subsequent three possessions, the scenario repeated itself. For the Nuggets, Kenyon Martin executed a dunk, and Anthony sank two more three-pointers. James was left utterly confounded, wondering how to address this predicament. If he focused on defending Anthony, Martin would be left open. If he turned his attention to Martin, Anthony would remain unguarded. Hughes and Gibson could only defend the backcourt players, while the towering and robust Anthony proved to be invincible. Over 4 possessions, he made 3 three-pointers. Filled with excitement, Anthony celebrated with his signature three-finger salute. In contrast, on the Cavaliers' side, Big Z, James, and Gooden each contributed 2 points, achieving a commendable efficiency with 3 successful plays and 4 attempts. However, the Nuggets amassed an impressive 11 points during this stretch, widening the gap by another 5 points within just 2 minutes. With 2 minutes and 10 seconds remaining in the second quarter, the score difference had ballooned to 20 points. Mike Brown immediately called for a timeout. As the head coach of the Spurs, he possesses profound insights into defensive strategies. However, facing the Denver Nuggets posed a conundrum for him. Their recent style of play resembled a mirror image of the Suns' 7-second offense, a strategy that propelled Steve Nash to consecutive regular season MVP awards, making him the second guard to achieve this feat after Magic Johnson. The winds of Arizona have swept across the league, leaving one to ponder how to defend against a Nuggets team boasting even greater individual prowess. Unbelievable. In the TNT studio, Barkley was beside himself. Did the Nuggets just execute a 7-second offense? It was magnificent. Has Denver also practiced such tactics? Or is it merely the sheer talent of Lee Yin? The challenge posed by the Phoenix Suns was already formidable, and now the Denver Nuggets have emerged as a significant contender. To make matters worse, the Nuggets' offensive prowess is astonishing, bolstered by the formidable duo of Carmelo Anthony and Allen Iverson. Smith lamented, Lee Yin's physicality is considerably superior to that of Steve Nash. Targeting him is quite a challenge. As everyone anticipated how the Cavaliers would adjust to counter the Suns-like Nuggets, George Karl opted to substitute Lee Yin. Lee Yin had played consistently without rest, and with a substantial lead, his substitution for a breather was justifiable. The Cavaliers brought in Varejao for Big Z and replaced Gibson with the defensively adept Snow, while the Nuggets substituted Nene for Lee Yin. Iverson shifted to the point guard position to take control of the ball. His ball handling skills were indisputable, yet his vision left something to be desired. Once such a height is surrounded, it becomes exceedingly difficult to discern the situation of one's teammates. Iverson's method of assisting has become rather one-dimensional, primarily relying on penetrating drives and subsequent passes. Consequently, The Nuggets have reverted to their old ways of isolation plays in the half-court. Their offensive efficiency has plummeted a notch. Yet they have engaged in a spirited back-and-forth with the Cavaliers. The first half swiftly concluded with the Nuggets leading by 21 points, 62-41. Lee Yin delivered an outstanding performance, accumulating 6 points and 13 assists, just 1 assist shy of the coveted 15. Following the halftime break, the game resumed promptly. George Karl reintroduced Lee Yin, accompanied by Allen Iverson, J.R. Smith, Carmelo Anthony, and Kenyon Martin. Anticipating this outcome, Mike Brown countered with Eric Snow, Larry Hughes, LeBron James, Donyell Marshall, and the Brazilian Maestro Varejao. This alignment allowed the Cavaliers to maintain pace, yet the disparity in talent among the players was stark. Aside from LeBron James, the other 4 Cavaliers found themselves subdued in their matchups. Unlike Nash, Lee Yin possesses formidable physicality, and the Cavaliers could only gain an advantage by having James directly oppose him. However, this would leave Carmelo Anthony as an unmanageable point. Should James take on the task of defending Anthony, Lee Yin would be liberated to operate freely. The Nuggets' fast-paced offensive onslaught rendered Cleveland defenseless. By the end of the third quarter, the point differential ballooned to 30. In the fourth quarter, both teams deployed their bench players, and the game devolved into mere garbage time. Chapter 50. Oh my! Have I also mastered the Dragon's 8 steps? James sat on the bench, filled with a sense of discontent. He had poured every ounce of effort into the game, yet found himself powerless. Throughout the first 3 quarters, he played nearly the entire time, amassing an impressive tally of 29 points, 7 rebounds, and 8 assists. Such offensive efficiency was undeniably remarkable. James displayed a versatile performance that hinted at the potential for a 40-point triple-double had he played the full game. Before Russell Westbrook and James Harden elevated NBA statistics to monstrous levels, James epitomized versatility. This kind of performance was emblematic of his prowess, a true reflection of the King's all-encompassing skill set. However, against today's Nuggets, the flow of the game had completely exceeded James's control. His close friend, Carmelo Anthony, surprisingly shunned isolation plays, instead seizing opportunities for open shots with ease. The Nuggets launched a whirlwind of rapid transitions, turning the Cavaliers' once proud interior defense into a glaring weakness. Big Z struggled to keep pace with the Nuggets' frenetic tempo. James even felt that the Nuggets were more challenging than the original 7 seconds or less Suns. After 2 years of exploration, every team understood that to combat the Suns, one must stifle Steve Nash. The brain of the Suns resided in Nash, yet their lifeblood was equally tied to him. By neutralizing Nash, one effectively curtailed his ability to orchestrate the team. Other players, whether Marion or Stoudemire, did not excel in playmaking, resulting in the Suns lacking direction. Thus, in matchups against the Suns, teams would relentlessly exhaust Nash on both ends of the court. However, when considering this Nuggets team, the guard Lee Yin, with his small forward physique, is undoubtedly more resilient than Nash from any perspective. The key is that the Nuggets also boast the prowess of 2 basketball deities, Allen Iverson and Carmelo Anthony. Although Iverson may not excel in playmaking, his ability to control the game is indisputable. Even if Lee Yin, the engine of the Nuggets, were to leave the court, relying solely on the formidable scoring abilities of Iverson and Anthony to maintain the score would pose no challenge. The more James pondered, the more apprehensive he became. Despite Iverson's advancing age, both Anthony and Lee Yin, if they maintained their level of play, would undoubtedly be his lifelong rivals. The remarkable improvement of the Nuggets underscores the paramount importance of having a proficient point guard. James yearned for such a partner, someone who could handle the ball, but also provide a spark to alleviate the pressure. Clearly, a player like Larry Hughes would not suffice. Ultimately, the electronic buzzer sounded, sealing the score at 103-119, with the Nuggets securing a resounding victory over the Cavaliers. Lee Yin delivered an exemplary performance, amassing 10 points, 19 assists, 6 rebounds, 2 steals, and 1 block in just 3 quarters. This stat line epitomizes Lee Yin's style. Since becoming a starter, he has frequently achieved similar figures of 10 points, 15 assists, 5 rebounds, 2 steals, and 1 block in numerous games. His assist, steal, and block capabilities are exceptionally pronounced, with many analysts considering him to have reached the elite level in the league in these aspects. Lee Yin's only shortcoming lies in his scoring ability. He lacks the essential ball handling and shooting skills that define top-tier guards. For instance, techniques such as the sudden stop jump shot, the leaning jump shot, and the pull-up jump shot are skills that Li Yin has yet to master. His remarkable three-point performance against the Trailblazers appeared more as a stroke of luck. Li Yin's offensive skills are rather classical. Techniques like back-to-basket isolation followed by a hook shot are effective yet inefficient. Nevertheless, this does not diminish Li Yin's excellence. Mainstream sports media generally regards him as an all-star caliber guard. Should Li Yin develop his ball-handling shooting abilities, they firmly believe he could evolve into an independent superstar. Ding! After conquering the Cavaliers and delivering over 15 assists, the host has completed the task, earning the exclusive skill of James, Spectral Steps. Spectral Steps, passive as long as my movements are fluid, none can penalize me. Skill effect. Mastery of footwork allows one to compensate for deficiencies through smooth rhythm, enabling better execution of various footwork changes without incurring the referee's wrath. As the system's notification chimed, Li Yin successfully acquired James's skill. Another peculiar ability. Astonished, he thought, can I also perform the Heavenly Dragon 8 steps? Upon further examination of this passive skill, he discovered it enhances ball-handling motions and footwork transitions. Alas, Li Yin was momentarily elated, only to realize that the Heavenly Dragon 8 steps was beyond his reach. It merely prevented him from committing errors like missteps during movement or mishandling the ball during a retreat. Overall, however, it remains a notably powerful skill. It is foreseeable that with this skill, Li Yin will emerge as a new generation master of technical footwork. Despite facing a defeat, James did not exit the arena immediately. He elegantly embraced Iverson and Anthony, exuding charm. To Li Yin's astonishment, James congratulated him, saying, "Li, your performance was exceptional. You are a remarkable guard." After a moment of hesitation, Li Yin managed to express his gratitude. "Thank you, LeBron." However, he could not help but recall James's mind filled with Duncan's famous words, "The future is yours." Yet, expressing this sentiment at that moment seemed rather inappropriate. Chapter 51. This Denver team is truly promising. Following Li Yin's return, the Denver Nuggets found their rhythm. Under Li Yin's orchestration, Iverson and Anthony engaged in one-on-one plays far less frequently. Since inadvertently developing a Nuggets version of the 7-second fast break strategy, George Karl had been experimenting with it, yielding commendable results. Of course, at Li Yin's suggestion, the Nuggets did not rely solely on this style throughout the game. The up-tempo approach placed considerable strain on the players. Although Iverson and Anthony had no objections to the fast-paced play, certain details indicated their preference for a more traditional style. Having played basketball for so many years, they held firm beliefs and saw no need for forced changes. Similar to the Warriors' later small ball lineup, George Karl also introduced J.R. Smith to implement the 7-second offense during the third quarter. J.R. Smith was truly the one who thrived in such a frenetic strategy. And under this chaotic approach, his perimeter shooting flourished. With 3 consecutive games dominated by 3 quarters, the Denver Nuggets triumphed effortlessly over the Atlanta Hawks, New Jersey Nets, and Utah Jazz. The strength of the Hawks and the Nets is relatively comparable, yet the Jazz are by no means to be underestimated. Under the guidance of the venerable coach Jerry Sloan, this formidable team has found a new dynamic duo in Utah following the legendary Karl Malone and John Stockton. Carlos Boozer and Darren Williams have made significant strides under Sloan's tutelage, mastering the pick-and-roll strategy to perfection. Boozer boasts an impressive average of 29 points and 11.7 rebounds per game this season, while Williams contributes 16.2 points and 9.3 assists, establishing themselves as one of the most competitive duos in the league. Additionally, the Jazz have the center Mehmet Okur, who averages 17.6 points and 7.2 rebounds. Okur is a unique specimen among centers, as his offensive focus leans towards the perimeter with minimal reliance on low-post power. His shooting ability is exceptional, often leaving defenders struggling to contain him. This season, Okur has achieved a remarkable three-point shooting percentage of 38.4, marking him as an outstanding outside shooter in terms of both output and efficiency. The versatile Andrei Kirilenko, affectionately dubbed AK-47, serves as a glue guy on the court, enhancing the Jazz's performance on both ends of the floor. Moreover, the team boasts formidable players such as Derek Fisher, Matt Harpring, and Ronnie Brewer. The Jazz's record closely trails that of the Nuggets, demonstrating their resilience in high-stakes matchups. In contests against powerhouse teams like the Spurs, Mavericks, and Suns, the Jazz have experienced both victories and defeats, embodying the spirit of a tough competitor. However, This acknowledged tough team faced a devastating defeat at the hands of the Nuggets, where they managed to keep pace in the first half but were ultimately overwhelmed in the third quarter. Previously, Boozer and Okra adeptly maneuvered against opposing sinners. Yet upon facing the Nuggets, they found themselves outclassed. They struggled to keep pace with Denver's frenetic offensive and defensive transitions, reduced to mere sprints back and forth. Veteran coach Sloan aimed to neutralize the engine that is Li Yin, only to discover that the Nuggets possessed a backup engine. Allen Iverson's ball handling was nothing short of extraordinary, propelled by a dual-engine approach that left the Jazz bewildered. When the game finally settled into a half-court battle, the Jazz held no discernible advantage, as Anthony and Iverson effortlessly dismantled their defense. It was insurmountable. The Jazz capitulated after 3 quarters, and the Nuggets clocked out once again. With a remarkable 5-game winning streak, Li Yin averaged an astonishing 11. 4 points, 17. 2 assists, 6 rebounds, 2 steals, and 2 blocks per game. This extraordinary performance earned him his first accolade in the NBA as the Western Conference Player of the Week. The moniker of the Chinese magician resonated throughout the United States. The electrifying Nuggets captured the attention of the entire NBA as this small-market team, which had never clinched a championship, garnered unprecedented interest. The 1996 draft's top pick, Allen Iverson. The 3rd pick of the 2003 draft, Carmelo Anthony. And the remarkable Chinese magician, Li Yin. Kenyon Martin. I was a top pick too. Marcus Camby. Does the 2nd pick of 96 not deserve a spotlight? Fans recognized the immense potential of this Nuggets team. Could it be that Iverson is destined to fulfill his dreams this year? Iverson's supporters were ecstatic. The NBA League, too, was thrilled. Although the Nuggets were a small team, their players drew considerable attention. Anthony stands as a peer to James, a remarkable duo of their era. Allen Iverson is a hero in the hearts of countless fans, not to mention Li Yin, the pride of the entire village in the mysterious East. With a heart full of excitement and trembling hands, David Stern gazes at the overwhelming surge of attention and cannot help but admire his own foresight. This young man, Li Yin, is indeed making a name for himself. His popularity has soared, garnering fervent support from fans on both sides of the Pacific. At this moment, the results of the final round of All-Star voting have been announced. Li Yin has achieved an astonishing number of votes, placing 3rd overall, just behind LeBron James and Kobe Bryant, surpassing a multitude of legendary players. In comparison to Yao Ming's rookie season, where he outshone Shaquille O'Neal to secure a starting position, Li Yin's selection as an all-star starter has faced little contention. Although Tracy McGrady and Steve Nash are formidable, Li Yin's performance is equally commendable. Thanks to his visually captivating passing, even without the substantial support from China, Li Yin has attracted a significant fan base in the United States. There is no controversy. It is well-deserved. This is the consensus among numerous sports media outlets regarding Li Yin's selection as an all-star starter. Chapter 52, Sneaker Contracts and a Surge in Value. Li Yin's popularity continues to soar. His flashy yet practical passing style defines him, with the magician as his moniker. When a player possesses a striking nickname and distinct attributes, stardom is not far away, and Li Yin is no exception. Moreover, his striking appearance is a rarity in the beastly realm of the NBA, which significantly contributes to his appeal among American audiences, particularly female fans. Coincidentally, both Allen Iverson and the illustrious Carmelo Anthony have garnered a significant following among female basketball enthusiasts, attributed to their striking appearances that set them apart within the African-American community. In the vernacular of fandom, this phenomenon is often referred to as cross-pollination. When the fans of Iverson and Anthony laid eyes on Li Yin, an innate fondness effortlessly blossomed. Do handsome men always congregate? Many female basketball aficionados felt an overwhelming sense of joy as the trio of Iverson, Anthony, and Li Yin graced the Denver Nuggets together. Particularly, Li Yin, with his stunning visage and robust physique, possesses an allure further heightened by the mystique of the East, presenting an irresistible charm for North American female fans. It has been proven that the standards of beauty across East and West align, dispelling any self-deception regarding the existence of an Asian high-class face. Even within Hollywood, numerous starlets have openly expressed their admiration for Li Yin, deeming him utterly captivating. The surge in popularity has attracted a plethora of lucrative sponsorships from advertisers. Especially in light of China's rapid development, No major brand wishes to overlook this vast global market. They have witnessed the compelling energy of the enigmatic East. The emergence of Yao Ming yielded substantial profits for prescient sponsors, with the Houston Rockets market value soaring. Now, with Li Yan's arrival, one can only exclaim, wow, he is a guard. In the NBA, the market appeal of a guard undoubtedly surpasses that of a center. Time brings change. The insulting offer of 600,000 for 2 years that the Hawks extended to Li Yan at the season's outset now appears utterly laughable. Reflecting on the initial contract offer made by the team to Yao Ming, which was merely 4 years for $6 million, one can comprehend the current situation. After all, Yao Ming was the first overall pick, while Li Yan is merely a temporary worker without a fully guaranteed contract. Boss, we have received the latest offer from the team, 5 years for $40 million, along with a promise to launch your signature shoe this season, reported Li Yan's agent team. A signature shoe is a hallmark of a superstar. Only a select few within the NBA possess their own signature line. Moreover, $40 million over 5 years is quite substantial. In comparison, Chris Paul, a representative of the new generation of point guards, secured a contract with the Jordan brand worth only $4 million annually. Kobe Bryant's first shoe deal was for 6 years and $48 million, while LeBron James made history with a 7-year, $90 million contract. Of course, LeBron James is considered the chosen one. Despite the potential boost from the Chinese market, the team does not believe that Li Yan can rival the value of the king. Li Yan, however, remained unfazed and even found the situation somewhat amusing. As a man equipped with a system, he questioned whether the team was underestimating him or the system itself. Had it been the previous version of Li Yan, he might have acquiesced to the offer. But now he felt empowered. Tell the team that any offer below LeBron James's contract is non-negotiable, Li Yan declared. What? Boss, you can't be serious. This will end negotiations altogether. The team is unlikely to offer you a contract comparable to LeBron's. In negotiations? I had no intention of negotiating with them in the first place, Li Yan retorted resolutely. Boss, the Hook possesses remarkable influence in both the NBA league and the global market. Should we reconsider? Initially, the Hook was not the leader until it encountered Jordan. Li Yan calmly asserted, I shall prove who truly embodies the basketball deity of this era. A gasp resonated from the other end of the line. Our boss harbors grand ambitions. Reflecting on it, within mere months, Li Yan transformed from a mere water cooler attendant to an all-star starter, an undeniable miracle. Advancing further seems entirely reasonable. Moreover, as a dedicated employee, now that the boss has made a resolute decision, it is only fitting that I exert every effort to fulfill his vision. Additionally, there are several other brand offers. Adidas proposes a 5-year contract worth $45 million. Li Ning offers a 5-year contract of $30 million plus equity, and Taz's proposal is $30 million over 5 years. With the added incentive of establishing a sub-brand akin to Jordan under the Hook, 361 provides $40 million over 5 years plus equity. Li Yan's management team exhibits exceptional prowess, having meticulously compiled all brand offers. Ultimately, they advised Li Yan that if he wishes to take a gamble on his ascension, opting for equity with domestic brands would undoubtedly be the most prudent choice. They evaluated all domestic brands' offers alongside their competitive products and recommended selecting between Li Ning and Anta. From a professional perspective, while higher offers from other domestic brands exist, prioritizing a reliable partnership remains essential for his career trajectory. Currently, the domestic basketball shoe market is primarily dominated by Li Ning and Anta. Other brands may boast appealing aesthetics, yet they fall short in substance. Li Yan, naturally, would not jeopardize his professional career for monetary gain. Thus, he decided to negotiate with Li Ning and Anta, emphasizing the principle of profit maximization. We are not engaged in charity, he insisted. The news of Li Yan's rejection of a 5-year, $40 million contract with the Hook swiftly ascended to trending status. The article reported that Li Yan demanded an offer comparable to that of LeBron James before entering negotiations. This bold stance stirred considerable uproar, sending shockwaves throughout the basketball community. American media widely opined that even if Li Yan were to achieve all-star status, aspiring to such heights was unrealistic. After all, LeBron James is deemed the chosen one, and Li Yan's value seems to hinge primarily on the burgeoning Chinese market. Without China, while Li Yan is undoubtedly talented, he does not reach the echelon of elite stars. Names like Kobe, James, Wade, Iverson, McGrady, Nash, and Carter precede him, serving as reminders for the youth to remain grounded. Nevertheless, many individuals, particularly within the domestic media and fanbase, rallied in support of Li Yan. They recognized that he was poised to sign with a domestic brand, a significant development indeed. It is crucial to acknowledge that Chinese enterprises are currently experiencing rapid growth, and they are eager for opportunities to make their mark on the global stage. Li Yan may very well become the key to unlocking this potential. If foreign brands can achieve such feats, why should we not aspire to do the same? Chapter 53. The All-Star Invasion, Mysterious Adversaries. The 2007 NBA All-Star Game took place in the gambling capital of Las Vegas, marking the first time a city without an NBA team hosted this illustrious event. As the organizers of the All-Star Game, the Las Vegas Convention and Visitors Authority invested a remarkable sum of $4.5 million. However, according to estimations from Las Vegas, the period from February 15th to 19th, during the All-Star festivities, would attract approximately 25,000 spectators to the city, generating an impressive revenue of $27 million for the local economy. Furthermore, hosting the All-Star Game would significantly enhance Las Vegas's global profile, as 13 of visitors to the city each year hail from abroad. This event represents a mutually beneficial opportunity, as the pinnacle of NBA competition intertwines with the dazzling allure of Las Vegas, promising extraordinary excitement. Recently, the final roster for the All-Star Game has been unveiled. The Western Conference starters include Kevin Garnett, Minnesota Timberwolves; Tim Duncan, San Antonio Spurs; Kobe Bryant, Los Angeles Lakers; Allen Iverson, Denver Nuggets; and Li Yan, Denver Nuggets. The Western Conference reserves consist of Tracy McGrady, Houston Rockets; Dirk Nowitzki, Dallas Mavericks; Carmelo Anthony, Denver Nuggets; Shawn Marion, Phoenix Suns; Amare Stoudemire, Phoenix Suns; Tony Parker, San Antonio Spurs; and Ray Allen, Seattle Supersonics. Eastern Conference starters: LeBron James, Cleveland Cavaliers; Chris Bosh, Toronto Raptors; Shaquille O'Neal, Miami Heat; Dwayne Wade, Miami Heat; and Gilbert Arenas, Washington Wizards. Eastern Conference reserves: Vince Carter, New Jersey Nets; Karen Butler, Washington Wizards; Dwight Howard, Orlando Magic; Chauncey Billups, Detroit Pistons; Richard Hamilton, Detroit Pistons; Jermaine O'Neal, Indiana Pacers; and Joe Johnson, Atlanta Hawks. The four players who withdrew due to injury were Yao Ming, Houston Rockets; Carlos Boozer, Utah Jazz; Steve Nash, Phoenix Suns; and Jason Kidd, New Jersey Nets. Among them, Yao Ming was a starter, while the other three were reserves. The Denver Nuggets emerged as the biggest winners, with Allen Iverson and Chauncey Billups entering the Western Conference starting lineup, and Carmelo Anthony also securing a spot as a reserve. The Phoenix Suns missed the opportunity to have three players selected due to Steve Nash's injury. Notably, this All-Star Game marked the rise of the 2003 draft class. LeBron James, Carmelo Anthony, Dwayne Wade, and Chris Bosh were all selected for the All-Star Game, with James, Wade, and Bosh being starters. At this moment, in New Orleans and Utah, Chris Paul and Darren Williams wore somber expressions. Being chosen for the All-Star Game not only signifies recognition of one's abilities, but also enhances a player's commercial value. Thus, from any perspective, being selected for the All-Star Game represents a significant achievement, a dream cherished by countless NBA players. Chris Paul and Darren Williams naturally fall within this discourse. As the dual champions of 2005, they epitomize the new generation of guards, adored by countless fans, and have seamlessly ascended to the core and marquee players of their respective teams. Had Li Yan not been selected, they would have expressed little dissent, as the other names on the list are renowned veterans. However, they can no longer contain their frustration. How is it that Li Yan, a year their junior, has made the All-Star roster? In terms of statistics, they surpass Li Yan. In terms of team performance, he merely benefits from the overall strength of his team. Is it merely because he is Chinese that he, akin to Yao Ming in his time, has displaced Shaquille O'Neal from the starting lineup? Chris Paul sees himself in this narrative. After all, wasn't Shaq once in his shoes? In truth, Paul overestimates his own standing, as he bears no comparison to the former O'Neal, yet the future god of point guard seems oblivious to this reality. Damn, this guy is quite arrogant. As Chris Paul gazes at the television screen displaying Li Yan's radiant smile, he grits his teeth in resentment. He has taken the spot that rightfully belonged to us. Over the phone, Chris Paul expresses to Darren Williams, "If this spot isn't mine, it should be yours. It certainly shouldn't go to this guy." Darren Williams concurs with Paul's sentiment, harboring a long-standing discontent towards Li Yan. Even after their recent clash, where the Jazz suffered a crushing defeat to the Nuggets, Williams remains unconvinced of Li Yan's superiority. He attributes the victory to the prowess of Iverson and Anthony, who stand as the second and third leading scorers, respectively. We must teach him a lesson. Darren Williams remarked to Chris Paul, "We cannot allow this rookie to ride over us." Although neither Darren Williams nor Chris Paul would participate in the All-Star game, they could still take part in the All-Star Rookie Challenge. The league no longer imposes restrictions preventing players from participating in both the All-Star game and the Rookie Challenge, as exemplified by Yao Ming, who participated in both during his sophomore year. Recent reports indicate that Li Yan will concurrently participate in the Rookie Challenge, the All-Star Skills Competition, and the All-Star Game. Thus, Li Yan will face off against the sophomore Chris Paul and Darren Williams in the Rookie Challenge on the very first day. Far away in Denver, Li Yan, who is accompanied by Iverson and Anthony exploring the nightlife, could never have anticipated that he would unintentionally provoke two sensitive and formidable point guards. Following the Nuggets' victory over the Kings, they concluded all their games before the All-Star break. Li Yan, Iverson, and Anthony prepared to embark on their All-Star journey to Las Vegas, while the rest of the Nuggets enjoyed a rare holiday. After being named a starter for the All-Star game, Li Yan received countless congratulations, including from Ba Jie and Mei Mei. Ba Jie said over the phone, "Li, congratulations on being selected as an All-Star starter. I will be in Las Vegas to cheer you on. How is your English coming along? I will teach you when the time comes. I'm at the Luxor Hotel." Li Yan couldn't help but feel a rush of excitement as he recalled the wild night he had shared with Ba Jie. After Ba Jie, Mei Mei also sent her congratulations. "Li, I am overjoyed for you. I always knew you were the best. I will be cheering for you in Las Vegas. Oh, by the way, I'm staying at the Paris Hotel, room 5202. You can come up." Li Yan exclaimed in disbelief, realizing he was reaching the pinnacle of his life. An invitation from a beautiful woman, and she even had a hotel room ready. What an extraordinary experience. Chapter 54, Sister, Kill Me. The All-Star Weekend is a grand showcase, a festive occasion for fans where they can witness the most coveted stars of the NBA. Apart from the final game, the weekend features the Rookie Challenge on the first day and several skills competitions on the second day. Throughout the events, numerous fan activities and media interviews are interspersed, providing NBA players with an excellent opportunity to showcase themselves. At the strong invitation from the NBA, Li Yan, in addition to participating in the rookie game and the main event, also took part in the skills competition. This year's skills challenge boasted an impressive lineup, including Dwayne Wade, LeBron James, Kobe Bryant, and Tony Parker. When Parker first learned of the participant list, he jokingly remarked that, aside from himself, those guys should compete in the dunk contest instead. Now, with Li Yan in the mix, Parker finally felt less lonely. The skills challenge featured an unprecedented roster, and there were even rumors that the NBA wished to invite Allen Iverson, who humorously declined, stating, "If Li is going, then I have no need to go. This kid is destined to win the championship." Subsequently, the media embellished Allen Iverson's words, transforming them into a proclamation. Li is the greatest, while Kobe, LeBron, Dwayne, and Tony are mere shadows in his presence. Chris Paul and Darren Williams expressed their desire to participate in the skills competition, only to be told by the NBA officials to reconsider next year. This left them quite incensed. Li Yan accompanied Iverson and Anthony to Las Vegas. Although Iverson was aware that Li Yan had secured numerous endorsements and had become quite affluent, he still graciously booked a presidential suite for his younger brother in a luxurious five-star hotel. Iverson exuded a brotherly charm as he assisted Li Yan with the check-in process, generously handing him the key card to the presidential suite. "Li, enjoy yourself." Li Yan appreciated Iverson's demeanor. He truly embodied the qualities of a good older brother. After parting ways, both attended various brand events, where sponsors eagerly seized the opportunity to showcase themselves. Li Yan approached brand promotion with dedication, understanding the significance of reputation and the necessity for sustainable income. However, as nightfall had yet to arrive, Li Yan found himself increasingly restless. After all, two stunning women awaited his company, who wouldn't he be tempted? Initially, Li Yan felt a touch of guilt, but he quickly reassured himself. After all, it was a mutual affair. What could be wrong with that? Nothing at all. Moreover, with the emergence of such fantastical elements as the system, What was there left to hold back? What little Li can accomplish with his flying daggers? Why can't I, Li? After completing the brand event, Li Yin dialed B's number. A charming voice greeted him on the other end. Oh, the great star. You finally remembered to contact me? I thought you had forgotten about me. How could that be? It's just that there have been numerous events with sponsors. Before Li Yin could elaborate, B teased. Come on. I've informed the front desk. Hurry over so I can assess your English proficiency. Ah, this woman is remarkably straightforward, Li Yin mused. Yet, there is something refreshing about such a candid relationship. Everyone is merely indulging in mutual benefits, allowing him to regain his energy while drawing from a pool of good fortune. It would be rather chaotic to randomly select a lucky audience member for a masterful display of ball control. Furthermore, not everyone's social awareness would meet the necessary threshold. But B undoubtedly stands out as exceptional. As Li Yin arrived at B's presidential suite, he was momentarily struck dumb upon entering. B's attire was strikingly intentional. She donned a form-fitting gown that accentuated her perfect curves. Beneath her elongated neck lay a soft, creamy décolleté, subtly concealed yet alluringly displayed. Her slender waist could hardly be encircled by a hand, and her long, supple legs were enveloped in black stockings, while even her delicately beautiful feet seemed to silently beckon with irresistible allure. Any man would find it hard to resist. Li Yin took a deep breath, continually reminding himself to remain composed. After all, he was also a person of status now and could not afford to appear overly eager. Beijia was exceedingly pleased with Li Yan's reaction. Playfully spinning around, she asked with a smile, So, how much of the English I taught you do you remember? Li Yin, flustered by Beijia's teasing, thought to himself, Goodness, I can't handle this. No wonder everyone admires Wei Wu's legacy. Sister, you're killing me. After managing to calm himself, he replied, Your vocabulary is rather basic. All I recall is baby, yes, and oh my God. Beijia was taken aback by Li Yan's response, her face flushing with embarrassment. How could this guy actually criticize my vocabulary? Chapter 55. Master of Time Management Paul was so infuriated that he felt like his back teeth were shattering. As the skill activated, the system's prompt resonated. Ding. Skill activated. Host's excitement level at 100. Societal awareness has reached the threshold. Reward status card. Restrictions lifted. Li Yin examined the newly acquired status card. Status card. Restrictions lifted. Your strength knows no bounds. Active skills no longer consume stamina. This time you need not be frugal. Lasting for an entire period. Wow, this card is quite remarkable. If I can use it endlessly in attacking to enhance my teammates' shooting accuracy as a master of assists, and infinitely activate spinning moves to boost my own shooting percentage, on the defensive end, unleashing the Flash's disdain with ease. This combat power is about to explode. Moreover, any other skills acquired in the future can also be activated under this status card. The more Li Yin thought about it, the more exhilarated he became. The following day, Li Yin departed from the hotel with a buoyant stride, dialing Mei Mei's number. A melodious voice resonated from the other end of the line, brimming with excitement. Li, are you free now? I thought you were quite busy, so I hesitated to reach out. Mei Mei's voice was as clear and enchanting as a lark, providing a sense of comfort. After conversing for a while, they agreed upon a meeting place. Through their interactions, Li Yin discerned the distinct differences between Mei Mei and Ba Jia. Ba Jia was purely about communication, their rendezvous straightforward and devoid of pretense. In contrast, Mei Mei seemed unable to cease her chatter with Li Yin. Had he not suggested meeting in person, she would have been reluctant to end the call. Li Yin could sense Mei Mei's enthusiasm. Although she would later become a woman with a myriad of suitors, she currently radiated innocence. Li Yin, not being a savior, harbored no intentions of rescuing Mei Mei. His singular focus was on self-improvement, aspiring to conquer the NBA. The rest, he believed, would unfold naturally, if fate permitted. Everything would fall into place effortlessly. Li Yin accompanied Mei Mei on a shopping excursion, where women are often fervent shoppers, and she was no exception. After a while, he found himself laden with numerous bags, a testament to the formidable shopping prowess of women. He merely swiped his card and carried the packages. And it was evident that Mei Mei had no intention of taking advantage of him. She was financially secure. While indulging in her own shopping spree, Mei Mei also purchased several items for Li Yin. Although Li Yin and Mei Mei both donned sunglasses, their appearance was undeniably striking. Li Yan's height is beyond mention. while Mei Mei is also a statuesque beauty standing at 180 centimeters. The two were remarkably recognizable, swiftly drawing the attention of onlookers. As the crowd swelled, even fans of sports and music rushed over, eager to catch a glimpse of their idols. Li Yin and Mei Mei found themselves compelled to withdraw. Their time under scrutiny was brief, yet sufficient for the seasoned paparazzi to capture and report the moment. The paparazzi were in a frenzy, as this was nothing short of sensational news. Li Yin, an all-star starter, is a luminary of the NBA, while Mei Mei shines as a dazzling new star in the music industry. Their explosive popularity, merging sports and entertainment, inevitably evoked comparisons to Beckham and Victoria. Before long, rumors surrounding Li Yin and Mei Mei soared to the front pages, their fervor dominating both cultural and sporting realms, epitomizing a splendid confluence of the two. Meanwhile, Chris Paul, scrolling through his phone, felt an intense pang of jealousy, his teeth nearly grinding in frustration. Damn, this guy actually has time to chase girls. Chapter 56. Is Little Shark my CP fan? After bidding farewell to Mei Mei, Li Yin proceeded to attend the NBA's official press conference. From this moment forward, he would emerge as the most sought-after player throughout All-Star Weekend, with games scheduled across all 3 days. The press conference commenced in a typical fashion, with both domestic and international journalists posing queries related to the games. Questions revolved around Li Yin's feelings regarding his inaugural All-Star experience and his confidence in securing the MVP title. However, the tone shifted dramatically when a reporter inquired about Mei Mei, leading the discussion astray. Are you all entertainment journalists? Li Yin felt a sense of exasperation. This topic can be bypassed. I would prefer that everyone focus on my performance on the court. If you are truly interested, you might consider interviewing Tail, as she is likely more acquainted with you. Honestly, professionals should engage in their respective fields. With a chuckle, Li Yin added, I have a penchant for sports journalists. His light-hearted jest elicited laughter from those present. Indeed, Li Yin is an NBA player, and playing basketball is his vocation. As for life outside the court, relentless pursuit would not be the role of a journalist, but rather that of a paparazzo. Li, I hear you have signed with Anta? Why did you forsake a global giant like Nike in favor of Anta? Is it merely because it is a Chinese enterprise? A reporter inquired regarding Li Yin's footwear. This was a question that Li Yin was prepared to answer thoughtfully, as it presented a splendid opportunity to promote Anta. Anta is a specialized sneaker manufacturer, having dedicated years to the basketball shoe sector, producing highly competitive products. Their philosophy resonates with me, and I have consistently worn Anta, Li Yin explained. Anta is willing to invest fully in my journey, and I aspire to grow alongside them, much like Nike and Michael Jordan. The audacity of Li Yin's words left several reporters in awe. His demeanor was anything but typical of a Chinese athlete, as he boldly drew a parallel to Jordan. It is worth noting that Jordan had once triumphed alongside the relatively obscure Nike, overcoming the then-dominant Converse. At that time, Converse boasted the talents of Magic Johnson and Larry Bird, and few held out hope that Jordan and the Hooks could emerge victorious. Now, can Li Yin and Anta triumph over the flourishing Hooks? The marquee stars under the Hooks are none other than LeBron James and Kobe Bryant. Presently, this seems a formidable challenge. However, with Li Yin's presence, Anta's visibility has begun to ascend sharply. The discourse surrounding sneakers was fleeting as the Hooks, being a major financial powerhouse in the NBA, began to exert pressure. Li Yin shrugged, then crouched down to tie his shoelaces. With Anta's Agile Guard basketball shoes receiving a close-up on camera, Wang Defa, the head of the Hooks promotional department, was infuriated. Quick, change the shot. Do not give that shoe a close-up. The camera then shifted back to Li Yin's upper body, where he addressed the lens. The pair I am currently wearing offers remarkable value and exceptional performance. Anta will soon launch my sub-brand Magic, and my first signature shoe will be unveiled before the playoffs commence. Damn it, exclaimed the head of online promotions for the Hooks. Exasperated as he grasped the NBA supervisor, we must impose a fine. The audacity of such blatant advertising is unacceptable. Li Yin arrived at the training facility for the rookie showcase, eager to acclimate himself. Prior to his entrance, a considerable number of players had already gathered. The atmosphere was buoyant, with players engaging in animated conversations. It felt less like training and more akin to a celebration. Winning or losing appeared to hold little significance for the athletes. "Ah, the star has arrived," remarked Chris Paul. Li Yin discerned the malice in Paul's tone, prompting him to furrow his brow. He could not recall ever having offended Brother 58. He had never made light of Paul. Why, having entered the All-Star game, must he come to compete with us in the rookie match? Darren Williams stood beside Chris Paul, and it dawned on Li Yin that envy had distorted their countenance. The two premier point guards of the new generation, Chris Paul and Darren Williams, harbored resentment due to his selection as an all-star starter. Li Yin offered neither Chris Paul nor Darren Williams a pleasant demeanor as he strolled to the side of the freshman, dribbling the ball. Damn, what s with the pretentious aloofness? He merely rides on the coattails of the answer and the melon. Indeed, with the second and third leading scorers by our side, our performance would surely eclipse his. Ignoring their idle gossip, Li Yin resolved to retaliate through his actions. A professional athlete ought to embody the essence of professionalism, letting his performance on the court speak and demonstrating who truly falls short. However, not everyone exuded such disdain. While Li Yin was practicing, a towering figure approached him. He looked up to meet a broad, earnest smile. Recognizing the giant, he realized it was Andrew Bynum, the Lakers' future star center. Although Bynum had entered the league before Li Yin, he was younger. His talent was undeniable, as the Lakers would not have selected him in the first round with the 10th pick otherwise. On November 2, 2005, during a match against the Nuggets, Bynum made history as the youngest player to ever compete in the league at the tender age of 18 years and 6 days. In Li Yin's recollection, Bynum was renowned for his stylish haircuts, but after departing from the Lakers, he rapidly fell from grace, ultimately finding himself without a team during his prime years. To Li Yin's surprise, Bynum extended his hands amicably, a gesture that caught him off guard as he had never interacted with the young player before. Their respective standings were worlds apart, and even when facing the Lakers, Li Yin had not formed a strong impression of Bynum. Nonetheless, Li Yin reciprocated, shaking hands with the young star. "Hello, Andrew. I am a fan of Tail and adore her music. I saw in the news that you share a close relationship. Would you be able to ask her for an autograph on my behalf?" Bynum, slightly bashful, scratched his head and produced Mimi's album. "Oh," Li Yin exclaimed, realizing that Bynum was indeed a fan of Mimi. Observing the hopeful expression on Bynum's face, Li Yin nodded and replied, "I will make sure to ask her for you when I have the chance. It should be feasible before the All-Star break." "That's wonderful," Bynum exclaimed, eagerly placing the album into Li Yin's hands. "Thank you so much. Li, Tail is a remarkable girl, incredibly talented. I hope you won't let her down," Bynum earnestly advised. Li Yin was taken aback by Bynum's words, feeling a profound sense of astonishment. "Is this the essence of a fan's devotion? I support you both," he declared. The expression of the little shark was even somewhat bashful. Li Yin felt a bit dazed. He never anticipated that he and Mei Mei would attract fans so swiftly. How fantastical! Chapter 57. The Rookie Game, Paul's Provocation. Thanks to Taylor Swift, Li Yin gained the friendship of the little shark. Although the journey was somewhat peculiar, having an additional friend is undeniably a blessing. The All-Star Rookie Game was about to commence, and unlike the flamboyant displays of future years, this edition retained the classic format of a second-year versus first-year matchup. From a developmental perspective, both teams appeared evenly matched. However, the second-year team, with an extra year of growth, was evidently stronger. They boasted players such as Bogut from the Bucks, Bynum from the Lakers, David Lee from the Knicks, Ellis from the Warriors, Felton from the Bobcats, Granger from the Pacers, and Haid from the Rockets, along with two star point guards, Chris Paul and Darren Williams. These athletes were all starters, many of whom were pivotal players nurtured as cornerstones of their respective franchises. On the first-year side, aside from Li Yin, the most formidable player was the Black Mamba Brandon Roy, accompanied by his teammate Aldridge from the Trail Blazers. This year's first overall pick, Bargnani from the Raptors, could only be deemed average, failing to reach the standard expected of a top draft choice. Additionally, there were Rudy Gay, Paul Millsap, Randy Foye, Ronnie Brewer, and Jordan Farmar. To date, the first-year team had never triumphed over the second-year team in the rookie game. Li Yin had initially not intended to take the game seriously, but now, he yearned to decisively confront Chris Paul and Darren Williams. Li Yin's plan encountered significant obstacles. He faced resistance in the locker room. Brandon Roy, too, aspired to victory, which was not inherently problematic. However, Roy was reluctant to collaborate with Li Yin, with a natural advantage and Aldridge as his prime partner. He felt capable of achieving success without Li Yin's assistance. Li Yin's draft position was near the bottom of his class, and upon entering the league, he was considerably outmatched by his rookie teammates. Yet now, Li Yan had ascended to an all-star starting position and secured a historically significant sneaker contract. This stark contrast engendered a degree of psychological resistance among these players towards Li Yan. The player who conversed with Li Yan the most was Millsap, another second-round pick who understood the struggles Li Yan had faced. Although the rookie challenge was merely an appetizer, it drew a considerable number of fans eager to witness the event. Kobe Bryant, Allen Iverson, Kevin Garnett, and numerous other all-stars graced the venue with their presence. "Li, keep it up," a bright female voice called out. Li Yan turned to see Mei Mei waving enthusiastically at him. Unabashedly, Mei Mei expressed her feelings for Li Yan, radiating freedom, fervor, and exuberance. Li Yan reciprocated her gesture with a wave, only to be met with Ba Jia's playful expression. In realization, Li Yan was taken aback, recognizing his folly in giving tickets to the adjacent seats to Ba Jia and Mei Mei. After the opening ceremony, the starting players from both teams remained on the court. In the first-year team, Li Yan, Brandon Roy, Rudy Gay, Aldridge, and Bargnani. In the second-year team, Chris Paul, Darren Williams, Danny Granger, David Lee, and Andrew Bogut. Within the confines of the TNT studio, Barkley and Smith were forecasting the outcome of the game. Despite their fondness for Li Yan, the first-year team faced an uphill battle against the more seasoned second-year team. Smith confidently predicted that Chris Paul would secure the Rookie of the Year MVP, but Barkley, eager to maintain the show's dynamism, could not echo Smith's choice. Barkley harbored considerable expectations for Li Yan, yet he sensed that the second-year team possessed a greater maturity. Nevertheless, he openly expressed his sentiments. "I place my bet on Li. This young man possesses a remarkable charm that unites his teammates around him, which is a formidable skill in itself. Therefore, I believe Li will lead the first-year team to victory, and I predict Li will be the MVP," Barkley declared. "How about we place a wager?" Smith chuckled. As Barkley caught sight of Smith's mischievous grin, memories from years past surged back. "You rascal," Barkley exclaimed, covering his face. "That's too wicked." Initially, Barkley intended to decline, but the producer of TNT signaled that viewership was skyrocketing. Sir Charles had not anticipated that the audience would be so captivated by this banter, yet the patrons of the entertainment industry were clearly enjoying it. With unwavering professionalism, Barkley could not refuse. "Very well, I wager the first-year team will triumph." Barkley gritted his teeth and asserted, "Li will be the MVP." Laughter ensued. With a smile, Smith proposed, "Charles, how about this? I'll bet on the second grade. You bet on the first, and the loser has to kiss a donkey's rear end." "Ah." Barkley was at a loss for words. The donkey's rear end joke was just too much. Noticing Barkley's hesitation, Smith upped the ante. "I won to be unfair. If I lose, I'll kiss two, and if you lose, you'll kiss one. What do you say?" Barkley was astonished. "Wait, Kenny, I see your expressive eyes. I never imagined you had such a peculiar interest, wanting to kiss a donkey and asking for it in pairs. Get lost, get lost." Smith chided with a laugh. Barkley decisively declared, "It's settled, we have a bet." As it turned out, audiences everywhere relish a spectacle. TNT's ratings swiftly soared to the top in the nation, delivering a resounding blow to the rigidly formatted ESPN. In his heart, Barkley silently cheered for Li Yan. "Go, little Li, don't let me have a second chance. Last time I didn't support Yao, but this time I'm betting on you." As Smith and Barkley humorously heightened the atmosphere, the game commenced. Bargnani and Bogut jumped for the tip-off. The basketball was secured by Aldridge, who then passed it to Roy. Roy glanced at Li Yan, noticing he wasn't indicating a desire for the ball. Li Yan sprinted toward the right three-point line, while Roy held the ball at the top of the arc on the left side. Given the all-star context, the initial defensive intensity was predictably low. Darren Williams made a half-hearted defensive effort before allowing Roy to drive in. Just before the defenders could position themselves, Roy executed a sudden stop and launched a jump shot. Although Granger was entirely unprepared for defense, Roy's movements appeared to flow seamlessly. The basketball arced gracefully through the air before swishing through the net, an impressive display in the second-year round. Chris Paul advanced the ball past the halfway line, and Li Yan extended his hand, attempting to make a token gesture. To his surprise, Paul executed an intricate maneuver. Li Yan, having no intention of engaging defensively, lacked focus. After showcasing his dazzling ball-handling skills, Chris Paul astonishingly dribbled the ball through Li Yan's legs. On the sidelines, Iverson furrowed his brow, recognizing Paul's malicious intent. Subsequently, Paul delivered a pass, facilitating an alley-oop for Granger. Though slightly displeased, Li Yan was not yet furious. However, as Paul passed by Li Yan, he cheekily inquired, "How was that play?" This completely infuriated Li Yan, who retorted, "Chris, enjoy your laughter while it lasts. The events to follow may not be so pleasant." Chapter 58. Li Yan, am I truly that formidable? Chris Paul did not anticipate Li Yan's directness. He wiped the smile from his face and nodded, "I'll be waiting, hoping your prowess matches your arrogance." Li Yan shot back, "That sentiment is equally applicable to you." In the first-year team's turn, Li Yan brought the ball past half-court, with Chris Paul standing resolutely before him. Unlike the previous round, Chris Paul was wholly concentrated, having made bold claims that he was determined to uphold. To be frank, the matchup between Li Yan and Paul appeared quite absurd, given their significant height disparity. This is not a standard matchup, yet Paul exudes unwavering confidence. He has never engaged in a battle unprepared. For today, he meticulously studied Li Yan's game footage for an extended period. Paul is aware that Li Yan's shooting is lacking, and his offensive repertoire predominantly consists of drives and hook shots from the post. Although Li Yan possesses exceptional ball handling skills, his center of gravity is elevated, making it challenging to face a point guard of Paul's caliber. Chris Paul remains intensely focused on the basketball, attuned to the rhythmic shifts of Li Yan's movements. As a master of steals, Paul is precise in his judgments and swift in his actions, regardless of how flashy Li Yan's dribbling may be. He is confident in his ability to intercept during Li Yan's drive. Here it comes, as Li Yan shifts his weight forward and the ball ascends. Experience signals to Paul that Li Yan's next move will be a decisive drive. How naive. Chris Paul scoffs, anticipating the very moment Li Yan initiates his dribble. However, the basketball does not descend. Suddenly, a gust of wind sweeps over Paul as Li Yan remains before him, yet the ball has vanished. Boom. The resounding thud of the ball striking the rim reverberates, accompanied by the laughter and applause of the audience. Bewildered, Paul comprehends the scene only through the slow-motion replay. In that fleeting moment, when Li Yan shifted his weight forward, he executed a pass right over Paul's head, his hand barely grazing Paul's scalp. Paul never contemplated obstructing Li Yan's pass. To him, a pass signified capitulation. Yet, he did not anticipate Li Yan's audacious streetball antics. That insufferable rascal. The chuckles from the crowd ignite a mix of embarrassment and rage within Paul. "Is passing all you can do?" Paul derisively remarked. "You spout bravado only to evade a direct confrontation with me. Chris, I discern that the hardest part of you is your mouth." Speaking of trash talk, Li Yan, a former internet keyboard warrior, undoubtedly surpasses Paul by several magnitudes. Engaging in verbal sparring with Li Yan is akin to inviting one's own misfortune. While Paul possesses exceptional ball handling skills, he finds little advantage against Li Yan when the latter is fully focused. Nevertheless, during a solitary struggle on the court, Paul and Darren began to collaborate. This left Li Yan in a precarious position. He could manage one opponent, but facing two necessitated assistance from teammates. Unfortunately, the current rookie squad resembled a disarrayed assembly, with the young players driven by rivalry, rendering them far from a cohesive unit. Upon receiving the ball, Roy disregarded Li Yan entirely, launching into a series of aggressive plays. Roy had consistently been the standout rookie, leading the race for the Rookie of the Year title before Li Yan emerged. Yet now, public opinion unanimously suggested that Li Yan would eventually surpass him. Roy, fueled by determination, fervently showcased his scoring prowess. However, Darren Williams, his counterpart, grew increasingly frustrated, perplexed as to why this rookie consistently scored over him. With no defensive effort on his part, this rookie audaciously charged at him time and again. In the ensuing defensive play, Darren executed a remarkable block, forcefully sending Roy crashing to the ground. Subsequently, on the offensive end, he utilized his robust physique to overpower Roy, successfully converting a layup. Darren Williams, with a casual flick of his arm, provocatively addressed Roy, "Do not take yourself too seriously. I am here to deal with Li Yan today and have no intention of wasting my energy on you." Roy, a man of considerable pride, found Darren's words to be salt on an open wound. Though he harbored no personal grievance against Li Yan, he could not fathom why the media favored him so. Yet, the audacity of this insufferable rotund figure belittling him was intolerable. In the next round, Roy faced Darren Williams, skillfully maneuvering to create space before elegantly executing a jump shot to score. With a sneer, Roy remarked, "Little chubby, you do not even register in my eyes." To be frank, Li Yin is 100 times superior to you. Darren, incensed, retorted, Li Yin is 1,000 times better than you. Meanwhile, Li Yin pondered, wow, am I truly that formidable? As both were young competitors, the desire to win naturally escalated the intensity of the match. With Darren and Roy engaged in their own rivalry, there was no opportunity for Darren to assist Paul against Li Yin. Paul's various attempts at distraction were rendered sluggish in the face of Li Yin, who had mastered the art of the lightning-fast 5-hit combo. Li Yin retaliated with powerful strikes, dominating both offense and defense. With Paul being overwhelmed, he could only call for Darren's assistance. However, Darren, engrossed in his fierce contest with Roy, was oblivious to Paul's plight. Paul, observing Darren Williams caught up in the heat of battle, urged, "Don't lose your cool. Weren't we supposed to focus on Li Yin? Is there anything more important than that?" "Fuck." Darren Williams gritted his teeth and declared, "I detest when others say I have gained weight." Chapter 59. The leadership of Li Yin's solo performances in the Rookie Challenge were rather commonplace, and the audience felt no sense of discontent. As the intensity of the game escalated, both sides began to exhibit a more combative defense. Smith elucidated, such is the nature of youth. They all yearned to showcase their talents. Initially, it was Li Yin and Chris Paul, but now Brandon Roy and Darren Williams have also entered into a rivalry. Throughout the match, both teams executed player substitutions. The advantages of the second-year team became evident, as they boasted a plethora of talent in the backcourt. In addition to Paul and Darren, they also had Felton. Conversely, the first-year team lacked a legitimate point guard beyond Li Yin. Most crucially, in Li Yin's absence, Chris Paul's intellectual prowess finally took the forefront. He orchestrated the game, deftly controlling the flow and organizing the second-year team's offense with precision. It dawned on Paul that he had fallen into a trap. There was no necessity for him to engage in a one-on-one battle with Li Yin. As a point guard, his paramount objective was to enhance the team's performance and lead the second-year squad to victory. This was concerning. Barkley remarked, "Without Li Yin on the court, the first-year team lacks organization, and the score gap has widened." "Haha, Charles, I'm ready for the challenge," Smith teased. "You've got to be kidding me." Barkley retorted in frustration, "Can the first-year coach not see? Get Li Yin back on the court." Perhaps moved by Barkley's sincerity, Li Yin was quickly substituted into the game. Upon entering, he executed a marvelous no-look pass on the offensive end. With a Eurostep, he penetrated the paint and feigned a turnaround layup. Li Yin's footwork was seamlessly fluid and remarkably realistic, deceiving the entire interior defense of the sophomore team. Both Bogut and Hyde rushed towards him. Yet Li Yin effortlessly sent the ball behind him, as if by magic, into Roy's waiting hands. The moment Roy received the basketball, he was taken aback, perplexed by how Li Yin had spotted him without even glancing back. Most importantly, Roy had assumed that Li Yin would not pass him the ball, as he had been playing solo throughout the previous matches. Seizing the opportunity, Roy swiftly cut inside and completed an easy layup. In the next possession, Chris Paul executed a pick-and-roll with Bogut, driving toward the basket, only to be met by Li Yin, who had anticipated the move and swatted the ball away from the side. Aldridge retrieved the basketball and passed it to Brandon Roy. The first-year team's counterattack ensued. A 3-on-2 fast break, with Roy, having shaken off his pursuers, passing the ball to Li Yin. Li Yin caught the pass and leaped high, effortlessly placing the ball into the hoop. Roy jogged over to Li Yin and said, "Don't get the wrong idea. I wasn't intentionally looking for you. It's just that your positioning was superior." Li Yin observed Roy's earnest demeanor and thought him rather conceited. In the sophomore team's turn, Granger executed a turnaround jump shot over Rudy Gay, scoring with precision. Turning back, Li Yin delivered a splendid long pass to Rudy Gay, enabling him to execute a powerful dunk. The freshman team gradually found their footing, and the spectators on the sidelines sensed the shift in momentum. Li Yin invigorated a disjointed team, and his teammates began to trust him unconditionally. Upon receiving the ball, they consciously sought out Li Yin. "Wow," Kevin Garnett exclaimed from the sidelines. "AI, your little brother is quite remarkable." Brandon Roy lowered his head, acknowledging that Li had taken control of the situation. Kobe corrected, "KG, it's not that Brandon Roy has bowed his head. He realizes that Li is right. If they want to win, they must pass the ball to Li. AI. Li is impressive. I'm growing increasingly fond of him," Kobe remarked with a smile. "I feel like he and I have great synergy. Get lost. Get lost. Get lost." Allen Iverson playfully chided. Iverson looked at Li Yin with pride. Li Yin executed a pick-and-roll with Paul Millsap, then turned to maneuver past the defending David Lee. After drawing Andrew Bogut's attention, Lee Yin passed the ball to a wide-open LaMarcus Aldridge. Aldridge leaped for a dunk, effortlessly securing 2 points. Upon landing, Aldridge celebrated with a high five from Lee Yin. As the freshman team solidified Lee Yin's core position, the ball found its way into his hands. Lee Yin elevated the pace of the game, and the advantage gradually shifted to the freshman team. Shortly after the second half commenced, the two teams were tied. Chris Paul initiated a play using a pick, facing the switch defense of Andrea Bargnani. The art of exploiting mismatches is a forte of Paul, as he adeptly utilizes direction changes to disrupt the balance of his towering opponents. Once he secures the space for a shot, Paul confidently pulls up, swoosh. The basketball finds nothing but net. The game continues with both teams fiercely contesting. The freshmen exhibit greater agility, while the sophomores hold the advantage in half-court battles. Chris Paul and Darren Williams alternately initiate their attacks through screens, determined not to succumb to the youthful exuberance of the first-year players. The second-year squad comes in strong, yet the freshmen remain steadfastly close on the scoreboard. Lee Yin orchestrates the tempo, Rudy Gay thrives in fast breaks, and Brandon Roy along with Aldridge showcase remarkable efficiency. The competition is intense, with Smith and Barkley noting that this is the most fervent rookie game yet, and the outcome remains shrouded in suspense. With 4 minutes remaining, Lee Yin's assist tally has surged to 24, setting a new record for the rookie game. The venue's large screen displays his achievement, eliciting a thunderous ovation from the crowd. Chris Paul, feeling defiant, retorts to Lee Yin, "Don't think you've won. Just look at your abysmal shooting percentage. All you can do is pass." Indeed, in stark contrast to his astonishing 24 assists, Lee Yin has only managed a mere 8 points on 4 of 10 shooting, suggesting his touch is off. "Just you wait." Lee Yin scoffs dismissively. "Your strongest asset is merely your words." Paul applies his skills. Duong. The basketball once again clangs off the rim. Yet Lee Yin wears a sly smile, as he feels everything is under his control. Ding. The system's notification sounds. After 6 consecutive misses, the Mamba mentality has been triggered. Poor Cannon. I await the skills while you linger in anticipation of what? Chapter 60, Mad Lee Yin, Barkley's double delight. In the next round, Chris Paul, once again utilizing a screen, lands a mid-range shot. Roar. Paul raises his fist and bellows at Lee Yin. In this match, Paul has also exhibited remarkable prowess. With an impressive tally of 18 points and 13 assists, the score stands at 122 to 126. The sophomore team leads by 4 points. Should the sophomore team emerge victorious, the MVP of this game will undoubtedly belong to Paul. Wow. Chris Paul plays with remarkable steadiness. Although Lee's performance is dazzling, Chris is equally formidable. Smith chuckles, "Charles, you might want to prepare to rinse your mouth." Damn. Barkley immediately retorts, "The game is not over yet. 3 minutes is ample time." As Smith and Barkley engage in their banter, the studio door swings open, and a donkey is let in. "What the hell?" Barkley exclaims, startled by the sudden arrival. "Is it really necessary to be this quick?" "Haha." Smith laughs heartily. "Charles, our TNT efficiency is impressive, isn't it?" Barkley mutters an insult under his breath, choosing to ignore Smith. Smith, eager to continue teasing, finds the situation on the court taking an unexpected turn. Lee Yin swiftly dribbles to the front court and, facing Paul, attempts an audacious 3-point shot from beyond the arc. "No way. Don't mess with me," Barkley exclaims, truly reluctant to kiss the donkey's rear. Lee Yin's shooting form is consistently elegant and stylish. As a fan of Jalen, this is merely par for the course. Lee Yin displayed some accuracy with his catch-and-shoot attempts, yet his ball-handling shots were truly disheartening. Once again, the ball failed to find its mark, prompting Barkley to cradle his head in despair. Nonetheless, the arc of the basketball was breathtaking, resembling a radiant rainbow traversing the sky. Swish. The crisp sound of the net echoed as a 3-pointer found its target. 125 to 126. The first-year team trailed by a mere point. What? Chris Paul was taken aback, astonished that the shot had indeed gone in. It seemed the young lad was exceedingly fortunate. In the TNT studio, Barkley had risen to his feet in excitement. Wow. Wow. A three-pointer, Kenny. I told you everything is still uncertain. The second-year team's turn arrived. David Lee's jump shot narrowly missed the rim, but Aldridge secured the rebound and immediately sought out Lee Yin. Lee Yin sprinted with the ball, though the second-year team's defense was equally swift. In those final moments, the youthful players were all intent on victory. Li Yin and Roy faced a 2-on-3 situation in the front court, a less than ideal chance, yet empowered by skills. Li Yin played with audacity. He harbored no intention of passing or breaking through. Just past the logo area, he launched another three-pointer. No, don't play like that. In the studio, Barkley felt as though his heart might leap from his chest. Let's secure the win first. Yet, the basketball seemed to possess an uncanny aim. Its low arc propelling the ball at high speed into the hoop. Swish. 128-126. The first-year team had taken the lead. Barkley exclaimed with exuberance. This is how it's done. By my word, I've turned the tables on you, Kenny. You should freshen up a bit. Meanwhile, Smith's emotions were running high. In his recollection, Li Yin rarely exhibited such prowess. Yet here he was, facing Barkley. At that moment, another donkey was led into the fray. Smith was left speechless, marveling at the remarkable efficiency displayed. It was now Barkley's turn to revel in the mischief. Ha! Kenny, you certainly know how to have fun. Smith could only respond with a resigned expression. The ratings for TNT had skyrocketed, and the director was nearly beside himself. Eager to declare the donkey as the MVP of the match, the sophomore team was not ready to concede. Darren Williams executed a pick-and-roll with Bogut, allowing the Australian to score 2 points. The score was tied once more at 128-128. It was the freshman's turn. Li Yin's previous performance compelled Paul to focus intently. However, it proved futile, given Paul's height. If Li Yin possessed shooting skills akin to those of Du Xiaoshui, he would have rendered Paul utterly defenseless. Now, fortified by the system's support, Li Yin felt invincible. The basketball sailed over Paul's head and swished through the net with precision. 131-128. Chris, come back to guard me when you've grown a bit taller, Li Yin taunted. His playful banter flowed effortlessly. At that time, there might be a chance. Paul was infuriated, exclaiming, I want to grow taller too. This is so frustrating. A collective gasp filled the arena as Li Yin's three-point shot suddenly found its mark, executed with a graceful flair and a stunning finish, captured in close-up. Countless female fans erupted in admiration. So cool. On the sidelines, the exuberant Taylor Swift leapt to her feet, exclaiming, Li, you are simply magnificent. Allen Iverson, Kobe Bryant, and Kevin Garnett were also engaged in a discussion regarding Li Yin's performance. Li's movements were indeed quite standard, yet his inconsistency rendered him somewhat erratic. Garnett remarked, however, when he shares the court with you and Messi, he has fewer opportunities to shine, so his unpredictability is understandable. Kobe nodded in agreement, stating, Li ought to join the Lakers. What? Both Garnett and Iverson were taken aback by Kobe's brazen suggestion. Kobe, wouldn't Li have even less chance to shine alongside you? Who said that? I adore passing the ball. Kobe responded with nonchalance. I believe you not. Returning to the court, the second-year players continued to score through their drives. The score stood at 131-130, and the game remained suspenseful. In a play from the first-year players, Paul had finally relented. He summoned Granger to defend Li Yin, with David Lee poised nearby to double-team. Yet, Li Yin remained unfazed, declaring, the harder you try, the more exhilarated I become. He relished the prospect of tighter defense, as it would allow him to appear even more formidable. Without a trace of hesitation, he launched a three-pointer over Granger and David Lee. He merely released the ball, entrusting the rest to the system. Indeed, one must believe in the power of technology. Despite the need to arc his shot high to evade the two defenders, the basketball descended in a flawless parabola into the hoop. 134-130. What the heck, that went in? Paul was astounded. The projectile-like trajectory had surpassed his comprehension. This. In the studio, Kenny Smith and Charles Barkley embody two entirely distinct states. Barkley, with an exuberant twist of his ample form, chuckled, Kenny, if you find it challenging to lower your mouth beneath a donkey's posterior, I wouldn't mind making a sacrifice for you. Get lost. Get lost. Get lost. Li Yin consecutively sank 3 three-pointers, leaving the sophomore team in utter disarray. The preceding double team was their last desperate effort, yet it failed to impede Li Yin's momentum. The outcome was already determined, although the clock had not yet run out. Initially, Li Yin had no intention of attacking, but the fervent crowd erupted with chants of, shoot one, shoot one. Observing a somewhat fatigued Paul, he pointed to the logo and jested, Chris, I'm about to sink a three-pointer from this spot. Paul, hands on hips, laughed. Do you fancy yourself Larry Bird? Even Bird wouldn't dare to showboat from here. Li Yan remained silent, his gaze fixed on the dwindling numbers on the timer. 5, 4, 3, 2. With a swift motion, Li Yan launched the ball, and the buzzer sounded immediately thereafter. As the basketball soared through the air, Li Yan confidently turned to celebrate. A hush fell over the arena, with everyone holding their breath, fearful of missing this thrilling moment. Swish! The ball cleanly swished through the net, igniting a fervor throughout the entire venue. The fans erupted in ecstasy, with Mei Mei unable to contain her excitement. She dove into Li Yan's embrace, and the crowd exploded with jubilation. This was headline news. It simply had to be. The sound of countless shutters clicked as journalists prepared for a late night. In the TNT studio, the reaction was, "Wow, is this a declaration of supremacy?" Smith exclaimed. "Li is truly remarkable. Every girl will surely fall for him." As he shouted, he cast a sidelong glance at Barkley, who wore a mischievous grin. "Kenny, stop acting. The audience is eagerly awaiting you. Just hold on a little longer. It won't take long. Don't come over here." Chapter 61, 2324. The MVP of the Rookie Challenge. Wow. 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 The entire arena erupted in a deafening roar, with fans in the stands cheering passionately. Li Yan's extraordinary performance was nothing short of sensational, a moment that would be remembered throughout history. He struck a celebratory pose in advance, naturally seeking to showcase his flair. After all, what man does not revel in a bit of ostentation after scoring? It was evident that Li Yan had succeeded. Even stars like Iverson, Kobe, and Garnett on the sidelines rose in excitement. The frenzied atmosphere suggested that Li Yan's celebratory display deserved at least a score of 9. However, the sudden appearance of Mei Mei was entirely unexpected for Li Yan. As she dove into his embrace, he found himself momentarily bewildered. What should I do now? I lack experience in this. Mei Mei, thrilled, held on to Li Yan, and at that moment, she sensed his unease. Assuming that Li Yan was unhappy, she pondered whether it was a cultural misunderstanding. Perhaps her directness was off-putting. "I'm sorry, maybe I came at the wrong time," she said cautiously, gazing up at the hesitant Li Yan. That line sounded familiar to Li Yan. The scene from Little Li Flying Dagger flashed vividly in his mind. Li Yan immediately transitioned from standby to full activation. "No, your timing is impeccable." The two embraced, sending the audience into a frenzy. Goodness, watching a game feels like being bombarded with dog food. The flashbulbs of the reporters went off in a frenzy. What an extraordinary turn of events. Are you too certain this isn't a film production? As for Li Yan's thoughts at this moment, my goodness, Xiao Li Fei Dao is indeed eternal. In the TNT studio, Barkley was visibly excited. A rising star in the music scene, hailed as a once-in-a-century talent in American country music, rushed towards Li Yan, enveloping him in a heartfelt embrace. Wow, what is their relationship to be so intimate? My goodness. Li Yan embraced Tao, the Chinese magician, reciprocating warmly, confirming that this is indeed a mutual love story. A hero and a beauty, a perfect match. How splendid. Meanwhile, Kenny Smith, just having rinsed his mouth, remarked on the strong odor of the donkey. "Charles, I commend you. With such a potent scent, you remained remarkably composed." Barkley glanced at Smith. "Kenny, I should be the one admiring you. Was it one time or two?" "That was quite professional." Smith responded, "You've got to be kidding me." Li Yan's performance also ignited a wave of excitement back in his homeland, with fans exuberantly celebrating. However, unlike the American fans, who were at the forefront of the spectacle, Chinese fans could not witness the soap opera unfolding on stage. In an effort to safeguard the health of the youth, the broadcasting authority promptly switched the camera back to the studio. Domestic fans could only listen as Yu Jia and Coach Zhang extolled Li Yan's virtues. Within the luxurious private box of the venue, David Stern and a host of league executives were left utterly astounded. The revenue from the All-Star Rookie game soared to unprecedented heights, even surpassing that of many previous All-Star games. "Boss, you were right. Li is indeed worthy of our investment." Though he did not opt for the hook, he is genuinely profitable. Upon hearing the praises from his subordinates, Stern's face flushed slightly. Yet he quickly regained his composure to share his insights. "We must look towards the long term. China is the largest market in the world. The NBA is open, and we welcome brands from across the globe." Mei Mei relished the embrace of Li Yan, yet she understood the importance of not overshadowing him. Under the gaze of TNT's broadcast cameras, Allen Iverson proudly clasped Li Yan's arm, and rather than merely introducing him to Kobe and Garnett, he seemed to be showcasing his talent. With an impressive tally of 23 points and 24 assists, Li Yin achieved a remarkable double 20, leading the rookie team to victory. Without a doubt, Li Yin was awarded the most valuable player of the All-Star Rookie game. He received the MVP trophy from David Stern's hands. "Congratulations, young man," Stern warmly remarked. Li Yin felt a surge of excitement. Although it was not a grand award, it was, nonetheless, his very first trophy. A man is often indelibly marked by his first experiences, and Li Yin felt as though he were living a dream. "Li, congratulations," Stern softly said. "I believed in you from the very beginning. You possess a certain magic. You will become a superstar with countless fans." David Stern amplified his voice. "Li, this is your night. Do you have anything to say?" Li Yin took the microphone, surveying the surroundings. Such an occasion posed no challenge for him. As a blossoming representative of the great motherland, he had encountered countless speeches and acceptance addresses throughout his upbringing, and now he could effortlessly draw upon that wealth of experience. The enthusiastic applause from the audience was a testament to the quality of Li Yin's address, further endearing him to David Stern. Indeed, he was mature and composed, capable of achieving great things, and most importantly, he was truly profitable. Chapter 62. A new state of mind. After the award ceremony concluded, everyone returned to their respective homes. Iverson, aware that his young brother had a companion for the evening, chose not to linger any longer. Maymay was in high spirits today. Lacking experience in matters of the heart, she was uncertain about Li Yin's feelings toward her, despite her affection for him. Fortunately, during the game, Bajie had imparted some wisdom. Given Li Yin's exceptional qualities, many were undoubtedly vying for his attention. Thus, if one harbored intentions, it was wise to act decisively. As for the outcome, as long as one had made an effort, there would be no regrets. Maymay wholeheartedly trusted Bajie's counsel. After all, as the object of desire for countless men, Bajie was an expert in the art of understanding men. Thus, after the game, Maymay rushed onto the court, fearless and determined. Indeed, Bajie had not misled her. As she gazed at Li Yin, her face radiated happiness. However, Li Yin's heart was not as untroubled as Maymay's. He had just received a text message from Bajie. "Tail is a wonderful girl. You ought to cherish her. Of course, this does not hinder your pursuit of learning English from your sister." Li Yin swiftly deleted the message, exclaiming in frustration. Li Yin found it utterly perplexing. Their relationship was remarkably straightforward, entirely rooted in skill, devoid of any emotional entanglements. Maymay engaged Li Yin in conversation throughout, discussing not only basketball, but also numerous aspects of her own life. It was evident that Maymay had begun to regard Li Yin as someone significant to her. Before long, they arrived at the hotel, and naturally, Li Yin accompanied Maymay upstairs. Upon entering the room, Maymay playfully touched Li Yin's trophy and remarked, "The NBA trophy is truly grand. The ones I have are quite small." Li Yin chuckled at May's demeanor, responding, "We have larger hands. If we were to give you such a trophy, it would surely be too heavy." Unlike Bajie's proactive nature, Maymay was rather naive in this regard. "Shall we take a bath together?" Li Yin suggested. This caught Maymay off guard, feeling a bit shy. She hesitated momentarily, but quickly rationalized that since they were already here, there was little reason to hesitate. After all, it was unreasonable to engage in mere boasting without action. The sound of flowing water filled the air as warmth began to envelop the room. The following day, sunlight streamed through the curtains. Li Yin glanced at his phone, realizing it was nearly noon. The fact that he had slept until now was a testament to the intensity of the previous night. Maymay lay peacefully, her hand resting on Li Yin's chest, lost in sweet dreams. Unwilling to disturb her slumber, Li Yin began to explore the system. During his interaction with Maymay, the skill of master control had granted him a brand new card. Eagle Eye. The profound vision of the eagle encompasses the entirety of its surroundings, and the ability to perceive the court is the paramount talent of an exceptional point guard. Skill effects. 1. Unobstructed vision. No one can seize the ball from your grasp. 2. Enhanced passing accuracy. The stamina consumption of a master playmaker is halved. Duration. The entirety of the match. The effects of this card are remarkably advantageous for point guards, as ball control remains intact while passing accuracy is augmented, which is truly splendid. What brings immense joy to Li Yin is that May's social recognition has reached a threshold, enabling a consistent acquisition of status cards in the future. In the afternoon, the The two drove to the venue of the All-Star event. Today, Lee Yin was also slated to participate in the skills competition. Compared to yesterday's rookie game, the presence of NBA stars today was markedly more pronounced. The individual competitions of the NBA retain a significant allure. In addition to the participating stars, numerous legends have also graced the event. Notably, this year's dunk contest boasts an illustrious panel of judges: Michael Jordan, Julius Erving, Dr. J, Dominique Wilkins, the Human Highlight Film, Vince Carter, and Kobe Bryant, an assembly that can only be deemed the strongest in history. The players engaged in cheerful conversations. Upon entering the arena, Lee Yin immediately caught the attention of Allen Iverson. The answer approached Lee Yin, surveying him before playfully patting his shoulder and exclaiming, "Lee, you're looking good. Feeling great." Lee Yin recognized Iverson's jest as a sign of camaraderie, and he bore no offense. It was a testament to their close relationship. "Of course, I'm a beast," Lee Yin retorted, flamboyantly adjusting his hairstyle. "Haha, go for it." Iverson chuckled and pointed towards Kobe in the distance. "Lee, I'm betting on you to win the championship. You must take down that arrogant fellow, Kobe." Chapter 63. Kobe remarked, "Lee, I told you we are the perfect match." "Oh." Lee Yin glanced at Kobe, who was conversing with the Little Emperor, LeBron James, and the Flash, Dwayne Wade. Iverson led Lee Yin over to them. Kobe, James, and Wade greeted Lee Yin with smiles. "Lee, you performed admirably yesterday," Kobe said with a grin. "You see, if you hadn't taken those shots, how could you have achieved that consecutive success afterward?" "Indeed." Lee Yin nodded. "As long as one keeps shooting, success is assured." "Ah." Kobe joyfully patted Lee Yin's shoulder. "Kid, you've grasped the essence. What do you think?" "Allen, I told you Lee and I are the perfect duo." "Ha ha." Iverson was amused. "Kobe, don't kid yourself. You two are not a match at all. Lee is our prize gem in Denver. If you try to poach him, the rest of our front court will be the first to object." "Fair choice," Kobe shrugged. "In truth, Lee and I would also make a splendid pair," Dwayne Wade chimed in. "I can play both on and off the ball, and have you not noticed? Lee and I both relish blocking shots." "Stop it." Iverson playfully shoved Wade away. "Ha ha." Lee Yin was quite pleased. He discovered that most NBA stars possess amiable personalities. He had assumed these individuals would be aloof, yet they turned out to be quite approachable. "By the way, are there any tips for the skills competition?" Lee Yin inquired, scratching his head. "It's quite simple." Kobe replied with ease. "Minimize errors, complete each event in one attempt, and do it in the least amount of time." Lee Yin thought to himself, "You are absolutely right, but it seems rather unhelpful." Observing Lee Yin's confusion, James elaborated, "The sequence is as follows. First, a layup. Then weave through the cones. Next is a chest pass into the hoop, followed by a bounce pass. Then a mid-range shot, another chest pass, weave through the cones again, and finally finish with another layup." "Dwayne, please share your thoughts," Iverson urged as he pulled Wade over. "Lee, Dwayne was last year's champion." Wade chuckled, "AI. We are all competitors. Are you sure you want us to share this with Lee?" "Ha ha." Iverson playfully tapped Wade on the backside. "It's all in good fun. Just share it. After the competition, I'll treat everyone." "If you had said that earlier, I could have provided more details," Kobe teased. "I heard AI is treating. Everyone should join in." Carter suddenly appeared from nowhere. "Let us all go together," Iverson affirmed. "It's no trouble at all. Today's competition consists of 4 events, including the shooting stars and the traditional NBA three-point contests. Historically, the most anticipated event has been the slam dunk contest. After a period of stagnation, Vince Carter emerged as a celestial figure, reigniting fans' enthusiasm for the dunk competition. In recent years, the dunk contest has witnessed a significant decline in viewership, primarily due to the absence of renowned stars. This year, the participants included Robinson from the Knicks, Howard from the Magic, Green from the Celtics, and Thomas from the Bulls. Among them, only the illustrious Howard is a star player, while the judges for the contest are all high-profile figures. This has led many fans to express that they are more interested in the judges than the contest itself. Following the conclusion of the Shooting Stars competition, the highly anticipated Skills Challenge commenced. The participants included the illustrious players Lee Yin, Tony Parker, Dwayne Wade, LeBron James, and Kobe Bryant, each a luminary in their own right. All 5 players were selected for the All-Star game, and apart from Parker, all were starters, underscoring their immense popularity. After a draw, the order of appearance was established: Parker, James, Lee Yin, Kobe, and Wade, the defending champion, taking the final turn. This draw proved advantageous for Lee Yin. as it allowed him to observe the competition from the sidelines. Parker was the first to take the stage in the preliminaries, and his performance was relatively smooth. Aside from an initial cross-court pass, he completed the challenge in a commendable 31.6 seconds. This time placed considerable pressure on the subsequent competitors, as only two would advance to the finals. Next to compete was James, who commenced with a spectacular dunk, contrasting Parker's layup. James navigated the obstacles and executed the cross and bounce passes with remarkable ease. However, he required 2 attempts to successfully make a mid-range shot. Additionally, he encountered a misstep with the subsequent cross pass, utilizing 2 chances. In the end, LeBron completed the match in 35 seconds. Considering the formidable presence of legends like Wade and Kobe still in the competition, it seemed that LeBron had essentially declared his exit. Finally, it was Leanne's turn. Having absorbed the insights shared by Wade for some time, he felt a sense of confidence as he stepped onto the court. Leanne swiftly initiated the game with a layup, followed by a series of slaloms and 2 types of passes that seamlessly found their way to the net. His exceptional ball-handling skills were fully showcased during the skill competition, even eliciting gasps from the commentators. Lee's integration of ball and movement is truly remarkable. His pace may not be rapid, yet it flows effortlessly. However, Leanne stumbled with his mid-range shooting, requiring 4 attempts before finally scoring. Regaining his composure, he executed subsequent passes, slaloms, and a final layup with great ease. Yet, due to the time wasted on shooting, his final score was recorded at 31 seconds, narrowly surpassing Parker's 31.6 seconds. To advance to the finals, Leanne could only hope for missteps from the later competitors, Kobe and Wade. Kobe began his slalom with a hint of nonchalance, yet his performance improved dramatically, completing all tasks on the first attempt. Ultimately, Kobe clocked in at 29.8 seconds. After exiting the court, he playfully teased Leanne. "Lee, your shooting still needs a bit of work." Leanne was left speechless, faced with such undeniable truth. He found it difficult to retort. The grand finale featured Wade, who took 2 attempts for his mid-range shots and another 2 for his lateral passes. Nevertheless, the flash's speed allowed him to conserve time, propelling him into the final round. In a mere 31.2 seconds, with a mere 0.2 seconds to spare, Wade outperformed Leanne, securing his place in the ultimate finals. Despite not making it to the final round, Leanne felt no sense of disappointment. Instead, he engaged in lively conversation with May, thoroughly enjoying their time together. Shortly thereafter, the final showdown commenced between Kobe and Wade. Wade, the first to take the stage, delivered an impeccable performance, moving with the swiftness of a lightning bolt, flawlessly completing every task, culminating in an astonishing time of 26 seconds, the fastest in history. Perhaps the weight of Wade's extraordinary achievement bore down too heavily on Kobe, as he encountered multiple missteps during the finals. While he navigated the obstacle course and mid-range shots with ease, he squandered more than 2 attempts at all 3 passing points, resulting in a rather embarrassing final time of 46 seconds. At this moment, Leanne found amusement in the situation, relishing the opportunity to tease Kobe. He rushed over to console Kobe, exclaiming, "Kobe, it seems you're not doing so well. Your passing leaves much to be desired." With a chuckle, Kobe spotted Leanne and responded with self-deprecating humor. "Lee, I suppose we are rather well suited for each other. My passing may falter, and your shooting may lack precision. But when it comes to you passing to me, that's where the magic happens." Internally, Leanne thought, "Oh please, spare me the jests. You clearly haven't witnessed AI's piercing gaze. It's utterly terrifying." Chapter 64. Guarding against Kobe failing to clinch the championship in the skills competition did not dampen Leanne's spirits. He remained seated at the sidelines, engrossed in animated discussion with May, while Allen Iverson, unable to tolerate the saccharine atmosphere of romance, relocated to a different spot to breathe in some fresher air. Not far from Leanne and May sat Tony Parker and his girlfriend Eva, another pair representing the intersection of the NBA and the entertainment industry. In 2005, due to her role in the television series Desperate Housewives, Eva ascended to prominence as one of America's most celebrated actresses. By 2006, she announced her relationship with Tony Parker, the San Antonio Spurs star who is 7 years her junior. In Leanne's recollection, Parker and Eva's marriage ultimately ended in divorce, primarily attributed to Parker's clandestine card games with the wife of his teammate, Brent Barry. Leanne merely exchanged a casual greeting with Parker, as he understood the inherent dangers of being involved with a man who harbored designs on another's spouse. One cannot forget the scandal surrounding Steve Nash, whose white wife bore a child of African descent, leading to widespread acknowledgement of Nash's infidelity. Lee Yin wished to avoid encountering such a predicament himself. Dwayne Wade claimed victory in the skills competition with a record-breaking performance. The prowess of the Flash is undeniable. Had it not been for injuries and other uncontrollable factors, his historical standing would undoubtedly be elevated. Ultimately, the NBA is a business arena, and throughout his illustrious career, Wade has never commanded a maximum salary, leaving Lee Yin with a profound sense of reflection. In this profit-driven commercial league, if an owner expresses affection, it invariably signifies an intention to exploit your finances. The 5 competitors in this year's three-point contest include Dirk Nowitzki and Jason Terry from the Mavericks, Gilbert Arenas from the Wizards, Damon Jones from the Cavaliers, and Capono from the Heat, along with Mike Miller from the Grizzlies. Among them, Nowitzki, the reigning three-point champion, naturally harbors aspirations of defending his title in Las Vegas. His most formidable adversary on this quest, aside from his teammate Terry, is none other than the Wizards' formidable general, Arenas. First to take the stage was Capono from the Miami Heat, who, with the support of O'Neal at the sidelines, initially struggled at the first 2 shooting points. However, he remarkably excelled at the top of the arc, achieving a perfect score of 5 out of 5. Ultimately, Capono amassed a total of 19 points. Following him was Mike Miller, the formidable Grizzlies player, who did not perform well at the first shooting point, yet managed a commendable score of 18 points. The third contestant was Jason Terry, whose rapid pace as a key playmaker for the Mavericks adversely affected his shooting accuracy, resulting in a disappointing score of only 10 points. The fourth to compete was Damon Jones from the Cleveland Cavaliers, who failed to showcase his best performance at the final point, concluding with a score of 15 points. The fifth participant, Arenas, also known as Agent Zero, demonstrated remarkable precision at 2 45-degree angles, ultimately securing an impressive 23 points. The final contestant was the reigning champion, Nowitzki, who, under the watchful eye of Mavericks owner Cuban, managed to withstand the pressure and score 20 points. Thus, Arenas, Nowitzki, and Capono advanced to the finals. The finals commenced with Capono, whose performance was nearly flawless, averaging across all 5 shooting points and achieving a total of 24 points. O'Neal, Wade, and Mourning rose to their feet in applause for Capono's outstanding display. Next to take the stage was Nowitzki, who, typically consistent, faltered this time, finishing with a mere 10 points. The final participant to take the stage was Arenas, whose performance proved to be rather lackluster. Faced with the grim prospect of securing victory, he whimsically resorted to a one-handed shot, ultimately scoring 17 points. This three-point contest yielded an unexpected upset, as the unheralded Capono surprisingly outshone the German maestro Nowitzki and the celebrated Arenas, clinching the championship title for this year's event. As the three-point contest concluded, the highly anticipated dunk contest commenced. The 4 invited competitors included the previous year's dunk champion Nate Robinson, Gerald Green, Dwight Howard, and Tyrese Thomas, all of whom were regulars among the top 10 plays. Nevertheless, many fans hoping to witness star-studded performances felt a tinge of disappointment. However, their spirits were lifted by the arrival of 5 impeccably dressed judges, each a luminary in the realm of basketball. Julius Erving, the dunk champion of 1976, Dominique Wilkins, the champion of 1985 and 1990, Michael Jordan, the champion of 1987 and 1988, Kobe Bryant, the champion of 1997, and Vince Carter, the champion of 2000, constituted an illustrious panel, arguably the most prestigious in history. It would not be an exaggeration to assert that even if they refrained from awarding a perfect score, no one would dare to contest their judgment. Perhaps due to the judges' extensive experience with high-stakes performances, this year's dunk contest was exceptionally stringent. The very first dunk, executed by Tyrese Thomas, involved an under-the-legs, off-the-glass alley-oop. While it took a bit of time, the aesthetic appeal was undeniable. However, the judging panel awarded a mere 37 points, marking the lowest single dunk score since 2004. After the first round, the highest score was a mere 48 points, with the second highest at 47 points. Both achieved through impressive dunks by Gerald Green, who successfully advanced to the finals. The other finalist was Nate Robinson, whose initial 2 dunks garnered scores of 45 points each. Notably, Dwight Howard showcased an extraordinary dunk during this competition, executing a remarkable alley-oop with Nelson while affixing a sticker of his own face near the rim, a feat of astonishing height. However, such a creative dunk was only awarded 42 points. Upon reaching the finals, Nate Robinson encountered difficulties, scoring only 39 and 41 points on his 2 attempts. Gerald Green's first dunk also yielded a modest 41 points, but he redeemed himself with a spectacular windmill dunk that soared over the platform, earning a perfect score and ultimately clinching the championship with a total of 91 points. Throughout the competition, Jordan bestowed a solitary perfect score of 10 on only this final dunk, demonstrating his rigorous standards. It is undeniable that the presence of the legendary Michael Jordan instilled a palpable pressure, even causing Lee Yen, seated on the sidelines, to feel the weight of his scrutiny. Imagine the competitor's anxiety. Following his victory, Gerald Green remarked that the judges appeared quite tense, emphasizing the necessity for creativity, as they had witnessed nearly every type of dunk imaginable. Amusingly, Jordan himself acknowledged that he might have been somewhat stringent. He articulated that his intention was to inspire the younger participants, encouraging them to remain humble and strive for improvement. Lee Yen nearly burst into laughter from the stands, as it seemed Jordan was oblivious to the intimidating aura he exuded. Not everyone possesses the prowess of legends like Iverson, Kobe, or Artest. If Kwame Brown were present, he would undoubtedly have much to articulate. Following the conclusion of the slam dunk contest, Lee Yen took Mei to seek an autograph from Kobe. A master of strategy, Kobe continued his recruitment efforts while signing for Mei. Tale, if you pursue music, you must frequently reside in Los Angeles. If Lee joins the Lakers, it would be quite convenient. Otherwise, the distance between you two may pose a challenge. Upon hearing this, Mei's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm as she gazed at Lee Yen, captivated by the logic. Naturally, Lee Yen could not acquiesce, aware that the answer was still being scrutinized from the sidelines. Iverson, guard against both theft and Kobe. Chapter 65. The All-Star Game commences. The events of the previous day had concluded. Iverson fulfilled his promise to ensure everyone had a delightful time, yet Lee Yen, due to Mei, could not join in the revelry. In such circumstances, it would be rather inappropriate to send Mei home alone while he indulged in nightlife. Lee Yen had not yet developed the audacity for such behavior. Moreover, another significant reason was that the skills of the ball-handling master remained untapped. As a seasoned gamer, Lee Yen detested the notion of squandered resources. He was resolute in his commitment to not log off until his stamina was fully depleted. While Mei's skills did not rival those of the more experienced Bajia, she certainly possessed her own merits. Her voice was truly enchanting. Indeed, she is a woman destined to sweep the Grammys in the future, Lee Yen silently applauded in his heart. Tonight, the master of ball control did not present Lee Yen with a new state card. Instead, he received his second eagle eye. Lee Yen has accumulated quite a number of state cards, yet he has no intention of utilizing them for the time being. A good blade must be wielded wisely. During the regular season, unless the system issues a task with substantial rewards, Lee Yen is reluctant to expend his state cards. After all, these are his trump cards, meant to be preserved for critical moments. Moreover, although the master of ball control can be activated daily, Mei and Bajia are not mere accessories that can accompany him wherever he goes. Even if he randomly selects a lucky audience member for each match, achieving the social recognition threshold required by the system remains a formidable challenge. Consequently, the opportunities to acquire state cards are rather limited. It appears that this system is domestically developed. Had it been an American system, there likely would not be any gender restrictions. Lee Yen mused that without such limitations, shaking hands with the captain of the opposing team before the match and incapacitating them would be utterly exhilarating. For instance, facing the Spurs, he could drain Duncan's stamina, leaving Popovich with no means to contend with them. This thought left Lee Yen feeling somewhat regretful. At that moment, the system unexpectedly interjected. "Wow, host. Your thoughts are rather perverse." Lee Yen responded, "Oh, you know what I'm thinking?" Finally, the time arrived for the last day of the All-Star event. Following the appetizing appetizers of the previous days, the main course, the All-Star Game, was set to commence. Over 200 countries and regions are captivated by this competition, a true celebration for basketball aficionados worldwide. Yao Ming was originally slated to be the starting center for the Western Conference. However, his absence due to injury has left domestic fans disappointed. Although Yao did not participate in the game, He attended in person and took the time to engage with Li Yin. Yao was pleasantly surprised by Li's progress. Familiar with Li, who has previously been selected for the national team, Yao recalled that Li's ball handling skills were rather average at the time, relying more on physicality and serving as a marginal substitute within the national squad. Now, witnessing Li's remarkable development brings Yao great joy, as Li's presence alleviates a significant portion of the pressure he faces. An all-star game featuring Shaquille O'Neal is never dull. The Big Shark has contributed countless memorable moments to the all-star festivities, and this occasion was no exception. Prior to the commencement of the match, O'Neal engaged in a dance-off with LeBron James and Dwight Howard. Both James and Howard are known for their extroverted and carefree personalities, yet when it came to showmanship, they found themselves outmatched by O'Neal. James initiated the dance with a humorous display, eliciting cheers from the crowd. However, once O'Neal took the stage, the young king quickly faltered, as the entire arena was swept up in O'Neal's infectious joy. The All-Star game featuring O'Neal was truly exhilarating, igniting the crowd. After James's defeat, Howard attempted to showcase his moves, yet in the presence of the Big Shark, he too appeared diminished, clearly not on the same level. O'Neal's vigor was unmatched, while Howard faltered, quickly retreating to the sidelines to join LeBron in admiring the spectacle of the Big Shark's performance. Li Yin shared in the merriment. For O'Neal was indeed a player of captivating charm. Without his presence, the All-Star festivities felt somewhat incomplete. Following the spirited dance-off between O'Neal, LeBron, and Howard, the entire arena erupted in excitement. The game commenced with the jump ball, Li Yin versus O'Neal. The fans, players, and viewers at home were all exhilarated. The Eastern team's awkward dance had stolen the limelight, prompting the Western team to promptly send Li Yin for the jump ball. With four stalwarts, Duncan, Garnett, Iverson, and Kobe, each more serious than the last, the task of entertaining fell solely upon Li Yin. He feigned reluctance, eliciting hearty laughter from the towering O'Neal. As the atmosphere surged with energy, the basketball soared into the air, and Li Yin relinquished his struggle. O'Neal effortlessly tapped it away. Arenas seized the ball and, having just crossed half court, delivered a long pass to a charging LeBron. With grace, LeBron caught the ball midair and executed a thunderous dunk. 2-0. The Western All-Stars took the lead. Li Yin initiated with a dazzling display of dribbling that garnered widespread applause. He then passed the ball to Iverson, believing it only fitting to start the game by involving his elder brother. Upon receiving the ball, Iverson chose not to attack but instead signaled to Li Yin with a glance, indicating a move towards the basket. Though Li Yin felt somewhat perplexed, he sprinted towards the basket. To his astonishment, Iverson launched the ball into the air. Goodness! Li Yin was taken aback. You are presenting me with an alley-oop. I simply cannot manage that. Lacking confidence, Li Yin could only muster his utmost effort. His jump, rather unremarkable, contrasted sharply with LeBron's soaring reception of the ball. By the time Li Yin seized the ball, his body was already descending. Fortunately, his wingspan was sufficiently lengthy. He managed to execute a precarious yet successful dunk. A sigh of relief escaped him. Had he been thwarted by the rim, it would have been utterly humiliating. He had no desire to bear the title of Dunk King of Denver like Curry and Clay. Following his successful dunk, Li Yin immediately struck an exaggerated celebration pose, igniting jubilation among the audience. Barkley chuckled and remarked, Li Yin's dunk is undoubtedly a perfect 10, 1 point for the dunk and 9 for the celebration, totaling 10. Yao Ming, watching from the sidelines, wore a cheerful smile. His younger compatriot showed no signs of stage fright. He recalled how he had been utterly constrained during his first All-Star appearance. Li Yin's personality is indeed exceptionally well suited for the NBA. Chapter 66. Iverson, kid, don't set your sights on my little Li. Although the NBA All-Star Game is fundamentally a showcase, it is governed by unwritten rules. The first half is typically a relaxed exhibition, but as the game approaches its conclusion, the intensity of competition escalates. After all, victory is at stake, and the All-Star MVP title is still a prestigious accolade. Achieving regular season or finals MVP is exceedingly challenging. It requires not only individual prowess, but also robust support from the team. However, the All-Star MVP is distinct. A mere exertion of effort beyond that of others significantly increases the likelihood of attaining it. Li Yin, though, holds little enthusiasm for this accolade. Were there rewards from the system, he might strive for it, but alas, there are none. Li Yin played for 6 minutes before being replaced by Tony Parker, while previously, Iverson had been substituted by Tracy McGrady. During the opening moments, Lee Yin received an assist from Iverson, completing an alley-oop and securing 2 points. However, his assists soared impressively, totaling 6. In such a lax defensive environment, Lee Yin's passes could be likened to precision-guided missiles delivered directly to the recipient's hands. Garnett, Kobe, and Iverson all benefited from Lee Yin's generous assists. Among the starting players, only Duncan was not graced by Lee Yin's facilitation. Not due to any critique of Duncan's fundamental skills, but rather due to circumstance. Duncan simply does not jump. Despite Lee Yin's careful attention to the height of his passes, Duncan merely watched as the basketball soared over his head and out of bounds. Alas, Lee Yin's assist went unrecorded, resulting in a turnover instead. The current All-Star game is undeniably a paradise for alley-oop enthusiasts and dunk aficionados. Fans revel in aerial displays, and stars are eager to showcase their talents. This results in a flamboyant style of play, where high-flying, explosive dunkers receive considerably more playing time. Players such as Kobe, McGrady, Stoudemire, Wade, James, and Carter thrive in this environment. Conversely, those with a more grounded playing style, such as Duncan, Nowitzki, Billups, and Hamilton, find their minutes considerably diminished. The All-Star event is, after all, a celebration for the fans. It is only natural that players beloved by the audience are granted more time on the court. Indeed, O'Neal possesses an unparalleled understanding of entertainment and atmosphere. His seamless court presence, exaggerated behind-the-back dribbling, and dramatic directional changes consistently leave fans in fits of laughter. After a brief 3-minute respite in the second quarter, Lee Yin returned to the court. Upon his re-entry, he delivered a breathtaking alley-oop to Stoudemire that spanned the entire length of the court. The Little Emperor glided through the air, executing a two-handed slam that evoked gasps of astonishment from the audience. While the fans were captivated by Stoudemire's dunk, the stars and team managers were fixated on Lee Yin. His passing technique astounded them. Such a quarterback-style long pass is not a feat achievable by just anyone. Lee Yin's effortless execution of this pass upon his return demonstrated a mastery of basketball that is truly astonishing. However, his performance was far from over. In the next play, as the Western All-Stars pushed the tempo, Lee Yin transcended the conventional no-look pass. With a stunning elbow pass, he mesmerized the crowd. His movements were fluid and graceful. This play not only deceived the Eastern All-Stars and his own teammates, but even bewildered the camera operators. T-Mac, positioned on the left side of the free-throw line, could hardly believe his eyes as the basketball unexpectedly landed in his hands. He sprang into the air, executing a powerful windmill dunk that sent the ball crashing through the hoop. Magician, magician, magician. The graceful windmill dunk by McGrady cannot overshadow the brilliance of Lee Yin. Such a pass elicits admiration from even the most uninformed fans, compelling them to rise and exclaim, "Amazing." McGrady rushes over to high-five Lee Yin, his previously drowsy eyes now sparkling with a different essence. "Lee, your passing is extraordinary. I hadn't fully grasped its brilliance until now. After playing this game, wow, your passes are simply delightful. Next season, consider Houston. I, along with Yao and indeed everyone on the Rockets, would warmly welcome you." Lee Yin replies, "Thank you, T-Mac." Hey, T-Mac, you're late. Lee has already promised me." Kobe interjects with a smile, pulling McGrady away before Lee Yin can finish his sentence. Naturally, McGrady is skeptical. "Kobe, your boasting has reached new heights. You no longer even draft your fabrications." On the sidelines, Iverson observes this scene with a tinge of sadness. "Damn, these guys are trying to poach my talent." Initially, only the Nuggets players had experienced Lee Yin's passing prowess, but now numerous Western stars have had the pleasure as well. There is a stark contrast between witnessing Lee Yin's passes and receiving them. Iverson notices a group of envious players gazing at Lee Yin with unmistakable fondness, audacious in their admiration. After all, which superstar could resist the allure of having a magician by their side? Chapter 67. We are truly in this. We must win. At his core, Lee Yin is an extroverted and lively young man, momentarily lost amidst the chorus of awe and praise surrounding him. The notion of idleness has been thoroughly dismissed by Lee Yin, who has captivated all with his astonishing, unconventional passes. The viewership of the All-Star game continues to surge, with numerous fans passionately promoting the event on online forums. This has been, without a doubt, the most exhilarating All-Star experience I have ever witnessed. Dunking has become trivial. Come and witness the spectacle of the Chinese magician. Investing in this experience is undeniably worthwhile. Missing it would be a regret. It was simply marvelous. The camera struggled to keep pace with Li's passes. The challenge of capturing close-up shots was too great for the director, who opted to pull back the lens whenever Li Yan had the ball in hand. Truly formidable, reminiscent of the magic of the Showtime era. The flawless white chocolate is worth noting. Li Yan's array of no-look passes, elbow passes, and an assortment of bounce passes left everyone astounded. In comparison, the more conventional passing styles of other point guards appeared rather mundane. Even the legendary Magic Johnson, present at the event, was taken aback by Li Yan's prowess. Within his passes, he seemed to glimpse the reflection of his younger self. Wow. Magic Johnson did not conceal his admiration for Li Yan. I would strongly advise the Lakers to acquire this young talent at any cost. He is truly exceptional. His sense of the game and court vision remind me of my own days on the court. Haha. Larry Bird chuckled. Magic, are you certain you aren't praising yourself? You used to call me a show-off on the court, but now that you're retired, you're far more flamboyant than I ever was. Larry Bird continued with his playful banter. Haha. Magic Johnson chuckled, exclaiming, let us be honest, let us be honest. As the third quarter drew to a close, the Western All-Stars held a commanding lead over the Eastern All-Stars, 117-106. Although Li Yan managed only 6 points, he delivered an astonishing 18 assists. With 1 quarter remaining, he was a mere 4 assists shy of the single-game record of 22, set by Magic Johnson during the All-Star Game 84 years prior. Behind the scenes, the NBA was already contemplating the possibility of co-awarding the All-Star MVP to both players. Traditionally, the player with the highest score from the winning team is bestowed with the All-Star MVP title. Yet, despite his modest scoring, Li Yan's performance was undeniably remarkable. If all goes as anticipated, he would establish a new single-game assist record, making him equally deserving of the All-Star MVP award, contingent upon the Western All-Stars securing victory. The fourth quarter commenced swiftly. The Eastern All-Stars suddenly surged, with LeBron James and Dwayne Wade executing consecutive drives for points, while Gilbert Arenas sank a three-pointer. On the defensive front, the Eastern team abruptly intensified their efforts, catching the Western squad off guard. The score quickly leveled at 121-121. The atmosphere on the court grew tense, prompting a timeout from the Western side. Kobe and Tracy McGrady adopted a serious demeanor, leaving Li Yan somewhat perplexed until he overheard their conversation. It became evident that last year's Houston All-Star Game was clearly McGrady's domain, where all players from the West had been feeding him the ball, making the MVP award seem a foregone conclusion for McGrady. In the end, the duo of James and Wade from the Eastern Conference had no intention of showing mercy. They launched a fierce counterattack in the fourth quarter. The Eastern team ultimately triumphed with a score of 122-120, claiming victory in the match, although McGrady scored an impressive 36 points. He regrettably missed out on the MVP title, which was awarded to the young king, LeBron James, who contributed 29 points, the highest for the Eastern All-Stars, while Wade added 20 points, the second highest for the East. Despite not displaying any outward displeasure over losing the MVP at Houston's home court, McGrady felt a pang of disappointment internally. Now, the East sought to employ the same strategy again, but this time, McGrady and Kobe could no longer tolerate it. They were resolute. They intended to convey to the East that even if they played unfairly, their chances of winning this time were non-existent. Kobe declared to everyone that they must win this game, and, for that reason, he decided to defend against James. In the final showdown, the Western Conference lineup featured Li Yan, McGrady, Kobe, Garnett, and Stoudemire. This arrangement was a decision made by the Western coach, the young General Johnson, who believed this lineup possessed remarkable agility and, with Kobe and McGrady, formidable offensive power. Remarkably, the shortest player in this lineup was Kobe himself, making the defensive strength of this team evident, even to those unversed in basketball. In the words of Coach Johnson, this lineup could force the Eastern team into a state of utter disarray. Additionally, there were other motivations for this lineup. Li Yan was on the verge of breaking Magic's record, while Kobe and Stoudemire were the top 2 scorers in the West at present. As the head coach, it was only natural to grant them this opportunity. Eastern team lineup: Arenas, James, Wade, Bosh, Howard. Observing the Western team's roster from the sidelines, the mighty Shaquille O'Neal felt a sense of relief for not being on the court, fearing he would be utterly exhausted. The formidable Dwight Howard was equally bewildered by the Western team's lineup, pondering their intentions. The match continued. After crossing half-court, Lee Yin passed the ball to McGrady. Upon facing James, McGrady's previously languid demeanor evaporated. He spoke earnestly to James. "LeBron, I am serious now." James and Wade exchanged glances, noting the fierce determination radiating from Kobe and McGrady. It was clear this game was about to get intense. Chapter 68. The young emperor faces a mental blow. The Western team triumphs over the Eastern team. McGrady, with the ball, executed a deceptive feint, followed by two seamless changes of direction. James was momentarily caught off guard, yet he managed to regain his position. With effortless elegance, McGrady elevated for a jumper. James, having just steadied himself, was powerless to intervene. The basketball arced through the air with exquisite precision and swished through the net. 123 to 121. It was breathtaking. One might question McGrady's leadership abilities, but his individual prowess was beyond reproach. James, feeling helpless, realized there were almost no players in the league capable of matching McGrady one-on-one. As the Eastern team took their turn, Arenas advanced past half-court, with Lee Yin's defense intensely focused. Observing the dynamics on the court, Arenas suddenly felt a sense of frustration. The Eastern team's configuration seemed somewhat lopsided, lacking players who could create space. Reflecting inwardly, Arenas realized that apart from himself, none of the others could reliably shoot from beyond the arc. In a typical competition, Wade, James, and Howard could easily dominate with their athletic prowess. However, this occasion is a rare high-level encounter. Kobe, McGrady, Garnett, Stoudemire, and the young Chinese prodigy before him, for exceptional talents with long wingspans, render Kobe the least endowed in static talent. Can you believe that? Arenas signaled to James, passing him the ball while moving aside to create space. There was no choice. Arenas felt he had done his utmost. With the ball, James found himself somewhat stymied by Kobe's tenacious defense. The old veteran was indeed formidable, and given James's physique, he found it challenging to gain a significant advantage against Kobe. James, being astute, called for Howard to provide a screen. The beast swiftly positioned himself. Thud. Howard's screen was solid, and Kobe, in his attempt to navigate around it, was a step too late. James surged into the paint. Yet, Garnett's help defense loomed large, and the young king quickly encountered resistance. Under ordinary circumstances, James would have decisively passed the ball. However, during an all-star game, he yearned to push his limits. With powerful thighs propelling him off the ground, James soared, facing Garnett in midair. It was a pure contest of innate talent between two giants. With a full jump, James appeared to hold the upper hand, eclipsing Garnett. The rim was tantalizingly close. "LeBron, be careful," Wade's voice echoed from behind. In the midst of the aerial confrontation, James exerted control over Garnett, brimming with confidence. He heard Wade's caution, "Be careful?" Not at all. Just wait to witness the spectacle of the chosen one. As James swung his arm in a sweeping motion, he prepared to execute a thunderous dunk. However, an unexpected force surged forth, causing the basketball to slip from his grasp. In disbelief, James turned to see Lee Yin, who had stealthily approached from behind. Empowered by the disdain of the flash, Lee Yin became an invincible force against dunks. With a spectacular chase-down block, he thwarted James just as he was about to take off. Lee Yin, having contributed significantly to his team, landed and immediately pounded his chest in a fierce roar, unleashing the Wolf King's battle cry to grant his Western team a collective buff. To make matters even more intense, Garnett simultaneously joined in the chest-thumping frenzy. James found himself sandwiched between Lee Yin and Garnett, two stalwart warriors of unwavering resolve. This psychological onslaught left the young emperor, James, momentarily dazed, as if his very spirit was wavering. Meanwhile, the morale of the Western team soared. Kobe surged down the court with breakneck speed. Boom. A resounding dunk sealed the deal, 125 to 121. Wow. It was utterly exhilarating. Kevin Garnett and Lee Yin roared in unison, leaving no one unshaken. How formidable. LeBron James was blocked. Unassailable. This defense was as solid as iron. The fervor of the crowd reached a fever pitch, having witnessed an entire showcase of dunks, now relishing the high-stakes competition on the court. In the next possession, Bosch's mid-range attempt was emphatically denied by Garnett. Seizing the opportunity, Lee Yin propelled another fast break. Stoudemire completed an alley-oop off a pass from Lee Yin. 127 to 121. The Western team dominated both offense and defense, leaving the Eastern team in disarray. Even with a timeout called, the situation for the Eastern team showed no signs of improvement. The game had fallen into the rhythm of the Western team, and the point gap widened rapidly. The Eastern team abandoned any hope of catching up, leading to a decline in the intensity of the match. Now, the only suspense lay in determining who would score the most points for the Western side. As the Western team prepared for their final attack, Kobe stood at 31 points. Stoudemire at 29, with the ball in Li Yan's possession. In that moment, the ball felt exceptionally hot in Li Yan's hands. As a mere role player, he found himself confronted with a daunting choice. His astute mind raced, and he passed the ball to Iverson, eagerly signaling him with a wink. What a clever move. Li Yan was impressed by his own ingenuity. In such a situation, it was only fitting to entrust the ball to the esteemed leader. Iverson, taken aback, thought, "You little rascal," avoiding the blame and passing it to me. Nevertheless, Iverson stepped up and passed the ball to Kobe, who then relayed it to Stoudemire. Stoudemire seized the opportunity for the final shot, launching a three-pointer. Bang! The ball ricocheted off the rim, signaling the end of the match. Ultimately, the Western team triumphed over the Eastern team with a score of 153-132, avenging last year's reversal. Chapter 69, Li Yan breaks records. MVP rightfully earned with Stoudemire's three-pointer missing its mark. The game concluded. The Western team claimed victory with a score of 153-132, avenging last year's defeat. In the studio, Yu-Jia and Coach Zhang passionately provided commentary. With a significant lead for the Western team, the only remaining question was who would be awarded the MVP. Kobe's 31 points represent the highest score in the Western Conference. However, Li Yan's remarkable 26 assists have shattered the single-game assist record previously held by Magic Johnson. The ultimate victor remains uncertain. Yu-Jia speculated, "I believe the likelihood of both players sharing the MVP award is quite high. Historically, there have been instances where two players have co-received the MVP honor, such as the Utah duo, Karl Malone and John Stockton, as well as the recent occasion featuring Shaquille O'Neal and Tim Duncan. This scenario seems plausible." Coach Zhang nodded in agreement. Endorsing Yu-Jia's hypothesis, both Li Yan and Kobe have delivered outstanding performances. Although the MVP is typically awarded to the highest scorer from the winning team during the All-Star game, Li Yan's performance is indisputable. Coach Zhang continued, "In my view, Li Yan was the standout performer today, even surpassing Kobe." Yu-Jia was taken aback. Such praise from Coach Zhang is indeed rare. It is widely known that Coach Zhang is an ardent admirer of Kobe, often being humorously dubbed Wei Ping Bryant by fans for his excessive admiration. Coach Zhang clarified, "I am merely speaking the truth. Kobe's performance was exceptional, but Li Yan's breaking of a record that had stood for over 20 years is truly remarkable." Others share this sentiment, including those at TNT. Despite Smith having recently experienced a dual flight with the donkey due to Li Yan's influence, he still believes Li Yan deserves the MVP more. Of course, if Li Yan and Kobe were to share this accolade, it would be a delightful outcome for all. Soon, David Stern took to the stage, smiling as he announced the grand prize of the match. The MVP of the 2006 to 2007 NBA All-Star season is. Stern, attuned to the atmosphere, paused momentarily before continuing seamlessly. "Kobe Bryant and Li Yan. Let us extend our congratulations to them." As his words echoed, the crowd erupted in jubilation. If you had not watched the game but merely seen this outcome, you might question why this emerging Chinese player would share the All-Star MVP award with the formidable Kobe Bryant. Might there be some hidden agendas? Is the NBA favoring Li Yan due to the Chinese market? However, if you had witnessed the entire game in its entirety, you would have been captivated by Li Yan's performance. His dazzling passes and unparalleled court vision rendered him, without a doubt, the most dazzling star of the All-Star game. With a remarkable 26 assists, the MVP title was rightfully his. Amidst the roaring cheers of the crowd, Kobe and Li Yan raised the MVP trophy together. Countless cameras focused on this moment, flashes illuminating the scene. Kobe turned to whisper to Li Yan. Initially, Li Yan thought it might be another empty recruitment pitch. But it was not. Kobe softly said, "Li, you have proven yourself to be an exceptional player, making the All-Star starting lineup in your rookie season and securing 2 MVPs. Wow, that is truly remarkable." However, Kobe paused before continuing. "You will undoubtedly face a different level of treatment in the games to come. No longer will anyone perceive you as merely a sidekick to Allen Iverson and Carmelo Anthony. You will receive special attention from your opponents, who will devise targeted defensive strategies against you. In fact, many players may seek to gain recognition by defeating you, subjecting you to various challenges. Lee, persevere through this phase, and everything will open up before you like a vast ocean. Kobe spoke fervently, expressing sentiments he could hardly comprehend himself. He simply held a deep admiration for this young man. Lee nodded appreciatively, profoundly grateful for Kobe's counsel, which he deemed invaluable. Thank you, Kobe, I will strive to improve, Lee declared earnestly. Kobe pressed the MVP trophy into Lee's hands, saying, "Take this, it holds great significance for you." Lee was taken aback by the gesture, ready to express his gratitude, only to see Kobe wave his hand dismissively. "It's nothing, I already have one at home." Once the award ceremony concluded, several stars approached to congratulate Lee, including Garnett, McGrady, Duncan, Wade, and James, along with the two prominent figures from the Nuggets, Iverson and Anthony. The stars, possessing a curious spirit, were particularly intrigued by what Kobe had conveyed to Lee. Lee responded candidly, "Kobe told me that the future belongs to me." James, internally contemplating, thought, "What? Am I leaving?" Chapter 70. On what grounds is the Turkish magician deemed counterfeit? After the match, China, across the ocean, erupted in excitement. The sports sections of all media outlets featured headlines announcing Lee's triumph as the All-Star MVP. Across various forums and discussion boards on the internet, fervent conversations surrounding Lee Yen abound. Master Lee is extraordinary. Invincible, my Yen. The rookie All-Star MVP, one must ask, who else could possibly rival him? He has claimed both the Rookie Game MVP and the All-Star Game MVP, a feat unparalleled. Our Master Lee has risen, and no one dares to label him as an actor any longer. No more pretense. I confess, I have been a devoted fan of Master Lee for 30 years. Astounding. Indeed, 30 years ago, Master Lee was hardly even a tadpole. His ball handling skills have reached an extraordinary level. He must be tirelessly honing his craft even late into the night. Indeed, I tell you, it is quite possible that Master Lee is currently practicing. Diligence is rewarded, and success is never handed out lightly. Why can't those rough fellows in our country learn from Master Lee? Look at him, rising at 3 in the morning to practice his ball control. Alas, this is what it means to be a quality idol. Master Lee embodies positive energy. Lee Yen has captivated the hearts of all basketball fans in China with his performance. Following the All-Star Game, there was an outpouring of praise for Lee Yen in the media. Even the evening news program Top News dedicated a full minute to report on him. Upon seeing the state media's coverage online, Lee Yen was moved to tears. "Mom, I have made it." After experiencing an unforgettable All-Star weekend, Lee Yen embarks on a new chapter in his professional career. Though fraught with challenges, Lee Yen is imbued with confidence. He recalls his favorite song from a past life. Where, indeed, is the world filled with flowers? If it truly exists, I would undoubtedly venture there. I envision the highest peaks standing tall, indifferent to whether they are sheer cliffs or not. Perhaps my hands are clumsier than my feet, yet I am willing to explore endlessly, dedicating all my youth without regret. The brilliance of life cannot be witnessed without perseverance. Rather than languishing, it is better to burn with fervor. Lee Yen fears no challenge. After all, as a systematic man, what do you possess to challenge me? May bid a reluctant farewell to Lee Yen as she prepared to return to Los Angeles to work on her new album. Meanwhile, Lee Yen would reunite with his teammates as the Nuggets were set to commence their first game post-All-Star in Orlando. "Lee, your performance at the All-Star was outstanding." Kenyon Martin's booming voice resonated. "Winning the MVP in your first All-Star appearance is no less impressive than LeBron James entering the league." Kenyon Martin was genuinely pleased for Lee Yen, who promptly approached him for a warm embrace. Lee Yen had already analyzed the Magic's game footage. Their point guard, Jameer Nelson, is a compact and robust screen-and-roll type, adept at shooting off the dribble. His ball handling is steady, though his defense is limited by his height, and his speed is average. Yet he excels in physical confrontations. In his mind, Lee Yen evaluated Nelson as a diminutive dynamo, standing at only 183 centimeters. Although he shares the same position as Lee Yen, it is unlikely that the Magic would have Nelson matched up against him. Instead, it would be the forward line that Lee Yen would face as his true opponents. Within the roster of the Magic, there exists Grant Hill, often hailed as the successor to Michael Jordan, alongside the Turkish maestro Hidoti Arkeoğlu and the tenacious defender Trevor Ariza. Grant Hill was once regarded as the player closest to Michael Jordan, possessing a comprehensive skill set. During the zenith of Hill's career, he was an all-encompassing warrior, capable of undertaking any task required by his team. The term point forward emerged with Hill, and achieving a triple-double was as effortless for him as a mere formality. Had Hill prioritized his scoring, a 30-point game would merely have been a fundamental expectation. If he had managed to sustain his health, he would have epitomized the archetype of an adversary that Li Yin would dread, as his physique, speed, and physicality would have exerted considerable pressure on Li Yin. Regrettably, after enduring a severe ankle injury, Hill could no longer embody his former prowess. Naturally, this was a fortunate turn of events for Li Yin. In addition to Hill, both TRKO Liu and Ariza possessed their distinctive attributes, making them formidable opponents. While Li Yin meticulously analyzes his adversaries, they too are scrutinizing him. Hito TRKO Liu is among them. TRKO Liu, a small forward with the stature of a power forward, may be somewhat slow, yet he exhibits an exceptional rhythm in his gameplay, serving as the engine within the Magic's offensive system. Due to his unique talents in orchestrating plays, TRKO Liu has earned the moniker of the Turkish magician. However, such nicknames should not be taken too literally. The league is replete with various magicians, including the left-handed magician, the French magician, and the Chinese magician, among others. However, due to Li Yin's remarkable performance and the endorsement of the legendary Magic Johnson himself, he has emerged as the sole successor to the Magic's legacy within the league. Other players who have been likened to the Magic, such as Levine and Irving, have been relegated by the media to mere imitations. This has incited a strong reaction from Turkoglu, who has proudly held the title of the Turkish Magic for several years. He questions why he is now considered a mere counterfeit. Is it merely because Li Yin has broken Magic's assist record? It was merely an exhibition game. And Turkoglu finds this argument unconvincing. He is determined to personally dethrone Li Yin to demonstrate to the world that he is indeed the stronger contender. The Turkish Magic surpasses the Chinese Magic. Now, the opportunity has presented itself. This so-called successor to the Magic has arrived on his home turf, and Turkoglu has resolved to teach this rookie a lesson. Chapter 71. The Beast. Howard. Orlando, located in the heart of Florida, is one of the finest recreational cities in the world. It is home to the largest Disney theme park globally, and even the most expansive SeaWorld in the United States is situated here. Simultaneously, the renowned film studios Warner Brothers and Universal Pictures have constructed countless family-friendly theme parks, such as Walt Disney World, Universal Studios, and Islands of Adventure, along with numerous tourist attractions, solidifying Orlando's esteemed status as a premier sightseeing destination among Americans. While Orlando is a livable city, the Orlando Magic, however, is not a team known for its operational prowess. The inception of the Orlando Magic was brief, yet their fortune was extraordinarily favorable, as they secured the coveted first overall pick in consecutive years, 1992 and 1993. This enabled them to acquire the formidable Shaquille O'Neal and the exceptional Anthony Hardaway, a golden duo that excelled both inside and outside the paint. The Magic swiftly ascended to prominence within the league, finishing the 1995 season with an impressive record of 57 wins and 25 losses, thus claiming the title of Eastern Conference champions. Their playoff journey was remarkable, as they triumphed over the Celtics, Bulls, and Pacers, advancing confidently to the NBA Finals. Notably, they faced the Bulls, who were revitalized by the return of the legendary Michael Jordan, yet the Magic displayed no trepidation, employing their youthful vigor to eliminate the Bulls, an embodiment of the audacity of youth. Although they were ultimately swept by the Rockets in the finals, the future of this youthful Magic squad appeared radiant. However, this illustrious duo was unable to continue their growth together, as the management of the Magic, in their folly, failed to recognize O'Neal's dominance and deemed him unworthy of a maximum salary. Consequently, when the Los Angeles Lakers extended a lucrative offer, O'Neal departed Orlando without hesitation. The Magic's miscalculations did not end there. They inadvertently dissuaded the legendary Tim Duncan from joining their ranks due to a comment made by head coach Doc Rivers regarding familial presence on team flights. Shortly thereafter, they signed Grant Hill, who unfortunately never managed to maintain his health for even a single season, relegating the dream of a Hill-McGrady partnership to mere fantasy. Nonetheless, fortune smiled upon the Magic once more, as they were awarded the first overall pick again, this time selecting the center Dwight Howard. Although Howard pales in comparison to the legendary O'Neal of yesteryears, The current league is not as populated with formidable centers as it once was. Howard's offensive skills are somewhat rudimentary. Apart from executing alley-oops and seizing offensive rebounds, he relies on a solitary pivot shot, which leaves much to be desired in terms of accuracy. Nevertheless, his extraordinary athleticism has bolstered the interior defense of the Magic. In today's climate, as long as he does not face heavyweight centers like O'Neal or Yao Ming, Howard is more than sufficient on the offensive front. The Amway Center, home to the Orlando Magic, is filled to capacity. This season, the team's performance has significantly improved, reigniting the fervor of the fans. The visiting Nuggets faced a chorus of boos during warm-ups. However, head coach George Karl noted that Li Yin remained unfazed. In Karl's view, Li Yin's mental fortitude rivals that of renowned stars like Iverson. Li Yin possesses a unique method for managing pressure. Whenever he feels tense, he consults his system panel. As a child of the system, he has little to fear, armed with attribute points and status cards. Not even the braggadocious Turkish magician Turkoglu could intimidate him. If provoked, Li Yin would not hesitate to go all in, even if it meant jeopardizing his development pace. Howard bore no ill will toward Li Yin because of Turkoglu during warm-ups. He even approached Li Yin to extend a greeting. "Li, should you join the Magic, we would undoubtedly become a formidable duo, reminiscent of the legendary Shaq and Penny. As long as you throw the ball over my head, I possess the ability to slam it into the hoop." Li Yin chuckled, "But let me remind you, don't you dare put the ball I throw out into the basket today." As the ceremonial introductions concluded, the starting lineups remained on the court. For the Denver Nuggets, Li Yin, Allen Iverson, Carmelo Anthony, Kenyon Martin, and Marcus Camby. The Nuggets starting lineup has become relatively stable, with J.R. Smith and Nene Hilario poised on the bench, ready to step in. For the Orlando Magic, Jameer Nelson, Grant Hill, Hito Turkoglu, Darko Milicic, and Dwight Howard. With the referee's whistle, Howard and Camby faced off for the jump ball at center court. Camby's jump balls are typically commendable, but this time he was up against the young powerhouse, Howard, whose physical prowess rivals that of LeBron James, marking him as a historic talent. Howard tapped the ball to Nelson. After crossing the half-court line, Nelson passed to Turkoglu, who is adept at orchestrating plays, his 208-centimeter stature affording him impressive court vision. Turkoglu initiated a pick-and-roll at the top of the arc and adeptly found Howard beneath the basket. Boom! The beast unleashed a thunderous dunk, leaving Camby utterly powerless. Howard possesses a V-shaped, muscular physique, characterized by a strong upper body. However, his lower body strength is average. Due to his somewhat rudimentary technique, if he cannot overpower defenders with sheer force, he may struggle significantly. Howard, the formidable beast, harbors a profound apprehension towards the steadfast and robust heavy centers, particularly the towering Yao Ming. Each encounter with Yao resembles a child's play for him. Although Howard is renowned for his double-doubles, he often finds himself with a mere single-double when facing Yao. Players like Camby, with their physique, play right into Howard's hands, as few can rival his athletic prowess. In a sequence with the Nuggets, Li Yin advanced past the half-court line. After executing a pick-and-roll with Kenyon Martin, he penetrated the paint. Milicic, tasked with defending Li Yin, stood as the second overall pick from the illustrious 2003 draft class. He possessed height, build, speed, agility, and strength, with many scouts at the time believing his talent rivaled that of LeBron James. Unfortunately, Milicic found himself drafted by the then-dominant Detroit Pistons, where he could only glimpse playing time during garbage time of lopsided games. While contemporaries like James, Wade, Anthony, and Bosh dominated the league, Milicic, confined to Detroit, became a source of ridicule among fans, dubbed the human victory cigar. Li Yin effortlessly executed a spinning move that left Milicic bewildered, subsequently turning to score with a layup for 2 points. In the Magic's possession, Turkoglu once again provided an assist to Howard. Anthony's defensive capabilities have always been enigmatic. He can fiercely contend with superstars like James and Kobe, yet inexplicably lose focus at times. It was evident that Turkoglu had yet to reach a level that commanded respect from the mellow. Howard received a pass beneath the basket and, with a powerful leap, delivered another thunderous dunk. Boom. The score now stood at 4-2. Camby exhibited a slight deficiency in physical confrontations, particularly when faced with an opponent like Howard, leaving him with few effective strategies. On the sidelines, George Karl furrowed his brow, recognizing that tonight's formidable Howard posed a significant challenge for the Nuggets. Chapter 72. remove him. Next, the indomitable Howard, with just a simple move to overpower and seize the opportunity, had already made Camby suffer. His explosive physical prowess, combined with unparalleled athleticism, undeniably marked him as the man capable of matching James in his prime. With such ferocity, the Magic continuously fed Howard the ball. Although Turkoglu displayed a certain arrogance, he undeniably possessed the skill to orchestrate plays effectively. His success rate in executing strategies post-screen was notably high, although it was Anthony who bore the brunt of the blame. Faced with Turkoglu, Anthony struggled to keep his enthusiasm. Following a screen, he seemed to vanish from the play. Furthermore, when Howard was double-teamed by Camby and Kenyon Martin, he adeptly distributed the ball to the perimeter. Turkoglu and Nelson were the most direct beneficiaries of Howard's passes. Both exhibited remarkable accuracy from beyond the arc. On Nelson's side, Iverson maintained a tight defense, and during occasional lapses, Lee quickly filled in. The issue arose with Turkoglu, as Anthony's defensive intensity was lackluster. He failed to closely guard Turkoglu, granting him ample opportunities for open three-point shots. Consequently, Turkoglu emerged as the standout performer for the Magic, second only to Howard. As the first half concluded, the score stood evenly matched at 56 for both the Magic and the Nuggets. Turkoglu delivered an outstanding performance with 12 points and 6 assists, while on the other side, Lee Yin recorded 6 points and 8 assists. Although the two did not directly face each other during the match, Turkoglu, in a certain sense, held the upper hand in terms of statistics. "Hido, you played exceptionally well. The passes I received today were incredibly comfortable." Howard praised Turkoglu with a thumbs up in the locker room. The jovial Howard, a true embodiment of joyful basketball, did not hesitate to shower Turkoglu with accolades. Meanwhile, young Nelson chimed in with a smile. "Indeed, what Chinese magician. He cannot compare to you at all. He merely rides on the coattails of Answer and Melo. And even Melo cannot guard you. What is he? You are the true successor to the magician." With each commendation from his teammates, Turkoglu stood tall. What could be more exhilarating than overshadowing the currently celebrated Chinese magician? A faint smile graced Turkoglu's lips as he nonchalantly remarked, "These are merely empty titles, of no real consequence. I do not aspire to be anyone's successor. I am simply Hido Turkoglu." In that moment, he felt he was no longer just the Turkish magician. His confidence surged, as if he were a reincarnation of an ancient deity, exuding an aura of dominance. As the second half commenced, Turkoglu received a pass from Howard beyond the three-point line and scored effortlessly. Amidst the cheers of the crowd, Turkoglu let out a triumphant roar and charged towards Lee Yin, exclaiming, "You, the Chinese kid, are no match for me either." Lee Yin found himself momentarily speechless. "You managed to score a mid-air shot while Sweet Melon was lost in thought, yet you had the audacity to shout at me. This is akin to someone savoring a sweet melon and then deriding the pancake vendor on the other side, proclaiming, 'This melon is delightful, but your pancakes are utterly dreadful.' Such behavior is devoid of logic, yet the fans, engrossed in their enjoyment, cheered exuberantly for Turkoglu from the stands. Encouraged, Turkoglu stepped forward and issued a challenge to Lee Yin. "Lee, do you dare to face me in battle?" Lee Yin's frustration surged instantly. "What audacity! A mere nobody without even a reward dares to provoke me?" He glanced over at George Karl on the sidelines, who was already troubled by Anthony's defense. Now, he no longer needed to concern himself with Anthony's feelings. George Karl nodded and called out, "Carmelo, switch with Lee." Lee Yin approached Turkoglu, declaring, "As you wish." The Nuggets took their turn. Iverson advanced with the ball, while Lee Yin positioned himself in the low post. This was one of the strategies crafted by George Karl, tailored to the player's strengths. Lee Yin established his position, and Iverson smoothly fed the ball to him. Holding the ball, Lee Yin faced Turkoglu's defense. After a couple of attempts to penetrate, Lee Yin skillfully maneuvered, using his footwork to shake off Turkoglu. His movements were as graceful as a butterfly in flight, leaving spectators in awe. This was the home court of the Magic, and Lee Yin had no superstar privileges. Nearby, a bald referee observed Lee Yin's footwork intently. Although it appeared somewhat dubious, he failed to detect any impropriety. Lee Yin deftly evaded Turkoglu, only to be confronted immediately by the formidable Howard. Behind him, Turkoglu, who had been toyed with by Lee Yin's footwork, charged forward in a fit of anger. Enclosed by opponents, Lee Yin remained unperturbed. His exceptional vision allowed him to swiftly devise a solution. With a flick of his wrist, the basketball sailed through the narrow gap. It landed in Camby's hands. And with a thunderous roar, the 1996 second overall pick, long oppressed by Howard, executed a powerful one-handed dunk to seal the play. Turkoglu's speed was lackluster, even somewhat sluggish. He relied on intellect and rhythm to navigate the game. Yet this was precisely what Li Yin thrived upon, for he was a master at countering cleverness. After just a few exchanges, Turkoglu was already drenched in sweat. Frustrated, he realized that no matter what tactics he employed, the Chinese prodigy remained ever present. Outmatched in intellect and rhythm, Turkoglu was left with only his 208 centimeters frame. Thud, thud, thud. Despite his attempts at physical confrontation, he made no progress, and Li Yan's disdainful expression only fueled his frustration. "Are you capable?" A taunting voice echoed from behind. "Come on, exert yourself more." Enraged, Turkoglu felt his pride extinguished, eliminating any possibility of retreat through passing. In a moment of resolve, he turned and leaped. Li Yin was no lanky Bosch. His height was well-earned. His remarkable wingspan afforded him the advantage in this true contest of men. With a resounding smack, Turkoglu was sent crashing from the heights. As the transition occurred, Iverson effortlessly laid the ball in for another 2 points. In the subsequent round, Turkoglu found himself devoid of any opportunities. The self-important Turkish player sorrowfully realized he was at a complete disadvantage. This seemingly manageable Chinese lad turned out to be an undeniable challenge. The continuous setbacks prompted Turkoglu to contemplate retreat, yet Li Yin had no intention of letting the Turk off the hook. With a series of dribbles, Li Yin incessantly altered his rhythm to destabilize Turkoglu's center of gravity. Turkoglu could hardly fathom being toyed within his own realm of rhythm, like a dog on a leash. It wasn't long before he found himself exhausted, his steps and center of gravity beginning to falter. Suddenly, with a softening of his footing, Turkoglu fell to the ground in defeat, watching with unyielding eyes as Li Yin surged ahead. Li Yin, having knocked Turkoglu off balance, executed a European step and scored effortlessly. In the face of his disheveled opponent, Li Yin smirked disdainfully. "Take him away." Next, Chapter 73. The most handsome man in the NBA regarding Turkoglu. Li Yin showed no mercy, harboring no intention of holding back. To be honest, Li Yin had already maintained a low profile. He refrained from capitalizing on his popularity for self-promotion and did not proclaim himself as a leader in any domain. Li Yin understood that everything he had achieved was founded upon his performance on the court, which is why he diligently trained and meticulously completed system tasks, all in pursuit of becoming stronger. What was Turkoglu, after all? The system didn't even deem him worthy of a task, and Li Yin had initially no intention of acknowledging him. Yet, he insisted on stirring up trouble. Well, one might say, heaven's mischief may be forgiven, but one's own folly is unforgivable. As Li Yin turned around, gazing down at Turkoglu, a moment reminiscent of a world-renowned masterpiece was captured. Allen Iverson seemed to glimpse his former self from years past. In the domestic studio, Yu-Jia excitedly exclaimed, "Li Yin has floored Turkoglu and effortlessly scored 2 points." Turkoglu's expression was one of dejection, resembling a bewildered child, yet Li Yin harbored no sympathy for him. As he approached, one could feel the weight of his superiority. In that instant, it felt as though time had reversed, and I beheld the shadow of Allen Iverson from 6 years ago. Such dominance is encapsulated in Li Yan's essence. Coach Zhang also expressed his enthusiasm. Unlike Yao Ming's reserved demeanor, Li Yin transformed upon entering the NBA, becoming a confident, cheerful, and resolute individual. He never shies away from adversity. Challenges only serve to fortify him. This embodies the Mamba mentality. Yu-Jia interjected, "But coach, I was referring to Iverson, not Kobe." "It's irrelevant," Coach Zhang clarified. "While Li Yin reminds me of Iverson, you see him as reminiscent of Kobe, which further attests to Li Yan's prowess. He has indeed captivated us." Internally, Yu-Jia thought, "Indeed, Coach Zhang, you are remarkable." After being outmaneuvered by Li Yin, Turkoglu appeared utterly lost. His performance on both ends of the court plummeted. The Magic struggled not only in offense, but also displayed glaring defensive lapses. Dwight Howard, the Superman, found himself constantly patching up for his teammates. Despite his extraordinary defensive capabilities, often hailed as a one-man wall, he too was overwhelmed, unable to manage the onslaught. Regarding the offensive front, the once mighty player found himself thoroughly stifled, unable to receive passes. His clumsy low-post play was reduced to mere attempts at tossing the ball toward the hoop, leaving the outcome to fate. Following the commencement of the second half, the Nuggets unleashed a swift 14-4 run, rapidly widening the score gap. The Magic were compelled to call a timeout. Kenyon Martin approached to celebrate with Lee Yin, having previously accompanied Jason Kidd to 2 NBA finals. Although he did not secure a championship, Kenyon Martin achieved All-Star status in his 4th year as a professional. Jason Kidd's influence on Martin was immense. After departing the Nets for the Nuggets, Martin languished for 2 seasons, acutely aware of the significance of a proficient point guard. Lee, your game has certainly improved. I sense that your footwork has become more refined, and your drives are exceptional. Kenyon Martin's words were not mere flattery, as Lee Yan's drive attributes now boasted a score of 90, complemented by additional skills that marked a significant evolution in his play. With the game under control, the Nuggets felt at ease. Anthony jested, suggesting that Lee Yin adopt a resounding nickname, humorously implying that the Chinese magician carried a hint of imitation. A striking moniker can indeed enhance a star player's appeal, as fans tend to remember nicknames more readily than names, much like Flash. The moniker of the currently celebrated Dwayne Wade. Lee Yin chuckled, remarking that when it comes to nicknames in the NBA, one must look to the legendary Shaquille O'Neal, who seemingly coined not only Flash, but also Paul Pierce's moniker, The Truth. Then I shall be known as the most handsome man in the NBA. Lee Yin quipped. Due to the influence of Taylor Swift, Lee Yin has garnered a modicum of fame within the entertainment industry, with his striking appearance attracting a considerable number of female admirers. Recently, he was even lauded by a renowned gossip outlet as the most handsome man in the NBA. Amidst laughter, Allen Iverson quipped, Lee, this one do. Don't you care about your reputation? You must first become the most handsome man on the Nuggets. I sense you still lack the finesse to surpass me. Carmelo Anthony likewise expressed his discontent. Thanks to Lee Yan's exceptional performance, Turkoglu's confidence was utterly shattered. Upon resuming play, the Magic replaced Turkoglu with Trevor Ariza, as the Turkish maestro needed to sit on the bench and collect his thoughts. Ariza possesses remarkable physical attributes. His height, long arms, and exceptional jumping ability are his primary advantages. Although his offensive skills are somewhat crude and his shooting inconsistent, his defensive prowess has allowed him to gradually establish himself within the Magic. Ariza is acutely aware of his foundational role, and upon entering the game, he fixated entirely on Lee Yin. Lee Yin felt a chill as he was scrutinized, reminiscent of the fervent gazes he had encountered in international news reports. In places where zero-yuan purchases prevail, there exists a fervent group of individuals, their stares intense and frenzied. Lee Yin immediately summoned all his focus. Recognizing that a determined opponent is at their strongest, offense is not Ariza's forte, even during the season with the Rockets where he enjoyed unrestricted shooting privileges. His scoring averaged merely 14.9 points, with a disheartening shooting percentage of 39. Currently, Ariza has not yet developed his three-point shooting, which results in Lee Yin facing minimal challenges on the defensive end. However, on the offensive side, Ariza's relentless and close-marking pressure proves to be quite troublesome for Lee Yin. Lee Yin passes the ball to Iverson, who immediately showcases a textbook crossover, effortlessly maneuvering past the diminutive Nelson before executing a mid-range jump shot. In the Magic's offense, with Turkoglu absent from the court, the pick-and-roll between Nelson and Howard becomes the team's standard strategy. The formidable Howard, while being double-teamed by Camby and Kenyon Martin, finds himself in a predicament, unable to counter such defensive pressure. Nelson, positioned on the left side beyond the arc, manages to execute a sudden stop jump shot. In the subsequent play, Lee Yin continues to be closely harassed by Ariza. He engages in a pick-and-roll with Kenyon Martin, successfully shaking off Ariza. However, the referee's whistle interrupts the flow of the game. The official deems it a moving screen, leaving Lee Yin in a state of frustration. As this method of screening is not new to him, the call seems to stem largely from the referee's subjective interpretation. The phenomenon of home court officiating in the NBA is indeed a reality, as referees often make concessions to accommodate the sentiments of the local fans. The Nuggets, charging forward with great momentum, experience a disruption in their rhythm, skillfully managed by the bald referee to maintain the game's suspense. Chapter 74. The Beast questions his existence. Lee Yin's fortunate spectator. The Magic managed to keep the deficit at 10 points, preserving a glimmer of hope for a comeback. However, they soon encounter their greatest challenge. The Nuggets deployed their smaller lineup. Although termed small, the dimensions of the Nuggets players are quite formidable. aside from Allen Iverson. The other players hold their own in terms of physicality. J.R. Smith stands at 198 centimeters, with a wingspan of 208 centimeters and weighs 102 kilograms. Carmelo Anthony measures 201 centimeters, boasts a wingspan of 213 centimeters, and weighs in at 108 kilograms. Lee Yin reaches 204 centimeters, has a wingspan of 218 centimeters, and weighs 100 kilograms. Kenyon Martin stands at 206 centimeters, with a wingspan of 213 centimeters and weighs 109 kilograms. The static statistics of these players illustrate the daunting nature of this Nuggets team. Even disregarding their athletic prowess, they possess ample physical attributes for a face-off in half-court battles. Due to his exceptional ability to assist in defensive plays, Lee Yin was positioned at the power forward spot. The advantage of George Karl's arrangement is that, apart from Lee Yin, the other Nuggets players required little adjustment. Iverson and J.R. Smith occupied the perimeter, while Anthony remained in his familiar small forward role. As for Kenyon Martin, though he often played power forward, adapting to the center position posed little challenge. Lee Yin's role at the 4 spot was primarily to disrupt the opposition, aiming to create discomfort, and with the endorsement of the Flash. His presence in the power forward position resulted in a greater number of blocks. Lee Yin's selflessness set a commendable precedent within the Nuggets. When any player felt their shot attempts dwindling, when ball possession seemed diminished, or when defensive enthusiasm waned, they needed only to glance at Lee Yin to find their resolve. Ultimately, it was all for the sake of victory. Lee Yin, a point guard, ventured into the paint to defend, demonstrating a commendable awareness that even a rookie possesses. What grounds for complaint could an established player such as himself have? As the Magic initiated their play, Turkoglu, having regained his composure on the sidelines, re-entered the game with a clear understanding of the situation. With Turkoglu on the court, the Magic's offense exhibited a newfound structure. After a series of screens and positional shifts, the basketball was deftly delivered to the low post, where the primary offensive focus remained on the formidable Dwight Howard. Upon receiving the ball, Howard engaged in a series of confrontations, pushing aside Kenyon Martin before unleashing his explosive power. However, the anticipated slam dunk did not materialize. In a stunning display of defensive prowess, Lee Yin soared from the side, executing a precise swat on the ball. The Flash's disdainful gaze reflected Lee Yin's impeccable timing and judgment, as the basketball, slightly altered in its trajectory by his intervention, clanged against the rim and bounced away. Kenyon Martin secured the rebound and promptly passed the ball to Lee Yin. The swift transition between offense and defense highlighted the Nuggets' advantage with their current lineup. The fans at the Amway Center were left in awe as the Nuggets stormed down the court in a whirlwind. With a 5-on-3 advantage, the outcome was a foregone conclusion. This was the tempo that Lee Yin relished. For the Magic's defenders, surrendering resistance was the wisest course of action, lest Lee Yin's almost magical passing further exacerbate their predicament. This time, Lee Yin did not misdirect. Instead, the overconfident Magic players found themselves made the fool. Anthony received the pass and, with seamless momentum, executed a drive to the basket. Wow, Lee Yin unexpectedly blocked Howard with a remarkable display of his shot-blocking prowess. J.R. remarked, the Nuggets launched a fast break, and the Magic simply could not keep up, with a 5-on-3 situation unfolding. Lee Yin passed the ball to Anthony, and amusingly, the defending player immediately sought out J.R. Smith. Was this an attempt to anticipate Lee Yin's pass? Unfortunately, Lee Yin did not employ his usual deceptive glance. He delivered the ball directly, leaving Grant Hill momentarily bewildered. Quite intriguing. Coach Zhang chuckled. Lee Yin's no-look pass is truly exceptional. He often toys with defenders during fast breaks, and this time Hill's clever prediction backfired. The line between reality and deception is indeed the most challenging to defend against. Coach Zhang reflected. Lee Yin's ability to control the game continues to evolve. As for the Magic's offense, Little Nelson moved the ball to the front court and once again passed it to Turkoglu at the arc to orchestrate the play. Turkoglu was intent on finding the interior presence of Howard. His strategy was clear. He recognized Howard's strength in that area. The beast, Howard, faced off against Kenyon Martin. Howard's approach was straightforward: overpower the defender and drive to the basket. Unlike Yao Ming, who could withstand Howard's strength, Kenyon Martin was clearly not in the same league. With a resounding thud, Howard shoved aside Kenyon Martin, pivoted, and leapt towards the basket. Lee Yin realized he was too late to jump and instead wrapped his arms around Howard. Beep. The referee swiftly called a foul. Howard stepped up to the free throw line. This season, Howard's free throw percentage hovers just above 50%, which emboldens Li Yin to commit fouls without hesitation. On the first attempt, swish. On the second, clang. Only 1 out of 2 free throws made. Li Yin's foul proved effective, earning approving nods from George Karl on the sidelines. Li Yin's defensive choice was astute. Having committed only 1 foul prior, leveraging another to disrupt the Magic's offensive rhythm was a prudent strategy, given Howard's free throw struggles. George Karl had not instructed a hack-a-Howard strategy. Rather, this decision stemmed solely from Li Yin's keen judgment, showcasing his broader perspective. As the Nuggets initiated their offense, the Magic's defensive formation had settled into position, leading both teams to engage in a half-court battle. Li Yin directly passed the ball to Anthony, who found himself in a one-on-one situation near the 45-degree mark, his sweet spot. With a classic triple threat stance, Anthony shifted Turkoglu's weight before launching a powerful shot. The ball arced gracefully, soaring over Turkoglu's head and into the basket. Swish. A flawless execution. Turkoglu was rendered helpless, as this moment exemplified Anthony's individual prowess. The Nuggets not only dominate in fast-paced transitions, but also possess the capability to resolve issues through the formidable individual talents of their stars, even in half-court scenarios. The Magic teetered on the brink of collapse. In the ensuing possession, Howard's close-range dunk was once again thwarted by Li Yin's interference. Caught off guard, Li Yin appeared suddenly, leaving Howard with an expression of disbelief as he faced yet another rejection, prompting the Beast to question his own existence. The Nuggets launched a fast break, during which Li Yin did not participate. Instead, Iverson assisted J.R. Smith in finishing the play. Li Yin felt somewhat fatigued, for contending against Howard demanded significantly more stamina than facing others. Excessive physical exertion was not a grave concern for someone like Li Yin, who often lingered on the periphery. With a fierce roar reminiscent of a wolf king, he briefly regained vitality, yet it was insufficient to quench his thirst. Thus, he sought a power bank along the sidelines. After a thorough search, he found no particularly fortunate spectators and set his sights on an ESPN female reporter positioned at the edge of the court. In Li Yin's memory, this outspoken woman had not held back in criticizing him. The reporter had always disapproved of flamboyant players like Li Yin, deeming their antics mere attempts to attract attention. However, when Li Yin extended his hand toward her, she found it impossible to refuse. This was merely a matter of professional decorum, not an admiration of his looks. She justified to herself. In the next moment, "Oh God, is this what love feels like?" The reporter succumbed to her feelings. Chapter 75. Attribute Enhancement. 90 ability points. Once Li Yin was recharged, he immediately immersed himself in the game. As for the reactions of the fortunate spectators off the court, Li Yin remained indifferent. Lacking even a single status card, he had no intention of pursuing a long-term collaboration. On the court, the Magic players appeared somewhat bewildered by the Nuggets' whirlwind offense. They were unable to keep pace with the transitions between offense and defense, and they were no match in positional battles either. What was the point of continuing in such a manner? As the fourth quarter commenced, the Magic continued to resist for a few minutes. But the point gap had already widened to 26 and was steadily increasing. The Magic team substituted all their starters, conceding defeat, while the Nuggets seized the opportunity to sound the retreat. Li Yin sat on the bench, resting and closing his eyes to rejuvenate when he directly accessed the system. Name: Li Yin. Vertical jump, static 65 centimeters. Vertical jump, running 82 centimeters. Speed, 78. Strength, 80. Ball handling, 92. Passing, 98. Drive to the basket, 93. Layup, 86. Dunk, 70. Post moves, 88. Hook shot, 88. Mid-range shot, 79. Spot up three-point shot, 79. Off the dribble 3-point two-point shot, 58. Rebounding, 73. Shot blocking, 80. Stealing, 85. Help defense, 88. On-ball defense, 82. Stamina, 86. Charisma, 98. Tactical acumen, 100. Skills, 1. Master of ball handling, 2. Culinary artist of playmaking, 3. The flash is scorn, 4. The howl of the wolf king, 5. Mamba mentality, 6. Spinning top, 7. Lightning 5-strike whip, 8. Phantom steps. Attribute points, 9. Overall evaluation, 89. All-star level, Through diligent training and competition, Li Yan's attributes were consistently on the rise. Thanks to the enhancement from phantom steps, his post moves surged to 88. Both his mid-range and spot-up three-point shots reached 79, just a step away from 80. However, his off-the-dribble shooting remained woefully low at 58, marking the most significant gap between him and top-tier scorers. On the defensive end, Li Yan's progress was particularly remarkable. His defensive attributes surpassed 80 in all aspects: blocks at 80, steals at 85, help defense at 88, and on-ball defense at 82. It is evident that even without the enhancement of skills during the game, Li Yan has already established himself as an elite perimeter defender. The sole regret for Li Yan is that his fundamental attributes, such as jumping, strength, and speed, along with his skill ratings in passing, ball handling, and driving, which exceed 90, have shown no improvement. It appears that enhancing foundational attributes and those above 90 through training and gameplay is a painstakingly slow process. Li Yan is a pragmatic individual. Hard work is arduous, and thus he considers that only through extraordinary means can he advance. Given the potential rewards from completing the Allen Iverson task, which promise significant boosts to his speed and driving ability, Li Yan resolves to allocate his attribute points towards passing and ball handling, the very essence of his role as a point guard. Utilizing all 9 of his attribute points, Li Yan elevates his ball handling to 100 and his passing to 99. This is an exceptionally remarkable figure, propelling his overall evaluation to a staggering 90, marking him as a marquee player. Li Yan is exceedingly pleased. Before the conclusion of the regular season, he aims to secure one more attribute point to elevate his passing to 100, thus achieving a fulfilling season. As the final buzzer of the game echoed, the score settled at 109-90, with the Nuggets effortlessly triumphing over the Magic on their home turf. The Nuggets trio performed consistently, with Anthony scoring 28 points, securing 5 rebounds, and providing 2 assists, Iverson contributing 24 points, 3 rebounds, 3 assists, and 2 steals, while Li Yan recorded 10 points, 15 assists, 7 rebounds, 4 blocks, and 2 steals. Following the conclusion of the game, ESPN's female reporter Nicole eagerly rushed over, eager to interview Li Yan. Despite feeling a bit weak all over, Nicole immediately broached the subject. "Li, how do you feel about securing the victory on the road?" Li Yan responded succinctly. "What do you have to say about Turgogla's comments before the game?" Nicole continued to inquire. "Nothing much. The match was thrilling, and I look forward to our next encounter," Li Yan replied, eager to avoid wasting time with this exuberant woman. After concluding the interview, Nicole shyly asked, "Li, what do you think of me? Your professionalism is commendable. I believe you could give yourself more credit," Li Yan chuckled. "No, I mean, from a man's perspective. Do you find me appealing?" Nicole clarified. After a moment's contemplation, Li Yan replied, "I prefer studying English. Singing well is also quite nice." Nicole was somewhat speechless. Did this guy truly find her unappealing? Following their victory over the Magic, the Nuggets continued their journey on the road. With no systematic objectives to fulfill in the matches, Li Yan focused on performing his role as a supportive player while honing his skills. The Nuggets traversed the Eastern Conference, hands in pockets, utterly oblivious to the notion of competitors. With a series of consecutive wins, the Nuggets solidified their position as third in the Western Conference. As the season approached its midpoint, teams aspiring for playoff contention began their final push. The competition in the West was fiercely intense, with the Nuggets' 77-win rate placing them in third, trailing behind the Mavericks with an 81.7 win rate and the Suns at 74.4. Meanwhile, the Spurs lingered just a win behind them. The Eastern Conference's leading Pistons find themselves struggling to secure a position within the top 4 of the Western Conference, and even their aspirations for 5th place hinge upon the consent of the Rockets and Jazz. The disparity between the strength of the Western Conference and the Eastern Conference has become increasingly apparent in recent years. In fact, once a team breaks free from the Western Conference, their chances of clinching the championship are significantly heightened. Over the past few years, aside from the Pistons' formidable 5 in last season's Heat, who have each claimed the championship twice, the remainder of the titles have been monopolized by Western teams. Li Yan continues to hold the top position in the Rookie of the Year rankings, having been awarded the monthly honor for 3 consecutive months. Regrettably, due to subpar performances in the initial 20 or so games of the season, his current averages stand at only 7 points and 8.2 assists. In their first matchup back in the West, the Nuggets suffered a defeat, In San Antonio, the Spurs showcased an exemplary level of team basketball, with Tim Duncan dominating the paint, leaving the Nuggets trio of big men thoroughly schooled. The Spurs perimeter players, the swift Tony Parker and the crafty Manu Ginobili, exhibited remarkable efficiency. And to add insult to injury, the once reliable Matt Bonner sank 7 three-pointers. Despite the dynamic duo of Anthony and Iverson combining for 69 points, and Lee Yin facilitating with 16 assists, the Nuggets fell short, losing 98-106 against the Spurs. Indeed, the Spurs of odd-numbered years have proven to be formidable adversaries. For the Nuggets to contend for the championship, they cannot evade the challenge posed by the Spurs. Chapter 76. Meeting Yao Ming. Are today's youth truly this audacious? The level of difficulty in the Western Conference schedule is evidently a notch above that of the Eastern Conference. Following their defeat to the Spurs, the Nuggets returned home to engage in a high-scoring battle against the Phoenix Suns. In the end, the Nuggets narrowly clinched victory with a last-minute three-pointer from Anthony, completing a one-point turnaround. However, the match saw Marcus Camby sustain a right knee injury, expected to sideline him for 3 weeks. Camby's injury serves as a wake-up call for the Nuggets. For aging players, rest is of utmost importance. The sustained competitiveness of Tim Duncan and the Spurs over the years is largely attributed to Popovich's strategic foresight. Popovich has masterfully employed rest tactics throughout the regular season, ensuring the physical well-being of his veterans to the fullest extent. Although the Nuggets may not achieve the same level of load management as the Spurs, George Karl is consciously reducing the playing time of seasoned players like Iverson. During back-to-back games, Karl opts to allow veterans like Iverson to rest appropriately. While this approach has resulted in some losses, the player's physical condition has markedly improved. Lee Yan's physical state is notably excellent. In games without pressing obligations, he plays with a sense of preservation. Coupled with his mastery of ball control, he experiences minimal fatigue from the matches. It is worth mentioning that during this period, Lee Yan has accumulated several status cards. Since the All-Star break, he has not engaged in extra training. Bajie, on the other hand, maintains a pure relationship with Lee Yan. However, Mei Mei has become somewhat clingy. Upon seeing Lee Yan in Los Angeles, she neglects recording songs, focusing solely on companionship. Lee Yan embraces Mei Mei, wrapping his arms around her waist, and smiles. "Why aren't you recording songs properly?" Mei Mei, in a playful tone, expressed her desire to be together, saying, "I just want to be with you. By the way, I've composed a song that is particularly suitable for couples to duet. We could give it a try." Her voice was soft and inviting. Lee Yan, taken by surprise, had not anticipated Mei Mei drawing inspiration from life at such an early stage. Indeed, she was a true creative singer-songwriter. He thought that performing a duet would not pose a significant challenge. As long as he was not featured in the lyrics, being included in a song was not considered a fortuitous omen. As April arrived, the Denver Nuggets traveled to Houston to face off against the Rockets. This matchup was a Chinese derby that captured the attention of the entire nation. The Nuggets had arrived in Houston 2 days prior to the game. George Karl understood the significance of this match for Lee Yan and informed him during the pregame training that he could play with a bit more freedom. Naturally, neither Iverson nor Anthony had any objections. Lee Yan, however, did not harbor much desire for showmanship. He merely conveyed to George Karl his wish to defend against Tracy McGrady. This was not an attempt to complicate matters for himself, but rather a task assigned by the system. If he could limit McGrady's scoring to below 25 points, he would be rewarded with an attribute point. From the matchup perspective, either Lee Yan or Anthony would take on the responsibility of defending McGrady. Instead of relying on Carmelo to step up defensively, Lee Yan preferred to take on the challenge himself. George Karl readily agreed, recognizing that Lee Yan defending McGrady was indeed a wise choice, given their similar physical attributes. Importantly, Lee Yan's dedication on the defensive end was unmatched by Anthony. Lee Yan possesses exceptional defensive awareness, complemented by his height and wingspan. The primary challenge in defending against Tracy McGrady lies in whether he can withstand the explosive first step of McGrady's drive. McGrady's rapid initial burst is a nightmare for all his adversaries. Standing nearly 205 centimeters tall, McGrady is considerably tall for a shooting guard, and his first step during a drive is both expansive and swift, allowing him to effortlessly leave defenders behind in a single stride. Consequently, it is rare to witness McGrady employing elaborate dribbling techniques, for he simply does not require them, be it on the left or right. A single step suffices to evade his defender, In terms of physical attributes, Li Yin holds his ground. Yet whether he can contain McGrady will depend on his performance on the day. Prior to the match, Li Yin received an invitation from Yao Ming, the most illustrious player in the history of Chinese basketball. Li Yin's admiration for Yao has been unwavering since he began following the NBA in 2002, coinciding with Yao's entry into the league. As the cornerstone of Chinese basketball, Yao has always commanded Li Yin's respect, even during moments of frustration with Polish legends. Li Yin often thought how fortunate it would be if Yao were still active. Upon receiving Yao's invitation, Li Yin eagerly accepted. Yao, keenly attuned to Li Yin's progress, understands the significance of a proficient guard for a center. Since Li Yin has made a name for himself at the point guard position, Yao has been following nearly every game he plays, taking joy in Li Yin's development. In recent years, when it comes to the front court, the Chinese national basketball team has shown no fear of the world's basketball powerhouses. However, the glaring deficiency lies in the point guard position. While Liu Wei possesses a solid foundation in fundamentals, his physical attributes pale in comparison to those of guards from the United States and Europe, who dominate the global basketball landscape. When the Chinese team faces off against the world's formidable opponents, they often display a competitive spirit in the first half, occasionally even gaining the upper hand. However, as the third quarter commences, they begin to struggle, ultimately succumbing to a reversal in the fourth quarter, a narrative that repeats itself frequently. Beyond the inherent physical conditioning of the Chinese players, a more critical issue lies in the absence of a proficient ball handler. Repeatedly relying on Yao Ming to dominate the paint places an unsustainable burden on his physique, leading to inevitable fatigue and exhaustion in the latter half of the game. Compounding this issue, when the opposing team employs full-court pressure, the Chinese team tends to commit numerous unforced errors, a tendency that becomes particularly pronounced as their stamina wanes in the second half. With the emergence of Li Yin, a transformative shift is on the horizon. The forthcoming Beijing Olympics may very well be the moment when the Chinese men's basketball team astounds the world. When Li Yin first encountered Yao Ming, he felt a degree of apprehension. Despite having playfully utilized Yao's memes in the past, conversing with the basketball legend proved to be an entirely different experience. Li Yin finally comprehended the sentiments expressed by Shaquille O'Neal, as standing at 204 centimeters, he felt diminutive in Yao's presence. After exchanging pleasantries, their conversation naturally gravitated towards basketball. As the elder statesman, Yao Ming offered Li Yin a plethora of advice, not only pertaining to on-court strategies, but also off-court insights. With his high emotional intelligence, Yao's counsel resonated deeply with Li Yin. Little Li, give it your all. Once Yi Jianlian joins the NBA next season, we will have 3 NBA players on our team. Yao Ming remarked with a sigh. The future rests on your shoulders. My injuries have begun to accumulate. Yao Ming had a remarkable attendance record during the first 3 seasons of his career, participating in 82, 80, and 80 games respectively. However, since the previous season, injuries have plagued Yao Ming. Over the past 2 seasons, he has missed more than 20 regular season games. Brother Yao, you are still young, Li Yin consoled. You could easily play for another 10 or 8 years. Nevertheless, I must say, Brother Yao, you are far too accommodating. The NBA is already quite grueling. And yet you continue to participate in national team competitions during the off-season. Li Yin suggested, as for global tournaments, it's understandable. But perhaps you could afford to skip the Asian Cup and the Asian Games, not to mention the Stankovi Cup and a plethora of other exhibition matches. I truly wonder what those officials in the Basketball Association are thinking. Brother Yao, what you truly need is not more training and games, but rest. Li Yin's words struck Yao Ming like a thunderbolt. Are the youth of today so audacious? Chapter 77. The Reality of Li Yin. The Derby begins. From his perspective, Yao Ming surely wishes to carve out time for adjustments. The NBA schedule is exceedingly demanding, and injuries remain the greatest adversary for professional athletes, particularly for someone of Yao's stature, where fatigue can accumulate more readily. Yet, Yao also faces many unavoidable circumstances. Xiaoli, don't worry. There are certain things that must not be spoken of recklessly outside, Yao Ming cautioned. The case of De Ji serves as a cautionary tale. Wang Zhizhi was the first player from China to be selected in the NBA draft. He belonged to that rare breed of exceptionally talented players, capturing attention from the outset of his career. His speed and jumping ability are remarkably exceptional, showcasing a talent that surpasses that of the average small forward. In the CBA, he soars with grace, earning accolades such as the title of shot-blocking king and dunking champion. As a player positioned in the paint, Wang Zhizhi possesses the skills and outstanding shooting ability typical of an outside player. His stellar performance at the 1996 Olympics captured the attention of NBA teams. Coach Don Nelson of the Dallas Mavericks recognized Wang's playing style and was intent on selecting him for dedicated development. However, the Basketball Association imposed a 2-year delay on Wang, only granting him permission to enter the draft in 1999. During that year's NBA draft, the Mavericks selected Wang Zhizhi, but due to interference from the association, he would not join the team until 2 years later. The Mavericks, unable to wait for Wang's arrival, opted for Dirk Nowitzki, an athlete with a remarkably similar playing style, 1 year prior to Wang's eventual reporting. Nelson held high hopes for Wang, yet was thwarted by the association's maneuvers. He once stated, "I believe Wang Zhizhi is one of the most gifted players I have ever encountered. He shares many similarities with Dirk. Their styles of play and technical attributes are alike, representing a new breed of interior players that I favor. Should both reach their peaks, I believe Wang's capabilities surpass those of Dirk. He could even relegate Dirk to the bench." In reality, Wang gained international recognition prior to Nowitzki, which contributed to the Mavericks' early interest in him. The pivotal moment came in Nowitzki's second year with the Mavericks. After a year of development, Nowitzki exhibited rapid improvement. In the second season, Nowitzki averaged an impressive 17.5 points per game. At this juncture, Wang Zhizhi, who had recently joined the Mavericks, was still in an adjustment phase, having squandered 2 precious years. Despite this, certain senior figures in the Basketball Association remained obstinately self-assured, incessantly summoning Wang to participate in national team training camps and competitions. In pursuit of better acclimatization to the NBA, Wang requested to partake solely in the World Championship, opting out of the Asian Games. The association's response was unequivocal. Participation in both was mandatory, and to engage in only one would preclude him from both. Thus, in August 2002, when the men's basketball team arrived in Oakland to prepare for the World Championship, Wang undertook a 5-hour drive to the team's base, hoping to join the training sessions, only to be met with a resolute refusal. If the situation had concluded there, it might not have seemed so outrageous. However, a more audacious turn of events ensued. That very year, the national team suffered defeat to South Korea in the Asian Games final and failed to advance past the group stage in the World Championship. Under immense pressure, the blame for these failures was unjustly placed squarely upon Wang. On August 26th, the Basketball Association released a statement titled "The Truth Behind Wang Zhizhi's Absence." And on October 9th, they announced the decision to dismiss Wang Zhizhi from the national men's basketball team. Wronged and aggrieved, Wang's mental state deteriorated until February of the following year, when the newly appointed director of the Basketball Management Center traveled to the United States for a face-to-face dialogue with him. In April of the same year, Wang returned to China and was reinstated in the national team, marking a pivotal moment in his career as it finally regained its trajectory. In December, during the Doha Asian Games, Wang exhibited his prowess, dominating the competition. In a critical group match, he scored 30 points and secured 14 rebounds, leading the national team to a resounding victory over Japan with a score of 94-68, thereby ensuring their advancement. In the finals, Zhizhi scored 28 points and secured 6 rebounds, propelling the national team to a 59-44 victory over Qatar and reclaiming the pinnacle of Asian basketball. Witnessing such a remarkable performance from Zhizhi, many Chinese fans ponder the heights he could have reached had it not been for years of setbacks. Alas, there are no what-ifs in life. Li Yan's circumstances differ significantly from those of Zhizhi and Yao Ming. He was not a prodigy during his domestic career. His sole selection to the national team came about when his father presented a fruit basket to a certain official. Li Yan was hardly on the radar of the Basketball Association, which inadvertently facilitated his seamless transition to the NBA. His journey to this point is attributable not only to the system, but, most importantly, to his father. Li Tianqing, engaged in a small commodity business, passionately paved the way with sheer determination, propelling his son, despite his rudimentary skills, into the NBA. While Li Yan understands Yao Ming's perspective, he harbors no intention of yielding. As a keyboard warrior who lived through the explosive rise of the internet, he recognizes that as long as he possesses no moral constraints, morality cannot bind him. The current climate of public opinion is far removed from that of yesteryears. His performance in the NBA speaks for itself, and any attempts to manipulate his image are futile. Li Yin also has no desire to forcefully alter Yao Ming's opinions. Yao is astute enough to grasp the nuances, and some matters are best left unspoken. Brother Yao, I understand. Li Yin paused before continuing. How is your injury? It has healed, and there is no significant impact now. Indeed, Brother Yao, take care of your health. Your weight is quite substantial. With the pace of the NBA accelerating, it is essential to rest and alleviate fatigue. Haha, I am aware. As I am contemplating making a statement at the Olympics right outside my doorstep. Li Yin engaged in extensive discussions with Yao Ming, clearly demonstrating Yao's profound regard for the Olympics, much of which pertains to the 2008 Games. On April 2nd, at the Toyota Center in Houston, the venue was teeming with spectators. The Chinese Derby attracted a considerable number of Chinese basketball fans, and the arena was adorned with numerous elements reflecting Chinese culture. The atmosphere was vibrant and festive, reminiscent of a holiday celebration. This may well be the most amiable away game that Li Yin has ever experienced. In the stands, many fans donned Li Yin's #1 jersey, proudly raising banners to welcome him. Ladies and gentlemen, we present to you a thrilling matchup as the Houston Rockets face off against the Denver Nuggets, featuring our compatriots Yao Ming and Li Yin, an event often referred to as the Chinese Derby. Both teams are currently in commendable form, with the Nuggets positioned 3rd in the Western Conference and the Rockets 5th. Amid the competitive landscape of the West, both the Nuggets and the Rockets have carved out their own niches. The Rockets' undeniable advantage lies in their interior presence, embodied by the towering Yao Ming, who boasts an impressive average of 25 points, 9 for rebounds, 2 assists, 0 for steals, and 2 blocks per game this season. His dominance in the paint is indisputable. A healthy Yao Ming stands as the premier center in the NBA today. Li Yin's meteoric rise in 2007 has made him a frontrunner for the Rookie of the Year award this season. He is hailed as the heir apparent to the great Magic Johnson, representing a rare basketball prodigy from our nation. As the regular season reaches its final stretch, both teams will undoubtedly exert every effort. Yu Jia and Coach Zhang passionately provide commentary from the central television studio. The China Derby, featuring the showdown between Yao and Li, transcends mere entertainment for fans. It holds profound significance for the entire domestic basketball community. Chapter 78, Li Yin's Strategic Maneuvering. Nuggets seize the initiative. The China Derby draws countless domestic fans to their television screens, keenly anticipating this momentous clash. The atmosphere at the Toyota Center is electric. Following the conclusion of the pre-game ceremonies, the starting lineups take to the court. For the Rockets, Rafer Alston, Tracy McGrady, Shane Battier, Chuck Hayes, and Yao Ming. For the Nuggets, Li Yin, Allen Iverson, Carmelo Anthony, Kenyon Martin, and Nene Hilario. Marcus Camby, having just recovered from injury, sits on the bench, ready to contribute. Yao Ming's contemporaneous 7th overall pick, Nene, assumed the center position to match up against him. When the jump ball commenced, despite Yao's less impressive leaping ability, his height advantage was unmistakable, allowing him to secure the ball. After Alston advanced past half court, he passed the ball to McGrady. Li Yin positioned himself directly in front of McGrady, his focus unwavering. Li Yin's defense exhibited no vulnerabilities. At the onset, McGrady refrained from aggressively attacking, opting instead to feed the ball into the post to Yao Ming. The Rockets' strategy was notably rigid. Due to his increased weight, Yao, while becoming the league's premier low-post weapon, had sacrificed some mobility. The Rockets predominantly engaged in half-court offense, relying on the scoring prowess of Yao and McGrady. Alston and Battier primarily functioned as designated shooters on the offensive end, while Hayes, standing at 198 centimeters, struggled to contribute offensively. Faced with Nene, Yao established his position with his back to the basket, engaging in a couple of physical confrontations before executing a mid-range turnaround shot with a slight fadeaway. Swish. The score was 2-0, with Yao opening the account, eliciting a resigned smile from Nene. Confronted with Yao's towering presence at 226 centimeters and 146 kilograms, Nene, at 211 centimeters and 113 kilograms, appeared as a mere minnow, awaiting inevitable domination from this colossal figure. The Nuggets' interior defense found themselves utterly helpless. Yao's offensive repertoire was far too diverse, contrasting sharply with Howard's singularly brute approach. On the offensive front for the Nuggets, Li Yin advanced to the frontcourt and passed the ball to Anthony. In offensive scenarios, Anthony was an undeniable force. adept at finding ways to guide the basketball into the hoop against the majority of defenders. With his classic triple threat posture, he executed a powerful drive toward the basket. Battier was sidelined by Anthony, while Yao Ming found himself unable to defend effectively, and Hayes was ensnared by Kenyon Martin. Anthony effortlessly sank a mid-range shot. The score stood at 2-2. It was the Rockets' turn. After crossing half court, the ball was once again delivered to the low post for Yao Ming. His presence posed an immense threat, prompting the Nuggets to initiate a double team on the second possession. You had no opportunity to score and promptly passed the ball back to McGrady. McGrady received the ball at the high post. The Rockets' strategy was straightforward and forceful, relying on various isolation plays for Yao and McGrady, while the others awaited their chances to shoot. This time, McGrady aimed to take on Lee Yen. Bang, bang, bang. With the ball in hand, McGrady feigned a move before making a decisive step forward. Lee Yen was prepared and matched McGrady's initial move, failing to secure a shot. McGrady quickly regained control of the ball, shifting direction with another step. He created space for his shot and elegantly pulled up. As Lee Yen steadied himself, he lunged to defend. The shot was contested, yet the ball bounced twice on the rim before ultimately falling through the net. Swish. 4-2. Lee Yen defended reasonably well, though there was an element of fortune in McGrady's success. It was the Nuggets' turn to attack. Kenyon Martin swiftly initiated a baseline play. Upon receiving the pass, Lee Yen accelerated immediately. The Rockets were evidently unprepared, caught off guard by the Nuggets. Iverson effortlessly laid the ball in for 2 points. 4-4. The Rockets' offensive play commenced. McGrady brought the ball across half court, with Lee Yen denying him any space, applying pressure directly. Exchanging stamina for stamina, Lee Yen held his own. Besides the roar of the Wolf King, he could recharge for another go. With so many female fans in attendance, the ball-handling maestro would find little difficulty in showcasing his skills. In this instance, Yao Ming set a high screen for Tracy McGrady, his robust and broad physique effectively displacing Lee Yen. Although Yao's moving pick raised suspicions, the referee's silence indicated no foul. Just as Lee Yen anticipated an easy score from McGrady, Anthony rushed in to disrupt the play, causing McGrady's mid-range shot to clang off the rim. Nene secured the rebound. Wow. Lee Yen gave Anthony a thumbs up. This defensive play by Gallo was crucial. The Nuggets' offense flowed seamlessly. McGrady appeared lackluster. Those unfamiliar with him might mistakenly perceive him as lackadaisical. Lee Yen also sought a screen, with Nene guarding McGrady tightly. Seizing the moment, Lee Yen glided into the paint, executing a Euro step with a change of pace. Yao Ming converged defensively, yet Lee Yen prudently opted to pass the ball to Kenyon Martin on the perimeter. Martin rose for an emphatic dunk. Boom. The rim reverberated. 6-4. Upon landing, Martin acknowledged Lee Yen with a thumbs up. Nice. Following the tip-off, the Nuggets' offense exhibited remarkable fluidity. Lee Yen orchestrated the tempo beautifully, his playmaking instilling a sense of ease among his teammates. The Nuggets flourished with a diversified scoring approach, demonstrating high efficiency. Conversely, the Rockets relied heavily on the assertive plays of Yao Ming and McGrady for points. While the Nuggets' resolute double-teaming on Yao compromised the Rockets' perimeter shots. Consequently, Alston and Battier struggled with their shooting accuracy. The Rockets found themselves on the back foot. Jeff Van Gundy called a timeout, visibly dissatisfied with his team's performance. Allowing the Nuggets to find such rhythm indicated a stark inadequacy in the Rockets' defensive intensity. The Nuggets exhibited a fluid style of play. Although Lee Yen did not score, he invigorated the entire team with his passing. Lee Yen demonstrated remarkable selflessness, contributing significantly on both ends of the court. The Rockets, however, struggled with efficiency. In the face of double teams on Yao Ming, their perimeter players failed to seize opportunities. Following a timeout, the Rockets made effective adjustments, with Tracy McGrady penetrating defenses to create chances for Yao Ming. The duo of Yao and McGrady consistently scored, with Yao Ming effortlessly capitalizing on opportunities, demonstrating fundamental skills unparalleled by the talents of future legends. While the Rockets' offense improved, their defense found it challenging to contain the Nuggets. Once Lee Yen advanced to the front court, he skillfully changed direction, and when McGrady momentarily lost focus, Lee Yen deftly evaded him. Lee Yen maintained an excellent rhythm, skillfully spinning away from Yao Ming's block to execute a bank shot, bringing the score to 23-14. Quickly finding his rhythm, Lee Yen orchestrated the Nuggets' shift from defense to offense, taking control of the game. As the first quarter drew to a close, both teams sent their second units onto the court. For the Nuggets, George Karl opted for Allen Iverson to lead the second unit. Iverson and J.R. Smith, both possessing strong individual skills, could create shooting space through their abilities. Unfortunately, both Iverson and Smith struggled with their shooting touch, causing the Nuggets to miss opportunities to extend their lead. Fortunately, Iverson, drawing on his wealth of experience, promptly adjusted his strategy, opting to attack the Rockets' interior defense, which featured the seasoned duo of Dikembe Mutombo and Juwan Howard. Allen Iverson played with remarkable intelligence. As a former teammate, he understood that the venerable Dikembe Mutombo, despite his advanced age, still possessed formidable shot-blocking abilities. Consequently, Iverson focused his offensive efforts on the side guarded by Juwan Howard. In contrast, J.R. Smith exhibited a more reckless approach. After Iverson drew the attention of the Houston Rockets defense, Smith barreled towards the paint. Faced with the aging giant, Smith sought to showcase his aerial prowess. He leapt, engaging in mid-air confrontation. With a resounding slap, the aging Mutombo single-handedly denied Smith's dunk attempt. Following the rejection, Mutombo gestured with his iconic finger wag, a symbol of his dominance. Meanwhile, on the sidelines, Leanne's mind echoed with the notification sound of the system, instantly snapping him to attention. The host witnessed an iconic moment in the NBA, the insurmountable African giant, earning 2 attribute points. Known as the African Giant, Mutombo's performance on the court exuded a calmness akin to a mountain. When he occupied the paint, it transformed into a perilous no-fly zone, where challengers were met with his relentless hands and towering blocks. In the 1990s NBA, amidst a plethora of exceptional centers, Mutombo stood tall, securing 4 Defensive Player of the Year awards and 6 selections to the All-Defensive Team. His finger-wagging gesture post-block became emblematic, serving as a reminder to those daring enough to challenge him that this area was off-limits. Mutombo was indeed the unassailable African giant of the NBA arena. Impressive. Lee Yin was immensely excited. Thanks to J.R., he had effortlessly acquired 2 attribute points. Suddenly, in a moment of exuberance, Lee Yin swung his fist, momentarily startling Kenyon Martin and Anthony beside him. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Lee Yin, well aware of the decorum expected of an actor, swiftly transformed his expression from elation to seriousness. He thumped Kenyon Martin's thigh with disappointment, exclaiming, "Alas, so close. If J.R. had made that shot, it would have been splendid." Ouch! Kenyon Martin winced at the sudden impact. "Lee, why are you hitting my thigh?" The Rockets bench was notably frail, with the most capable offensive players being Juwan Howard and Bonzi Wells. Uncle Ho possessed a commendable mid-range shot and a deft turnaround hook, while Bonzi Wells, with his robust physique, posed a significant threat when driving to the basket. However, both had considerable shortcomings. Uncle Ho was inherently less adept at physical confrontations, and with age, his defensive capabilities had waned. Bonzi Wells, lacking in shooting prowess, became an easy target for focused defenses. Clearly, the Nuggets boasted a more formidable offensive arsenal. Fortunately, the Rockets had played exceptionally well, sinking 2 three-pointers and helping the team's beleaguered bench endure the vacuum period when Yao and McGrady were absent. For minutes into the second quarter, the Rockets substituted in Yao and McGrady, intent on closing the gap. The Nuggets, in the following possession, also brought their starters back, with J.R. Smith remaining on the court while Iverson took a breather. Perhaps to sharpen the players' defensive focus, the Rockets assigned Sean Battier to guard Lee Yin, while McGrady took on the defensive responsibility against the formidable Carmelo Anthony. Battier was well aware of the defensive assignments laid out by Van Gundy, and he believed that Lee Yin's active performance, coupled with McGrady's lackadaisical defense, was a significant factor. He felt confident in his ability to contain Lee Yin's impact. During the Nuggets' possession, Lee Yin was somewhat taken aback to find himself matched up against Sean Battier. Noticing Lee Yin's expression, Battier whispered, "Don't be surprised. My defense is no easy task." Lee Yin understood that Battier was an exceptional defender, yet he remained self-assured. "Oh, many have uttered similar sentiments. Guess what?" Before Battier could respond, Lee Yin suddenly sprang into action. The crafty lad. Battier quickly pursued him. Although Lee Yin's speed was not overwhelming, his rhythm was impeccable, and with his agile footwork, he spun to create space. Battier, having stabilized his center of gravity, found himself a moment too late to intercept. Lee Yin executed a deft scoop shot, swishing through the net effortlessly. Battier shook his head, acknowledging that he had failed to keep pace with Lee Yin's tempo. "Just like your current expression, They too regretted trying to defend against me. Li Yan continued. Do you wish to return the favor? Battier ignored Li Yan. He was not the primary scoring option for the Rockets. As a 3-and-D player, most of his offensive attempts were spot-up shots. True to his seasoned nature, Battier remained unfazed by Li Yan's provocations. On the Rockets' possession, McGrady faced off against Anthony from the right side beyond the arc. Without seeking a screen, he relied solely on his individual prowess to create an opportunity. The Mellow was highly focused. Despite McGrady's swift changes of direction, he exerted every effort to disrupt the shot. McGrady executed a series of crossovers before rising to take the shot. The posture was exceptionally graceful, yet fortune slightly eluded him. The basketball slipped from the rim. The area beneath the basket for the Nuggets was in disarray. With such a short rebound, Yao Ming was determined to seize it. Nene and Kenyon Martin formed a blockade around him, but Yao Ming still surged through the chaos. He brushed aside both Nene and Kenyon Martin, secured the rebound, and executed a second-chance shot that found its mark. Wow! The Toyota Center erupted in awe. Yao Ming's dominance in the paint was unmistakable. And as DJ held a sustained note, the crowd chanted his name in unison. The Nuggets initiated their offense. Li Yan brought the ball past half court, took a moment to assess the situation, and promptly called for a pick-and-roll play. Nene, covering himself, moved to the arc to set the screen. Li Yan navigated the pick, shedding Battier as he penetrated the lane. Facing Yao Ming, the crowd roared with excitement. Opportunities for Li Yan to engage directly with Yao Ming were rare, and the fans were electrified. This time, Li Yan opted not to pass. He intended to take matters into his own hands. With an awkward rhythm, he executed a Euro step, taking a large stride toward the basket, and attempted a reverse layup. This display of skill exuded great confidence from Li Yan. However, Yao Ming struggled to match Li Yan's tempo, ultimately choosing to gamble on a prediction. Fortune favored him, as Li Yan's flamboyant layup fell right into Yao Ming's grasp. With a resounding block, the basketball soared out of bounds. Alas, Li Yan felt a pang of disappointment. Hearing Li Yan's signature phrase in Mandarin, Yao Ming felt a warm familiarity. Ha! He chuckled, literally, always with those flashy moves. Seeing Yao Ming smile, Li Yan couldn't help but join in the laughter. Though the humor they shared was distinct, Yao Ming's grin reminded him of the expressions that would later circulate widely on the internet. It cannot be said that there is no distinction. The resemblance is strikingly uncanny. Li Yan merely laments why, having witnessed Yao Ming's expressive moments, there were no accolades bestowed upon him. Is it possible that Chairman Yao holds such little esteem? Chapter 80. The scene is exquisite. Domestic fans are ecstatic. Li Yan skillfully navigated a screen to shake off Battier, finding himself in a mismatched encounter with Yao Ming. Engaging directly. This marked a rare TTE between the two during the match. Wow. Li Yan's ball handling is truly masterful, and his rhythm is superb, leaving Yao Ming struggling to keep pace. With a change of tempo, Li Yan shifted to the other side and executed a reverse layup. Alas, it seemed as though Yao Ming anticipated Li Yan's intentions. What a magnificent block. Splendid. Li Yan's alteration of rhythm was remarkably executed. Although he failed to score, Yao Ming's defense was equally impressive. The critical aspect of Yao's play was his foresight, as he was not fooled by Li Yan's feint. Perhaps this is the essence of experience. In the studio, director Zhang and Yu Jia provided commentary, perhaps the most impartial analysis between the two, and certainly the match that elicited the lowest blood pressure among domestic fans. Both Li Yan and Yao Ming are cherished by all, regardless of who triumphs. The joy remains unanimous. In a sequence for the Rockets, Yao Ming showcased his formidable prowess, instilling confidence in his teammates. After a series of dynamic movements and passes, the basketball found its way into Yao Ming's grasp. He dribbled, pressing against Nene as he surged towards the basket, rising for a hook shot. Duong, just a hair's breadth away. Yet, Yao Ming was invigorated, stepping in to seize the rebound. In the face of Nene, Yao Ming exerted absolute dominance. As Yao Ming rose to dunk, under normal circumstances, the shot was undoubtedly secure. However, this time, he was closely watched by Li Yan. Li had been mentally strategizing his plan, and as he saw Yao's hook shot heading toward the basket, he charged into the paint. With a powerful leap, he executed a stunning block. Clap! Li accurately swatted the basketball, sending it flying out of bounds. Yao could hardly believe that after just blocking Li, he was promptly denied in return. How frustrating. Yao had been careless and failed to evade. Ha. Li was in high spirits. Brother Yao still loves his tomatoes. Yao, well aware of Li's playful jab, retorted with a laugh. You little rascal, so pleased to block me. Of course. I just denied the league's top center. Ha. The banter between Yao and Li was friendly, and domestic fans watching their camaraderie were delighted. The Rockets prepared for an inbounds play. This time, Li was unable to provide help defense, and Yao faced off against Nene beneath the basket. Nene leaped as high as he could, but he was overwhelmed by Yao, who executed a powerful one-handed dunk. Not only was Nene blocked, but Yao's massive frame also sent him tumbling out of bounds. The scene was spectacularly intense. Li approached to help Nene up. Nene, with a wry smile, asked, Li, how did you manage that? A monster like Yao is impossible to handle. Li chuckled, claiming it was merely a stroke of luck. As the Nuggets took their turn, Li once again utilized a screen to aggressively penetrate the Rockets' interior defense. A precise bounce pass was delivered to the right side of the free throw line for the skilled Carmelo Anthony, while Tracy McGrady shifted to assist against Li Yin. Battier had not yet positioned himself. Anthony effortlessly sank the mid-range shot, showcasing his solid shooting fundamentals. Such attempts are nearly guaranteed for him. Yao Ming observed with a resigned shake of his head as the entire Rockets' defense was laid bare by Li Yin. However, reflecting on the future when they would be teammates on the national team, Yao felt a surge of joy, envisioning himself receiving such passes. Coincidentally, the broadcast camera zoomed in on Yao Ming, who was smiling at Li Yin. Fans remarked on the endearing camaraderie, noting how Yao cherished his younger brother, exuding the aura of a true elder. Following his basket, Anthony also gave Li Yin a thumbs up, acknowledging that having Li Yin on the court made the game considerably easier. Battier's defense against Li Yin was far from successful. Li Yin was not fixated on one-on-one confrontations, adeptly navigating through screens to resolve challenges. He saw no shame in calling for his teammates' screens. As the Rockets launched their offense, Yao Ming relentlessly demanded positioning in the paint, which was physically taxing. At that moment, McGrady stepped up. After receiving the ball, he executed a series of swift dribbles, evading Anthony before rising for a decisive shot. Li Yin barely had time to provide support, merely watching the ball glide into the net. It must be said, McGrady's style of play is undeniably captivating. His height and wingspan, combined with his graceful movements, solidify his status as the idol of the league's future most charismatic player, Du Xiaoshui. Yao and McGrady, as elite stars of the league, managed to score despite the Rockets' rigid tactics, relying solely on their individual prowess. With a score of 78-67, as the third quarter draws to a close, the Rockets have yet to concede defeat. In contrast to the Rockets' deliberate pace, characterized by Yao Ming and Tracy McGrady meticulously crafting each play, the Nuggets appear to be playing with far greater ease. Following Allen Iverson's entry into the game, the Nuggets' transition between offense and defense noticeably accelerated. Li Yin has showcased his exceptional ball handling and passing skills, consistently locating the most advantageous positions for his teammates. Whether it be a behind-the-back pass to Iverson, a fast-break assist to J.R. Smith without even glancing, or a pick-and-roll setup leading to an alley-oop for Kenyon Martin, the fans are in awe of Li Yin's passing prowess. They have finally grasped why he is heralded as the heir to the Magic moniker. His vision and distribution are nothing short of extraordinary. In a succession of 4 plays, he executed 4 precision passes akin to surgical strikes, creating unequivocal scoring opportunities for his teammates. The opportunities he crafted were so perfectly placed that scoring was virtually guaranteed if his teammates could simply finish. The Nuggets' offensive display is a sight to behold, while the Rockets fans, witnessing their team's stagnant offense, are left enviously on the verge of tears. As the third quarter concludes, the score stands at 87-74, with the Nuggets leading by 13 points. Li Yin has amassed 8 points and 14 assists, and the fans in Houston can finally comprehend why he is capable of breaking the Magic's assist record. 14 assists in a single quarter is indeed astounding. Yao Ming has equally excelled, contributing 26 points, 11 rebounds, and 3 blocks, completely dominating the paint. Domestic fans are thoroughly enjoying the spectacle. It is remarkable that it is only the third quarter, with Li Yin amassing 14 assists and Yao Ming approaching a double-double. Li Yin's assist capability is unparalleled, earning him the rightful title of the league's premier playmaker. I perceive that Yao Ming is indeed a formidable presence. Just observe how the Nuggets' formidable interior defense faltered under his prowess. The last player to dominate the Nuggets in such a manner was none other than the legendary Tim Duncan. I assert that Yao Ming is unequivocally the premier center in the league, and there can be no dispute about it. As long as he maintains his health, his dominance is irrefutable. Master Li is providing ample support to Yao, propelling him to new heights. It's an invincible scenario, and the mere thought brings joy. Master Li's contributions are abundant and satisfying. Let us hope Yao does not overindulge. No worries, for being well-fed brings strength. Chapter 81. Li Yin is frustrated. The consequences are severe. The Nuggets have taken control of the game. Head coach George Karl is exceedingly pleased with the current state of his team. Karl, a seasoned strategist, has previously led the Supersonics and the Bucks to the conference finals. He has coached star point guards such as Gary Payton and Sam Cassell. Yet Li Yan's ability to orchestrate plays exists on a different echelon altogether. The Nuggets are heavily reliant on Li Yan. Without him, their gameplay appears disjointed, even less cohesive than that of today's adversaries, the Houston Rockets. Though the Rockets also alternate between two key players, they manage a better balance between inside and outside play. In contrast, if Iverson and Anthony take turns dominating the ball, it truly resembles one player against four. Both Anthony and Iverson are insatiable ball hogs, necessitating the presence of a master playmaker like Li Yan. If possible, Coach Karl would wish for Li Yan to play every minute of every game. The fourth quarter of the match is about to commence. The Nuggets held a significant lead, prompting George Karl to allow Li Yan a moment of respite on the bench. Draped in a towel, Li Yan closed his eyes to rejuvenate. Having recently acquired 2 attribute points, he could not resist the urge to utilize them immediately. His passing ability soared to a perfect score of 100, while his face-up driving skill reached an impressive 94. As a result, as a point guard, Li Yan now boasted dual 100s in both passing and ball handling capabilities. The mere thought brought him joy, and he nearly transformed into a mischievous figure, grinning like a villain. Exiting the system, he turned his attention back to the game. To his astonishment, he discovered that in a mere blink of an eye, the Nuggets' lead had dwindled to a mere 7 points. Most alarmingly, he learned that McGrady had hit 3 consecutive pull-up three-pointers at the start of the fourth quarter. Damn it, Li Yan thought, realizing the gravity of the situation, and promptly inquired with the assistant coach about McGrady's scoring. 26 points. Wong Defa? Just like that. His precious attribute points had vanished? This marked Li Yan's first failure in a mission, and as a self-proclaimed opportunist, his heart ached with regret. The feeling was even more distressing than being let down by others. Angered, Li Yan sprang to his feet. At that moment, George Karl was preparing to send Li Yan back onto the court. Observing Li Yan's demeanor, he assumed the young player was upset about the team's lost lead. Li, we are still in control of the situation. Just play normally, George Karl advised. I understand, Li Yan nodded in acknowledgement. Yet, the thought of his attribute points slipping away left him unsettled. As the Nuggets resumed play, Li Yan brought the ball past half court, facing off against Battier. Truth be told, neither Battier nor McGrady posed much of a challenge for Li Yan. Li Yan's most formidable adversaries remain Kobe Bryant and Dwayne Wade. Both excel in relentless intensity on both offensive and defensive fronts, and Li Yan particularly detests the physical confrontations, which deplete his stamina significantly. Kenyon Martin proactively positioned himself at the arc to set a screen, executing it with commendable quality, thus providing Li Yan with ample space. This time, rather than taking the shot himself or passing to the descending Martin, Li Yan opted to deliver the ball to the opposite side, where J.R. Smith was left unguarded. Frustration simmering within him, Li Yan disregarded the difficulty of the shot and made a masterful play. J.R., without hesitation, received the pass and took the shot. The basketball arced gracefully through the air, swishing cleanly through the net. The score stood at 94-84, as J.R. Smith's three-pointer helped the Nuggets regain their footing. J.R. rushed over, eager to celebrate with Li Yan, but Li Yan merely responded with a simple high five. Li Yan advised J.R., when you receive the ball from me on the perimeter, just shoot without hesitation. J.R., puzzled by Li Yan's seemingly irritable demeanor, found the instruction straightforward. Whether open or contested, J.R. was always ready to shoot. Tracy McGrady, with his eyes resembling those of a perpetual dreamer, nonetheless regarded Li Yan with keen interest. Li Yan's presence seemed to pose a challenge for McGrady. Upon his return, the Nuggets swiftly regained their composure, a disheartening development for the Rockets. McGrady took the initiative. dribbling the ball across half-court while being guarded by Carmelo Anthony. His offensive approach remained succinct and effective, skillfully adjusting his rhythm through crossovers and changes of direction. Just as he shook off Anthony, preparing to take a jump shot, Li Yan emerged from an unexpected angle. With a swift motion, he intercepted the ball as McGrady ascended for the shot. Li Yan wasted no time, immediately launching a fast break. The steal was utterly unforeseen. No one anticipated it. By the time Alston began his pursuit, Li Yan had already crossed half-court with the ball in hand. Although Li Yan's speed was not extraordinary, the distance he had gained left the Rockets' defenders devoid of the will to chase. With no interference, Li Yan smoothly initiated a one-handed slam dunk. Boom. The score was now 96-84. The Rockets had struggled to narrow the gap to 7 points thanks to McGrady's efforts, but within mere seconds, the lead had ballooned back to 12. This moment should have been one of unity between the fans and the team. However, many Chinese fans in attendance were fervently cheering for Li Yan, which dealt a significant blow to the Rockets' morale. The players felt as if they were surrounded by enemies. Li Yan, now more focused than ever, understood why some players engage in actions to elevate their own emotions. In such a fiercely competitive sport, players often unleash greater strength when immersed in their emotions. Li Yan showcased his full prowess on both ends of the court, employing every skill at his disposal. Empowered by the presence of the master playmaker, the Nuggets players displayed astonishing offensive efficiency, while Li Yan continuously provided extensive help on the defensive end. Both the fans at the venue and those watching on television were utterly astonished. Li Yan's defensive coverage was akin to that of an exterior version of the fierce Kevin Garnett. These two gentlemen exhibit a similar tenacity, with many fans believing that Li Yan's version of the chest-thumping roar possesses a greater commanding presence than that of Garnett. Although Garnett's facial expressions convey a wilder intensity, Li Yan undeniably possesses a more striking handsomeness than the darkly radiant Garnett. At times, physical attractiveness truly holds significance. Smith mused that if Li Yan and Garnett were on the same team, it would be an extraordinary spectacle. Their opponents would face the daunting challenge of contending with two indomitable men, resulting in double the delight. Barkley seized the opportunity to tease Smith, quipping, "Is it like facing two donkeys at once?" Smith was left momentarily speechless. Seizing the chance during a sideline inbounds play, Li Yan took a moment to recharge, subsequently unleashing his full array of skills. Under Li Yan's fervent performance, the Rockets found themselves severely constrained. Jeff Van Gundy contemplated employing a robust defensive strategy to pressure Li Yan, but the latter, equipped with dual mastery of control skills, afforded no opportunities. He remained as steady as a seasoned veteran, committing no errors. The Rockets' roster depth was already lacking, placing immense pressure on Yao and McGrady. Furthermore, their methodical offensive approach was exceedingly taxing on their stamina. After several exchanges of offense and defense, it was the Rockets who succumbed first under the strain of such high-intensity competition. This has been a recurring issue for the Rockets, as their frequent collapses in the final quarter elevate blood pressure among Chinese fans. However, facing the Nuggets this time posed little difficulty, as Li Yan is equally cherished by Chinese fans. The final score, 107-91. Li Yan achieved victory in the Chinese Derby. Chapter 82. Paul was astonished, as this was his dream. After the match concluded, Li Yan and Yao Ming embraced once more, marking a perfect end to this Chinese Derby. Both Li Yan and Yao Ming showcased remarkable performances, delighting domestic fans throughout the game. Li Yan delivered an all-around performance with 14 points, 22 assists, 10 rebounds, 4 steals, and 3 blocks. Iverson scored 22 points. Anthony contributed 28, Kenyon Martin added 14, and J.R. Smith scored 16. Under Li Yan's orchestration, 5 players from the Nuggets reached double figures, executing a splendid transition between offense and defense. On the Rockets side, Yao Ming recorded 36 points, 16 rebounds, 4 blocks, 4 assists, and 4 turnovers, while McGrady tallied 34 points, 7 rebounds, and 5 assists. The Yao-McGrady duo combined for 70 points, displaying immense firepower. However, no other Rocket player scored in double digits. The third highest scorer for the team was the streetball king Alston, who managed 8 points. Following the match, Li Yan was interviewed by the central media. "Li Yan, please greet the audience." The central media's questions often lack substance, yet Li Yan felt no discomfort. "Hello, dear fans. I am Li Yan." While he appeared somewhat casual during interviews with American media, before the central media's cameras, He embodied the essence of a positive youth. Congratulations on your victory. You achieved a triple-double and provided 22 assists. How does it feel? Well, that's quite a formal question, he replied. I am exceedingly delighted that we have triumphed in the competition. The tireless efforts of our team have been rewarded, and winning the match stands as our greatest accolade. Today, I faced off against the formidable Yao Ming. What is your assessment of him? Brother Yao possesses an extraordinary prowess in the paint, rendering our defense utterly ineffective. He serves as a true inspiration to me. Well, today you managed to block Yao. How does that feel? After addressing the earlier inquiries, the questioning has become increasingly relaxed. It feels magnificent. I accomplished what our interior players had not, though I, too, fell victim to Yao's block. Perhaps you can inquire about his feelings later. I have already posed that question to him. Yao expressed that he felt fantastic. Li Yin responded to the questions with utmost seriousness. Aware that the central media's interview is being viewed by millions of fans, and thus he could not afford to be overly carefree. Li Yin concluded the interview by expressing his gratitude for the support of the fans. Just as he was about to return to the locker room, he noticed female reporters from ESPN and TNT awaiting him nearby. Li Yin felt a headache coming on. These persistent reporters seemed to have become quite addictive. Although the female journalists were indeed attractive, he had no intention of engaging in deeper conversations. He certainly did not wish for his private life to be chronicled in a biographical report, becoming fodder for casual discussion. Following the match against the Rockets, Li Yin's remarkable performance graced the front pages of major media outlets. Li Yin with 22 assists, a stellar triple-double, truly deserving of the title magician, and with Li Yin, the Nuggets ascend to a different echelon. Li Yin's impressive triple-double, Yao Ming's remarkable 35 points and 15 rebounds, and the outstanding performances of the Chinese men's basketball team's core players have captured significant attention. The Chinese men's basketball team may emerge as a formidable rival to the Dream Team. With assists flowing effortlessly, Li Yin has established himself as the new generation's point guard deity. His popularity has surged, with numerous media outlets asserting that he has become the preeminent point guard in the league. Through his performance, Li Yin has garnered widespread recognition and acclaim. Many believe that had it not been for his disappointing performances in the initial 20 games, he could have contended for the title of assist leader and a spot on the All-Star team. However, not everyone shares this admiration for Li Yin. Chris Paul, the star point guard of the Hornets, harbors reservations about him. He contends that Li Yin merely benefits from media hype, overshadowing his own prowess. Following the Chinese Derby, the Denver Nuggets traveled to New Orleans to face the Hornets, presenting Chris Paul with a prime opportunity to validate his skills. Upon arriving in New Orleans, the Nuggets checked into a luxurious hotel that they have long partnered with. NBA players, towering and robust, require oversized beds to ensure restful sleep, as it is crucial for maintaining peak performance. Li Yin enjoys the privilege of residing in an opulent single room, a testament to the treatment afforded to star players. The Nuggets arrived in New Orleans overnight, with no game scheduled for the following day. Their match against the Hornets is set for the day after. After checking into the hotel, players had the liberty to engage in leisure activities. Carmelo Anthony and Allen Iverson organized team-building events, and Li Yin, eager to avoid appearing out of place, naturally followed in the footsteps of these two prominent figures. Thus, the Denver Nuggets proceeded with great enthusiasm towards the nightclub. Although George Karl harbored reservations, he chose not to intervene. In America, this phenomenon is termed freedom, an invaluable treasure. Upon entering the VIP area, a myriad of young women swiftly approached them. These women were astute, well aware that they were in the presence of NBA superstars, despite their robust appearances. Each was a wealthy individual. Should anything transpire, the least they could expect would be a generous service fee, with some perhaps securing financial security for the rest of their lives. Unlike other players who reveled in the company of numerous companions, Li Yin opted for solitude. For him, strangers, especially those of uncertain origins, posed a risk. He preferred to avoid perilous situations. While he admired the likes of the magician, he had no desire to follow in those footsteps, suffering from illness and premature retirement. Instead, he placed his trust in Mei Mei and Ba Jia, not only for their high caliber, but also for their cleanliness and hygiene. Li Yin refrained from flirtation, idly sipping various beverages. What astonished him most was the unexpected arrival of Chris Paul, summoned by Anthony. Aware of their camaraderie as Banana Boat brothers, Li Yin thought it somewhat excessive for them to be clubbing together before the game. After consuming an ample amount of drinks, the urge to relieve himself became undeniable, prompting him to seek the restroom. Coincidentally, Paul also entered the lavatory. With Anthony present earlier, Paul had refrained from making any harsh remarks towards Li Yan, but now, in this intimate space, he felt compelled to exchange a few words. As Li Yan liberated himself at the urinal, Paul approached the adjacent stall. He chuckled, "Li, your recent performance has been commendable, but do not let pride overtake you. Flying too high may lead to a fall." At that crucial moment, Li Yan was naturally preoccupied and had no time to pay attention to Paul. Following Li Yan's gaze, Paul instinctively cast a glance. He swallowed hard, utterly astonished. Chapter 83. Chris Paul's Resentment. "Is there something you need?" Li Yan inquired. "I didn't quite catch that." I. Paul seemed still entranced by the earlier shock, momentarily forgetting his purpose. Observing Paul's stammering demeanor, Li Yan discerned that Paul had come to provoke him. He had not anticipated that his mere presence would intimidate Paul before he even had to intervene. "Are you all right, my young friend?" Li Yan clapped Paul on the shoulder and switched back to English, saying, "What I meant was to cheer you on." With that, Li Yan departed. Leaving Paul alone, he did not feel the need to wait for someone else to accompany him to the restroom. In his memory, only female classmates from school had such inclinations. After Li Yan's exit, Chris Paul finally felt at ease to express himself, repeatedly murmuring in his mind, "A great vessel is of no use. A great vessel is of no use. A great vessel is of no use." It must be said that Paul's skill in self-affirmation was quite adept, and soon he was brimming with confidence once more. At the pre-game press conference, Chris Paul, as the current star of the Hornets, naturally became the focal point of the media. He was quite loquacious, possessing a notable flair for this aspect. In the face of numerous cameras and microphones, Paul spoke with eloquence. "Who currently stands as the preeminent point guard in the league? Steve Nash, a two-time MVP, undeniably deserves a place on my list. Additionally, Jason Kidd, a true legend, embodies a remarkable versatility. His prowess extends beyond mere passing to elite defensive capabilities, an aspect I have consistently aspired to emulate." Paul's response is crafted with artistic finesse. Nash's 2 MVP awards represent the pinnacle of achievement for a point guard since the illustrious Magic Johnson. In contrast, he also invoked Kidd, whose advantages over Nash are starkly apparent, particularly in the realm of defense. While praising Kidd, Paul subtly elevates his own standing. Despite his physical disadvantages, Paul's defensive awareness and tenacity shine, complemented by his crafty maneuvers on that end of the court. He is not merely a liability defensively, but rather a formidable guardian among guards. Chauncey Billups, with his audacious spirit, clinched a championship in Detroit, a dream for all point guards. Byron Davis and Darren Williams share a similar physique. Their immense strength presents a formidable challenge that leaves me feeling overwhelmed each time we face off. Paul articulates his familiarity with the league's point guards, mentioning figures such as T.J. Ford and Andre Miller. However, he conspicuously omits any mention of the rising Chinese sensation, Li Yan, despite the fact that Li Yan is his competitor in this very match. A reporter from the Nuggets could not contain himself and inquired, "Having mentioned so many exceptional point guards, why did you not include Li Yan? His prowess is undeniably evident." Paul furrowed his brow and remarked, "I am aware that you all consider him formidable. I do not dispute his talent. However, as a rookie, I believe he still has room for growth." A reporter from the Nuggets questioned, "Li's average assists have already surpassed yours." Indeed, following a stellar debut averaging 1.8 points and 0.4 assists, Li Yan, through sheer determination and effort, has elevated his regular season averages to 8 points and 9.8 assists as the season drew to a close. In the subsequent 50-plus games, Li Yan has consistently delivered over 13 assists per game, a staggering statistic. Among his contemporaries, the point guard with the highest average assists, Nash, recorded fewer than 12. Currently, Li Yan ranks second in the assists leaderboard, trailing only Steve Nash, who averages 11.6 assists per game. Chris Paul, with an average of 17.3 points and 8.9 assists, stands fifth in assists. Paul swiftly shifted the conversation, stating, "Assists are merely one facet. They do not encompass the entirety of a point guard's role. Of course, if it comes down to assists, I am ready at any time for this match." Everything that Li Yan possesses evokes envy in Paul: his all-star starting position, lucrative endorsement contracts, and a pop star girlfriend. Mei Mei does not conceal her fervent affection for Li Yin, frequently sharing snippets of their lives together on social media, including photos and GIFs. In Mei Mei's latest music video, as the scene transitions to a basketball court, she is prominently clad in Li Yan's #1 Nuggets jersey. Similar to the young Shark Bynum, Chris Paul harbors a profound admiration for Mei Mei's songs. However, unlike Bynum, Paul does not possess the magnanimity to extend his blessings to Li Yin and Mei Mei for a harmonious union. Paul struggles to comprehend in what aspect Li Yin surpasses him. Well, in terms of size, it is true that Li Yin holds the advantage. Yet what significance does that truly carry? Chris Paul is resolute in proving that he is indeed the tougher contender. Li Yin remains oblivious to the extent of Paul's resentment towards him, yet even if he were to discover it, it would matter little. Second on the assist leaderboard? I owe it all to my teammates, who effortlessly convert my passes into baskets, resulting in my multitude of assists. Chris wishes to compete with me in assists? I welcome the challenge. Wow. In comparison to Paul, Li Yin's perspective instantly expands. At 8 o'clock in the evening, the New Orleans arena is poised for the commencement of the game. The roster of the New Orleans Hornets is quite formidable, with a competitive core comprising Chris Paul, David West, and Tyson Chandler. They also boast sharpshooters like Peja Stojakovic on the perimeter. It can be said that the Hornets possess commendable competitiveness both inside and outside the paint. At the onset of the season, the Hornets indeed showcased exceptional performance, achieving a remarkable 70-win rate in their first 10 regular season games. However, this promising streak was abruptly halted by David West's injury, leading to a painful series of defeats. While a temporary slump might be manageable in the Eastern Conference, the scenario in the Western Conference proved to be entirely different, and the Hornets swiftly found themselves on the outside looking in for the playoffs. Fortunately, during this period of decline, the Hornets have not emerged empty-handed. Their new star, Chris Paul, has delivered outstanding performances, reminiscent of his remarkable play in 2010. Prior to David West's injury, the pick-and-roll system executed by Paul and West constituted a crucial offensive strategy for the Hornets. The synergy between Chris Paul and David West bears a resemblance to the partnership of Darren Williams and Carlos Boozer from the Jazz. However, the pick-and-roll system presents a dual-edged sword for a point guard. While it enhances efficiency, it may also overshadow individual brilliance. Now, Chris Paul has demonstrated that even in the absence of David West, he can still shine and lead the team to victory. With the return of David West, the Hornets' performance has begun to improve, yet the number of games remaining is somewhat insufficient. Currently, the Hornets occupy the 9th position in the Western Conference, trailing the 8th-place Warriors by 2 wins. Considering the upcoming series of away games, this match is crucial for the Hornets to secure a victory at home. In Chapter 84, seeking revenge for Yao Ming, Mason is sidelined. In the studio, Yu Jia and Coach Zhang provide commentary for the game between the Nuggets and the Hornets. Li Yan's popularity continues to soar, and coupled with the Nuggets' fast-paced playing style, the team has garnered a substantial fan base domestically. The Nuggets currently rank 3rd in the Western Conference and are in excellent form, while the Hornets sit at 9th, still striving for a playoff berth. Nevertheless, with David West's return, the Hornets have significantly bolstered their strength, narrowing the gap between them and the Nuggets. Overall, it promises to be an exhilarating match. Chris Paul is set to compete with our own Li Yin for assists. There is no doubt that Li Yin will emerge victorious. As the opening ceremony concludes, both team starters remain on the court. For the Nuggets, Li Yin, Allen Iverson, Carmelo Anthony, Kenyon Martin, and Nene Hilario. Although Marcus Camby has shown commendable form during training, Coach George Karl opts for caution by keeping him on the bench. For the Hornets, Chris Paul, Desmond Mason, Peja Stojakovic, David West, and Tyson Chandler. The Hornets boast a commendable roster, with David West and Chris Paul being nearly all-star caliber players. Center Tyson Chandler possesses remarkable physical attributes and excels at rim protection defensively. Small forward Peja Stojakovic, a 3-time All-Star during his tenure with the Kings, is renowned for his exceptional three-point shooting. Desmond Mason, who can also play shooting guard, is a solid role player. It is evident that the Hornets have meticulously constructed their team around Paul, and if the entire squad remains healthy, they will be highly competitive. In terms of player matchups, the Hornets hold their own in size, as their players are notably tall, except for Paul. Li Yan's counterpart is Desmond Mason, who, with his outstanding athleticism, frequently performs difficult dunks. having won the NBA All-Star Slam Dunk Contest in 2001. As a versatile swingman, Mason has captivated countless fans with his robust and visually appealing style of play. He possesses considerable strength, and his back-to-basket moves are his specialty. However, his proficiency in mid-range and long-distance shooting pales in comparison to that of Li Yin, which constrains his development. Nevertheless, what leaves the most profound impression on Chinese fans is perhaps the moment he body-slammed Yao Ming during a game. Mason's fiery temperament led him to execute a tackle on Yao, rendering him an adversary in the eyes of Chinese supporters. That was an exceedingly exaggerated and perilous maneuver, as Mason brought Yao down, thus sealing his fate as a foe. During the jump ball at center court, Nene was bested by Tyson Chandler. In the first play, Chris Paul initiated a pick-and-roll with David West. Following the screen, Paul located Mason. With impressive physical attributes, Mason's ability to contend is formidable, even when positioned against forwards. He holds his ground. Mason exudes confidence, backing down Li Yin in preparation to launch. However, he is met with a colossal rejection. Bang. If Mason were to focus solely on attacking the rim in today's match, he would undoubtedly find himself questioning his existence after being blocked by Li Yin. Indeed, in the first play, Li Yin delivered a significant rejection to Mason, and our perceptions of Mason are predominantly colored by his rough fouls against the towering Yao Ming. In truth, Mason's athleticism is remarkable, and his aggression towards the basket is formidable. However, Li Yin is renowned for possessing the strongest shot-blocking capability among guards. That previous play was particularly satisfying, J.R. remarked. As the game transitioned from offense to defense, the Hornets displayed remarkable speed in their retreat. With no fast break opportunities, Li Yin slowed the tempo, awaiting the positioning of the interior players. In the half-court set, Li Yin passed the ball to Iverson, subsequently relocating himself to the side. Facing Chris Paul, Allen Iverson's double crossover remains sharp. Although his initial speed has diminished compared to his peak, it is still sufficient. Iverson deftly maneuvered around Paul and surged inside, attracting the Hornets' defense. He then passed the ball to Li Yin, who continued towards the basket, executing a scoop shot just before Tyson Chandler could pivot. The score is now 2-0. Iverson has undergone significant transformation since joining the Nuggets. Had this been during his time with the 76ers, he would have taken the shot himself. Now, it is the Hornets' turn. Chris Paul brings the ball across half-court. While Iverson attempts to apply pressure, Paul maintains his composure, and Iverson finds himself slightly out of position. Paul accelerates and eludes Iverson. Meanwhile, an opportunity arises on the other side with Mason. Li Yin has thoroughly analyzed Mason's playing style, having nearly worn out the scouting report provided by the coaching staff before the game. Li Yin intentionally stays close, aware that Mason prefers to attack the rim using his physical prowess. This tactic proves effective, as Mason averages nearly 14 points per game, with a significant portion stemming from such offensive maneuvers. Mason makes his move, breaking free from Li Yin in a single step, charging towards the basket as Paul delivers a perfectly timed pass. Mason receives the ball, leaps, and attacks the rim in one fluid motion. Unsurprisingly, despite having been a dunk champion, he can only muster 9 points under the disdainful gaze of the Flash. With a resounding smack, another chase-down block occurs. This time, the ball is secured by Nene, who swiftly passes it to Li Yin. Li Yin pivots, his expansive vision instantly encompassing the entire court. Following Iverson's defensive lapse, he finds himself trailing the play, which presents a significant advantage during the fast break. Li Yin recognizes Iverson's quick transition. He lifted the ball and, with a graceful extension of his arm, hurled it forward. The basketball, as if endowed with sight, precisely found the rapidly advancing Iverson. With effortless poise, Iverson executed a layup, securing the first points of the game, 4-0. From the outset, the Nuggets firmly established their dominance on the court. The Hornets, however, eventually found their rhythm through West's mid-range jumper, breaking the ice. After being blocked consecutively twice, Mason, during a play orchestrated by Paul, was deliberately filtered out. With the pressure lifted on the defensive end, Li Yin also ensured that Mason faced challenges on offense. With a series of back-to-the-basket footwork, Mason appeared utterly disheartened. Known for his fiery temperament, Mason, frustrated by his defensive struggles, resorted to gambling tactics. He attempted to swipe the ball directly, inadvertently playing into Li Yin's hands, who effortlessly completed a three-point play. With both offense and defense collapsing, Mason's mindset faltered. During confrontations, he resorted to pushing, only to be caught in the act by the bald referee. In less than half a quarter, Mason had been blocked twice and stolen from once, accumulating 3 fouls on the defensive end. Even the Hornets fans could no longer bear to watch. Mason appeared as a mere jester against Li Yan. Domestic fans watching on television felt a sense of vindication as this reckless player, notorious for his malicious fouls against Yao Ming, was relegated to the bench within a mere 5 minutes. Chapter 85. TNT confronts the donkey. Roar. Mason was promptly substituted. Yu Jiao watched the spectacle with immense delight. There was no choice but to take him out. After just 5 minutes, he had already accrued 3 fouls. Coach Zhang chuckled. He has been thoroughly outmatched by our Li Yan. Mason's once proud post-up game found itself rendered ineffective, as Li Yan's defensive prowess proved formidable. Most notably, Li Yan stands out among NBA guards, being one of only 2, alongside Dwayne Wade, to average over 1 block per game. Mason, having already succumbed to 2 blocks in the opening moments, must have been in a dismal mood. Hilariously, however, the fans were undoubtedly reveling in the spectacle. Coach Zhang chuckled. Coach Zhang, let us maintain objectivity in our commentary, Yu Jia interjected earnestly. Hey, who says we lack objectivity? Coach Zhang retorted, confident in their stance. Ask the fans tuning in to our broadcast. If they believe we are objective, then we are, indeed. Laughter ensued as the game commenced with a score of 14-6, marking a brief surge for the Nuggets that prompted a timeout from the Hornets. Head coach Byron Scott decided to substitute the bewildered Desmond Mason with Rasul Butler. Standing at 201 centimeters, Butler embodies a stark contrast to Mason. He is renowned for his three-point shooting and defensive skills, epitomizing the 3 and D archetype. With a commendable three-point shooting percentage of 37 this season, Butler has proven himself a valuable asset in today's league. Notably, he has scored over 30 points in 2 games this season, with a career high of 33 points against the Bulls. Once Butler finds his rhythm from beyond the arc, he possesses the potential to be an explosive offensive threat. As play resumed, anticipation filled the air. Chris Paul orchestrated a pick and roll, a masterful display of his skills in exploiting mismatches, while his mid-range shooting following a screen has become a hallmark of his scoring repertoire. Li Yan swiftly moved to provide support, while Iverson switched defensively to guard Jimmy Butler. Paul's vision on the court was equally expansive, as he adeptly delivered the ball to Butler. Standing at 183 centimeters, Iverson found himself at a disadvantage against Butler's shot, showcasing the effectiveness of the Hornets' mismatch strategy. Butler launched a three-pointer, swish. The score now stood at 14-9. The Nuggets' possession commenced. Li Yan passed the ball to Carmelo Anthony at the 45-degree angle, a favored isolation area for him. Li Yan meticulously managed the game's tempo, ensuring that both Anthony and Iverson remained focused and engaged. Stojakovic held a height advantage, yet Anthony's physicality prevailed. Utilizing his strength, Anthony maneuvered past Stojakovic and penetrated the paint. Tyson Chandler's help defense arrived a beat too late, allowing Anthony to execute a quick mid-range jumper. The score increased to 16-9. The Hornets regained possession, with the ball once again in Chris Paul's hands, facing off against Iverson. Both standing at 183 centimeters, they embodied contrasting styles of play. Iverson, a fiercely aggressive player, renowned for his dazzling crossovers, once left even a peak Michael Jordan in his wake, having claimed the scoring title 4 times amidst towering competitors. Iverson's achievements are nothing short of extraordinary. In contrast, Paul exemplifies the archetypal point guard, possessing exceptional ball-handling skills and a profound ability to dictate the rhythm of the game. His scoring ability may not be as explosive as Iverson's, yet his playmaking skills are undeniably superior. On the defensive end, both players are adept at stealing the ball. However, a high number of steals does not necessarily equate to strong defense. Paul's defensive prowess relies on anticipation and positioning. He consistently positions himself in front of the offensive player, creating maximum disruption. His defensive style bears some resemblance to Stockton's, as he employs subtle, somewhat unsportsmanlike tactics to unnerve his opponents. And he is also a seasoned performer in this regard. Iverson's defense, in contrast, is more opportunistic. A successful attempt results in a steal, while a failure leads to a defensive lapse, necessitating a proactive teammate to provide support. Attempting to steal the ball from Paul is a formidable challenge, as evidenced by Iverson's unsuccessful attempt today. Whoosh! Paul deftly evaded Iverson's reach, Lee Yin promptly arrived to assist, a task with which he is quite adept. This time, Paul did not release the ball immediately. Instead, he sought to teach Lee Yin a lesson through a change of pace. Lee Yin remained steadfast, unaffected by Paul's feints. His focus unwavering, as solid as a wall. Meanwhile, Lee Yin aimed to apply pressure on Paul through physicality. The two found themselves in a stalemate. Paul, not one to act recklessly, quickly called for a screen. Near the free throw line, Paul effortlessly sank a jump shot. 16-11. In the following possession, Paul began orchestrating the team's full-court press. His defensive capabilities were equally impressive. Not only could he effectively guard Iverson, making him uncomfortable, but he also directed the Hornets' overall defensive strategy. Under the immense pressure of the Hornets' relentless defense, Lee Yin too felt the weight of the challenge. After Lee Yin skillfully shed Butler through a change in rhythm, the Hornets' defense quickly closed in. Lee Yin passed the ball to the side, where Carmelo Anthony executed a splendid isolation against Stojakovic. True to the moniker of an offensive kaleidoscope, Anthony turned and hit a mid-range jumper once again. The score stood at 18-11. The Hornets' turn. Chris Paul responded swiftly, executing a pick-and-roll with David West before penetrating the paint. The Nuggets' defensive focus was drawn towards Paul and West, allowing Peja Stojakovic on the perimeter to seize an opportunity. Paul assisted Peja, who sank a three-pointer, bringing the score to 18-14. The Hornets maintained their grip on the score, and the fans in attendance began to rally, fervently cheering for the Hornets. Paul showcased an exceptional performance, skillfully balancing personal offense with orchestrating the team. The Nuggets found themselves momentarily at a loss against the Hornets. Paul's assists continued to rise, much to the delight of Kenny Smith in the TNT studio. Prior to the game, both Paul and Lee Yin had expressed their acceptance of the assist challenge. Naturally, TNT could not overlook this topic. In terms of assist capabilities, Lee Yin had recently outperformed Paul. The likelihood of Paul securing victory was certainly less than that of Lee Yin, with Barkley and Smith leaning towards Lee Yin's triumph. However, for the sake of entertainment, one individual had to take the opposing side, and Smith, who had just completed a double act with a donkey, was a fitting choice. Smith, having previously formed a bond with Lee Yin due to the donkey incident, had become somewhat of a critic, a narrative that seemed quite reasonable. In truth, Smith harbored a fondness for Lee Yin, but for the sake of financial incentives, playing the critic was not out of the question. In order to alleviate Smith's sense of grievance, Barkley graciously declared that if Lee Yin were to lose the challenge, he himself would face two donkeys simultaneously. Meanwhile, for Smith, losing merely required him to contend with a single donkey. TNT had established a humorous rivalry with the donkey, a ploy that, while somewhat predictable, resonated well with the audience. The viewership for this match soared. American netizens even suggested that TNT could consider rebranding, with the donkey being heralded as TNT's MVP. Chapter 86. Paul, the smiling assassin. Charles, Chris is in splendid form today. His assists surpassed those of Lee Yin, Smith jested. Barkley scoffed, Kenny, let us not forget that you made similar claims before your double date with the donkey. At that time, you asserted that Lee Yin was destined to lose and urged me to prepare myself. Barkley playfully reopened Smith's old wounds. And what happened? Just 2 minutes later, you found yourself encircled by two donkeys. Haha. As the first quarter concluded, the Nuggets led by merely 2 points, 28-26. Lee Yin recorded 4 points, 3 assists, 3 rebounds, 2 blocks, and 2 steals, while Chris Paul's statistics stood at 8 points, 5 assists, 1 rebound, and 1 steal. Paul was basking in the limelight. Not only did he outscore Lee Yin, but he also enjoyed a significant lead in assists, a boast he had made prior to the game. The modest number of assists from Lee Yin was largely due to Anthony being the primary scoring option for the Nuggets in the first quarter. Anthony's baskets were remarkable, showcasing his exceptional individual prowess, yet they did little to bolster Lee Yin's assist tally. As the second quarter commenced, Lee Yin led the Nuggets' second unit, while Chris Paul helmed the Hornets. It has been demonstrated that such matchups are truly competitive, with a seamless transition between offense and defense. Lee Yin possesses an inherent advantage in orchestrating his team. However, Chris Paul is no novice either. The TNT broadcast garnered explosive viewership across the nation, largely due to the spirited exchange between Kenny Smith and Charles Barkley, while fans keenly observed the assist counts of Lee Yin and Paul. Paul's performance earned him Lee Yin's respect, albeit that respect was fleeting. During a decisive drive, Lee Yin fell victim to an unexpected maneuver from Paul. who executed a discreet steal. Taken by surprise, Li Yin lost possession, allowing the Hornets to capitalize on a fast break. Chris, is such a petty act truly amusing? Li Yin felt a surge of irritation. Yet, Paul shrugged with a mischievous grin, asserting, "Li, the referee didn't say anything, which indicates my defense is above reproach." Paul wore an innocuous smile on his cherubic face, and those unfamiliar with him would hardly associate his playstyle with any form of underhandedness. It is often said not to be deceived by appearances, as a person's essence can starkly contrast with their outward demeanor. Some may have a robust physique, yet embody the kindness and attentiveness of a gentle soul. Others may sport a smile while harboring a more sinister nature. One could draw parallels between Chris Paul and the infamous smiling assassin, Isaiah Thomas. Thomas frequently wore a smile, yet was notorious for his ruthless gameplay. He possessed remarkable talent coupled with a playing style that could instill fear. Nevertheless, during the 1980s and 1990s, such a style was not particularly uncommon. The notorious Karl Malone and the insidious John Stockton, with their incessant antics, are not much more noble than the infamous bad boys of the Pistons. Paul possesses a cherubic visage akin to that of Isaiah Thomas, and his subtle maneuvers are swift and cunning. Li Yin, far from being of a gentle temperament, is determined to retaliate if wronged. However, he underestimates Paul's theatrical prowess. In the ensuing play, Li Yin discreetly delivers a jab to Paul in a blind spot unseen by the referee. Paul dramatically falls to the ground, writhing until the referee's whistle pierces the air. Wang Defa? Li Yin initially believed his resilience was considerable, only to realize it was woefully insufficient. The NBA truly is a peculiar realm, teeming with all manner of characters. The game continues. Chris Paul, with the ball, crosses half court, and Li Yin proactively steps up to defend, conceding Paul a slight advantage. This defensive strategy is deliberate. It renders it difficult for Paul to elude Li Yin through a drive. As for shooting, Li Yin's height and wingspan ensure he maintains a high-pressure defense even while giving Paul a step. Paul lowers his center of gravity, swiftly attacking the paint. Yet, Li Yin's defense shadows him relentlessly. Paul cannot escape the reach of Li Yin's long arms. In a sudden burst of speed, Paul comes to an abrupt halt, a maneuver he's employed with great success. However, Li Yin's static attributes are simply too formidable, standing at 204 centimeters with a wingspan of 218 centimeters. He is a veritable anomaly on the guard line. Coupled with the disdainful endorsement from the Flash, Li Yin's elongated limbs create an impenetrable barrier before Paul. In an attempt to evade Li Yin's formidable block, Paul elevated the arc of his shot. The basketball soared over Li Yin's fingertips, yet veered off course dramatically. Thud! It was undeniably a clang off the rim. Camby seized the rebound and passed it to Li Yin. Upon reaching the front court, Li Yin opted against a screen. Determined to teach Paul a lesson, he backed down and unleashed a display of sheer physicality upon Paul. The spectators were left in awe. Was this truly a point guard? Such back-to-basket finesse was rare among contemporary big men. Thud! 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 Chris Paul struggled to maintain his balance, but was relentlessly pushed back by Li Yin's force. Paul contemplated employing a retreat strategy, yet such cunning tactics proved futile against Li Yin. Li Yin muscled his way into the paint, his rapid footwork proving unstoppable. Swish! Li Yin executed a splendid teardrop shot. After scoring, he cast a triumphant glance at the panting Paul. Having never encountered such a setback, Paul scoffed. Just you wait. The Hornets' turn arrived. Chris Paul, utilizing a screen, penetrated the lane, releasing a shot just before Camby could close in. The ball arced gracefully through the air, swish. A perfect swish. Paul secured 2 points and raised an eyebrow at Li Yin, only to find him completely indifferent. This exchange felt utterly wasted. In the subsequent possession, Li Yin took control, employing the same tactic, persistently pressuring Paul with his physique. Paul found himself feeling the strain of Li Yin's dominance. In a discreet corner, within the referee's blind spot, he discreetly shoved Li Yin with his elbow. Paul, seasoned and experienced, executed such a maneuver that the referee would hardly notice. Yet it would certainly unsettle his opponents, an effective strategy to disrupt the rhythm of the offense. However, at the very moment Paul took his shot, Li Yin swiftly launched himself into action. The movement was fluid and seamless. The referee's whistle pierced the air, signaling a defensive foul. What? Paul immediately raised his hands in a gesture of innocence. The incredulity etched across his youthful face was unmistakable. This time, he truly was not feigning. Chapter 87. Li Yan's Abilities. Li Yan skidded across the court for quite a distance, enough to draw the referee's attention. It is no secret that Chris Paul enjoys employing subtle tactics. Referees are well aware. Nevertheless, in the towering realm of the NBA, it is indeed admirable that a player of Paul's stature can perform so remarkably, which explains why the officials often turn a blind eye. As long as Chris Paul does not overstep, referees instinctively categorize such minor infractions as part of legitimate competition. Yet in this instance, Li Yan had been thrust a considerable distance away, and Paul's actions were undeniably excessive. The head referee called a defensive foul against Chris Paul, allowing the Nuggets to retain possession. Chris Paul felt a twinge of dissatisfaction, yet he found himself at a loss. After all, he had indeed pushed. Even upon reviewing the footage, he could not escape accountability. "What's wrong, Chris? Did you not go plead your case to the referee?" Li Yan taunted. "Just wait," Paul retorted through gritted teeth. "Oh, are you planning to leap and strike my knee?" Li Yan continued to hurl verbal jabs. Paul was taken aback by Li Yan's sharp wit, feeling somewhat embarrassed by the exchange. How could he possibly struggle to compete with a Chinese player in English? Li Yan continued to confront Paul, showing no signs of retreat against this elite point guard of the new generation. On the sidelines, George Karl displayed an expression of admiration. Li Yan's poise surpassed that of ordinary stars. Unfazed by formidable opponents, he exhibited remarkable fortitude. Allen Iverson remarked, "He embodies the essence of players from our era." Faced with Li Yan's relentless onslaught, Chris Paul exhibited a hint of disarray. He found himself at a disadvantage in the confrontation. Had it not been for Li Yan's somewhat lackluster shooting, Paul would scarcely have been worthy to stand before him. In the realm of point guards, Li Yan's physical advantages were overwhelming. With deft ball handling, he executed a subtle change in rhythm, using his body to assert dominance over Paul before penetrating the paint. Eschewing a jump shot or a pass, he sidestepped the outstretched arms of the defenders, skillfully finishing with a layup using a change of hands. "Wow!" exclaimed Barkley in admiration. This play showcased Li Yan's ingenious rhythm alteration and remarkable body coordination, his aerial maneuvers fluid and graceful, reminiscent of Magic Johnson. Indeed, Li Yan had mastered the full repertoire of Magic's skills. The fierce contest between Li Yan and Paul left many fans in attendance exhilarated. This direct and unyielding style of play is what endeared Li Yan to the audience. He was unapologetically assertive on the court, never shying away from confrontation. In fact, Li could have opted for a more straightforward approach to finish. Smith analyzed, although this aerial change of hands is exquisite, it carries considerable risk. A sudden stop and jump shot or horseback archery is sufficient. Barkley concurs with Smith's assertion. In their view, with Li Yan's prowess, it is inconceivable that he has not mastered such fundamental skills of a guard. In the next play, Paul executed a splendid pick and roll at the top of the arc, drawing the defender's attention with his penetration. After discerning the Nuggets' defensive setup, Paul assisted Hilton Armstrong, who effortlessly finished with a layup. Paul's play dismantled the Nuggets' defense. Even Li Yan found it impossible to thwart his pass. Chris Paul has established himself as a paragon of the new generation of point guards, owing to his formidable capabilities in driving, shooting, and facilitating. His passing prowess is well known, and his mid-range shooting following a pick is equally reliable. This trifecta of threats renders Paul both an offensive asset and a facilitator. In comparison, Li Yan possesses superior passing and driving abilities, bolstered by his overwhelming physical advantage over other guards. However, he exhibits noticeable shortcomings. His mid-range and long-range shooting abilities are merely average in the league, while his shooting off the dribble is alarmingly poor. This compels Li Yan to employ more convoluted methods to finish opportunities that should be more straightforward. Naturally, in a Nuggets lineup featuring talents like Carmelo and Allen Iverson, Li Yan's deficiencies are not glaringly apparent, as he does not need to shoulder the burden of scoring. Coupled with occasional displays of the Mamba mentality, opponents perceive Li Yan as someone who can shoot, albeit infrequently and inconsistently, yet when he is on target, he becomes exceedingly lethal. In the eyes of the public, Li Yan's shooting ability is akin to that of a double-edged sword, although his consistency leaves much to be desired. No team dares to leave him unguarded. This, in a certain sense, significantly benefits Li Yan on the offensive end. During the Nuggets' possession, a classic pick-and-roll unfolded, this time featuring Li Yan and Camby. Li Yan's penetrating threat was formidable, compelling the Hornets to allocate substantial defensive resources to contain him. At this juncture, Marcus Camby seized an unimpeded opportunity to attack the rim. With a resounding slam dunk, Camby celebrated with a high five from Lee Yin. Interestingly, during his time as a substitute, Camby's average scoring increased. With neither Iverson nor Anthony on the court, Camby found himself with enhanced opportunities. Lee Yin's passing facilitated impressive statistics for both him and J.R. Smith. Lee Yin, alongside Chris Paul, led the second unit in an extended confrontation. The Hornets were the first to make adjustments, substituting their starters in hopes of gaining a decisive advantage. However, the Nuggets remained steadfast in their strategy, with George Karl allowing Lee Yin and the reserves to contend fiercely against the Hornets' first string. This exemplifies George Karl's unique mentorship of Lee Yin. Once David West entered the game, the Hornets' scoring ability saw a notable uptick, with Tyson Chandler serving as an efficient rim protector, bolstering the Hornets' interior defense. Despite the Hornets holding the upper hand on the court, Lee Yin promptly made adjustments. Faced with a disadvantage in the paint, he transitioned from frequently engaging in pick-and-roll plays with Camby to utilizing his driving ability to create more shooting opportunities for J.R. Smith beyond the arc. With Lee Yin's adept playmaking, J.R. Smith's shooting touch ignited spectacularly. The three-point shots cascaded into the Hornets' basket like an unrelenting barrage, and Lee Yin's assists skyrocketed. On the sidelines, George Karl was left in awe. He had not anticipated that Lee Yin could lead the bench unit to such impressive heights. J.R. Smith was no longer a mere wild card. He had transformed into a formidable weapon. In the TNT studio, Barkley and Smith engaged in a discussion about Lee Yin's performance, discovering that the Nuggets were an entirely different caliber of team with him on the court. Lee Yin's contributions to both the shooters and the interior players were paramount. Should he join the lowly Supersonics of the West, alongside sharpshooters Ray Allen and Rashard Lewis, the Supersonics would likely evolve into a formidable force. Barkley made a bold assertion. It was not the Nuggets that were strong, but rather Lee Yin himself. Chapter 88. Raising the Stakes, John Stockton's Abilities. The Nuggets' performance substantiated Barkley's hypothesis. Lee Yin orchestrated a beautiful display of cohesive offense and defense with the bench unit, matching the starting quintet of the Hornets blow for blow. However, once George Karl substituted Lee Yin out of the game, the starting lineup, led by Anthony and Iverson, faltered. The Nuggets' interior and exterior play became completely disjointed, with Kenyon Martin and Nene forced to rely on a few offensive rebounds for second-chance opportunities. The dynamic duo of Iverson and Anthony on the perimeter lacked any synergy. Even when executing pick-and-rolls, there was no follow-up connection. This deficiency rendered the Nuggets' offense lacking in margin for error. Fortunately, due to Iverson and Anthony's exceptional individual skills, their scoring capacity remained formidable. When both players are in peak form, the Nuggets can swiftly extend their lead. However, should their performance falter, the Nuggets' offense may experience a sudden lapse. Upon Lee Yin's entry onto the court, the Nuggets' offense immediately improved. In half-court situations, Lee Yin excels at initiating plays through screens, adeptly choosing to either take a shot himself or facilitate for an interior player or an outside shooter. As the first half concluded, the score stood at 56-50, with the Nuggets leading by 6 points. Chris Paul recorded impressive statistics of 18 points, 8 assists, 2 rebounds, and 2 steals, while Lee Yin contributed 8 points, 9 assists, 5 rebounds, 2 blocks, and 2 steals. Lee Yin's assists surpassed Paul's by 1, although Paul had the edge in points. From a statistical standpoint, Chris Paul appeared superior. However, throughout the course of the game, Lee Yin's performance was not overshadowed by Paul. In fact, during the contest against Paul's second unit, Lee Yin shone brightly, maintaining a firm grip on the game's dynamics in the absence of Iverson and Anthony. The Nuggets' second unit remained formidable, even against the Hornets' starting five. Kenny noted that Lee's assist count had already surpassed that of Chris. Barkley expressed his delight, suggesting the production team prepare a donkey. Smith interjected, remarking that Chris Paul bore more responsibility and could not fully focus on orchestrating the team. "What? Do you intend to play dirty?" Barkley inquired. "Not at all. Am I afraid of a donkey?" Smith retorted, casting a sidelong glance at Barkley. "I merely suggested that Chris Paul's performance is more well-rounded." "Ah." Barkley immediately retorted, "Where is the comprehensiveness? Lee boasts a greater number of rebounds, blocks, and assists. Chris merely excels in scoring. How about we raise the stakes?" Smith remarked, glancing at the viewership curve displayed on the screen. "What do you propose?" Barkley now harbors considerable confidence in Lee Yin. Let us wager on the combined totals of their points and assists. Smith suggested a stringent condition. It is worth noting that Paul's current total of points and assists stands at 26, while Li Yan's is merely 17, revealing a significant disparity. No, Kenny. Li's current average data is around 10, 1 and 3, totaling just 23, Barkley asserted. Do not attempt to deceive me. Perhaps we should include steals and blocks as well. Kenny Smith pondered for a moment before responding. The disparity in stealing ability between Paul and Li Yan is negligible. In terms of blocks, Li holds the advantage. But can we really inflate the statistics? Li averages 1.5 blocks per game, placing him among the top 20, the sole backcourt player therein. Rebounds must also be factored in. Barkley insisted, should I lose, I too shall face 2 donkeys. Currently, Paul's cumulative statistics amount to 30, while Li Yan's total is 26, not an insubstantial difference. However, increases in scoring are the easiest to achieve. From this perspective, Paul's odds appear more favorable. No problem. Kenny Smith readily agreed. Thus, I shall not take advantage of you. Should I lose, I will confront 3 donkeys. Smith added, wow, Kenny, is a mere double not sufficient for you anymore? Barkley could no longer contain himself. You experienced double the joy last time. And this time you deliberately want to escalate things. Goodness, I can hardly keep up with your thoughts. However, we must inquire with the director if there are 3 donkeys prepared. I recall there being only 2, Barkley remarked. The director quickly assured him that there was no issue. Observing the soaring ratings, even airlifting a mother donkey from Nevada would be worthwhile. Although it was merely for show, as long as the audience was entertained. There was no problem. Barkley and Smith exchanged high fives in solidarity, igniting the enthusiasm of the viewers. The outcome of the match had become almost irrelevant. They merely wished to witness the amusing interactions between Barkley, Smith, and the donkeys. Naturally, if given a choice, Barkley's supporters would undoubtedly be in greater numbers, as the spectacle of facing 3 donkeys was undeniably more captivating. Li Yan was unaware of the wager between Barkley and Smith, but even if he were informed, it would not concern him in the slightest. He was indifferent to whatever transpired with the donkeys. However, during halftime, the system unexpectedly issued a task: achieve a double 20 points and 20 assists, and lead the team to victory, with the reward being the legendary point guard John Stockton's skill. Stockton, a peer of Jordan and Olajuwon, was the 16th overall pick and did not attract as much attention. Nevertheless, standing at 185 meters and weighing 85 kilograms, he became the all-time leader in assists in NBA history, 15,806, and steals, 3,265, which is indeed quite impressive. Achieving a simultaneous tally of 20 points and 20 assists in a single game is a formidable challenge, a feat only accomplished by the likes of Jason Kidd and Steve Nash in the current era. However, for Li Yan, this task does not appear insurmountable. It is worth noting that historically, the players who have recorded the most instances of 20 points and 20 assists are none other than the legendary Magic Johnson and John Stockton. In his brief yet illustrious 13-year career, Magic Johnson achieved this remarkable statistic 11 times, including a staggering triple-double of 32 points, 21 rebounds, and 11 assists. Li Yan has laid a solid foundation in the first half, and if he adopts a more assertive approach in the second half, the likelihood of accomplishing this goal becomes significantly higher. The mere thought of John Stockton's prowess ignites a sense of exhilaration. Imagine the extraordinary amalgamation of Magic Johnson's flamboyant and agile playmaking with John Stockton's pragmatic and diligent style in a single player. Such a point guard would undoubtedly be a formidable force to reckon with. As Chapter 89 unfolds, with the task at hand within reach, Li Yan finds himself deep in contemplation about the forthcoming match. To attain the coveted 20 points and 20 assists, he must strike a delicate balance between scoring and facilitating. Given his playmaking abilities, prioritizing scoring seems to be the more prudent approach. As he practices his technical maneuvers, his actions go unnoticed amidst the hustle and bustle. NBA players often have their own rituals. Some indulge in specific foods for energy, while others perform habitual gestures for psychological reinforcement or engage in superstitious practices. In comparison, Li Yan's practice of technical moves appears remarkably conventional. The second half of the match commenced swiftly. Li Yan adeptly dribbled past the halfway line, with Russell Butler defending against him. Chris Paul continued to shadow Allen Iverson. Although Butler possessed superior physical attributes compared to Paul, His defensive awareness and positional judgment were significantly lacking. Li Yan opted against a pick and roll after a change of direction. He used his body to shield Butler as he drove towards the paint. Would he pass or attack the rim? As an exceptional defensive player, Tyson Chandler needed to discern Li Yan's next move. He anticipated a pass. Chandler recognized that Li Yan prioritized passing, and he made his judgment accordingly. However, Li Yan resolutely executed a beautiful floater. The score was now 58-50, marking Li Yan's 10th point. In the TNT studio, Barkley celebrated with a fist pump. "That's it, Lee. What a fantastic score." "Wait a minute, Charles. Did you call Li Yan? He usually opts to pass in such situations," Smith remarked. "Don't be so sensitive. It was merely a straightforward drive to the basket." "With Li Yan's skills, he made it look effortless," Barkley teased. "Three stubborn donkeys are waiting for you, Kenny." During the Hornets' possession, Paul continued to face Iverson. This time, Iverson exhibited remarkable patience, refraining from attempting to steal the ball. Realizing he could not shake off Iverson, Paul steadied his rhythm and called for a screen. David West moved to set the pick, allowing Paul to use the screen to slip past Iverson. With Kenyon Martin and Nene clogging the paint, Paul chose not to drive, instead preparing to finish with a sudden jump shot. Paul's sudden stop and jump shot was anything but unexpected. It was a signature move of his. As Paul maneuvered around the screen, Li Yan let go of Russell Butler. At the moment Paul leaped, Li Yan surged from the side. With a sharp flick, the basketball grazed Li Yan's fingertips, altering its trajectory. As he landed, Li Yan sprinted toward the front court, where Kenyon Martin caught the ball and immediately sought out Li Yan. Martin's pass was slightly too forceful, yet Li Yan managed to catch up. Utilizing his momentum, Li Yan executed a bank shot. 60-50. Barkley was already on his feet, exhilarated. Within just a minute of the game, Li Yan had surpassed Paul in terms of performance metrics. "Keep it up, my treasure," Barkley mused, even contemplating a telepathic connection with Li Yan, for how else could the typically passive players suddenly exhibit such assertiveness? On the sidelines, George Karl shared in the astonishment. As Li Yan's offensive prowess flourished, the team would undoubtedly benefit, particularly during his leadership of the Nuggets' second unit. The Hornets initiated their attack. Chris Paul and David West executed a pick and roll, this time finding Peja. Anthony, not closely trailing, allowed Peja to take the jumper. Swish. It was a perfect hit. 60-53. The interplay between a top-tier point guard and an exceptional shooter always ignites excitement. In the next possession, Li Yan passed the ball to Iverson. After a swift change of direction that drew the Hornets' double team, Iverson dished it to Li Yan, who feigned a shot before delivering a genuine assist to Anthony, who found himself with an unchallenged opportunity. Swish. Melo's mid-range jumper was exquisite. Allowing Anthony to shoot was akin to permitting LeBron to drive. 62-53. "Haha, Kenny. You will become immune to the donkey's rear in the future." Barkley reclined comfortably against the back of his chair, confident in Li Yan's performance. Smith was taken aback. He did not intend to stand in opposition to Li Yan, as this was merely for the sake of entertainment. Little did he know that he would inadvertently become the new friend of the donkey, usurping Barkley's place. How disconcerting. Kenny Smith resolved firmly that he must steer clear of the donkey's rear henceforth, lest his wife begin to disdain him. As Kenny Smith grappled with his thoughts, Li Yan once again delivered an assist to Kenyon Martin. This time, employing a pick and roll, Li Yan opted to pass the ball to the descending Kenyon Martin. David West was a moment too late, helplessly watching as Kenyon Martin executed a thunderous dunk. The situation for the Hornets was dire. Byron Scott quickly called a timeout to strategize. Upon resuming play, the Nuggets substituted J.R. Smith for Nene, and their fast-paced offensive strategy commenced without delay. With the Nuggets accelerating their tempo, the rhythm of offense and defense intensified. The Hornets found themselves unable to slow down the Nuggets' pace and were compelled to match their speed. Consequently, the number of possessions increased, and indeed, the fast break proved to be a statistical powerhouse. Li Yan's scoring and assist figures rose impressively. As the third quarter concluded, the score stood at 91-75, with the Nuggets extending their lead to 16 points. If this trend continued, it seemed unlikely the Hornets would endure until the final moments. On the stat sheet, Li Yan recorded 16 points, 16 assists, 8 rebounds, 3 blocks, and 3 steals. Paul contributed 26 points, 12 assists, 4 rebounds, and 2 steals. The sum of Li Yan's statistics stands at 46, while Paul's totals reach 44, revealing that the disparity is not as pronounced as one might assume. The outcome of the competition remains shrouded in uncertainty. Chris Paul is unaware of the wager between Barkley and Smith, yet he recalls the bold claims he made prior to the match. He aims to outshine Li Yan in his forte, assists. As Paul examines the statistics, he finds himself trailing Li Yan by 4 assists. A methodical approach could yield a significant probability of both a loss in the game and in assists. The astute Paul resolves to prioritize his personal statistics. Thus, as the fourth quarter commences, he forgoes rest and informs Byron Scott of his intention to take the court. As the star player of the Hornets, Paul's decisions typically go unchallenged by the head coach. Meanwhile, on the opposing side, George Karl is apprehensive about overexerting his prized player. Although Li Yan wishes to enter the game to fulfill the system's directives promptly, he is met with refusal from Karl. With 4 points and 4 assists still needed, and bolstered by his skills, the task should not take long. This is also the reason Li Yan does not persist. The fourth quarter begins. Paul steps onto the court, while Li Yan remains seated. Kenny Smith rekindles hope within himself, silently cheering for Paul. Chris, take advantage of Li Yan's break and rack up those points swiftly. Chapter 90. The pinnacle of traditional point guards, mastery of the pick and roll. In the opening play, Paul utilizes a pick to drive straight to the basket, assisting Tyson Chandler in executing a thunderous dunk. Smith is somewhat perplexed. Given the circumstances, Paul could have easily scored with a layup. Why opt to pass? One must remember, after all, that a single basket is worth 2 points. Turning back, Iverson deftly maneuvered past Paul and made a mid-range shot. Paul channeled his energy into the offensive end, allowing his focus on defense to wane. In the subsequent play, Paul once again fed the ball to his teammate, penetrating the paint before connecting with Chandler. It was an aerial relay. Following this play, Smith began to comprehend the situation. Paul was deliberately racking up assists, clearly invested in his assist duel with Li Yan. By the time Li Yan entered the game, Paul's assist tally had reached 16, equaling Li Yan's count. However, Paul's assists did not aid the Hornets, who found themselves trailing the Nuggets by 18 points. Upon Li Yan's arrival on the court, he immediately settled into rhythm. He feared that the Hornets might surrender entirely, which would cast suspicion on his data-gathering endeavors. In the first play, Li Yan penetrated and assisted J.R. Smith, who nailed a three-pointer. Subsequently, Li Yan set a pick and assisted Kenyon Martin. He then passed the ball to Anthony. Thankfully, this time Melo did not attempt to create his own shot, but decisively tossed the basketball into the hoop. As the fourth quarter commenced, Li Yan, previously electrified on the sidelines, no longer needed to concern himself with fatigue. With the support of the master of assists, his assist total swiftly climbed to 20. Chris Paul was nearly grinding his teeth in frustration. The disparity between the two sides was monumental, with his team squandering opportunities while the Nuggets seemed infallible. After reaching his assist milestone, Li Yan promptly transitioned into scoring mode, executing a back-to-the-basket move and a soft hook shot for 2 more points. Li Yan's score has reached 18 points, just a step away from the coveted 20. Are you aiming for 2020? Kenyon Martin chuckled. Huh, is it that obvious? Li Yan felt a pang of being caught red-handed. You might as well have I want to score 2020 written on your forehead. All right, fine, Li Yan conceded, dropping the pretense. Indeed, today is all about celebrating with a 2020. He saw no shame in padding his stats, especially with a victory in hand. Zhang Dashui scoring 100 points was merely a display of skill. So what? If you disagree, then go ahead and do it yourself. In the Hornets' possession, Chris Paul assisted Peja, who sank a three-pointer. Paul, exerting tremendous effort, amassed his 20th assist, achieving the remarkable feat of 2020 before Li Yan. In the TNT studio, Smith commented, Chris Paul has secured his 20th assist, scoring 28 points in the process. He joins the ranks of Steve Nash and Jason Kidd as the only active point guards to achieve 20 points and 20 assists. Notably, Li Yan is merely 2 points shy of the same milestone. It is destined to be a night for point guards. Li Yan did not keep everyone waiting long. He soon received a pass from Iverson and, utilizing his less favored mid-range shot, scored a significant 2 points. The Nuggets' lead had ballooned to 20, rendering the continuation of the game meaningless. With Paul's consent, Scott withdrew all the starters, conceding defeat. In the subsequent round, the Nuggets also withdrew their key players, thus freezing the statistics of Paul and Li Yan. Chris Paul, 28 points, 20 assists, 5 rebounds, 2 steals. Li Yan, 20 points, 20 assists, 11 rebounds, 3 blocks, 3 steals. The two players' assists harmoniously settled at 20, marking an unconventional yet fulfilling conclusion. Within the confines of the TNT studio, the trio of analysts has taken the stage. According to the wager between Smith and Barkley, Paul's total is 55, while Li Yan's stands at 57. Fortunately, Barkley emerged victorious in the end. As the final buzzer resonated, the Nuggets triumphed over the Hornets with a score of 124-105. Ding! The system's notification echoed in Li Yan's mind. Congratulations to the host for completing the task, leading the team to victory while achieving a remarkable 20 points and 20 assists. Reward: skill of John Stockton, pick and roll mastery. Pick and roll mastery. Passive significantly enhances the host's comprehension of pick and roll tactics, with a slight increase in the receiver's shooting percentage post-screen. In the instant the reward was bestowed, insights into the pick and roll strategy materialized out of thin air, embedding themselves directly into Li Yan's consciousness. Deep within his memories, he beheld the slender figure of number 12 from Salt Lake City, John Stockton. Unlike the illustrious Magic Johnson, Stockton lacked extraordinary innate talent. His dynamic and static abilities were unremarkable. He also fell short of Magic's boundless imagination, with his passing appearing rather ordinary. Stockton's style of play was unassuming, even bordering on the gritty. However, no one can deny the remarkable abilities of this seemingly slender white guard in half-court situations. Lacking an explosive first step, he consistently seeks screens to initiate his offense. Practice breeds proficiency, and skill begets finesse. Years of relentless effort have rendered Stockton the most astute point guard in the history of the NBA with regard to the pick-and-roll strategy, unmatched by any other. He consistently finds his teammates with pinpoint accuracy following a screen, delivering the basketball with precision. The fact that Karl Malone ranks second on the all-time scoring list is inextricably linked to Stockton's exceptional pick-and-roll passing. Consequently, Stockton has ascended to the pinnacle of the all-time assists leaderboard. It can be said that the pick-and-roll tactic has solidified the illustrious reputation of the Utah duo. With the foundation laid by the Magic Johnson template, Li Yan's ball-handling skills have already reached their zenith. Especially during fast breaks, his passing is undeniably top-tier. Currently, only the windchild, Steve Nash, can rival Li Yan in this regard. Now, having inherited the complete repertoire of Stockton's pick-and-roll techniques, Li Yan's comprehension of spatial dynamics within the pick-and-roll has ascended to a profound level. Henceforth, his perceptive abilities in half-court scenarios have become unparalleled in the league. In terms of ball control, having amalgamated the techniques of both Magic and Stockton, Li Yan is devoid of any shortcomings. Ha! Li Yan emitted a villainous laugh, reverberating through the shower room, leaving the Nuggets players somewhat unsettled. Li, are you feeling a bit overwhelmed lately? It seems your mental state is somewhat concerning. Chapter 91. An interview with the central bank in a domestic studio. Yu Jia and Coach Zhang were brimming with excitement, as Li Yan's performance was nothing short of impeccable. With an astounding tally of 20 points, 20 assists, 11 rebounds, 3 blocks, and 3 steals, such a multifaceted achievement was destined to propel Li Yan into the headlines. Dear viewers, it is an immense honor to witness this miraculous moment together. Li Yan has secured a legendary triple-double of 20 points, 20 assists, and 11 rebounds. A feat exceedingly rare in the annals of NBA history, accomplished previously only by the iconic Magic Johnson. Li Yan stands as the sole active player to have reached this remarkable milestone, having spent an extended period in the shower reflecting on the system. Kenyon Martin grew increasingly concerned for his young teammates' mental state and decided to call for Li Yan to attend the post-game interview. The reporters at the press conference had been waiting patiently for quite some time, and upon seeing Li Yan arrive, they excitedly raised their cameras in anticipation. Despite being held at the home arena of the Hornets, the press conference was still teeming with attendees. In addition to numerous American media outlets, there were also several Chinese journalists present. Li Yan's style of play and position garnered even greater admiration than that of Yao Ming among fans, and currently, the number of media outlets tracking Li Yan's progress in China has surpassed those that followed Yao Ming. The Rockets' playing style was notably stifling, with a high probability of fourth-quarter collapses. In the past, Chinese fans perceived the Rockets as a formidable team until they witnessed Li Yan's performance against the Nuggets. The fluidity of the transition between offense and defense, coupled with the rhythm of the game, was truly exceptional. The Nuggets appeared to possess far more promise than the Rockets. Li Yan's influence in the Chinese market is steadily growing. As a guard, he has become an idol for many young basketball enthusiasts. In high schools and universities, discussions about Li Yan can be heard in every corner. Post-game interviews often lack engaging content, primarily consisting of praise for Li Yan's performance. Local media in New Orleans frequently inquire about Li Yan's views on Chris Paul, to which Li Yan naturally offers compliments, for the mutual success of all is indeed paramount. To put it plainly, Li Yan does not regard Paul as a rival. Having mastered the pick-and-roll technique from John Stockton, Li Yan's understanding of this tactic has deepened significantly. In half-court situations, he has become adept at utilizing space, and his passing has evolved into a distinctive style. Simple yet effective, this embodies Stockton's playing philosophy, enhancing Li Yan's efficiency. Kenyon Martin and Nene Hilario are among those who benefit from this synergy. After executing a pick-and-roll with Li Yan, they consistently find themselves with easy scoring opportunities. In truth, Li Yan yearns to collaborate with Carmelo Anthony, although Anthony may not possess the explosive athleticism of LeBron James. He is a prodigy who embodies speed, strength, and skill. His physicality and competitive spirit are exceptional, complemented by technical prowess that surpasses most forwards. Anthony's shooting ability even eclipses that of Karl Malone, allowing him to stretch his range from mid-range to beyond the three-point line. Should Anthony choose to do so, their partnership could become the Nuggets' secret weapon. Regrettably, Anthony's screen-setting quality leaves much to be desired, often providing mere token screens that fail to effectively impede defenders. As soon as the defender made contact, Anthony faltered in place. Perhaps due to his exceptional shooting skills, he exhibited little desire to attack the basket. Consequently, the pick-and-roll between Li Yan and Anthony lacked variety, merely resulting in Li Yan breaking through and passing back to Anthony for a shot, significantly diminishing their threat. Li Yan felt somewhat helpless, yet he had no viable solutions. It was impractical for him to lecture Anthony at this juncture. Notably, after completing her album recording, Mei eagerly sought out Li Yan. Seizing this opportunity, Li Yan amassed a collection of status cards. As of now, he possesses one-time rewind, 2 release limitations, 2 eagle eyes, 2 spider webs, and 4 infinite endurance cards. The infinite endurance card replenishes stamina entirely upon use, enhancing Li Yan's margin for error during matches. Aside from being a master of ball control, this represents his second method of stamina replenishment. The regular season has reached its climactic finale. The Denver Nuggets are set to host the New York Knicks. As two teams that have clashed in Madison Square Garden, their current situations are starkly contrasting. The Nuggets have secured their final ranking in the Western Conference, placing third behind the Mavericks and Suns, thereby advancing smoothly into the playoffs. In contrast, the New York Knicks find themselves third from the bottom in the Eastern Conference, with their only glimmer of hope being a favorable lottery pick. With the standings now established, Coach George Karl intends to rest some key players for this match, particularly Anthony, as he fears that the Sweet Melon might once again clash with an old rival. On the day of the competition, the Central Media planned to conduct a special feature on Li Yan. The production team boasted an impressive lineup, including Coach Zhang and Yu Jia, along with a charming female reporter and several camera crews. The Denver Nuggets were exceptionally accommodating, fully aware of the media's influence, as even the venerable Stern would bow to such authority. The Nuggets' public relations manager personally guided the media crew through the team's training facilities, weight room, and locker rooms. Li Yan felt a warm familiarity upon seeing Coach Zhang and Yu Jia, as he had often enjoyed their commentary in the past. He greeted the production team with great enthusiasm, and while shaking hands with the beautiful reporter, he restrained himself from showcasing his ball-handling prowess. Though the temptation was thrilling, he thought better of it, considering the potential for unforeseen mishaps. Coach Zhang and Yu Jia expressed keen interest in Li Yan's training methods, particularly intrigued by the viral real man training technique circulating online. Li Yan promptly dispelled the rumors, demonstrating some of his daily training routines to the crew. In addition to ball drills for maintaining touch, he emphasized that his primary focus was on core strength and stability. A formidable core is instrumental for Li Yan in gaining an advantage during aerial confrontations. As filming progressed, members of the Nuggets began to arrive one by one. Upon noticing the multitude of cameras following Li Yan, they quickly realized a program was being filmed. Li Yan's amiable personality garnered unanimous approval from the entire Nuggets team. With no other agenda, the day's sole focus was to extol Li Yan's remarkable talents. Certainly, There was a comical mishap when Kenyon Martin failed to notice the camera behind Li Yan. Upon seeing Li Yan, he immediately began boasting about his exploits from the previous night. He claimed to have discovered an upscale nightclub where the women were exceptionally alluring, and he had an exhilarating time, expressing his desire to take Li Yan there for an experience. Watching Kenyon Martin animatedly describe the details with a rather foolish expression and accompanying gestures, Li Yan promptly interjected, "Big brother, I am recording a show." To his dismay, Kenyon Martin then noticed the large crew behind Li Yan, which led to an awkward moment. Quick to react, he turned to the camera, offering a view of the back of his head while sidestepping away, exclaiming, "Hello, this is Carmelo Anthony." Chapter 92, The Final Battle. Due to a special interview with the central broadcaster, Li Yan was placed in the starting lineup by George Karl. Meanwhile, Allen Iverson and Carmelo Anthony would be resting for today's game. Li Yan was set to lead the team against the New York Knicks. The Knicks possessed a mediocre strength, with their star player, Stephon Marbury, in poor form. Ever since his fallout with Larry Brown's coaching staff last season, Marbury's reputation had suffered significantly. This season, the Knicks had a new coach, the Smile Assassin Thomas, yet Marbury's performance remained lackluster, averaging 16 for points and 5 for assists, his lowest since his rookie season. Prior to the game, Li Yan received a call from May, the rising star in the music industry, who had flown from New York to Denver. She expressed how much she missed Li Yan, her thoughts consumed by him. Though merely 3 days have passed since our last profound exchange, the mastery of ball control is no ordinary skill. It captivates the hearts and minds of all who have experienced it. May possesses a voice of exquisite beauty, a unique gift that she embodies. Li Yan, of course, warmly welcomed May's presence, for no man can resist the joy of drawing cards. He swiftly arranged a seat for her in the front row, a privilege he now enjoys. That evening, at the Pepsi Center, every seat was filled to capacity. Li Yan greeted the camera with a wave. "The match is about to commence. How wonderful is the atmosphere in our home court." He made his way to the player tunnel, where the DJ began introducing the players for the night with a prolonged flourish. Typically, Li Yan is the second player to emerge among the starters, but this time he was saved for last. It was the first instance in his career where he was afforded such an honor. Let us welcome the miracle of Denver, the all-star MVP, the super point guard No. 1 from China, York Li. The crowd erupted in thunderous applause, an overwhelming cheer that reverberated throughout the arena. Li Yan sprinted from the player tunnel, high-fiving the exuberant fans lining the pathway. The electrifying energy of the atmosphere left everyone in the production team in awe. While they were aware of Li Yan's popularity, they had underestimated the extent of his influence. As he completed a high five with Kenyon Martin and stood at the center of the court, the crowd reached a fever pitch, chanting in unison, "Li, Li, 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 Li." Meanwhile, in the front row, Mimi was passionately cheering for Li Yan. The cameras on-site quickly captured this moment, drawing the attention of all the fans to her. Tail, now a devoted Denver Nuggets supporter, appeared on the sidelines with remarkable frequency. Let us be honest, she was there to see Li. The heartache. Why does Tail have to be in a relationship? I still cannot fathom what I lack. Li excels at basketball and is equally adept at winning hearts. How handsome Li is. I would gladly accept if I were in her place. The central camera even zoomed in on Mimi, not with the intention of introducing her, but merely to showcase Li Yan's immense popularity. The combination of basketball and beauty surely guarantees high viewership. The starters from both teams remained on the court as the game was about to commence. The Denver Nuggets, Li Yan, J.R. Smith, Linus Kleiza, Kenyon Martin, and Marcus Camby. The New York Knicks, Stephon Marbury, Jamal Crawford, Quentin Richardson, David Lee, and Eddie Curry. Marcus Camby and Eddie Curry contested the jump ball. At the age of 18, Eddie Curry weighed nearly 300 pounds, dominating the Chicago area, and was often mentioned alongside Kwame Brown and Tyson Chandler as the top 3 high school prospects of 2001, vying for the first overall pick that year. Ultimately, he was selected 4th overall by the Chicago Bulls in the first round of the 2001 draft. Despite years in the league, Eddie Curry's defense and rebounding have not improved, relying solely on his dazzling offensive talent to secure a starting position. While Eddie Curry does not fall short in height compared to Camby, his considerable weight serves as an additional burden. Camby effortlessly leaped to seize the basketball, which found its way into the hands of Li Yan. With the ball in possession, Li Yan advanced, and Marbury approached him. Marbury maintained a commendable defensive intensity since the outset, attempting to challenge Li Yan with some physicality. However, for Li Yan, who possessed exceptional ball handling skills, this was merely child's play. He deftly evaded Marbury's pressure with ease, executing a simple change of pace that propelled him into the paint. Confronted by the Knicks' double team, Li Yan skillfully threaded the ball through the narrow gap to Kenyon Martin. Boom! Kenyon Martin soared for a thunderous dunk. 2-0. The Pepsi Center erupted in jubilation. As the Knicks took their turn, Marbury brought the ball up the court, eager to reclaim his team's momentum. However, against Li Yan, Marbury's series of crossovers proved ineffective. Having trained against Iverson for years, Li Yan had developed an immunity to ordinary crossovers. After exerting tremendous effort, Marbury finally managed to break free from Li Yan's long reach, but he had consumed far too much time. The shot clock began to flash, and before he could adjust, Marbury was forced to take a mid-range shot. Clang. Undoubtedly, he missed. Marcus Camby secured the rebound and swiftly passed the ball to Li Yan to initiate a fast break. Marbury rushed over to thwart Li Yan. Unexpectedly, Li Yan had no intention of holding onto the ball. He extended his arm gracefully and tossed it. The basketball soared through the air, perfectly finding the streaking J.R. Smith. J.R. Smith faced an open basket and effortlessly completed a spectacular dunk. 4-0. The Pepsi Center continued to resonate with excitement, as fans erupted in fervent cheers. A magnificent long pass had pierced through the Knicks' defense. Li's passing was nothing short of miraculous. The Knicks' offense was in full swing, with Marbury seeking opportunities to engage Li Yan in a one-on-one duel. After finding no success once again, Marbury sought a screen. Eddie Curry, with his imposing physique, stepped up to provide assistance. However, Marbury's intentions were all too apparent. Could the lone wolf pass? Li Yan pursued Marbury from behind. With a resounding smack, he delivered a spectacular block to an unsuspecting opponent. From the outset, Li Yan's influence on the game was palpable. Chapter 93. Is coaching in the NBA truly that effortless? The cheers at the Pepsi Center surged like waves, with fans in the stands fervently chanting Li Yan's name. The camera crew captured this moment with fidelity, their staff both astonished and delighted. They were aware of Li Yan's popularity, yet the atmosphere on television was utterly transformed in person. It was exhilarating. Even the cameraman was nearly swept up in the excitement. The Knicks, though struggling at the start, maintained their composure, which is one of the few commendable traits of the team. They possessed remarkable mental fortitude, having faced jeers frequently, whether at home or away. The Knicks prepared to inbound the ball. This time, Eddie Curry positioned himself low to take on Marcus Camby. Curry's performance was highly inconsistent. At his peak, he transformed into a formidable force, overpowering opponents with his considerable stature, employing the nearly forgotten back-to-the-basket moves of the NBA, and concluding with an absurdly long reach and a delicate hook shot. His agility belied his weight, enabling him to execute many technical maneuvers that even power forwards might find challenging, such as a nimble turnaround jumper. However, the probability of Eddie Curry performing at his peak is rather low. At times, he may shine for just a few minutes in one game, while in others, he barely makes an impact. His greatest shortcomings lie in his lack of physical fitness and competitive spirit. Although he dares to take mid-range shots, creating an impression of versatility, his shooting consistency is notably poor, and his vision for high-post passing is similarly lacking. The perimeter player, Marbury, is disinclined to pass, and Eddie Curry mirrors this tendency in the paint, resulting in the Knicks' persistently poor performance. In response, the head coach, the smiling assassin Thomas, expresses his helplessness, repeatedly emphasizing the importance of ball sharing. He has even remarked that with Li Yan on his roster, the Knicks could transform into a championship-contending team. In a moment of action, under Camby's extended reach, Eddie Curry's turnaround jumper goes awry. As the Nuggets advance, Li Yan arrives at the frontcourt and engages in a pick-and-roll with Kenyon Martin. Post-screen, Li Yan drives inward, drawing a double team from the Knicks. Amidst the crowd, he deftly finds the descending Kenyon Martin, delivering a beautifully executed bounce pass. The basketball glides through the throng and lands comfortably in Martin's hands. Kenyon Martin leaps off the ground, soaring with one arm raised, and forcefully slams the ball into the hoop. What a spectacular aerial display. The score is now 6-0. Upon landing, Kenyon Martin exuberantly raises his arms in celebration, sensing that Li Yan's passing has reached impressive heights. Even the legendary kid never achieved such proficiency. Wow. Is it All-Star Day today? He laughs. The dunks just keep coming. Kenyon, that was a magnificent dunk. Lee's passing was exceptional as well. The Nuggets fans in the stands are in a continuous state of euphoria. This game is simply exhilarating. On the sidelines, George Karl addressed his assistant coaches, stating that Lee's ability to initiate pick and rolls is among the finest in the league, with no interior player disliking him. Karl's remarks were, in essence, directed toward the Central Television Program team, as he learned that China's largest television network intended to produce a special segment featuring Li Yin, prompting him to promote Li further. This was not mere flattery. George Karl genuinely admires Li Yin, and his words resonate with truth. He often mused that, without Li Yin, the Nuggets might still be struggling in isolation plays. Carmelo Anthony is not one to easily alter his approach. Even with Li Yin enhancing his efficiency, he still favors inefficient one-on-one plays. Moreover, without Li Yin, Allen Iverson's defensive shortcomings would be magnified. The Nuggets might reach the playoffs, yet they would undoubtedly fall short of going far. Li Yin's substantial contribution to the team is a significant reason for Karl's favoritism towards him. The Knicks finally scored their first basket of the game. Richardson received a no-look pass from Marbury and, rather fortuitously, hit a three-pointer from beyond the arc. The score was now 6-3. The Nuggets continued their offensive strategy, once again employing the pick and roll, a straightforward tactic that Li Yin executed with flair. This time, he collaborated with J.R. Smith for the pick and roll, who says that outside players cannot engage in such plays. Li Yin drew away the defender and delivered a behind-the-back pass to J.R. Smith. Beyond the three-point line, J.R. Smith even took a moment to align his shot before confidently releasing the ball. The basketball soared through the air, tracing a perfect arc before swishing through the net. The score was 9-3. "Damn!" exclaimed Knicks head coach Isaiah Thomas, helpless in the face of true point guard prowess. The atmosphere on our side felt as if the players were devoid of reason, their sights solely fixed on the basket. In the absence of Iverson and Anthony, the Nuggets displayed an extraordinary fluidity in their gameplay. The offensive rhythm was devoid of any hesitation, entirely revolving around Li Yin's tactical execution. Following a seamless connection with Camby, the Knicks were compelled to call a timeout. If this continued, they would face a veritable massacre. Though the Knicks were out of playoff contention, they still had their dignity to uphold. Thomas swiftly called for a pause in the game. "What are you doing?" he admonished his players, urging them to share the ball and maintain its movement. Meanwhile, Marbury was nonchalantly hydrating on the sidelines, exhibiting an air of indifference. Thomas felt helpless in his backcourt. Marbury and Francis commanded the two highest salaries on the team, $17 million and $15 million, respectively, salaries that rivaled those of Kobe and Iverson. Yet, their combined scoring output paled in comparison to either of the two legends, and their playmaking abilities were abysmal. "Stephon, do not allow a rookie to overshadow you," Thomas emphasized. "Do not let him pass the ball with ease. This is not a showcase for his assists." Only then did Marbury lift his head, muttering, "Understood." After all, he too cared about his reputation. Being overshadowed by a rookie was indeed unflattering. Thomas adjusted the strategy, aiming to sever the connection between Li Yin and his teammates, compelling Li Yin to take on the offensive burden alone. In contrast to his assisting prowess, Li Yin's scoring ability was not particularly formidable. Unlike the tense atmosphere surrounding the Knicks, the Nuggets exuded a relaxed vibe. George Karl even refrained from using a tactical board, feeling it unnecessary. Maintain a robust defense and ensure no one is overlooked. George Karl pondered for a moment before continuing. "We must aggressively contest both offensive and defensive rebounds. Once we secure possession, we should promptly pass the ball to Lee, who will create scoring opportunities for everyone. Remember, after gaining possession, deliver the ball to Lee." Just before heading onto the court, George Karl reiterated this point. The staff of the Central Media Program were astonished. Is it truly so effortless for NBA coaches? Is the entirety of the strategy merely to pass the ball to our Lee? Even Shaquille O'Neal's grandmother could manage that. I could do it too. Chapter 94. Li Yin's formidable low-post defensive prowess. Back to the game, David Lee sank a mid-range shot near the free-throw line. In the next possession, Li Yin advanced the ball to the front court, where Kenyon Martin proactively positioned himself at the arc. The effectiveness of the pick-and-roll with Li Yin had made Kenyon Martin exceedingly enthusiastic. Kenyon Martin effectively shielded Li Yin from Marbury, resulting in a noticeable shift in the Knicks' defense. Instead of double-teaming Li Yin, they obstructed his passing lanes. Lee Yin faced a one-on-one against David Lee. With a rhythmic dribble, a sudden change of pace, Lee Yin swiftly pivoted, instantly leaving David Lee behind. He effortlessly finished with a layup. Wow, what a splendid footwork beneath the basket. Lee Yin's speed may not have been exceptional, but his transition during the spin was remarkably executed. David Lee was left with no recourse. This play was reminiscent of Tony Parker. Barkley commented, "Lee is truly a genius. He has mastered a myriad of techniques." The Knicks offense saw Marbury, utilizing Eddie Curry's screen, finally score his first basket. The Nuggets' turn. Lee Yin advanced to the front court, where surprisingly, Marbury approached for close defense, a rare occurrence. Lee Yin passed the ball to Kenyon Martin at the arc, and then directly maneuvered into the low post. The Knicks were intent on severing the connection between Lee Yin and his teammates, implementing a strategy that allowed Lee Yin to go one-on-one. This forced them into a series of defensive switches. Unfortunately for the Knicks, they lacked a defensive maestro, and their physical attributes fell short in matching Lee Yin's prowess. As Lee Yin established his position, Kenyon Martin facilitated the pass. Lee Yin positioned himself to dominate Marbury in the low post. Thud, thud, thud. Fans watching from their screens could hear the sound of muscle colliding. Marbury steadied himself, gritting his teeth to endure. But it was clear that Lee Yin was determined to exploit Marbury today. With nearly a 20-kilogram weight advantage, Marbury soon found himself outmatched. The fans witnessed as Lee Yin relentlessly pushed Marbury deeper into the paint. Arriving within range for a hook shot, Lee Yin executed a smooth turn and completed the shot with elegance. Marbury could only watch helplessly as the basketball soared over his head, utterly powerless to respond. Damn it! What kind of defense is this? Marbury cursed, exasperated. Lee Yin observed Marbury's frustration, initially thinking it was directed at him. Upon closer inspection, he realized Marbury was venting at Thomas. One must concede that Coach Ma is indeed a tough character. Had it been Garnett, he would have surely exchanged some trash talk. Wow, Lee Yin's low-post offense was ruthlessly effective. Kenny Smith chuckled. For a moment, I thought Charles was on the court. Ha ha ha, truly entertaining. Barkley chuckled. This is a clever utilization of one's physical advantages. Lee adeptly employs various offensive tactics based on the defenders he faces, which is quite astute, Barkley remarked. However, Smith added, Lee Yin's style is somewhat antiquated. In fact, a direct jump shot would yield better results. Nonsense, Barkley retorted. I would also prefer a direct shot. But can I execute it? You certainly cannot. Yet Lee Yin possesses the foundational skills to deliver commendable performances, Smith elucidated. Lee Yin's shooting form is exceptionally graceful. All he requires is more attempts to enhance his shooting consistency. The Knicks' possession commenced. Marbury's consecutive crossovers led to a jump shot, but under Lee Yin's pressure, it clanged off the rim. Eddie Curry, stationed beneath the basket, remained inert, merely watching as Camby secured the rebound. Camby then passed the ball to Lee Yin. The Knicks swiftly transitioned back on defense, prompting Lee Yin to momentarily slow the pace, leading both teams into a half-court battle. Following a pick-and-roll, Lee Yin penetrated the paint. With his back to the basket, Lee Yin maintained a low-post position, while the Knicks continued their one-on-one defense, this time with Richardson as the defender. The Knicks steadfastly adhered to their defensive strategy, opting not to double-team. Instead, they allowed Lee Yin to engage in isolation plays, aiming to deplete his stamina. This defensive approach had previously been employed against Steve Nash of the Suns. The Suns' 8-second offense was devastating, yet through 2 years of analysis, other teams realized that neutralizing the engine, Steve Nash, was pivotal to their success. The same holds true for Lee Yin, particularly in the absence of Iverson and Anthony, where the Nuggets' performance rests solely upon his shoulders. Despite the formidable challenge, they are determined to exhaust their opponents. However, the Knicks' strategy is destined to falter. For seated courtside is Lee Yin's colossal charging station. His efficacy against the adversary is significantly superior, nearly achieving the level of instantaneous rejuvenation. This emboldens Lee Yin even further. The Nuggets clear the area around him, exhibiting absolute confidence in his post-up maneuvers. Lee Yin establishes his position against Richardson, holding the ball with one hand. Richardson, with a serious expression, braces himself, pressing against Lee Yin's waist. The camera zooms in, igniting the fervor of countless fans, evoking memories of the iconic one-handed ball-handling moments from Jordan and McGrady. Now, Lee Yin effortlessly adopts a similar stance, a sight to behold. Kobe weeps in admiration. Cheers erupt from the Nuggets supporters in the stands. Go, Lee. Give it your all. In a game where victory holds little significance, the fans are more captivated by the unfolding drama, yearning to witness such exquisite displays of individual heroism. Richardson's defense is commendable, yet Lee Yin refrains from a direct assault. After a series of probing post moves, he feigns to shift Richardson's balance and smoothly glides past him. Confronted by the lethargic defensive effort of Eddie Curry, Lee Yin soars into the air, completing a resounding two-handed dunk. The arena erupts in euphoria. The excitement of Lee Yin's low-post offense leaves the fans exhilarated. Subsequently, he skillfully trains the Knicks defenders one-on-one, showcasing his prowess. The situation has evidently spiraled out of control, and Isaiah Thomas's defensive strategies have utterly collapsed. The enigmatic smiling assassin wears a pained expression, now preoccupied not with how to contain Lee Yin, but rather with persuading owner James Dolan. Lee Yin is set to become an unrestricted free agent during the off-season, and the smiling assassin has resolutely decided to secure his acquisition. New York possesses both wealth and a bustling market. As long as Lee Yin consents, all obstacles will be surmountable. Lee's scoring prowess has long been underestimated. His offensive repertoire is remarkably diverse. Though somewhat traditional, it remains exceedingly effective. On the sidelines, George Karl remarked, he has consistently sacrificed for the team, given sufficient attempts. His scoring statistics would be truly impressive. Karl's insinuation was not merely aimed at the production crew extolling Lee Yin's virtues, but also directed towards the benchwarmers, Iverson and Anthony. Within a team, every individual must prioritize the collective, adhering to the greater good. Karl further asserted, to clinch the championship, it cannot solely be the teammates making sacrifices. Everyone must contribute. We have no chosen one among us. Chapter 95. The Super Triple-Double, a perfect conclusion. The first quarter concluded with a score of 34-18, as the Nuggets widened the gap to 16 points. Lee Yin dominated both ends of the court with 12 points, 7 assists, 3 rebounds, 1 block, and 1 steal. The fans' cheers resonated incessantly, electrifying the atmosphere at the Pepsi Center. Barkley commented, Lee Yin is phenomenal. There is no answer for him or for Melo. Lee Yin has utterly overwhelmed Stephon Marbury. No, he has outperformed every player on the Knicks. Barkley remarked that Lee's tactical approach resembled a semblance of folly, particularly in relation to Isaiah Thomas. Smith concurred with Barkley's assessment, stating that Lee's offensive prowess was remarkably comprehensive, making it quite challenging to defend him one-on-one, especially given that the Knicks lacked adept defenders. As the second quarter commenced, Lee sat on the bench to recuperate. Despite Lee's exhilarating performance, George Karl was keenly protective of him. If given the choice, Karl would prefer to see Anthony injured rather than risk his prized player. On the court, the Nuggets were led by J.R. Smith and Nene Hilario, while the Knicks were spearheaded by Steve Francis and Crawford. Without Lee, the Nuggets' play seemed disjointed, and the Knicks were no different. They had consistently struggled in that regard. Both J.R. and Crawford thrived in chaotic play, and this frenetic pace suited their style, turning the game into a veritable shooting contest. The tempo of the game was somewhat erratic, with both teams engaging in a lively back and forth. When Lee finally entered the game, the score stood at 44-29, with the Nuggets still holding a 15-point lead. Upon his arrival, the Nuggets' offense immediately regained its rhythm. Utilizing a pick and roll, Lee executed a swift three-step drive to the basket, performing a Eurostep with finesse, and effortlessly scored with a layup. The score now read 46-29. Lee's efficiency was striking, boasting an impressive shooting percentage of 80. His desire to attack was palpable, as he swiftly followed up with another layup. The Nuggets fans were somewhat unfamiliar with this version of Lee, as he had previously occupied the role of a facilitator alongside Iverson and Anthony. Lee Yin is responsible for transporting ammunition, while Iverson and Anthony are tasked with finishing the plays. It is evident now that Lee Yin possesses formidable offensive capabilities as well. The Knicks' offense has become more dynamic with his involvement. Lee Yin is equally dedicated on the defensive end, which is why esteemed players like Kobe have faith in him. Historically, great superstars excel in both offense and defense. Lee Yin exhibits remarkable defensive awareness and a proactive attitude, essential prerequisites for evolving into a defensive specialist. As Lee Yin aggressively pressured Marbury, it was evident that Marbury's fundamental skills remained solid, allowing him to maintain control of the ball. However, under Lee Yin's influence, the overall defensive quality of the Nuggets has improved. The Knicks, already struggling offensively, found their attacks further stymied. Marbury's individual prowess shone through as he used his agility to outmaneuver Li Yin, driving towards the paint. This play resulted in a foul by Kenyon Martin. At the free throw line, Marbury converted both attempts, bringing the score to 46-31 in favor of the Nuggets. During the Nuggets' possession, Li Yin faced a double team but remained composed, passing the ball to J.R. Smith for a momentary transition. Utilizing a screen, Li Yin made a cut towards the basket, while David Lee rushed in to provide support. With merely a glance, Li Yin noticed Kenyon Martin trailing behind. Without turning his head, he executed a no-look pass. As if he had eyes in the back of his head, the basketball landed flawlessly in Kenyon Martin's hands, and due to Li Yin's distraction, Martin found himself unguarded. With a powerful leap, Kenyon Martin soared into the air, delivering a spectacular one-handed slam dunk that captivated the audience, igniting the Pepsi Center in an instant. Kenyon Martin celebrated with a high five from Li Yin, acknowledging the beauty of the assist. Li Yin discovered Kenyon Martin behind him without even turning around. A magician, indeed, for he possessed the extraordinary ability that typical point guards could scarcely emulate. Under Li Yin's orchestration, the Denver Nuggets executed their offense with remarkable fluidity. The entire arena was a crescendo of excitement, as documented by the Central Mother S program. Li Yin achieved monumental success in the NBA, and the adoration of the fans here was fervent. Whenever he graced the court, the cheers never ceased. He was a true superstar. The Knicks' offense faced a formidable defense from the Nuggets, making it exceedingly difficult for them to score through individual prowess. Although both Marbury and Crawford possessed formidable scoring abilities, relying solely on the elusive nature of instinct would lead them astray. Crawford, challenged by J.R. Smith, missed a three-pointer, seizing the rebound in the backcourt. Li Yin swiftly initiated a fast break. He advanced rapidly into the front court, where a 3-on-3 situation unfolded, a scenario in which Li Yin thrived. David Lee marked Kenyon Martin, while Crawford kept an eye on J.R. Smith, and Li Yin confronted Richardson. Rather than opting for a pass, Li Yin executed a Eurostep, a testament to his individual skill. With a deft lateral movement, he created space, and Richardson refrained from reaching out, fearing the consequences of a potential three-point play. Swish! Li Yin effortlessly completed a layup. Today, he excelled in both scoring and assisting. As the point gap continued to widen, the fans erupted in euphoria. It was as if they were witnessing a masterful dismantling of the Knicks. On the sidelines, Mei stood up, exhilarated, cheering for Li Yin. In return, Li Yin, equally animated, high-fived Mei in celebration as he passed by. The camera focuses on a close-up of Li Yin and Mei exchanging high-fives, as the Denver Nuggets bench erupts with cheers and playful banter. In such a match, everyone feels liberated. The New York Knicks call for a timeout, yet they seem at a loss for how to counter Li Yin's relentless assault on their defense. Leading the Nuggets, Li Yin persistently pressures the Knicks, and by halftime, the point differential has swelled to 30. George Karl initially contemplated resting Li Yin for the remainder of the game. However, with both Iverson and Anthony taking the night off, it would be rather unfair to deprive the fans of witnessing Li Yin in action. After all, most fans came to see the Stars play. As the third quarter unfolds, Li Yin continues to augment his impressive statistics. The Knicks have not opted to substitute in their reserves, but their starting lineup lacks any fighting spirit, merely seeking to run down the clock. By the end of the third quarter, the gap has widened to 40, officially ushering the game into garbage time. Throughout this contest, Li Yin expended minimal energy, refraining even from unleashing the ferocious roar of the Wolf King. With such a commanding lead, he found it beneath him to resort to such theatrics. Ultimately, the score settled at 119-83, marking a resounding victory for the Nuggets over the Knicks by 36 points. Li Yin achieved an extraordinary triple-double with 28 points, 21 assists, 11 rebounds, 2 steals, and 2 blocks, all while clocking out after just 3 quarters. The staff from the Central Bank's production team were utterly captivated by Li Yin's performance. They had initially planned to capture his highlight moments for their footage, but it turned out that every moment was a highlight in itself. A resounding and exhilarating victory marked the conclusion of Li Yin's rookie season, culminating in a spectacular triple-double. Chapter 96, The Playoffs Arrive. Li Yin is named Rookie of the Year. On April 19th, the regular season of the 2006-2007 season came to a close, and the 16 teams participating in the playoffs were finalized. In the Western Conference, the top 8 teams included the Dallas Mavericks, Phoenix Suns, Denver Nuggets, San Antonio Spurs, Houston Rockets, Utah Jazz, Los Angeles Lakers, and Golden State Warriors. The competition in the West was fiercely contested, with all playoff-bound teams boasting a winning percentage exceeding 50%. Ultimately, the New Orleans Hornets narrowly missed the playoffs by a single victory. In the Eastern Conference, the top 8 teams comprised the Detroit Pistons, Cleveland Cavaliers, Toronto Raptors, Miami Heat, Chicago Bulls, New Jersey Nets, Washington Wizards, and Orlando Magic. In contrast to the West, the East appeared rather harmonious, as a record of 68 wins would not have secured a playoff spot in the Western Conference. Coaches of the 9th and 10th ranked teams, the Hornets and Clippers, lamented that had they been in the East, they could have easily secured a top 4 position, asserting that outside of the Pistons, the strength of the other Eastern teams was relatively comparable. They proposed to the league that the distinction between the East and West should be abolished, advocating for a straightforward ranking of the top 16 teams based on performance. Otherwise, the intense competition in the West seemed starkly disproportionate to the ease with which teams could enter the playoffs in the East. With the regular season concluded, various leaderboards were established. The scoring title was claimed by Kobe Bryant, who led the league with an average of 31.6 points per game. Anthony, Arenas, James, and Iverson ranked 25th. The dynamic duo of Anthony and Iverson, before their convergence, occupied the top 2 positions on the scoring leaderboard. However, upon joining forces, both experienced a decline in their shot attempts, leading to a significant reduction in their average points per game. The assist leader is Steve Nash, who boasts an impressive average of 11.6 assists, standing unrivaled at the pinnacle. Lee Yen follows closely with an average of 10.2 assists. Although his performance in the initial 20 games, where he did not excel, severely hindered his statistics, Nash expressed his relief in an interview, noting that had there been an additional 10 games, his title as assist leader might have been jeopardized due to Lee Yan's extraordinary subsequent performances. Kevin Garnett leads the rebounding charts with an average of 12.8 rebounds per game. Despite the Timberwolves' lackluster performance, Garnett's statistics remain formidable, an average of 22 for points, 12.8 rebounds, 4.1 assists, 1.7 blocks, and 1.2 steals, showcasing his all-around capabilities. The Denver Nuggets' Marcus Camby claims the title of shot-blocking king with an average of 3 blocks, while the title of steal leader belongs to Ron Artest, averaging 2.1 steals per game. In 4 days, the Nuggets will host their first playoff opponent, the Utah Jazz. George Karl granted the team a 2-day respite, during which Lee Yen seized the opportunity to attend the launch ceremony for his special edition playoff sneakers. Anta had initially planned to unveil Lee Yan's first signature shoe, but he expressed concerns about the adjustment to a new pair. Consequently, the release of his inaugural signature shoe has been postponed to the next season. Following Lee Yan's suggestion, Anta has created a unique colorway for the sneakers he wore. At this time, the color schemes of sneakers were not as extravagant as they would later become, and Anta emerged as the pioneer in this venture. Nike and Adidas could hardly fathom the rationale behind offering the same model in various colors. The inspiration for Lee Yan's suggestion stemmed from the vibrant hues seen in mobile phones, with some enthusiasts opting to purchase several devices in different shades simultaneously. Similarly, for fans, owning sneakers in diverse colors follows the same logic. After all, Anta's footwear has consistently been affordable, allowing one to acquire 45 pairs of Anta shoes for the price of a single pair from Nike. The efficacy of Lee Yan's concept was soon validated, as numerous fans indulged in purchasing multiple color variations of his sneakers, resulting in substantial profit for Anta. The brief holiday swiftly came to an end as the Denver Nuggets commenced their training for the playoffs. Their first-round adversaries, the Utah Jazz, were by no means a weak opponent, boasting a roster of considerable depth. The Jazz's defense was exceptionally robust, presenting a formidable challenge. The silver lining was that the high-altitude home court advantage of the Jazz held no sway over the Nuggets, whose own home arena is elevated even higher. Competing at such altitudes can be a grueling experience. Thus, from this perspective, the matchup between the Nuggets and the Jazz in the first round could be seen as fortuitous. Many fans humorously remarked that this arrangement spared 2 potential victims, which was quite delightful. Lee Yen effortlessly secured the title of Rookie of the Year, a result that held little suspense. Although Brandon Roy's statistics were commendable, they paled in comparison to Lee Yan's remarkable performance. Lee Yan's consecutive displays of outstanding statistics had propelled him far ahead of Roy, not to mention that the Nuggets' overall performance significantly surpassed that of the Trail Blazers. The Denver Nuggets boast superstars such as Allen Iverson and Carmelo Anthony. However, the undeniable impact of Lee Yin cannot be overlooked. In fact, the Nuggets have not secured a single victory in the games that Lee Yin has missed. Although the sample size is limited, it highlights a significant point. Lee Yin has almost garnered all the first-place votes, with the sole exception being a Portland journalist who allocated their vote to Brandon Roy. Currently, the media in Denver is fervently advocating for Lee Yin's inclusion in the All-NBA team, contending that there are not 3 better point guards in the league than him. While this assertion may be somewhat unrealistic, it is primarily due to Lee Yin's average statistics being somewhat diminished: 9, 6 points, 10, 2 assists, 6, 8 rebounds, 1 for steals, and 1. 6 blocks are commendable figures, yet they lack a distinctive edge. Lee Yin faces stiff competition from other guards. Kobe Bryant is the scoring leader. Steve Nash holds the title for assists, while Gilbert Arenas and Tracy McGrady are also formidable contenders. Furthermore, if one were to consider whether Iverson or Lee Yin belongs in the All-NBA team, it would be reasonable to conclude that Lee Yin's emergence as a standout came a bit late. Had he averaged 14 assists, his place on the All-NBA roster would have been indisputable. Nevertheless, Lee Yin's popularity and commercial value are undoubtedly at the pinnacle of the NBA. His endorsements are numerous, representing powerful brands, and no sponsor would decline a sponsorship deal with a superstar guard from China. However, Lee Yin remains largely indifferent to these matters, relying on his management team to handle such affairs while he dedicates all his energy to basketball. A pragmatic individual, Lee Yin understands that all his achievements are fundamentally rooted in his success on the court. To understand that his system revolves around basketball, Lee Yin has recognized the significance of analyzing the questions since his student days. Chapter 97. A tenacious opponent as the first-round clash between the Nuggets and the Jazz approaches. Public sentiment continues to escalate. In this battle at high altitude, who will emerge triumphant? The showdown between Deron Williams and Lee Yin raises the question of who truly is the superior point guard. The Jazz are prepared, confident in their ability to overcome the odds. While the Nuggets possess formidable strength, the Jazz are no pushovers either. It is a contest of spear versus shield. Can the Nuggets breach the Jazz's impenetrable defense? The statements from players on both sides are equally charged with intensity. Particularly, Deron Williams expresses significant disdain towards Lee Yin. He asserts that the regular season is not indicative of true prowess, vowing to demonstrate that he is indeed the better point guard. The playoff atmosphere differs entirely from that of the regular season, where experience plays a crucial role. Lee is merely a rookie in this arena. Williams' words are laced with provocation, as he genuinely seeks a head-to-head confrontation with Lee Yin. He believes he is no pushover like Chris Paul, intending to utilize his robust physique to challenge Lee. On the other hand, Carlos Boozer, another key player for the Jazz, adopts a more understated approach, stating, "We may not be favored, but that will not affect us. United in purpose, we will play our style and ultimately claim victory." Similarly, the Russian star Andrei Kirilenko, known as AK-47, exudes confidence, asserting that the Jazz's defense will stifle the Nuggets' offense. Old Fish Fisher has also joined the fray, proclaiming, "I will make my own contributions to the team. We hold an advantage in our matchups." Over on the Nuggets side, Iverson stated during an interview, "I don't believe the Jazz players possess much playoff experience. When I reached the finals, they hadn't even entered the NBA yet." Lee Yin did not hold back in his remarks, leaving no room for retreat. 4-0. I have nothing more to say. Wang Defa. The major basketball forums across America erupted. Lee Yin's declaration stands as one of the most audacious in history, surpassing even my consideration of the next round's opponents. Wow, Lee's confidence is striking. 4-0? Is that something one can actually proclaim? The Nuggets are formidable, but to defeat the Jazz, they will have to endure substantial hardship. Lee is still quite young. He will pay a price for his impulsiveness. The Jazz are a tough nut to crack. No team has dominion over them. We shall see who ends up with egg on their face. Lee Yin's overwhelming confidence stems from his arrangement of a colossal power bank. May will remain in Denver for 4 days, waiting until Lee Yin completes Game 2 before returning to New York to prepare for her concert. Furthermore, when the Jazz host the game, Bajie has promised to be there to cheer for him. With this in mind, Lee Yin need not worry about replenishing his energy and condition. Being frugal during the regular season, Rewarding oneself with a status card during the playoffs seems quite reasonable, does it not? The NBA playoffs have commenced, and basketball fans could not be happier. The match between the Rockets and the Spurs is staggered with the game between the Nuggets and the Jazz, which is quite favorable for Chinese fans, as a delightful morning unfolds. However, the outcome of the 8 p.m. game was disappointing, with the Spurs triumphing over the Rockets by a score of 102-86. The Rockets were suppressed on both offensive and defensive ends, leaving Yao Ming and McGrady isolated and unsupported, with Yao experiencing a particularly frustrating game. At this juncture, Chinese fans are in dire need of a victory to alleviate their emotional turmoil. At the Pepsi Center, prior to the entrance ceremony, Mei Mei performed her latest single. Due to Li Yan's influence, Mei Mei has gained heightened popularity in Denver. Although the two have not publicly acknowledged their relationship, it is evident to discerning observers that there is a connection between Li Yan and Mei Mei. Their tall statures complement each other well, and both their fan bases generally express strong support for them. As the entrance ceremony commences, Allen Iverson leads the way, followed by Carmelo Anthony, with Li Yan being the second to enter. Go. Defeat them. Go, Master Li. We anticipate Master Li's first playoff victory. Nuggets for the championship. Nuggets are the strongest. And Master Li is invincible. Countless fans are posting on domestic forums to cheer for Li Yan. The starting lineups remain on the court as the game is about to begin. Nuggets: Li Yan, Allen Iverson, Carmelo Anthony, Kenyon Martin, Marcus Camby. Jazz: Darren Williams, Matt Harpring, Andrei Kirilenko, Carlos Boozer, Mehmet Okur. The Jazz's lineup is quite formidable, although not as renowned as the Nuggets. They are all players of considerable talent. Harpring and Kirilenko are formidable defenders, while the remaining three players also possess defense above the standard level. This is precisely why the media anticipated a fiercely competitive match prior to the game. Camby and Okur approached the center circle for the jump ball. At the sound of the referee's whistle, both leapt into action. With a resounding clap, Camby triumphed over Okur, securing possession for the Nuggets. Li Yan carried the ball past half court, closely guarded by Harpring. With a background in football, Harpring boasts impressive height and weight, complemented by a robust playing style characterized by tenacity and precise physical engagements. He is adept at close defense, employing decisive and accurate maneuvers. Harpring aimed to exert pressure on Li Yan, intensifying his defensive efforts from the outset. Unfazed, Li Yan safeguarded the ball with his body, exhibiting remarkable composure. Upon reaching the front court, he passed the ball to Anthony. Anthony initiated a classic hesitation dribble, but despite his agile feints against Kirilenko, he found no opportunity. Standing at 206 centimeters with an astonishing wingspan of 228 centimeters, Kirilenko's playing style is exceptionally resilient, unyielding in physical confrontations. Although Anthony did not secure a clear advantage, he still managed to release his shot while contending with Kirilenko's lengthy reach. With a swift adjustment to evade Kirilenko's defense, Anthony elevated the arc of his shot, allowing the basketball to sail over Kirilenko's fingertips, yet it regrettably clanked off the rim. Boozer seized the defensive rebound and passed it to Darren Williams. In comparison to Iverson, Darren was remarkably more robust. Demonstrating a complete disregard for finesse, Darren bulldozed his way past Iverson. Arriving at the arc, Boozer set a screen. Utilizing the pick, Darren penetrated the paint. Kenyon Martin switched to defend Darren, leaving Boozer completely unmarked on the opposite side. Darren decisively passed the ball, and Boozer took a mid-range shot. Swish. Remarkably steady, the score stood at 2-0, with the Jazz opening the account. Li Yan recognized the formidable strength of the Jazz lineup. Kirilenko's defense against Anthony proved effective, while Darren Williams could match Allen Iverson in explosive plays. Without hesitation, Li Yan activated the status card, Limit Release. Chapter 98 halted the Jazz. Upon unleashing the status card, Li Yan felt a mysterious energy surging through his entire being. During the Nuggets' possession, Iverson passed the ball to Li Yan from the baseline, who advanced with remarkable speed. The Jazz players were quick on their feet as well, keeping pace with the Nuggets. Upon reaching the arc, Li Yan called for a pick and roll. Kenyon Martin positioned himself defensively, but this pick was merely a ruse. Li Yan feigned the screen, delivering a precise pass to the cutting Iverson. Beneath the basket, Camby effectively blocked Okur, allowing Iverson to effortlessly score 2 points. The score was now 2-2. In this sequence, Li Yan and Kenyon Martin captured almost all of the Jazz's attention at the arc. leaving Iverson's cut to the basket unnoticed. Lian's pass was subtle and sudden, catching the Jazz off guard. On the sidelines, Jazz coach Sloan furrowed his brow, sensing the threat posed by Lian. This tall point guard from the Nuggets possessed remarkable intuition. His pick-and-roll choices were far from predictable, creating significant challenges for the Jazz. After delivering the assist, Lian swiftly redirected his focus to defense. With the status card activated, all skills consumed no stamina, necessitating a rapid execution of results. Although Lian was still engaged in defending against Harpring, he remained vigilant, keenly observing the dynamics of the game. Should the situation arise, he was prepared to provide assistance and reposition himself accordingly. The Jazz's offense initiated with Deron Williams executing a pick-and-roll. Oker had drawn Camby to the perimeter, while Iverson found himself obstructed by Boozer. The Nuggets' interior defense was lacking, allowing Deron Williams to penetrate with the ball. Noticing Kenyon Martin's positioning, Deron opted to attack himself. As he surged towards the basket, Lian, who had been stationed on the perimeter, suddenly swooped in from the side. The Flash's disdain was palpable. Confronted by Lian's outstretched arms, Deron had no avenue for escape. With a resounding smack, Lian executed a remarkable two-handed block. As he landed, he quickly spotted Iverson sprinting down the court. With a graceful flick of his arm, Lian launched the ball. It arced beautifully, traversing nearly the entire court, and found Iverson with precision. Iverson caught the pass, smoothly propelled himself off the ground, and with a swish, the ball found its way through the net, 4-2. The Pepsi Center erupted with astonishment, followed by exuberant cheers. Lian showcased his prowess on both ends of the court, exhibiting extensive defensive support and delivering a formidable block, before executing a quarterback-like long pass to assist Iverson in his fast break. It could be said that Lian single-handedly sustained the Nuggets during this offensive and defensive transition. Upon returning to their half of the court, Iverson high-fived Lian in celebration. Iverson possessed unwavering confidence in Lian's passing ability, a testament to his proactive movement on the court. The answer lies in trusting Lian. As long as he seizes the opportunity, Lian's passes will undoubtedly reach him. This season, Iverson has undergone significant transformation. His usage rate is even lower than during his rookie year, and he has greatly increased his off-ball movement. Nevertheless, Iverson's scoring remains impressive, averaging 26.8 points per game, with a shooting percentage of 47.6 and a three-point shooting percentage of 37. This represents a remarkable improvement, considering that throughout his career, Iverson's average shooting percentage has been merely 43, and his three-point shooting has only reached 31.3. Through his performance, Iverson has challenged the skepticism of many experts, demonstrating that he can excel even without a high volume of ball control. In contrast, Anthony's style of play has not changed significantly. However, under the influence of Lian, Melo's efficiency has seen a notable enhancement. In a possession for the Jazz, Deron Williams holds the ball, having been recently rattled by a previous play. Defense, defense, defense. The Pepsi Center resonates with the fervent cheers of Nuggets fans, who convey to the Jazz that their home court is equally formidable. Advancing to the front court, Deron passes the ball to Boozer. Faced with Kenyon Martin, Boozer engages in a series of back-to-the-basket confrontations, but finds no opportunity. He returns the pass to Deron Williams, yet his intentions are all too evident. This time, it is Iverson who executes the steal. A fast break ensues. Lian and Iverson soar down the wings, while the pursuing Deron Williams finds himself caught between two threats, ultimately conceding the pursuit. Iverson takes a step back and delivers the ball to Lian on his left rear side. Lian leaped to receive the ball, and with a resounding slam, scored. 6-2. This marked his first point in the NBA playoffs. With a single-handed dunk, though the move itself was rather unremarkable, his celebration was nothing short of spectacular. Upon landing, Lian spread his arms wide, mimicking the flight of an airplane in jubilation. The Pepsi Center erupted in fervor, the cheers resonating like thunder. Allen Iverson watched with a smile as Lian showcased his playful antics, and the two engaged in a synchronized high-five celebration. Previously, when Lian and Iverson had choreographed this routine, Allen had expressed his disdain. However, during the execution, he was fully invested. Why do I feel that Iverson's expression towards Master Lee is so benevolent? Is it possible that my beloved answer has reached an age where he can be described as kind? Ha ha ha. It's not entirely out of the question. After all, Answer is 12 years older than Master Lee. a whole round of years. Master Li's celebration is so juvenile. Why would Answer choose to join him in this display? My goodness, in my eyes, you are the epitome of a cool and aloof idol. Alas, Answer has been led astray by Master Li's flamboyance. The Jazz launched their offense. Deron Williams brought the ball up court. After being countered twice by the Nuggets, Deron's expression darkened. In this play, he opted for the most prudent strategy. Once again, he executed a pick and roll with Boozer. Utilizing the screen to shake off Iverson, Deron rose up for a sudden shot. The release was remarkably swift, leaving Lian unable to provide timely defense, and Deron successfully made his shot. Duong. The arc was commendable, yet it still lacked a certain finesse. The basketball ricocheted off the rim, and Kenyon Martin seized the rebound. He passed the ball to Lian, who noted the swift defensive transition of the Jazz. With no opportunities for a fast break, Lian moderated the tempo, patiently awaiting his teammates to position themselves. Both teams engaged in a half-court battle. Lian delivered the ball to the side where Anthony awaited, having gone through 3 possessions. It was time for the seasoned scorer to warm up. Anthony initiated his 3-threat stance with the ball, but before he could execute his next move, Lian set a screen for Kenyon Martin. Here, Lian's call reached Anthony, who instinctively passed the ball. The Jazz's defense was momentarily breached, prompting Oker to step in for support. With a flick of his wrist, Lian sent the basketball into the hands of Camby. Boom. Camby rose and dunked with authority. On the sidelines, Sloan could no longer remain seated. He called for a timeout. Great pass, Melo. Lian encouraged the frustrated Anthony as he exited the court. Anthony lamented, I didn't even get an assist. Chapter 99. Like mercury flowing, Master Li's commanding presence, Sloan unleashed a torrent of criticism towards the Jazz players. While Deron Williams appeared so dejected that he seemed to wish he could disappear. The timeout was brief, and soon the game resumed. Deron Williams advanced past half-court, executing a pick-and-roll with Boozer at the arc position between the three-point line and the free-throw line. Deron took a mid-range shot. The basketball traced a graceful arc, swishing effortlessly through the net. Deron Williams exhaled deeply. Moments earlier, he felt as though Sloan might throttle him. The Nuggets' possession commenced. Lian, holding the ball at the top of the arc, called for a screen, while Kenyon Martin prepared for the action. Lian skillfully utilized a pick to break through, prompting Boozer to switch defensively. Observing the alteration in the Jazz's defense, he realized that Sloan intended to restrict his passing opportunities. Without hesitation, Lian accelerated, executing a seamless spin that allowed him to swiftly elude Boozer. His footwork was a picturesque display of finesse. As he leapt for a jump shot, the ball swished through the net effortlessly, earning him 2 points and igniting a chorus of cheers from the Pepsi Center. The Nuggets fans harbored no concerns about Lian's performance, firmly believing in his scoring prowess. It was not a lack of ability that limited his shots, but rather a strategic choice. On the sidelines, Jerry Sloan's expression darkened. Given Lian's style of play, Kirilenko would have to take on the defensive assignment, as Harpering's physicality fell short in comparison. On the offensive end for the Jazz, Oker's 3-point attempt clanged off the rim, but Kenyon Martin secured the defensive rebound. In the ensuing transition, following a pick, Lian passed the ball to Anthony, who executed a fluid catch-and-shoot. The basketball arced beautifully through the air before swishing through the hoop. In the subsequent possession, Deron Williams executed a pick-and-roll before distributing the ball. Kenyon Martin was a beat slow, allowing Boozer to finally score with a mid-range shot. As the Nuggets initiated their next play, after a series of movements, Lian found himself once again against Boozer, who was caught in a mismatch. Boozer struggled to keep pace with Lian, who made a decisive move to attack the basket. With his first step, Lian identified the gap in Boozer's defense and executed a change of rhythm, leaving Boozer completely out of position. Unable to match Lian's offensive tempo, Boozer found himself trailing behind, prompting Oker to rush in for support. Lian swiftly made a judgment, receiving the ball and directly lobbing it into the vacant center of the Jazz's defense. The area under the basket was unguarded, allowing Camby to leap effortlessly, catching the ball midair. With a resounding boom, he executed a powerful two-handed dunk. Lian's connection with Camby was a stunning alley-oop that left the audience in awe. The atmosphere erupted once more. Wow, that was magnificent. Li's passing was exceptional. The offensive efficiency today was extraordinarily high, due to the utilization of a status card. Lian did not specifically allocate ball-sharing duties to Iverson and Anthony for one-on-one plays in the first quarter. This was not a moment for modesty. Li Yan unleashed his full potential, propelling the entire court forward. His teammates merely needed to capitalize on the opportunities he created. As the Jazz initiated their offense, Deron Williams attempted to overpower Iverson, leveraging his physical advantage. Even Paul struggled against the tank-like onslaught of Deron Williams, let alone Iverson. However, Li Yan's timely defense was impeccable. He swiftly intercepted Deron. In turn, Deron pivoted and passed the ball to Harpring, but the Nuggets left an opening, and Harpring failed to seize the moment. His shot veered off the rim, deepening the scowl on Sloane's face at the sidelines. Camby secured the rebound and immediately sought out Li Yan. Li Yan, with the ball in hand, accelerated the pace of the offense, spotting Iverson in the frontcourt. He launched a long pass with precision. As the offense transitioned, it was now Iverson's turn to attack, while Deron Williams defended. With age, Iverson had tempered his temper somewhat. Yet he remained, at his core, the proud answer. Having just been dominated by Deron Williams, Iverson was holding his breath, ready to respond. In such moments, the opportunity for a one-on-one confrontation arises, and Allen Iverson is poised to impart a lesson to Deron Williams. With a rapid advance, Iverson executed a sweeping crossover, seamlessly transitioning into a controlled catch. Although Williams attempted to keep pace, his feet appeared as if they were anchored to the ground. Thud! Williams lost his balance, tumbling to the floor. Iverson whirled past him, effortlessly completing a layup. The Denver Nuggets exhibited a swift transition from defense to offense, and in just over 5 seconds, a half-court pass from Li Yan culminated in Iverson's decisive finish. The fans at Pepsi Center erupted in ecstasy, their cheers rising in a crescendo. The score gap had surged towards a 20-point lead. In the Jazz's possession, Williams aimed to assertively challenge Iverson, seeking retribution for the earlier embarrassment. This time, Williams deployed his own crossover, intending to retaliate in kind. Though Williams is renowned for his physicality and strength, he now foolishly sought to showcase his finesse in front of Iverson. Such an approach was evidently ill-advised. As Williams attempted a second change of direction, Iverson swiftly reached out. Snap! Iverson intercepted the ball. Seizing the opportunity for a transition, he passed it to Li Yan, who rapidly advanced across half-court. In a 3-on-3 situation, this was Li Yan's forte. With an audacious no-look pass, he once again deceived both the defenders and the cameras. As if possessing eyes in the back of his head, Li Yan delivered a delicate bounce pass to the right rear side, finding the ever-reliable Carmelo Anthony. Anthony received the ball and shot. The basketball soared through the air like a cannonball. Melo felt exhilarated. Even before the ball had reached the hoop, he began to celebrate. With his signature three-point celebration, Anthony's fast-break three-pointer once again halted the Jazz. Veteran coach Jerry Sloan felt utterly defeated. Following the opening, every offensive wave from the Nuggets found its mark. It was simply astonishing. The Jazz's defense was not lacking, yet they were overwhelmed by the Nuggets. No, by Li Yan. Lee, that pass was exquisite. Anthony expressed his gratitude to Lee. Lee's passes always brought me immense comfort, echoed Kenyon Martin. Kenyon Martin was the primary beneficiary of Li Yan's overflowing playmaking ability, and he was one of Li Yan's staunchest admirers. Haha, no problem at all. Li Yan chuckled. As the Nuggets widened the score gap, the pressure on Li Yan significantly diminished. In the domestic studio, the broadcast cameras struggled to capture the cheerleaders dancing vibrantly at center court. They continued to showcase highlights of Li Yan's performance. Wow, Master Lee is incredible. Today, he is truly commanding the game. Master Lee's passes can reach any destination. His creativity in passing is astounding. No wonder he is the man favored by Magic Johnson. It is only reasonable for Master Lee to be included in the All-Star lineup. Chapter 100. This is the God of point guards. Various studios extolled Li Yan's performance. His display was extraordinary. In many instances, the Jazz's defense was indeed well executed. Yet Li Yan relentlessly crafted opportunities through sheer individual skill. The Jazz find themselves utterly powerless against the relentless Li Yan, unable to contain him in one-on-one situations. Whenever assistance defense is attempted, Li Yan swiftly locates his teammates with pinpoint passes. These are not mere ineffective passes. They represent genuine scoring opportunities, requiring only for the Nuggets players to convert them into points. As the first quarter progresses, the Nuggets have already amassed 35 points, and astonishingly, aside from Anthony's missed shot at the onset, they have maintained a shooting percentage of 100 for the remainder of their possessions. To perform at such a level against the Jazz, who rank among the top 5 in defensive efficiency, is nothing short of extraordinary for the Nuggets tonight, compounding their dominance. The Nuggets' defense has also excelled, with Lee Yin once again being the linchpin. His defensive coverage is expansive, rendering the Nuggets' perimeter defense akin to a formidable net. With an impressive tally of 3 steals and 2 blocks, his defensive impact cannot be merely encapsulated by statistics. He excels on both ends of the court. This is the assessment bestowed upon Lee Yin by countless basketball analysts. Roaring with enthusiasm, Yu Jia exclaimed, "Today, Lee Yin is in phenomenal form. It seems the Nuggets are quite favorable to us." Laughter ensued as he added, "Winning is a certainty. It's merely a matter of how many points we will secure." Coach Zhang also relaxed, acknowledging that neutrality in commentary was unnecessary given the context, as fans would surely understand. Upon returning from the timeout, the dynamics of the game remained unchanged, yet the Nuggets' offense intensified with the entry of J.R. Smith. Under Lee Yan's leadership, the Nuggets' offensive onslaught appears unstoppable. Anthony, Jr. Smith, and Iverson displayed an extraordinary offensive prowess, frequently launching shots from beyond the arc. Their scorching touch rendered the basketball seemingly equipped with a self-guiding system, as three-pointers fell like rain, striking the faces of the Jazz players with relentless precision. Coach Sloan, seated on the sidelines, appeared utterly desensitized, with no discernible change in his expression. The Nuggets' offensive display transcended his comprehension of the game. He could not fathom why Iverson could effortlessly make 3 consecutive three-pointers, all executed upon receiving the ball. This defied logic. While he would not claim to be the foremost expert on Iverson, as a seasoned coach, he had undoubtedly studied him extensively. Iverson's ability to command the ball was indisputable, and his explosiveness was among the league's elite. However, to perform so admirably without the ball, to exhibit such proactive movement, and to shoot with such consistency, was this truly the answer? The Jazz were struggling mightily on the road. The cheers from the Pepsi Center reverberated, with waves of exhilaration cascading through the crowd. As the first quarter concluded, the Jazz players trudged off the court, their spirits evidently deflated. The scoreboard displayed a glaring 54-28. The Nuggets had surged ahead by a staggering 26 points in just the first quarter, setting a new NBA record for points scored in a single quarter. Lee Yin had delivered an astonishing 14 assists during this period, also a new record. The unfolding of the game between the Nuggets and the Jazz had taken everyone by surprise, revealing the Nuggets' superiority over the Jazz. However, to score 54 points and lead by 26 within a single quarter, surely this was not a dream? Just one quarter in, the outcome seemed all but sealed, leaving the Jazz with no glimmer of hope. In the TNT studio, Barkley was left utterly astonished, his mouth agape. Goodness, this is no mere magician. He is a sorcerer. Nay, Lee is the Grand Mage. Even Gandalf would struggle to reach such heights on the basketball court. After regaining his composure, Barkley remarked, "Lee Yin has redefined my understanding of assists." "Ha ha ha, Charles, Gandalf doesn't play basketball," Smith chuckled. Indeed, Lee Yin's performance in the first quarter is of historic proportions. Even the legendary Magic Johnson would find it difficult to replicate such an exhibition. "Come on, Kenny, don't be overly generous. Only a true wizard could not achieve such a feat," Barkley countered. 14 assists in just one quarter. Most point guards can't even reach that in an entire game. "Absolutely." Smith nodded in agreement. Achieving double-digit assists in a game is no simple task, yet Lee Yin accomplished it with remarkable ease. Lee Yin's offensive prowess was equally impressive. He shot 4 out of 5 from the field and made both of his free throws, scoring a total of 10 points in the first quarter. It was precisely due to Lee Yan's exceptional individual offensive capabilities that the Jazz were compelled to double-team him. Whenever they did, Lee Yin created scoring opportunities for his teammates. His mastery over personal offense and assisting others was extraordinary. He commanded a significant amount of ball possession without a single turnover, truly remarkable. The praise from Barkley and Smith echoed the sentiments of countless fans and media alike. Across various basketball forums, Lee Yan's moniker had transitioned from the Chinese magician to the god of point guards, with an abundance of posts extolling his magnificent performance. During the intermission, Jerry Sloan bellowed, "Do not assist Lee. It's one-on-one with Andrei Kirilenko. You defend him solo, allowing him to exploit his opportunities while severing his connection with his teammates." Sloan resolved to let Lee Yin face the offense independently. The rationale was straightforward. Lee Yin could score, but only in twos. whereas passing to his teammates would unleash the Nuggets' explosive three-point shooting, leaving the Jazz utterly bewildered. "Leave it to me." Kirilenko stepped forward, rallying his teammates. "It's only the first quarter. We still have a chance. Let us not surrender." Sloane's gaze was piercing. Kirilenko indeed possessed a leader's aura, embodying responsibility. In stark contrast, Deron Williams and Carlos Boozer dared not meet Sloane's eyes. Sighing, Sloane lamented that had Kirilenko honed his shooting skills, he would not have needed to nurture such underperformers. The second quarter commenced swiftly. The Nuggets introduced their second unit, with Lee Yin joined by J.R. Smith and Nene Hilario. The Jazz, however, made only one alteration, substituting Ronnie Brewer for Oker, thus shifting Boozer to the center position. The situation seemed absurd. Master Lee was being overworked, while both Iverson and Anthony rested. Nevertheless, there was no alternative. Master Lee was simply too invaluable. As George Karl noted, once you started utilizing him, it was impossible to stop. Fortuitously, Master Lee was youthful and robust enough to endure the demands. What Master Lee? My young Lee is now the deity of point guards. Gaining the approval of netizens across China carries substantial weight. I apologize, O God of point guards. The fault lies with me. O God of point guards, you are remarkable. Chapter 101. The system is astonished. Lee Yin personally creates an iconic NBA moment. As Lee Yin dribbled past half court and approached the front court, Kirilenko positioned himself directly in front of him. This did not surprise Lee Yin. After all, Kirilenko is the premier defender of the Jazz. Following a first quarter where Lee Yin dominated, the Jazz finally decided to deploy Kirilenko against him. With a height and wingspan even more impressive than Lee Yin's, Kirilenko is undeniably a top-tier talent. However, Lee Yin is not merely a high-flying athlete relying on stature. As a consummate amalgamation of the technical prowess of Magic Johnson and John Stockton, Lee Yin was destined to enlighten Sloane in this round. At the top of the arc, Lee Yin signaled for Nene to set a pick. Nene is an underrated player whose athleticism and physicality exceed the norm, boasting a diverse array of finishing moves at the rim. His finesse around the basket is exceptional, and his offensive efficiency is notably high. Most importantly, Nene possesses remarkable passing vision and basketball IQ. Setting aside his experience, the effectiveness of the pick and roll between Nene and Lee Yin surpasses that of Kenyon Martin and Marcus Camby. Of course, how to configure the lineup is the responsibility of coach George Karl. Lee Yin has no intention of concerning himself with others' affairs. He adapts his playing style according to the varying capabilities of his teammates, a hallmark of a top-tier point guard. Nene deftly positioned himself to set a high-quality screen, allowing Lee Yin to shake off Kirilenko. Suddenly, with Boozer switching onto Lee Yin, the situation became quite challenging. Lee Yin moved with the grace of a butterfly, leaving Boozer in a state of astonishment. After pivoting, he effortlessly scored 2 points with a delicate shot. In the Jazz's possession, Deron Williams advanced the ball. Employing a classic pick-and-roll strategy, Williams attracted defenders before passing to Boozer, who, upon receiving the ball, executed a mid-range shot that swished through the net. Unlike Lee Yin's diverse pick-and-roll approach, Deron's was methodical and precise. The effectiveness of Deron's play was significantly enhanced by having Boozer, a master of the pick-and-roll, as his partner. Lee Yin's pick-and-roll variations were numerous. He seamlessly collaborated with the distinctly styled interior players Kenyon Martin, Camby, and Nene. Remarkably, he could also execute this tactic with perimeter players like J.R. Smith and Iverson. Lee Yin not only adeptly utilized screens, but also set them for his teammates. During the Nuggets' possession, they showcased a novel variant of the pick-and-roll. Lee Yin, with the ball, feigned an attack, while J.R. Smith circled the three-point line, engaging in a screen at the arc's apex. It appeared as though Lee Yin had eyes in the back of his head as he delivered an astonishing behind-the-back pass. Brewer, in pursuit of J.R. Smith, was thwarted by Lee Yin's screen, helplessly watching as Smith launched a three-pointer. The basketball sailed through the air like a rainbow, finding nothing but net. Wow, this play was undeniably spectacular. Barkley, struggling for words, could only summarize Lee Yin's extraordinary performance with a single phrase. "Ha ha, Charles. You truly are the most flamboyant." Kenny Smith chuckled. "Allow me to elucidate." The recent strategy employed by the Nuggets was essentially one centered around a center facilitating play from the high post. However, when the passer transformed into Lee, and with the handoff executed behind his back, it appeared, well, rather audacious. Smith himself struggled to find an apt descriptor and resorted to quoting Barkley verbatim. Huh, Kenny, you certainly lack cultural depth, yet you dare to critique me. Barkley remarked, what a fitting term, audacious, as perceptive as I am. Unlike TNT. The cultural acumen of Coach Zhang and Yu Jia is undeniably superior. They expressed that Li Yan's play was extraordinarily elusive, utterly unguardable. Regardless of whether one deems it audacious or elusive, the experience for the Jazz was decidedly dismal. Damn. On the sidelines, Jerry Sloan looked utterly defeated. The last time he felt so powerless was against that number 23 egghead. Kirilenko on the court was prepared for mutual annihilation. Yet he couldn't even lay a finger on Li Yan. Andre, apply pressure. Sloan disregarded his dignity, bellowing hoarsely from the sidelines. It was the Jazz's turn. Darren Williams' shot was disrupted by Li Yan, causing the basketball to veer off the rim. Nene seized the rebound and passed to Li Yan, who advanced the ball. Kirilenko immediately closed in, executing Sloan's orders with unwavering resolve. In successive plays, Li Yan left Kirilenko bewildered, akin to striking a fist into cotton. This time, Kirilenko was unhesitant in his tight defense. He intended for Li Yan to experience the pinnacle of NBA competition. Li Yan observed Kirilenko's long arms flailing before him and was suddenly struck by a bold idea. With a swift motion, he executed a grand sweeping arc with his arm. At the instant of contact between his arm and Kirilenko, Li Yan gracefully leapt, completing his shooting action. The referee's whistle pierced the air decisively. Although Li Yan's shot had veered wildly off course, Kirilenko had indeed struck Li Yan's arm. The bald referee, standing nearby, had witnessed the incident clearly. It was undoubtedly a shooting foul. The referee signaled for 3 free throws, leaving Kirilenko dumbfounded. No, it wasn't me, I didn't. With a smirk, Li Yan taunted Kirilenko, who appeared utterly naive. Did you not hit my arm? Is there an issue with that? Kirilenko attempted to clarify. Yes, I did hit it. But you collided with me. Li Yan interjected. The referee possesses keen insight. This is a fair call. He gave a thumbs up to the bald referee, who, pleased, nodded in acknowledgement. Their interaction sent Kirilenko into a frenzy, exclaiming to the heavens and the earth, who will stand up for me? Ding. Oh, congratulations, host, for witnessing a momentous scene, the birth of the Porcelain King. Ahem, you are awarded 2 attribute points. The system's voice echoed, somewhat hesitant, yet the reward was granted. What? Li Yan was overjoyed. Goodness, is this really happening? Chapter 102. So ruthless. Little Li merely spoke the truth. In Li Yan's perspective, the grand loop is an exceedingly impressive technique, categorized by factions into the suave loop, the artillery loop, and the ascendant loop. Among these, Kevin Durant was perhaps the earliest adopter, considered a pioneer of the craft. In contrast, James Harden epitomizes the mastery of this technique, beyond the sweeping grand loop. The bearded one adeptly employs various skills, such as the elbow and scoop moves, making him a formidable force that instills fear in defenders. It is often said that for three-pointers, one looks to Curry, while for free throws, one turns to Harden. Indeed, the rivalry between the 2009 duo is remarkable. As for Chris Paul, the artillery genius has ingeniously modified and evolved the grand loop, declaring that all things can be executed through it. The audacious backcourt grand loop is, without a doubt, Chris Paul's secret weapon. Li Yan did not anticipate that his impulsive decision to stage a renowned scene would be preempted and certified by the system. Fans and commentators, through replays, discerned Li Yan's execution in this particular sequence. Fundamentally, there was no issue whatsoever. It is akin to drawing a foul from a defender. However, Li Yan's approach was, well, somewhat audacious. Approaching the free throw line, Li Yan took a deep breath. Duong. Swish. Swish. He scored 2 out of 3 attempts, a bit below his usual standard. This season, Li Yan's free throw percentage stands at 77.4, which is not too shabby. In comparison, Allen Iverson boasts 79.5. Carmelo Anthony 80.4, while the chosen one, LeBron James, lags behind at 69.8. Kobe Bryant's free throw percentage stands impressively at 86.8, placing him 13th in the league, closely followed by Yao Ming at 86.2. The elite cadre of free throw specialists includes Dirk Nowitzki, Steve Nash, Ray Allen, and Kyle Korver, all boasting an exceptional accuracy of 90. During a possession for the Jazz, Darren Williams found himself with limited opportunities under the defensive pressure from Li Yan. Lee's physicality surpassed that of Allen Iverson, as the two engaged in a series of intense physical confrontations, preventing Darren from creating space. As Carlos Boozer positioned himself at the top of the arc, Lee navigated around the screen to continue his pursuit. Noticing Darren tilt his head to the left, Lee instinctively anticipated his next move, pivoting to defend Andrei Kirilenko, who was the intended recipient of Darren's pass. As Kirilenko leaped towards the basket, Lee swiftly followed, embodying the essence of a predatory hawk. With a resounding clap, Lee extended his hand, emphatically pinning the basketball against the backboard. Upon landing, he swiftly passed the ball to J.R. Smith, immediately unleashing a triumphant roar. With the game progressing, it was time to channel the ferocity of the Wolf King and unleash a surge of energy. The crowd erupted in fervor. Here it comes, the signature move of Lee. That exultant roar igniting the arena. A true embodiment of unyielding masculinity. Lee's tenacity on the court is unmatched. I watched the Nuggets games solely for the thrill of witnessing Lee Yan's roar. Each game, I anticipate that moment, for without it, my day feels incomplete. Goodness, brother. This spectacle is utterly addictive. Indeed, it has been exhilarating. Ever since I listened, my back pain has vanished, my legs no longer ache, and I ascend the stairs without panting. Even my wife remarks that I have become stronger. It is truly remarkable. The players on the court for the Nuggets share a similar sentiment with this fervent fan. It is inexplicable, but they always seem to be invigorated after witnessing Lee Yan's passionate outbursts. J.R. Smith controlled the pace momentarily, but upon reaching the front court, he entrusted the ball to Lee Yan. Faced with Kirilenko, Lee Yan initiated with a probing step. Kirilenko was momentarily deceived, and it became evident that under the dual pressure of Lee Yan's physical and mental prowess, Kirilenko's defensive focus began to wane. Lee Yan swiftly shifted his dribble, altering his rhythm with a spectacular change of direction, executing an exquisite crossover. The elegant transition caused Kirilenko to lose his positioning, allowing Lee Yan to glide effortlessly into the paint. As Lee Yan penetrated the key, he gathered the ball with a decisive step. Boozer found himself in a quandary, caught between defending both Nene and Lee Yan, realizing he was utterly outmatched. Gritting his teeth, Boozer lunged forward but quickly pivoted back. However, when it came to mental acuity and anticipation, Lee Yan rendered Boozer merely a novice. Lee Yan leapt with ease, completing a graceful layup. In the subsequent play, J.R. Smith again struck from beyond the arc, sinking another three-pointer. The dynamics of the game began to spiral out of control, as the nearly full-strength Jazz found themselves dominated by the Nuggets' second unit, led by Lee Yan. On the bench, Iverson and Anthony were left in astonishment. What was happening? Can the Jazz not muster any resistance? If they continue in this manner, the fans might believe that Little Lee requires none of our assistance. As the second quarter dwindled to 6 minutes remaining, Lee Yan was substituted for a breather by George Karl. The Jazz have finally altered their starting lineup, and it is somewhat embarrassing to admit that their first team faced the Nuggets' second unit for a mere 6 minutes. The score gap expanded from 26 points to a staggering 37. It is no wonder that Lee Yan arrogantly declared a 4-0 sweep as a foregone conclusion. After all, they could hardly compete even against the Nuggets' reserves. The Jazz's reckless maneuvers have led to their own demise, as their rotation faced the formidable duo of Iverson and Anthony. Within half a quarter, Lee Yan's substitutes outscored the Jazz's starters by 11 points. If the combination of Answer and Melo cannot widen the gap against the Jazz's bench, what face do they have left to claim superiority over Little Lee? The Nuggets played with merciless ferocity. Anthony bulldozed through Millsap, completing a powerful play for 21 points. In the next possession, Iverson danced past 3 defenders, finishing with a deft layup. My goodness, such a display from Melo is indeed rare. One must wonder how the Jazz provoked his wrath. It hardly seems as though the Nuggets are in a commanding 30-point lead, given the fierce competition from Answer and Melo. The Jazz's bench appeared bewildered, confronted by the predatory expressions of Anthony and Iverson. Oh, we are the ones trailing by 40 points. Can you not act normally? Anthony and Iverson were relentless, and the scene became increasingly grim. Soon, the deficit swelled to 49 points, prompting a sigh of relief from Anthony and Iverson. As they salvaged some dignity, they glanced towards the sidelines, eager to witness Little Lee's reaction to the prowess displayed by his esteemed comrades. To their dismay, they found Lee Yan engrossed in an intimate exchange with Mei Mei. The pain was palpable, excruciatingly so. Answer and Melo were incensed, and the Jazz found themselves in an even more dire predicament. As the first half concluded, the score was an astonishing 106-48, with the Nuggets enjoying a commanding lead of 58 points. The bench players from both the Nuggets and the Jazz played through the entirety of the second half. Ultimately, the game came to an end with a final score of 154-105, marking a resounding 49-point victory for the Nuggets on their home court, thus commencing their playoff journey with a triumphant flourish. Lee Yin delivered an extraordinary performance, amassing 20 points and 24 assists, while Iverson contributed 32 points, Anthony added 34 points, and J.R. Smith scored 25 points. For players from the Nuggets surpassed the 20-point mark, and notably, aside from J.R. Smith, Iverson, Anthony, and Lee Yin all played less than 20 minutes. Lee Yin's pre-game bravado now appears remarkably justified. The Nuggets fans proclaimed, "Our little Lee is an honest child. He speaks nothing but the truth." The outcome of the first playoff game between the Nuggets and the Jazz swiftly ascended to the top of the NBA's trending topics for the day. Renowned commentator Larry Bird expressed his disbelief, likening the performance to the Dream Team's encounter with the African team years ago. How did the Jazz perform? One might as well have released 5 pigs onto the court. It would hardly have resulted in such statistics for the Nuggets. In Chapter 103, do all Chinese people enjoy playing table tennis? Lee Yin showcased a flawless debut in the playoffs. In just 18 minutes of play, he recorded a staggering 20 points, 24 assists, 7 rebounds, 4 steals, and 4 blocks, a performance that could rightfully be deemed one of the greatest in history. Lee Yin exhibited a dominant presence on both ends of the court, particularly in the second quarter, where he led the second unit to dismantle the Jazz's starting lineup, leaving a profound impression. It is essential to recognize that the Jazz are no ordinary team. Their style of play is characterized by a robust and confrontational approach. Known as the formidable force of the Western Conference, any team facing them must be prepared for a strenuous contest. Recently, with the Shark himself, Shaquille O'Neal, proclaiming Lee Yin as the god of point guards on social media, this moniker has gained widespread recognition. Fans from both sides of the Pacific have lauded Lee Yin, celebrating his historic performance. His debut was nothing short of spectacular, dismantling the Jazz in just half a quarter. Truly invincible, the god of point guards. How could such a talent fall to the second round? The Nuggets were magnificent, leading the Jazz by an astonishing 58 points at halftime. Oh dear, go Shaoli. Is today the day for dreams to be realized? Lee Yin's stellar performance has brought immense joy to domestic fans, alleviating